Hey Terence.
Hey Julius.
Okay, first of all, thanks for joining me here with Coffee at Bushiroad series.
No problem.
You are the first of all our interviewees. Well, and there's a reason for that. Then that's because I think a lot of people have seen you in a lot of videos as well, especially for Buddy Fight channel, which you frequently appear. Well, along with me. So, and the other reason is because Terence you have been with us for about 9 years now.
Yes.
So I think you're probably one of the veterans, if not like the person with the most experience number of years in Bushiroad right now.
That's true.
Yeah. So I'm very excited to ask you a bit about the kind of work that you do here with Bushiroad, mainly your current position, of course.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So you are a senior development executive.
Yes, that's
and can you tell us a bit of the things that you have to do as someone in your role?
Okay, not only senior development executive, I'm also a team leader, as you know, for Buddy Fight, and our viewers also know. My job comprises mostly of product management, as well as marketing advisory role. So it's like, main part of the job is of course products. We can't have a card game without the products going out. So most of it is scheduled around product management, designs, translations, and basically making sure that the product goes out on time.
So I guess as team leader, you kind of have to manage everything and not just the product.
Yes.
Developing the product is like one aspect of it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Our development mostly central around localization.
Okay.
So Japan has their main product first, then we take the same product and try to localize it for the English-speaking community.
Okay. But so just for the record, localize would mean to translate into English for the international products. Yeah. So could you tell us more about how you would go about localizing a product? Like probably take us briefly through the steps from the very beginning and to the end when it's actually printed.
Well, basically, Japan needs to have their product ready first. Then we just take the designs, the translation, as in the text that they have, and do translations. Okay, then pass it to our designers. Designers put everything into what you see today as a card. Then we take the design, have it sent to the factory. Factory produces everything, including the packaging, such as the pillow pack, which we call pillow because the packs look like a pillow.
And although like you made it sound like very easy, like from translating to printing, I know for a fact that it's not.
You have done some products.
Yeah, I know for a fact it's not, because you kind of like split into 3 major categories. But I know it's gonna be definitely a lot more work than that.
Yeah, that was just a general description of how it is. But of course, there's many detailed steps along the way.
Definitely. Yeah. So during the course of your translating and stuff, what do you think is the toughest thing about translating Japanese into English?
Oh, they have a lot of very Japanese-centric puns. Those are the worst things you can come across if your command of the Japanese language is not as good.
What do you mean by that?
They have certain puns or play on words that central around the Japanese culture. So if you were to do a localization, you try to look for something in the English language that is equivalent. You cannot just translate the entire thing as it is. If you do, a lot of players won't get what it's trying to say because they are not that into the Japanese culture. So they will just be, it's just another flavor text. It's just another name.
They might not even get it or it's supposed to be a joke.
Yes.
Because that cultural difference just doesn't get through.
Yes.
To the Western side, I suppose, definitely. So that would be the toughest thing for you as a translator.
That would be one of the most challenging. Toughest is when there's a lot of problems along the way that would cause the release date to derail. Yeah, then you have to do whatever you can to keep this production schedule back on track. Sometimes that's one of the toughest things, is meeting deadlines. When everything doesn't go your way. If everything is smooth, it's perfectly fine.
So that would be more on the production side rather than just the translating side now.
Yeah.
So you have a lot of obstacles on the translating side, and then you also have obstacles on the production side. Yeah. So there's a lot of deadlines to meet.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So that's definitely tough, and I can relate to that. Okay. Then what's the most rewarding thing about your work?
Seeing players use your product in a tournament, major or small. Sometimes you just go to a card shop and people are playing with the cards and you say, hey, that's the latest release. Then you'll be like, oh, are they using? Are they having fun with it?
Okay.
If they are really making a ruckus and just generally having fun, that's the most rewarding thing for a developer.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. Yeah. I suppose when you go and visit card shops or maybe in tournaments and you see that card on the table and you're like, then it brings you back, to the memories of you translating that, maybe in the office. Oh, I have problems with this certain pun, this certain joke.
Right. Or that card was changed last minute. We had to make all the arrangements just to make it proper by the time the product is released. They go like, oh, I remember that one.
All right. So, okay, maybe you can tell us what's your most memorable product that you have done so far? Like, probably the one that maybe gave you the most trouble, or maybe you had the most fun.
Limited only to Buddy Fight, or because
it could be anything. You have 9 years worth of experience here with Bushiroad, and I understand you do other titles as well, such as Luck and Logic, and I think a bit of Weiss Schwarz as well.
In fact, I've actually handled every single English card game localization up to now.
Oh.
If I didn't start it, I would have participated in it at a certain point in time.
Okay.
In fact, most of the English card games, I think I was one of the starting members when they were doing the localization.
Also, like the first English product for every game, like probably BT01 or TD, the very first series, TD01, BT01, that would be all you.
Yes, except for Luck and Logic. Luck and Logic, I was already team leader by the time that started, so I only checked. I did not actually do the translations or the localization part.
Okay.
But other than that, yes, I started most of the English card games, Weiss Schwarz, Vanguard, Buddy Fight. Yeah.
All right.
And after that, after starting the localization work and maybe the production work, once there are new staff on board, I will train them and then let them control the production. Then I'll move on to other projects, of course.
All right, that's cool.
Right. Okay. So along the way, as you can see, there's a lot of products that I've covered in these past 9 years or so. So you want me to narrow it down to one?
I mean, you can give us a few if you have. Like, this, whatever comes to mind would be your most memorable product.
Now, the most memorable one, I think it's a bit out of the ordinary. It's because it was English Weiss Schwarz, the Attack on Titan set.
Okay.
It was a big challenge for the English card game because the English version released 1 month before the Japanese version.
Okay, that's gonna be rare, right? Because usually it's gonna be Japan first, and maybe like 2 weeks or 1 month later, then we release the English version.
If at all, because Weiss Schwarz, we don't have all the titles in the English version. Sometimes it's due to copyright, sometimes it's due to the popularity of the set. Some sets will not sell as well outside of Japan because it's not as well known or as popular.
Yeah.
But Attack on Titan, that's a worldwide renowned title.
Yeah.
So at that time, I was given the instructions, English version is going to release 1 month before the Japanese version.
Okay.
And it's something that we have never done before for the English version.
Okay, I would say that's memorable.
Any English version. So it's like, what? Really? Was the first reaction.
Okay.
Yeah. Because I wouldn't say it's impossible, but the logistics of it was that Japan will need to finalize every single data before I can work on any of the components.
Yes.
So the biggest risk of doing something before the Japanese version is that once you have finalized all the data, the factory is printing, if Japan makes any changes to the Japanese set, we will not get it in the English version. Yeah, it's the biggest risk of all.
Okay, so can I ask, why did they do something like this? Something so out of the norm. Like, what was the reason behind that?
From what I heard was that Attack on Titan was really popular overseas, so they decided, let's do something phenomenal for this set. The English version will come out before the Japanese one.
Okay, so simply it was just for the fans, like, oh, okay,
Yes.
it's super popular in the Western world as well. Then
Yes.
just get this out earlier than the Japanese version.
Yes, and it's something the fans can brag about in the English community.
Yeah.
Hey, we got ours before the Japanese set.
Yeah, because usually it's the other way around.
Yes. So even at this time, sometimes the simultaneous release is going to be quite difficult because of Japan's very short lead time for data, for designs. Overseas, we have a lot of logistics issues, considerations before we can actually send data for print, finalize all the data. So it's going to be a lot tougher.
Okay. So the schedule for this English Attack on Titan, how bad was it? Like how much of a rush were you in? Due to this sudden arrangement.
I can only say that for this particular set, it was a good thing at that time I was living in Tokyo, Japan, and working in the main office. Because at any point in time, I had to get up from my seat, run to the Weiss Schwarz team, the Japanese team in the office, and just discuss every single detail. At that time, I think we were one floor apart. If I remember correctly, we were one floor apart. We were definitely on different floors. My office was, I think, one floor higher than the Japanese Weiss Schwarz teams. So at any point I needed anything, it would be leave my seat, run all the way down, iron out all the details, get back to... No, somebody out there will say, why don't you just call downstairs? No, some things you need to iron out in detail and have all the details straight.
Yeah.
Because any single mistake there would cause the entire set to be different from the Japanese one.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. So that's one thing. So that's something that's manageable only because you were working in Japan at the time.
Yes.
Oh wow.
It is going to be very difficult, very challenging if we were to attempt the same thing.
And well, since you mentioned it, I understand you worked in Japan for a number of years. How many years was that?
5 or 6.
5-6 years.
Yeah.
So 5-6 years of your years working in 5-6 years out of 9 years working in Bushiroad. 5-6 years was in Japan.
Was in Tokyo, Japan. Yeah.
Tokyo. Wow.
Working out of the main office.
Okay. So I'm a little bit curious. What's the cultural working difference, in Japan and then in Singapore? Like, what's the main difference do you see?
It's more of the working culture, I think, and mostly because Japanese tend to be very polite. So the place is mostly quiet. It's a lot more quiet than any other office than I've seen so far. So and people tend to like to finish their work before they leave the office. So some employees tend to leave like 8-9 p.m. at night, just because they finish their work and then they prepare for the next day's work.
Okay.
So it's slightly different from overseas, where there are certain companies that, of course, once it's time to knock off, you go home.
So in Japan, a lot of people, they actually like stay up later than usual.
Yes, they normally stay back later just to finish up their work, which is not a bad thing, but sometimes you need time for a family.
I guess you kind of like have to balance.
Yeah.
Some days you might have to stay because you have to stay, but maybe other days you can take it easier and then you just take it easier.
Also, just to dispel some rumors out there, that there's actually a rumor out there that says that Japanese companies, you don't leave earlier than your boss. No, that's just a rumor.
Probably from very long time ago.
It might have been a practice maybe long ago, but nowadays not so much.
Okay.
I mean, the boss sometimes leaves earlier than most of the staff, because sometimes they have maybe business dinners, business appointments, they need to talk to other companies or have their own appointments. So yeah, it's definitely not that true.
Do you have any kind of tips or advice for people who might want to do translating for a job? Like maybe they want to be a translator as well. Maybe they hope to be working for Bushiroad one day. Do you have any advice for the young ones out there?
Young ones.
Yeah.
If they are young ones, they are still a bit away. But for tips, all I can say is first you must get your Japanese language up to par. For that, you probably have to listen to music, watch shows. If you can, try practicing. If you're in a class, grab your classmates and just practice whatever language it is that you want to practice. Getting better at it is first priority. Then after that, practice a lot, I guess. Listening to music, watching shows, reading books, or even if you're starting out in Japanese, reading manga. That's one of the easiest ways. Go for the lower age mangas like Buddy Fight. We have Koro Comic. Yeah, the Japanese magazine. Just get a copy and just try to read whatever's in there. After that, JLPT, the Japanese Language Proficiency Test, pass, or if you can go all the way to level 1, that at least shows your employer that you have the skills.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's absolutely necessary because as with any language, just being able to speak it, write it, it shows that you know the language, and then from people who know the language will know what level of proficiency you are at. So I guess it's just good to really just show it. I can do it.
It's just documentation that you know.
Yeah, because from what I know, I think Terence, you don't have any JLPT at all.
No.
Definitely. And yet, everyone who needs help with Japanese in offices, they just go to you.
Yeah, because if you stay in the country long enough, it becomes natural.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So it's, I wouldn't say, we wouldn't say JLPT is absolutely necessary, but it's just good to have.
Yes, it's
just to show, because I think people, that's like kind of like official verification that you can do, you have proficiency in this language.
Also depends on your employer. If your employer really requires a proof that you do know the language, but there are companies out there who actually just test your proficiency during the interviews.
Yeah.
Right. So it again depends on the company who's going to hire you.
That's true. Yeah. So Terence tips for everyone is just immerse yourself in the language, in Japanese language if you want to translate Japanese for a living.
Or if you want to translate other languages, just
same thing.
Learn, adapt, be really good at it. At least a normal conversation.
Yeah. And I suppose the kind of things you're translating for matters as well. Like you can be interested in Japanese language, but you also have to be interested in, let's say, the anime and manga culture if that's what you want to translate. Yeah, because if not, you might not get the puns or
references.
A lot of references and connotations that come with a lot of different words.
Right.
Yeah. So I suppose if you want to be working in the industry, I guess you have to be interested in that industry as well.
It's definitely a plus.
Yeah. Because if not, a lot of things you just wouldn't get.
Yeah, it just goes over your head.
Yeah. So thank you so much for sharing all your insights here with us.
No problem.
Thank you. Yeah. Because as one of the longest standing employee of Bushiroad, you definitely have a lot of valuable experience to share with us. So thank you so much for the interview today. And I think we'll just, I think that's all we have for today. Yeah. So thank you so much.
Great
being
here.
Yeah, thank you. Hi Honda.
Hi Julius.
Thank you so much for taking out some time out of your busy schedule to join me in this Coffee with Bushiroad series.
Yeah, sure. Thanks for having me.
No problem. So, could you tell me a bit about the work you do in Bushiroad?
Well, I do sales and logistics, but I'm mainly on the logistics side.
Okay. Well, I'm going to ask you a lot more questions regarding that, because I think your work is mainly a lot of people don't see or don't understand what goes on behind the scenes in what makes the games possible. Yeah, because I think there's a lot of logistics and transportation involved. But before that, we're gonna dig right into our pastries and coffee and tea. What would you like?
Coffee, please.
Coffee? Coffee for you? Okay,
sure.
Cool. Okay, you can smell this. It smells good.
Wow.
Yeah, this smell really wakes you up. Yeah.
Fragrant.
Yeah. Go ahead and help yourself. to whichever one that you like.
All right. Which one we like?
No, you go ahead.
Me?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll pick whatever that's remaining.
All right. So I'll go for this.
I'm a good host.
What's up, everyone? Welcome here to Bushiroad Rumble Online. And
Yay!
I'm Peter. These are my lovely co-casters, Philip and Outer Orange, and I'm excited for today. It's supposed to be 9 to 10 rounds of tournament, and whew, that's gonna be a lot to commentate. But I hope you all stay for the entire time. It's gonna be so exciting. Philip, can you give us a little bit of a rundown?
Man, it's gonna be big. Like you said, there's gonna be 9 to 10 rounds. We're going today, day one. We're going tomorrow, day two. It's gonna just be all over crazy. This is standard. This is the most fresh format you got out there.
Mm-hmm.
It's my blind is blown. Orange thoughts.
Excited! Overdress is one of those formats where just the hype is like so there. I can't wait to see like everything come out everywhere. I'm so excited. I can't wait to see the wonderful players. So I'm really hyped. I can't wait to see what's coming our way.
Oh my god, it's gonna be amazing.
And speaking of what's coming our way, I think we could see the prizing and format.
Oh, we got to go with the format.
We got to
that's
start
all
with, like
about?
I said,
Yes.
day one, day two, all that. It's January 8th today, so it's only standard format, just the newest cards. Only, like 6-7 months of support we've gotten is only going to be legal to play right now. And
Yep.
today is the best one. You got that one chance to play. Got to make the most out of it. You don't got a second chance against your opponents. So, but then tomorrow we're going into January 9th. Best to come out, top 8, maybe 16. Who knows?
Probably.
And it's just going to be a crazy time. What is the week going to look for us like, Orange?
We got the week 3 schedule. Today we have the Swiss rounds, which is Saturday, and then tomorrow we got our top 8 potential top 16 cuts. And then we got more upcoming stuff here. We got also Weiss Schwarz. Do not forget about Weiss Schwarz coming in next weekend, January 15th for the Swiss, and then January 16th for the top 8 potential top 16 cut. That is week 4 of Bushiroad Rumble Online. What are the prizes, Philip?
Ooh, I'm glad you asked. Like with all the other formats we got, we had V Premium and we had Premium. We saw the prizes, and just like for those, standard is the same. 4 participants in the top 4 are going to be getting a nice certificate, but of course, gold, silver, and bronze are going to be going home with a little bit of extra. At third place, you're going to get 1 promo of Expecta, the championship one, as well as a box of that was last week. Standard D booster set for Awakening Chakrabarati. This is going to be amazing. And in second place, you're going to get 2 copies of that promo as well as a box. And first place is going to be walking away with 4 copies of the championship promo Expecta and a box of Awakening Chicken.
Yeah, I'm excited for that because, I mean, set 4 is a huge set. It is so huge that in Japan, it is sold out. They had to do an emergency reprint, which that just speaks as to how successful standard format is right now. That, like, because that set did not really have that many things that are like being put in premium, but it's like pretty much all standard stuff, and it's like that high of a demand. I'm very excited for it, and I mean, enough about set 4 though. This is a set 3 format tournament because set 3 just came out a few weeks ago, and I mean, it's given enough time for hopefully everyone to get their stuff.
It's going to be very interesting to see just because everybody just got their cards, like you said. They got their deck text. They figured out how they want to play it and all that. But that's enough from us of how you're going to play it. There's a very, very, very nifty video ready to show you guys just exactly how standard format plays, what kind of the rules are, what to expect. Ride lines, man, ride lines. So we're going to let that video roll so everybody can get kind of familiar with it.
Cardfight Vanguard is a two-player card game where you take on the role of a vanguard and lead your ally units in a battle to victory. This video will explain the rules of Cardfight Vanguard. First, we have the types of cards. Vanguard can be divided into two different types of cards. Unit cards have power and shield values and can be called to the field. Order cards are a variety of commands that use strategies, items, or magic. Each type of card has different information written on them. First, let's take a look at unit cards. There are two types of unit cards. First, we have normal units. Normal units are the basic units that are called to the field to battle. Let's learn more about the four numbers written on the card. Grade, the level of strength of a card. Power, the attack power of a card. This value is used when it battles. Shield, the defense power a card has when it guards its allies. Critical, the amount of damage a card can deal to your opponent. Some unit cards have an icon at the top right corner and are known as trigger units. Trigger units can not only be called to the field to battle, but also activate unique effects when revealed for trigger checks. Next, we have order cards. Order cards do not have any power or shield values, but have various powerful abilities instead. Different cards have different abilities and activation timings. Some are used during your turn, while others are used in your opponent's turn. Preparing your deck. Let's prepare a deck to be used for the card fight. A deck can be constructed with a total of 50 cards, including 16 trigger units. Up to 4 copies of each card can be used. Choose 4 unit cards from your deck consisting of one of each, grade 0, 1, 2, and 3 to be used as your ride deck. Win condition. Attack and guard repeatedly, and the first to deal 6 damage to their opponent wins. Card fight setup. Let's take a look at the playmat where the card fight takes place. There are 3 types of circles where you can place your unit cards on the field. Vanguard circle. The unit placed here is called the Vanguard. Stack units on top when you ride. Rearguard circle. The unit placed here is called the Rearguard. Place units here when you call. Guardian circle. Place units here when calling them to guard. The areas around your field include your deck, ride deck, drop zone where you put used cards, order zone, and damage zone where you put your damage. Place the grade 0 card from the ride deck you had prepared face down on the Vanguard circle. Place the remaining 3 cards face down in the ride deck area. Shuffle each other's main deck and place it in the deck area. Decide who goes first with a game of rock, paper, scissors. The winner will go first. Each player draws 5 cards from the deck. You may swap cards once at this point. The player going first returns the cards they want to change to the bottom of their deck and draws the same number. Shuffle the deck if you swap cards. The player going second then does the same. Now that we're done preparing, with Stand Up Vanguard, turn the card on the Vanguard circle face up to begin. In Vanguard, there are 6 phases each turn. Let's learn more about each of the phases. Stand phase. Stand phase happens at the beginning of your turn. Vertical cards are in stand. Horizontal cards are in rest. Stand all of the resting cards on your side of the field. There are no resting cards on your first turn, so you can proceed to draw phase straight away. Draw phase. Draw a card from the top of the deck during your draw phase. Ride phase. To ride is to stack cards on your Vanguard to increase its grade. You can only ride once per turn. You can ride a unit from your hand, or discard a card to ride a unit from the ride deck that you had prepared that is 1 grade greater than the Vanguard currently on your field. The cards placed underneath your Vanguard after riding are known as the Soul and can be used to pay for costs of abilities. Main phase. During your main phase, you can call or move rear guards, use a card's ability, and use an order card. Calling or moving a rear guard. You can call a unit from your hand with a grade less than or equal to your Vanguard to any rear guard circle. Rear guards can move between the front and back of a column. Positions can be swapped within the same column too. Moving or swapping positions horizontally is not allowed. Battle phase. You can attack your opponent's front row units with your front row units during your battle phase. Rest the unit when it attacks. If the power of the attacking unit is greater than or equal to the power of the unit being attacked, the attack hits. If the attack hit a Vanguard, your opponent takes damage. If the attack hit a rear guard, put that rear guard into the drop zone. Let's attack your opponent's Vanguard with your Vanguard. When you attack with a Vanguard, you perform a drive check. To drive check is to put the top card of your deck into the trigger check zone face up. If a trigger unit was revealed, various effects are activated. Cards revealed for drive checks are added to your hand. Drive check, and get a critical trigger. It has the effect of +1 critical, and the effect of +10,000 power. You may choose to give each of these effects to a different unit. Let's give the critical to your Vanguard and the 10,000 power to your rear guard. As the attack was successful, your opponent takes 2 damage. When an attack hits, the other player performs a damage check. Put the top card of your deck into the trigger check zone face up, then put it into your damage zone. If a trigger unit was revealed, various effects are activated as well. Damage check. First check, no trigger. Put the card that was revealed into your damage zone. Second check, got a draw trigger. A draw trigger has the effect of draw a card and the effect of +10,000 power. Draw a card and add 10,000 power to your Vanguard. Next, let's attack your opponent's Vanguard with your rear guard. By resting a unit with the boost icon behind the attacking unit, the power of the unit behind gets added to the attacking unit. Attack the Vanguard with 26,000 power. Guard. When you're attacked, you can defend your units by guarding. To guard, choose any number of cards from your hand and call them to the Guardian Circle as rest. The power of the unit being attacked is increased by the shield of the units you called. If your Vanguard's power is greater than your opponent's attacking unit, the guard is successful. The power increased from guarding only lasts until the end of that battle. Once that attack ends, the power of the defended unit returns to its original value, and the units on the Guardian Circle are put into the drop zone. Let's aim to win by attacking and guarding repeatedly and dealing 6 damage to your opponent. End phase. This marks the end of your turn, and it is now your opponent's turn. This also concludes the description of each phase. Various abilities. Cards have various abilities in Vanguard. First, there's Persona Ride. It activates when you ride a unit with the Persona Ride icon from your hand on a card with the same card name. Draw a card when you Persona Ride. And for this turn, units in your front row get +10,000 power. Next, there's Intercept. When you are guarding, you can move rear guards in your front row with the Intercept icon to the Guardian Circle to guard. You can both intercept and guard with cards from your hand. It's a successful guard of 23,000 power. Put the units on the Guardian Circle into your drop zone when the attack ends. Twin Drive. Units with the Twin Drive ability can perform drive checks twice. When you attack with this Vanguard, perform 2 drive checks, as it has Twin Drive. First check. Second check. Got it! Over Trigger! An over trigger is a powerful trigger, and your deck can only have 1 such trigger. Give 100 million power to any unit, and draw a card. If it's revealed during drive check, more effects can be triggered. Sometimes, costs must be paid to activate the card's abilities. First, there's Counterblast. Activate an ability by turning a specified number of cards in your damage zone face down. Next, Soul Blast. Activate an ability by putting a specified number of cards from your soul into the drop zone. Make full use of various abilities to be victorious in a card fight. This concludes the explanation of rules in Vanguard. Enjoy the world of Vanguard with a deck of your own.
All right, and welcome back everyone to Bushiroad Rumble Online. And I mean, that was a very nice video, but I mean, like, it's always nice to see like those graphics, like every single week, a different one each time. And I'm excited to see these rounds. I love the standard format personally. I'm a huge Bruce fan. I've got a whole Bruce deck right here with 3 DSRs, so that's how you know I'm dedicated.
This is going to be very big just because the other two formats we've seen for Bro were Premium v Premium, and to their merit, they were amazing formats we've seen in a lot of games, but there's one big difference between those formats and this one we got today, and that is not only, of course, it's the most recent sets, the most recent product, but the thing I want to highlight is the ride lines. The ride lines have been introduced to this game. They They kind of make a problem in the other formats a lot easier, where G-Assist is not anymore a thing. So that introduction is just amazing. And Orange, what do you think whenever ride lines got a news? How were you hyped about it?
I was really excited because if there's one thing that I don't like going into like a form, just any game, is like, you know, drawing my 5 cards and I see grade 1, grade 3, grade 3, grade 3 trigger. And I'm like, it's gonna be one of those games where I might have to G-Assist my grade 2 or something like that. But then, you know, we have like these ride lines come in where you never have to worry about that. And you can always kind of set up to, you can, over time, I'm really excited to see how this develops, but we can have like different ride lines, different options, and just being able to pick and choose, and your opponent doesn't know like what you could potentially be riding into is just a really cool aspect to me. This is definitely one of my favorite parts about Overdress.
Yes, and not only that though, I really like how the ride deck also allows for decks to also be a lot more creative with their grade lineups specifically. So you could just go, like, for example, Bastion. You're pretty much not running grade 1s or 2s. You're not running grade 2s at all outside of your ride deck. And in your grade 1s, you're running perfect cards, and usually that's pretty much it. And I mean, like, Zorga would not exist without a ride deck, because you just need to run so many orders. Same with Laronarol, same with Willista. It's just, I really appreciate stuff like that, you know?
Not to mention, like, every ride line is its unique thing. Like, you have this specific way you want to go, where your main Vanguard is at the end, and you do all your effects around it. But just because it's, you know, streamlined to go to your main Vanguard doesn't mean that's the only path. That, like, we're gonna get into this later. Maybe we'll see some decks that implement this, but Bastion has its own ride line where it does its own thing, revealing grade 3s, drawing cards, calling from the top of the deck, and all that. But who's to say you can't just run the PBD ride line with Blaster Javelin, Blaster Dark, and then go to Bastion and have that other form of, let me do some different kind of plays, different kind of plussing, and, you know, advantages. And the same thing, you said Zorga. Imagine a Zorga ride line where you have that multiple orders, and then you go into Maggie.
I love that kind of build. The mixing of the ride lines. Like, I mean, speaking of which, a very recent thing added to the meta of the Gravidia Orphist, where you run the Orphist grade 1 and 2 and run a few moons or worlds. I like to call them moons personally, because usually they've got the moon in the thing. But you know, using those worlds to get a little bit of early game for a normally very slow paced deck really makes it like a lot more exciting.
Exactly.
I agree. I think the world stuff is actually really super cool. That's been slowly getting like explored, and I'm as a Gravidia and an Orphis player, I love it. It's just splashing two different mechanics into one deck. It's just like that's the beauty of like where ride lines are headed, and it's just, I can't wait to see more.
And the best part is, it's not only just in the ride lines, like, it's also in the full deck itself. Like, of course, you got Maggie card supporting Maggie, Bruce card supporting Bruce, Overdress card supporting Overdress, but at the same time, there's more than enough deck room ideas and you know, space to fill up to where you can have different, like, I've recently talked about this, how I have an Orphis deck that I can build very aggro. I'm gonna retire as many tokens as possible to do all the other effects, but there's an Orphis build I really want to do that's called Bunker Orphis, where you just make Shadow Army tokens and you got nothing but shield in your hand, and you're like, I am defense.
I had a question for you, Peter. You know, with the new stuff being introduced, there's that new grade 3 dragon, the one that like on place gets the orders. That's another its own ride line. You were talking about it earlier. How do you feel about that whole like concept of just being able to play orders for free?
I really like the idea of being able to play orders for free. And that card, even though, like, I know when it was revealed, there were a lot of people, at least in the English scene, that were saying like, oh, why does this card exist? Like I can just play Zorga. Big thing for that is premium format, because you can, for those of you in the chat that don't know, you can run that in premium, and sort of as an engine of that, Book of Strong Arming and Shadow Cloak. So you just, whenever you ride, get a free draw 3 and give your front row +10. Very scary. And I mean, like, it's a really cool as well to see, like, whenever a card is released in the standard format, to see what also, like, goes into the premium format, maybe, like, which ones really make the cut.
There's also
So-
there's
Go
a
for it.
deck too. Oh, sorry, I was gonna say there's actually a deck revolved around that in
Yes.
Overdress. There's actually like a whole drawing engine where you just constantly use that one card that lets you just
Yes.
draw for free with that card too. And I've been seeing
Mhm.
that like pop out here and there. I wonder if we'll see something like that. That would actually be really pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean, I forget what the name of the order is. Yeah, the one that it's normally counterblast 4, draw 2.
Yeah, pretty much. But it's free
Yeah.
since it would be like pretty much wasted
Yes.
on top.
Yes, and that's also really cool, being able to just go plus that much. And you can run things like, for example, Ascendant's Assault as a way to actually get a guaranteed just thing on the board, so you could keep your plussing up. You know, you can conserve more hand, or you can go for the Zorga ride line instead. You know, get something in the drop very quickly. There's a lot of ways to do that build.
Yes.
I want to try it.
So, while I completely agree, like, there's so much fun. We gotta remember, Premium v Premium, that was in the past. That was other BROs. That was last year.
Yes.
This year,
New
we
year.
gotta talk about standard and all these standard decks that are
Yep.
coming up soon. And while the players are still getting ready, I just want to give you guys opinions of what decks do you want to see? What decks do you want to see played, ran, maybe some different kind of play styles implemented? For me, definitely I want to see a little bit of more Bruce. But I want to see how the start deck the Bafsaga start deck kind of puts itself into the fray. Because it's waiting its set 4 to 4 without a doubt, but it's not a deck to sneeze at all, even coming straight out of a start deck box.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I mean, like, also, I'm a big fan of Barrow Magnus. Like, I've had pretty much every Dark States deck since they come out. Like, immediately when set 1 came out, I'm like, okay, I'm building Barrow Magnus as well. And when set 3 came out, I'm like, okay, I've got Greed on. I've got a almost full SP ride line for that. I've got 4 SP Boshokus, so, I mean, I like that nation, and I want to build a Brantgate deck too. I want to see some Brantgate. I like Brantgate a lot. Their aesthetics are very nice.
Brother.
I want to see Zorga. I know a lot of people aren't like the craziest about Zorga in terms of like competitive play, but the deck can push through. It can push through if it sees the right matchups. It will steam. It can push really hard. I'm really excited to see that. But with that being said, we actually should be nice and ready to see what our round 1 decks are gonna look like. Let's go and see what we're about to face, what we're about to see.
Ooh, and
We
our-
have, starting us off from Eclipse Try, a Barrow Magnus deck. Man, Peter, you just mentioned it, so I'm going to let you take it away.
Oh man, so Barrow Magnus is a deck that's very similar to deck from olden days called Dark Irregulars, where you try to build up your soul to reach a threshold, and when you reach that threshold, you get really strong effects. And I mean, like, also I've noticed, I think this is a max rarity Barrow Magnus deck too, so that's really cool.
That's awesome.
I mean, they've got 4 SP copies of Stem Deviate Dragon already, which is very impressive. I could get 2. I mean, like, that's all I could manage to get within that time. So this person is much more of a grinder than I am. And
See, Barrow
Oh.
Magnus, like, sorry, but Barrow Magnus's full whole shtick has always been like trying to get that at 15 cards in soul. And
Mhm.
in the past, like, there was always builds of trying to turbo Barrow Magnus or a slow Barrow Magnus, but pressure and all that. And with set 3 coming out, like, I'm already noticing some cards in here that have made Barrow Magnus, in my opinion, a lot more, to say, stable.
yes,
Right?
Yep.
more well-rounded.
Exactly. Like, a couple cards I want to definitely highlight is, 1, Pandemonium Tactics, the order.
Yes.
It's a Bruce order. Yes, you get the most benefits if you're in a final rush. But I'm sorry, the other decks cannot really say no to Counterblast 1 Soul Charge 4.
Right, exactly. It's just so strong. And I've seen some Greed on lists that run it too.
Oh
Nice.
yes, definitely, because you want to get to that 10 cards in Soul. You want to get that extra 15 power and all that. But another card I definitely want to highlight that is honestly is not deserving of a common card, and I love the fact that it has a holo as Selfish Engraver. Like, she came out, and she has been such a backbone of a Barrow Magnus deck from day one. It's just crazy to think that she's a common.
Gonna also add, I don't know if you guys noticed this, but this is an insane. This is a turbo soul charging beast deck in here. And they're actually running the Cryo Mental OT. But this is like this deck is screaming, I'm gonna hit 15 soul and I'm gonna start doing things like as soon as possible. Every card in here is some kind of soul charging engine. They even come back on the Kenali, I think Ludi, the card that lets you pretty much bring cards back to deck, just so they can have as much soul as possible.
Yes, Keenly Ludley is such an important card in this deck. I mean, like, being able to just guarantee that you don't deck out is really nice. And it's a huge attacker, too. Like, you soul charge a lot, then you send all of that back to your main deck, and you're just hitting for huge, especially because if you get a Persona Ride, if you get Barrow Magnus's skill to give another plus 20 or plus 10, depending on the situation, it's scary. You don't want to be on the receiving end of that. And also, Ashurda, Steam Mage Ashurda is so good in this deck because not only does it give Barrow Magnus, a deck that normally had a lot of defensive issues, very good defensive options, it also helps you soul charge as well, which is very nice. It's very appreciated personally. I really like it.
I think I do want to more highlight. This is something that personally I think Barrow Magnus is his probably best upgrade. And Try is going to be nicely hinting and communicating this with his opponent because we see the starter is a Desire Devil. And of course, that can throw the opponent off and think, oh, it's agreed on. And then, you know, once the ride line starts showing, it's like, oh, it's Barrow. But running that starter is kind of hinting at something. And that is the Desire Devil Goman that's in the deck. That is honestly going to be the very big difference between how the games go. Is being able to suck him in the soul, activate his ability. Now you have 3 swings, including the Vanguard that's a double critical, that have to be guarded with 2 or more cards out of hand. Personally tested this, and that just eats.
It's nasty.
Guys. It's
nasty.
It just devours.
That card is spicy. I think being able to throw that into any Dark States deck, you can go easily from like, oh, this is just a normal turn to, okay, now you just have to drop like 6 to 8 cards. It's fine.
Yeah, any Dark States that can actually put it to soul through a Vanguard ability. Unfortunately, that is only right now Redon and Barrow, as we see, until we get a Bruce that can just do it, and then I'm sorry.
That sounds scary. A Bruce deck using this card. Oh.
I will welcome it any day of the week.
Also, one thing I want to mention: the 1 copy of Supernatural Extraction. That's a card that we've seen a lot of Barrow Magnus players actually stop running now that Set 3's come out. But it does have a strong effect of being able to put a card from your soul to your hand. So you can either put like an important attacker, or you could put maybe like another way to soul charge into your hand.
Or Gumon. Or Gomon. Just get Gomon out.
Yep.
Anyway, enough of this Barrow deck. We need to see what Barrow is going to be playing against. Like, you have this strategy. You want to get to 15, you want a turbo, but who are you going to actually play against? And, oh, hello.
Let's go.
Straight out of the box with some upgrades. We got Buff Sagara with Nero.
This is very fun to see. This deck, so a lot of people are putting the Eugene like pieces into the Barsaga decks just to make them just a little bit more impactful with between like the trial cards that they got. And I'm actually really excited to see like where these orders take this. What do you think, Peter?
I just noticed this person's only running the 2 main deck grade 2s. That's it. There's no other grade 2s or grade 3s. It's literally just Shihab, Togashi Rashi for just guaranteed you're getting a lot of soul. The Kizan Reiji and the Tenchestead. Kizan Reiji being nice to be able to, you know, clear a back row, and Tenchestead being nice to be able to, you know, get your other Bob Sagras. But I'm surprised that, like, generally, I mean, I guess I understand. Generally, all the good stuff cards of Dragon Empire have been those grade 1s. So I can see their mindset. And I mean, but speaking of good stuff cards, the new card from Set 3, Fushimachi Madoka, is so good. So good.
Oh, he's so generic that he can be played in any of the Dragon Empire decks, and this is one that definitely can utilize it to its fullest potential. Not only as a guard card, but also just Basagara's whole effect of being able to call grade 1s. And I think that's one of the reasons we're seeing so little grade 2s at all, just because her effect is like, give me a grade 1 or less, get it on the board. Until we get set 4, it's gotta have to be into something else.
I completely agree.
Like-
I also, oh, sorry.
Oh, yeah, you're good. Like, the only thing else I wanted to say was this deck is very focused on one thing, and it wants to do it well. It's Soul Charge, being able to Soul Blast 2, being able to retire your opponent's front row, getting that crit on Vanguard, making it dangerous, getting a board, and then also on hit pressure just to make sure you can Persona Ride, just because extra power is always good, extra power. And you don't have other orders, so you got to run one shield and sword, and with Basagara's Ride line, you're going to get that shield, so you only need one copy.
Yep. I was gonna note so another version that some people go, which is towards the grade 2, is actually throwing the Varina arcs into the engine. This one's mainly focuses the grade 1 with the soul charging engine, but that is something else that some people utilize is just a little touch of like overdressed cards to have a constant drawing engine. I also really like, you guys brought it up earlier, but I really like the Tensha Steed. I think that actually I haven't seen that yet. That's actually one card I haven't seen but people play, and I'm really happy about it because I actually think that card is pretty nuts. You got all this crit pressure, got all this, you hit, and then you get a Persona right on top of that for that extra soul. Beautiful stuff.
Brain stopping, trying to talk, forgetting what to mention, so we're just gonna forget about what I try to mention and see if I can remember it during the game, because the players are on standby and ready to go. And I am definitely excited to see how these decks are gonna face each other. Aren't you, Peter?
Yes, I'm very excited. I mean, I just love seeing it, like decks like this. Like Basagara plays in a very interesting way too. Like the fact that you like are based around orders, but also have ways to like superior call stuff like that. It's really cool. And I mean, it's also really smart that they like when they pick that many grade 1s, because that means that pretty much their whole deck is valid targets for Basagara's superior call.
Exactly. See, this is going to be a very, very, very interesting matchup, because we just talked about how the Basagara deck we see is very focused on being able to always have enough soul to do its effects with the ditch target, with the, other cards. But then you like, if you look on the other side of the table, it's like, well, if my opponent gets to 15, I'm not going to have to worry about any of soul. Like, I'm going to have all the soul for days.
It's just, whew, especially because, Togashi Rashi's actually, Shihab is one of my favorite cards of set 3. I'm not gonna lie. Like, that card is so cool. Being an 11k when you place it, and then just, okay, I'll just suck it back in. You could use that for early game. You could use that for, like, late game as a very strong booster. It's very impressive as a card.
Oh, yeah, just remember what I wanted to say. Orange brought it up really well with the arcs. I can see Basagara players until set 4 that are running arcs and Trickster and all that, just getting kind of warmed up. It's like, Basagara effect, we're going to call a grade 0 Trickstar. Until you're going to get used to calling a grade 0 because Trick Moon later.
Yes.
Exactly.
You just invert the colors.
Exactly. Oh, but I definitely want to see these two decks in play and just fighting. Like, it's going to come down to being careful with resources and knowing what the other opponent is capable of doing. My God. It's also going to be very interesting to see just Dragon Empire. Can you imagine if the Overtrigger gets hit with Basagara while she's double critical?
Oh no! I mean, it could go either way, honestly, because the Bear Max play is playing the vanilla OT. So if they hit that with a double Cyclone out, woo, that's a 100 million on each side.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Ooh.
And like, the targets for Bear Magnus are always good. Like, I've seen back in the day when Bear Magnus and Boost Set 1 and even 2 was playing, you'd always put out the Sonicer so it can be a 28k attacker on its own. Very good into the game, but now I can see people coming out with the grade 2 so they can get their counter charge off.
Yeah, I mean, like, this deck has seen like a lot of changes over time, and I love that about this deck. Like, and there's also just so many ways to build it. But speaking of which, so many ways to build just this very unique.
I love the combo play that immediately happens right here. It is, all right, I start my turn. I'm going to ditch Togarashi. Oh, I'm going to use the grade 1's ability. I'm going to Soul Blast Togarashi and get myself a last shield in hand.
Yeah, and I mean I love Togachi Rashi just as a card. Like it's just so generically good because there's like 3 discards minimum per game per player. So I mean there's
Not to
gonna be the
mention,
things like that. Oh,
not to mention, every single Dragon Empire deck benefits from that card so much. You look at
yes.
Overdress. You want Soul, because if you're running an Urger variant, or if you're just using Varina's Soul Blast to retire something effect, more Soul is always good. If you see Eugene, Soul is everything in Eugene. Of course they're going to
Yeah.
run it. And then you got Overlord. Even in Overlord, Soul is important resource, which are in the Holoms and all that. So being able to just put cards into Soul and go, the card is so simple, but so useful everywhere.
And I think I saw an Electro Spartan in Trike's hand or Try's hand. So that's gonna be an interesting play to just save it for later. Maybe they have
Electro
like maybe
Spartan.
they're Electro
That's
Spartan the
kind of
great. Oh wait, no, never mind. I think I saw
Yeah, I
something
was about
else.
to say that's kind
Yeah,
of
because they only run
impossible.
one.
There's only one, and it's in the
Yeah,
right line.
yeah. Oh my! Wow! That was
What just happened?
already an over trigger on turn 2.
Well,
If that were the Dark States one, that would have been
well, this
terrifying.
this just gave it's kind of sad. Like that's the risk about running the Cray Elemental Overtrigger. If you hit in the early game, especially with the pattern of attacks of Rearguard first, Vanguard second, you're not
Hmm.
getting the most benefit out of it. But that's
Hmm.
the risk you play because whenever you do trigger at the right time, which is most likely after a Barrow Magnus, 15 cards and Soul Swing, now you got 2 Rearguards on the board that are 100 million. And on
Hmm.
top of that, if the Goman was activated, 2 or more cards out of hand. That's PGing three cards less in hand.
Yeah, it's definitely like applying a lot of. It definitely applies a lot of pressure, but I mean, this is also like one of those cases where like because it with Dark States in particular, it's always been the one where there's always the debate between like, okay, do I want to run the Dark States one or do I want to run the generic one? And I mean, like, this is an exact scenario where the generic one is not as good as the Dark States one, but the generic one is also very strong in those late turn pushes. Probably one of the strongest in terms of late turn pushes.
My God, like it does come down to what the players prefer. We see Trick is probably preferring for that late game push, but at the same time, you hit the early game Dark States one. That's 10k and critical to Vanguard for the rest of the turn, and then Bear Magnus' effect on top of it. That's going to be a Vanguard that's always swinging for at least 33, I believe, triple critical.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's terrifying. Like if you're staring down the barrel of that, I really like. I don't want to be on the receiving end for sure. That's why
Yeah,
I'm the Dark States player.
I already love what I'm seeing from Darkseid. He knows what his opponent is capable of. I believe he's doing like this pseudo rush turns, just trying to get this soul up with Crimson Expeller, getting that grade 3 on the board, soul charging 2. Just, we talked about Turbo Barrow, trying to get to 15 as fast as possible, but at the same time putting pressure on the opponent. So when you get to 15, they're a lot closer to kill than they would have, previously.
Yeah, and I mean like also just being at the 10 is already pretty nice. The 15 is just like if you get to 15 when your opponent's at grade 2, it's just so devastating. Oh.
See, that drive check just communicated to Nero. Goman is in my hand. You have been
Mhm.
warned.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I mean, the fact that that means that there's going to be 3 attacks that you have to guard with 2 or more cards at once. That's terrifying, especially because, oh wait, they guarded with, oh, Fushimachi Madoka. For a second, I thought that was the over trigger. But yeah, no, Madoka definitely makes sense to use right there because, I mean, with Buff Sagra, whenever you arm, you get to Soul Charge 1 and call out a grade 1. And Madoka is great on both the Guardian Circle and the Rearguard Circle. So it's really just a win-win there, guarding with it early.
Yes. Now, shield is honestly like the Seal Blaze shield is gonna come very clutch in this game, I believe, because if Barrow doesn't get to 15 immediately, the rear guards are honestly pokes, and just being
Yes.
able to say I'm gonna use the shield's ability 10k to my Vanguard to stop one of your attacks, that's gonna save so many cards in hand. That shield is very very good right now in the early game, prepping yourself until you can get the second arm on the board.
And I love that you mentioned the shield too. Swayambu is so good also because, especially because they now know that Goman is in their hand. Nero can use Swayambu to actually help block something. Say if they check a defensive trigger, they can actually, or just early in the turn, they can use the Swayambu, block one of the attacks for free, and that means that then they can afford to use their hand later on because they haven't burned any just to block stuff.
It's gonna be very weird because I can definitely see Swambu being used later in the turn with the 5 multi-attack if Barrow does get to 15. But at the same time, you gotta hope for at least one trigger because whatever's coming out, it's gonna be interesting. Oh my god. Hello, double fronts. That is
And
not
that
only
breaks.
shield in hand, that is power on board.
They put the 2 to pass, and the double front really just went, okay, bet. I'm just gonna go for that double front, hit for breaking it and making it say, you really just have to respect my offense now.
I believe there's 9 cards in Soul, if I'm correct. So Barrow's Ride Line guarantees you 6 cards in Soul by the time you get to grade 3. That's why Pandemonium Attacks is so good. You use 1 Pandemonium, you're exactly at 10. With the grade 2 that's on the board, swinging, Soul Charging 1, as well as the grade 3, yeah, there's 9 cards in Soul right now. So not at 15 just yet. Definitely at 10 with a Persona right now. So 5 cards in way to do the full effect.
If they have a Pandemonium Tactics, they are guaranteed the 15. But I
Well,
don't think
one's
they
in
have it.
drop.
Yeah.
A drop. Damn it. Sorry.
Yeah. So this is. Oh no.
You see, this is exactly where we talked about shield. This is a 20k attacker. Just use shield.
Yep.
Say tink.
Yeah. Just. Yep. There we go. Exactly. Just okay. I'll point at my Vanguard and say, okay, that's blocked now, and this is still kind of threatening, but not nearly as threatening as it could have been if they managed to draw that Pandemonium Tactics, which is interesting because like Pandemonium Tactics has, it is in order. It has no shield, but still, it's just very good. But that also
The
means
value
that
it presents. Yes,
yes,
the value it presents goes over the fact that it doesn't have shield value.
yes, but also because they haven't seen it early enough, Try is going to have an issue with dealing with all of that like pressure later on because it's a very good chance that they actually see it right now in like the drive check, say. Or
This is
just
a 2 to pass for a 48, and
oh,
no double fronts on this side.
and that's only +5 shield to the hand, so that means that blocking that crit is going to be a lot harder.
Ooh.
Because Pandemonium Tactics also, the later you see it, the worse it gets. Because being a like dead card in hand, especially if you end up drawing a second copy, definitely hurts.
Yep. See, we've been talking about orders on Try's side with Pandemonium, but we got to start talking about orders on Narrow's side with Sword. It's his turn. Having a double arm is what the deck wants to do. Has he seen that sword? Seems not.
Oh wait, Nero didn't draw the sword. What? Let me
There's
just
so many
check it.
chances to draw the sword, but at the same time, you still need to draw it, and it is luck based of, well, do I see it or do I not?
And that's you don't want to see grade 3s in hand against. Okay, you don't want to see grade 3s in hand, especially on the drive checks against Barrow Magnus, because the deck just has so much offensive power that it really just gets super threatening.
Yep. This is a very, very tame game. Like, neither of the players have been seeing their necessary perfect pieces to get where they want to go, but at the same time, they've been very careful of not going too high in damage. There we go.
Ooh. Okay, so they have the Pandemonium Tactics, and we do know that Try has the Selfish Engraver in hand, so they can afford to just go for this. Yep. And call the Gomon. Oh wait, no, but they can't use Gomon's skill.
I think Try mathed a bit here, where yeah, sometimes you just you don't you see the resources and you think you have something, but you gotta double check sometimes, and you see you don't. As a blue player, sometimes with the amount of cards we've been getting right now, CB is a very big resource, so you always want to make sure you can pay everything.
Yeah. Ooh, this is definitely not the greatest situation, especially because now they're pretty much just burning the Gomon. I feel like that could have been. Oh wait, no, they could just call out the Gomon if they want.
They can, but now the Gomon's in the front row. There's only one left because they run 2.
Yeah, no, they don't have any left because the first damage was a Gomon.
Exactly. And not to mention, Basaga can retire the front row through her ability, so it'd be in danger regardless. Like, this is a very good play. You're gonna get a counter charge. You got a Sonicer that's a really good power, and the counter charger is gonna go to Soul. So if they do use Basaga's effect, you're only really using one rear guard. That's it.
I think also an alternate play though, like if they wanted to call the Goemon, was maybe call the Goemon to the back row. Because if I remember correctly, Barrow Magnus does not require you call to the front row.
I think a Goemon might have been called also for another reason, and that's just to be a booster to hit. Because I don't think there was a Persona ride, and while Selfish Engraver is an amazing card, she is only a 10k, so she's not hitting anything. Ooh, crits. Crit City, check it and see.
I mean, that was a pretty good set of checks, especially because now they could use the Gungaram and actually get, some more soul, and also, if they wanted to, Soul Blast to, generate a little bit of an advantage, because that's always a thing to consider with that card. You could just randomly just decide, oh yeah, today I will draw a card.
You're completely correct, but at the same time, you got to be very, very careful. You're at a point right now where I believe there's like something like 16, maybe a little bit more cards in Soul, because Selfish Engraver went to Soul. She even hit, so she Soul Charged off of her ability. So you're at that surplus of 15, and you can probably definitely use it to draw, but at the same time, he's a mandatory on-play Soul Charge, and then if you do use his ability, he's a draw card. You're decking yourself out decently fast.
That's true.
I think that's another thing that Nero was doing very smart here. I don't know if it was intentional or by accident, but letting Selfish Engraver hit, because she is also a mandatory Soul Charge if she hits. So you're kind of, it's double-edged sort of, yes, you get a counter charge, but now I'm one card less in deck again.
Ooh, speaking of a double-edged sword, here's a single-edged sword right now in the form of Pravithi. Very, very nice order.
Oh, no. I'd say it's still a double-edged sword. Not only is it going to activate the conditions of double arm, give Vanguard an extra 10k power, do all the lifting shenanigans, but the other edge is going to deal you damage.
That's true. That's true. Very sharp. And I mean, with this crit as well, that's going to probably show up now. I mean, I'd be surprised if they don't go for
There's
the
more
crit.
enough soul, especially because Barrow helped the soul charge.
Yeah.
So being able to just retire, like you got a double critical Vanguard swing. If they decide to take it, you can't activate sword anymore. But at the same time, they're going to be at 5 damage. And if they're risking crits getting revealed and just dying on the spot, like overall, this is just going to be a pressure turn.
This is definitely going to be scary for Try right now, because I don't think I've seen a perfect card yet. And I mean, Try has been a little bit open with their hand.
That is something, like I can talk with experience with this, doing some reward fights. You want a really good angle. Top down is always good because you see the full board, but at the same time, your hand's kind of exposed, and you just forget about it. Like you can put it back, but at the same time, you kind of forget about it, and you get relaxed into the game, and it's like, well, my opponent sees my hand, but sometimes that doesn't matter.
Here we go, choosing to throw that sword, just turning that melee weapon into a projectile. And ooh, a defensive trigger. That's very nice to see. I think that disables their turn completely. Yeah. Oh wait, no.
Could be enough. That's only a 10k boost of a 10, so I believe there was a trigger revealed, so at least that.
Yeah, but I mean, that helped a lot. That defensive really just came in clutch. Oh, yep, just like you were talking about earlier. You know, those, like, that low deck count, really important to consider. Hopefully, Try has a Keenly Loadly in there.
This is going to be a really hard one now because Goemon's already in Soul, Goemon's in deck. There's only 2, and the only way to get him out is through that order that also Soul Charges 3, but then that's 2 CB, so you need Selfish Engraver. The main combo of the deck that I believe that you want to always try to do with Barrow Magnus is no longer available. So now you just got to ask yourself, okay, cool. What do I... Oh, there we go. There's the CB.
The whole issue of, will I have enough counterblast, or not, will I have enough cards in my deck, pretty much gone now.
Did they choose not to activate the ability?
Probably going to use it for the second attack with it.
Ah, yes. I see what you're saying. Put her to Soul, get her out of Soul.
Yes, and they could then use that to go below 15, say, if they have like a card that's in their soul, or not in their soul, in their hand that can actually let them soul charge.
You could honestly go all the way down to 14 and pull out a Selfish Engraver and goes back to soul and countercharges and makes it back to 15.
No defensive there. Definitely hurts for Nero right now, especially because that means that these attacks are going to be pretty big. And
Tink.
okay, yep, the tink.
This is going to be the dangerous one now. That's a 23 Barrow Magnus that's calling out 2 cards, and I'm pretty sure the grade 2 we just saw is going to get a decently big.
And whew, that is a very big board right now, like in terms of just power. And just one of these has to hit.
I like the card selection. Goman
Yep.
definitely. Selfish Engraver, Shield, PGs.
Yep. And whew, there's another assured. Wow.
More countercharge.
They're
More
warming up right now.
countercharge. What was that? 6 cards? I think I counted. So
Definitely
that's
a lot.
30.
Yeah, it's gonna be a lot. So Nero needs a perfect card, probably 2 perfect cards here.
You got a 23 Bear Magnus swinging with double critical. You have a Sonicer over there that's swinging for 28. That's already a front trigger to guard, if not, and 2 more if it's not a front trigger. And now you have a Canley on the rear guard that's gained 40 extra K power, 30 from herself, 10 for Bear Magnus, making her a 50K. Like, those are not numbers that you can just go, yeah, that's easy to.
Yeah, especially because Nero just used the shield there. That means that this is going to be even harder to deal with because you can't just use that get out of jail free card in the form of a tink.
So that's a 1 to pass, 15K shield, and a critical trigger to pass it, and a front trigger for the extra.
Oh, and that's 2 damage. Oh, yep, that's the critical trigger, and that ends the game with Try winning with Barrow Magnus. And I mean, we have seen that Bafsagra can win. I mean, Bafsagra is in top 8 in the Asia Oceania tournament, so
Yes.
definitely not something to scoff at, for sure.
Man, this was just a very, very interesting game. Like we saw both players just go back and forth, not get their most optimal turns, of course, immediately. But that's just the name of the game. You don't draw the sword, or you don't draw Pandemonium, or you're missing this card, you're missing that card. But overall, it's just then, okay, if I'm missing something, how do I then tempo myself to give myself the best advantage? It goes without saying, like if we saw Nero hit a sword earlier, the turns could have been more dangerous because you can now Soul Blast and give Bafsagra a crit. You can now Counter Blast 2 out of your 4 and you can deal a damage in. But that's just the name of the game.
Yeah. And I mean, that was like very smart from Try as well. Just, playing the long game, saying, okay, I saw that they have a lot of grade 1s, so that means that they can't really intercept. Like, none of their cards have intercept outside
That
of.
is one thing. That is
So-
one thing you actually brought up very interestingly. I've never seen a full board on Nero side.
Yeah, and because they didn't really have a full board, like, I think they were not wanting to overcommit so that it wouldn't get sucked in, but also, it also just kind of hurts sometimes because you're just not really pushing for much, and we saw a single defensive pretty much shut down a turn.
It's one of those things, like, I completely understand. Like, Barrow Magnus can be very scary. If they get to 15 immediately, your board basically is gone. You can't do nothing about it. They're going to go to Soul. So that fear is, of course, there, but at the same time, you got to look at the scales and balance it out of, well, I could not call units because they're going to go away and I'm going to lose them. They're going to go to Soul. But at the same time, because I'm not calling units, I am not putting enough pressure to really pressure Barrow in a more winning position for myself. And if they get to 15, they're going to still do their fast attack shenanigans. So does my board really matter that much in the early game? It's very hard to balance those scales.
Yes, and not only that, but also, Bafsagra is one of those decks that can very easily, get back cards that were sucked in because you can Soul Blast them out, and then you can just immediately call them because of Bafsagra's on-arm ability. So definitely like a matchup that I think Nero probably just needed a bit more experience in.
It is also, we got to give Nero some credit. It is just a start deck with some boost set 2 and 1 and 3 support that were never meant for the start deck. That is basically it is in its infancy. I will be very much excited when it gets better, but at the same time, this is what it is now. It's not a bad deck. It can be very dangerous. Double critical Vanguard, it always is. Dealing extra damage through abilities always is. So it's not a deck you can just sleep on and say, "Oh, I'm facing this. I got this." No. You got to be still careful.
Yeah, I mean, like, you could take them from 0 to 4 pretty easily, just off of if you give yourself the crit. If you check a crit and then you just throw the sword right at them, that's already just 4 damage in 1 attack. Pretty
How
scary.
many decks can say I have a free 10k shield every single turn?
Yeah, I mean, that's really strong. You know, it really helps with also dealing with guard restrict things like Goma. You know, stuff like that. Really good.
Oh, I am a bit sad we didn't see Goma in full action, but at the same time, like, that was a very, very, very good decision on Try's end. Like, okay, cool, I'm not gonna get my Goma, but at the same time, I need something for this column to even hit, because if I can't force him to use his 10k from the shield or any cards out of hand, this column is not doing it. I'm not doing the math, so some sacrifices gotta be made. 8k booster, let's go.
Yeah, just okay. Put something out.
And I did love the inclusion of. I didn't know. I don't think we mentioned it in the game, but did you notice that last turn he made a column with Kinley and then a crit? So it's just a 14k swinger. It easily can be guarded with a 5k, but at the same time that crit then win the soul and gave something 2k.
And I mean, like, the 2k didn't really do too much, but the fact that it allowed for that soul to be a little bit bigger by the time that Kinley Ludwig was called back out for the big attack made it so that, you know, it was just a lot more threatening because it just made another stage.
That's big brain plays. Let me put down this crit so I can give something 2k, but 2k is not big. What it's really doing is letting me grab one more card out of soul so I can give 5k to this.
Yes, and that makes it another stage of guarding, another 5k that you have to rip out of your hand, and it gets scary. Like, it really just snowballs super fast.
Speaking of snowball, like, we're gonna see multiple decks this set. We just seen 2 out of the. I'm gonna make a very, very rough estimate. Like, we have currently in the game with this introduction of Basagar, the start deck in December. If I'm not mistaken, 16 different ride lines, right?
Let's see. There's the 10 that we had at the very start. Then there's Basagar for 11. There's
and then plus five more for every nation.
Yep,
Five
so
more for every nation.
16
5 more, 1 per nation.
16. Then plus I think the 6 more from Lyrical Monasterio too.
Yes,
So,
Lyrical.
22, which is
22.
And then
Thank you. I was missing Lyrical.
once the collaboration set comes out, Token Ranbu Online, Shaman King, Record of Ragnarok. I'm excited for the Shaman King and Record of Ragnarok ones. I've read Record of Ragnarok. Huge fan.
But for today, there's only 22 ride lines. You could say there's 22 decks, but like we mentioned in the beginning, the amount of deck tech in different styles and mixing of ride lines, there's not only 22 decks. There's more than that. That's almost double more, and if not triple, fourth. Like, there's so many different versions we can see. Of course, some versions do better than others. A pure Bruce does better than a Barrow Bruce. A Barrow Bruce is a thing. Trust me, I've been thinking about it.
Yes. I mean, the moment that Unrivaled came out, or the moment Unrivaled was revealed, I'm like, Barrow Bruce? But then, unfortunately for me, they made it the same Final Rush conditions as the original Bruce, which I feel like was probably intentional. But you know, I was hopeful that I would be able to then just be like, oh, okay, because I was hoping also that Unrivaled was not going to be once per turn. It was just like, okay, if you have 5 more souls, just keep spitting it out, just keep going.
You and people that I've talked to, like Eric, talked to Eric, Vanguard Insider, and he was already, the second the Great Fours were announced, he was already doing like this math and equations about everything. Like, how can I in premium just stride from my deck a Great Four Bruce and activate Final Rush?
Yeah. That would have been so hyped too, like, of just being able to just like, but enough about like what could have been. What is happening with that, like what will happen with Diablo's Unrivaled Bruce it's going to be a pretty strong grade 4. Definitely threatening, being able to restand your whole front row, a Vanguard restand and restanding rear guards.
Yes.
It's very scary, especially because Bruce has a lot of cards that make your front row bigger, so that even though you can't Persona Ride with Unrivaled Bruce, you can still do things like Pandemonium Tactics or Hellblast Full Dive. Big fan of both of those. I think both of them have fantastic names and artwork and abilities. So,
there's no doubt in this tournament, especially, we're gonna see some Bruce matches here and there. The Bruce is very strong.
Yeah.
It is definitely considered to be one of the stronger decks in the format right now. We're gonna see him in the future, but how decks easily change. Like, people are already trying to make a Unrivaled Bruce list and all that, and we've been seeing, if I remember his name correctly, Brian being included, just being able to give 5k to the front and a critical to Vanguard. But that same card that's being considered for grade 4 Bruce, I don't think we're gonna see as much Brian's, if that is the name, in set 3 Bruce's here in the tournament. Like, it's a good card. 5k to the front row is good, but it's Soul Blast 2 and critical Vanguard is fine and dandy, but you're not a restand Vanguard. Bruce is never gonna be like, most people take a Bruce swing and they guard the rear guard.
Yeah, exactly. Like, that's one of the big things as to, like, Brian definitely felt like a card that was made for the future. So it's like, like being like, okay, we'll make this card that then you can, for those of you who like bought everything from Dark States, you'll feel rewarded by then already having everything you need for Unrivaled Bruce.
Now, speaking of which, there's another deck that I do want to highlight. We've seen it in Asian Oceania be decently in the top 8, and that is the, like you mentioned before, the combo of Gravidia and Orphist. Like, for some reason that deck never came to my mind. I first heard it literally 5 hours ago watching the other bro. And then it clicked to me. It's like, oh yeah, that works. Oh yeah, that works. Oh yeah, that works.
And not only that, but also, like, you could do that to keep Abyssal Dark Knight or just Dark Knight active, because you can just, like, whenever you ride the Gravidia, you get the 1, and then, or you get the 2, and then you get to put down another, so that your Desijade is still getting that power bonus.
Unfortunately, if the ruling hasn't changed, I believe that is unfortunately not the case.
No. I'm talking about getting rid of them. Getting rid of, like, spitting out the meteors that turn. Yeah. So you spit out the meteors. You set you right back at Dark Knight or Abyssal Dark Knight.
Yes.
Because you generate that exact amount in one turn.
Yes, because for people at home, like, whenever you have the world orders in your order zone, they activate Abyssal Dark Knight and Dark Knight. But the second you have any other order, aka Jail, aka Meteor, they don't activate Abyssal Dark Knight or Dark Knight at all, because you have that other order. But just like Peter just mentioned and clicked in my head, it's like, hey, let me just get rid of 5 of these meteors that are in here. I'm back at the Abyssal Dark Knight.
Yeah, and especially when the new one comes out, the one in set 4, that really big one, the grade 2 one, that makes it even scarier, because that means you could just get to the 5, like the 5 count, because it counts as 2 when you destroy it.
Exactly.
And that's terrifying.
I'm just overall excited to see what other games we're going to be able to feature, just seeing different deck lists. Like this Barrow Magnus that we just saw, it is a very straightforward Turbo Barrow Magnus, but there's been cards in there that I want to see. I was like, oh yeah, that it does exist, and it does help the deck, and it can be a playstyle. Like Goman is, to me, obvious, but at the same time, being able to add like a couple of Kenleys for that, I'm going to deck out, and then especially highlighting Steam Mage Ashurada. That extra shield, like those are cards that me personally in a Barrow Magnus deck wouldn't put, but then I can definitely see other players playing because they're just good cards and definitely get great merits.
Yeah, it's like, I just like that set 3 just had so many things that you could just mix. Just going, okay, let me just put this in the deck it's intended to, and also something else completely different.
Exactly. Anyway, we're gonna kind of go easy on the ranting a little bit, because some people are still concluding game 1, and we're going to slowly start going into round 2s. So we're going to go to a quick little short break, kind of get everything situated, and then hopefully when we get back, we'll be able to see round 2, who we're featuring, what decks are playing, and how things have been going. So stick around for that.
See you soon.
So, hi, my name is Johan. I'm from France, and I participated in BSFO 2021, in which I got first place in V Premium in NA with Bermuda Triangle Prism, and then I also got the third place Europe with Gastil Premium, and the second place of stand-up format for EU with Bastion. I took all three formats with. I was pretty happy about it. Yeah, so well, it was quite difficult because there was a lockdown in my country. Actually. So I trained with my girlfriend. We played every day and each format. And yeah, we tried many days. We had a good idea of what the format looked like. So yeah, we kept practicing every day. I wasn't really expecting to top. I mean, I really play tested a lot. And I also participated to the shop league, the remote shop league. But it was just because I found the game funny, but I never expected to top or play to top. So I started Vanguard in 2019. And so my first event was BSF France 2019. And well, that was a great experience. So wanted to do another event. So I went to Cardiff the same day, the same year. And then I participated in many BCS this season. It was the last BCS season. Really great experience. So I hope it will come back very soon. Initially, I started the game with my girlfriend. So we traveled together, mainly together. I mean, and, sometimes when there were some other French people who traveled with us, but yeah, well, in Paris we had a small group who travel a lot. Very interesting and very weird at the same time, because I like the fact that I can play with anyone in the world, like with Australian people, and it was a really good experience because I'm not used to play with these people. Like I think Singapore people and even NA people. That was the first time I played with them. It was great in that regard, and at the same time, you don't see your opponent. You only see the hand, so well, you can't read on his face. Well, after a game is played, you can't go with your friends and talk about the game. Hopefully, I had a group of friends with whom I chatted during the event to recreate the atmosphere of a real event, but it's never the same. So I registered, I think, 5 tournaments. So I know some people registered for like the 9 tournaments. I don't know how they did. Yeah, I decided to only participate in 5 because I think I needed to sleep just to be able to play correctly. Maybe I played like 12 hours a day. I didn't sacrifice sleep time for the tournament. And so for people who want to participate, so maybe it's a bit late, but they should prepare before, like a month before, if they want to have a chance to talk. If they just want to have a fun moment, I think that's a great experience to chat with people as well, because after a game you can just chat with people and have a different view of the game. Thanks for listening, and good luck for the tournament. Ciao.
Doesn't look like this pandemic's clearing up. Guess we're not gonna have any tournaments anytime soon, huh?
Fight!
contestant number 42, first warning. At no point during the game should your deck, the cards on your field, or the cards in your hand go out of the screen. To ensure fair gameplay, everybody's decks, cards on the field, as well as cards in their hands must remain on screen at all times during a game. First time, you get a warning. Second time, you get a game lost. Please continue the game.
Okay, so 1, 2, and 3.
As Warpgate technology is not available to the public yet, this is how deck cutting will be implemented during the tournament. First, split them into 3 piles. Label them 1, 2, and 3. Your opponent will instruct you on how to arrange the piles in.
On your side, let's do 2, 1, 3.
Okay, so 2, 1, 3. So 2, 1, 3. Okay.
Ugetoru 受け取るがいい。我が5万パワーを持つブラッドブラックでお前のヴァンガードをアタック。
When your opponent disconnects during a game, ping a judge and let them know what happened. The player who disconnected in the middle of the game will get 1 strike. The second time they disconnect during a game, they will get a game loss.
Sorry, my bad. Disconnected. Can we continue the game?
Oh, hey, welcome back, dude. Anyway, as I was saying, 我が5万パワーを持つブラッドブラックでお前のヴァンガード。
Cut the shenanigans, please. While shenanigans are technically not a rule violation, to ensure smooth gameplay, please declare all intentions and moves to your opponent clearly.
Okay, sorry, got it.
いいだろう。お前の攻撃を受けて立つ。
Attack your Vanguard, 23,000 power.
Okay, no god.
Then attack your Vanguard. This is gonna be 33,000 power.
No god, no god.
Attack your Vanguard. This is gonna be 51,000 power. Huh?
Hey guys, I'm Fiona.
I'm Matthew.
Alright, so an online tournament is actually our best option in providing a community a way to continue playing their favorite card games during this pandemic. First time, you can always check out the video here in the top right corner to learn more about the setup required, and the link up to the video is also available in the description box below.
Right, so it may not be the same as attending a physical tournament, but there'll still be rules and etiquette that you need to follow to ensure a smooth run of the event. So for more information, do take a look at the stuff in the description box below.
Everyone is just here to have fun and maybe win some prizes. Rules are put in place to give the players some assurance, and we hope that no one in the community spoils the fun for anyone else. Good luck and have fun.
Comment down below what you think about this video or just to say hi. Don't forget to like and subscribe and ring the bell so you get a notification every single time we post a video. Till then, take care, stay safe, see ya! No worries, I memorized it.
Okay, rolling. 3, 2, 1, go.
An online tournament is our best option in providing a way for our community to continue playing their card games. Ah!
No worries, I memorized it.
Weiss Schwarz!
Time to make your move, little sister.
Then I guess I'll attack your character.
Aha! I saw that coming, and I'll counter your attack with me!
Ruby, now coming to Weiss Schwarz.
As an English edition original.
Trial Deck Plus, Booster Pack, and Supply Set.
On sale December 17th.
Bushiroad!
Cardfight Vanguard Overdress! Power up your deck with these new cards! Journey forth with your new allies! Booster Pack, Advance of Intertwined Stars, coming soon! Bushiroad!
Hi, my name is Chad Lusky. I am the BSFO North America Premium Champion. I played Murakumo, specifically the Nuadayo archetype. So I prepare for all large regional events in a similar way. I typically test with friends remotely or at our local game store by buying a large chunk of the top meta decks that I'm considering playing, and I run a gauntlet against them. For some events, this means hundreds of hours of playtesting, looking for specific niche things to get right. However, BSFO was a little bit different. Due to COVID restrictions, I wasn't actually able to test in person at my local game store, and a majority of my Cardfight playing friends were taking breaks waiting for things to die down. So I played in a few community-run webcam events, and outside of that, 99% of my testing time was against one friend, and his online tag is Royal Lover, so thank you so much for the help. Yeah, so I started playing the game in V-Series. It feels like so long ago already. My first ever Bushiroad event was the first V-Series BCS in Anaheim, California, where I actually piloted OTT to a top 8. That was a fantastic deck. I love that format. Not very many people did, but I did. I also managed to get second place at Premium BCS Anaheim with Neonectar. And with my team, we got top 4 at Bushiroad Springfest 2019. I was piloting Anj at that point. My friend Andrew actually learned Gize the night before, and we sat him down and we're like, okay, time to learn Gize. You check your triggers, you win. It was fun. Large-scale events are always a blast. I usually always end up with butterflies in my stomach, like traveling to and right before. And I always question, did I prepare it properly? Did I pick the right deck? But, once you get there and you start meeting people, you start playing, time flies, and it's always a good time. Yeah, so learning Premium as a new player is difficult but very rewarding. The card pool is ginormous, right? We have hundreds of, more than that, thousands of cards that all do very niche things, especially heading into G-Series and even before that. To me, it was always interesting when I would get got by like this card I've never seen before. I would have to look it up, and then I would look at all the cards from that clan because I'd be like, I don't want to get got again. But balancing, I split my time pretty evenly originally between the formats. And once I felt like I was in a solid place with one, I would reduce the amount of playtime. So it would start 50-50. Standard was the first format. V-Standard with OTT was the first format where I felt very comfortable in, so I reduced that to like 80% Premium, 20% V-Standard in that format. Now with B-Series, playtesting 3 formats can be rough. Your time is split, that's for sure. Especially right now, where Premium is kind of more open. There's less of a defined meta right now, and so there's a lot more to watch out for. There's a lot more cards you can get got by. I'd say right now I'm putting 60% of my time into Premium. I'm putting 20% of my time into V Standard or V Premium, I believe, and then I'm putting that remaining 20% into D Series. Thankfully, D Series, the format's newer, so there's less to be surprised by. Definitely a different experience, to say the least. I wouldn't say it's bad. There are pros and cons, and I think one of the pros is I got to have my cats as emotional support throughout the tournament. But there are some definite difficulties. The internet can be finicky, webcams can be blurry, and communication can be difficult, right? Like there's some things that you miss when you're not in person. But despite that, I think the online play experience is a net positive. I was able to play against players that I'd likely only see at Worlds, and my friends create a Discord chat where we hung out in between rounds, which kind of emulated that experience of talking about your bad beats and stuff like that in between rounds. I also really like public deck lists, and that's something that we can do super easily online. It lets me prepare for my upcoming matchup, and it prevents me from like getting got, right, as often, because I can recognize maybe a combo that I hadn't seen before. Most importantly, I'm just happy to play some form of competitive Vanguard. As a person, I only play card games that have like a competitive like tournament structure to them. And with the world events derailing all of that for every card game, basically, it made me really miss it. And so having Bushiroad step up and offer an online competitive event is super cool and important. I'd love for BRO to stick around even in a post-pandemic world. Maybe as a mid-year event to help bridge the gap between BSF and BCS. Yeah, so I think this is just a common card game philosophy that every player should adopt. And this is kind of relevant.
All right.
Hey!
Whew, welcome back. Welcome back, everyone, to Bushiroad Rumble Online. Philip, are you excited for this next round?
Yes. Yes, I am excited, Peter. Thank you for asking. Anyway, it's going to be very interesting to see what we get to see in round 2. Because right now, only round 1 is done. 50% of the people won, 50% of the people lost. It's as simple as that. So there's not really, like, whoever's in top 8 right now, it really doesn't say anything because there's so many other people that are 1-0. There's some, I did look through the charts kind of to see what familiar names here and there popped up. I think I saw that Derek Dow won his round 1. I think I saw WCC's Kel won his round 1. WCC's Kai lost his round 1 as well as Different Fine. Like, some familiar names. Maxime got his round 1. So it's going to be very interesting to see how this tournament pans out. But I do want to ask you this before we get to round 2 and what matches we're going to see is what matchups do you want to see? Because, of course, in this game, there's always those matchups where this deck favors against this one, or this one can play better against this than this, and so forth. So what kind of matchup do you want to see?
I want to see some Gravidia Orphist, or some Orphist Gravidia, I guess. And I mean, like, that deck is so cool. I think it deserves to, be on stream at least once. And I mean, I also really want to see some Bruce. I mean, like, we'll have to see it eventually, but I mean, like, we have to see it, like, at least once. And I like it a lot.
It's going to be very interesting, especially on the top of Bruce. Like, Bruce playing against, let's say, something like Overdress, it's going to have kind of the advantage of not only being able to push, but also with certain cards like Derek and Eden being able to retire those Overdress units. But at the same time, as a Bruce player myself, I can tell you, Overdress is scary. They can early game grade 2 rush you. They have really good units for it, and you're just sitting there taking it.
Not only that, too, but if they go first and they have the regular arena in hand, I know I played against, last night, I played against Daniel Jesus Herrera and, the former world champion. And he went first against me. I did not have a grade 1 in hand, and he had the Farina. Yep, he popped Matt, and I'm like,
Yep. See, that's why anytime I play against any deck that's capable, even Jail has that nice, speed car that let's just jail it your Matt easily. I just go, you have these many cards that can get rid of Matt. Here's this many cards. If I have to sacrifice grade 0s, I'm sacrificing.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, like,
a matchup I really do want to see how it pans out. Ooh, let's see here. I gotta say, I want to see if we're gonna see sooner or later a Greedon versus Eugene.
That would be funny. That would be very funny. Because for those who don't know, Eugene, you want to retire things. Greedon, you don't have things on the board naturally. Like, normally the counterplay to Eugene involves, not calling much of a board, if any board. But Greedon, you call the board, but it sucks in. So that counterplay is not awkward at all. It's what your deck does. So it's a very unfortunate matchup.
Exactly, because it's one of those things where you're stopping Eugene's one of its core mechanics, Soul Blast 5, get a free board, keep hand, retire. and all that, but at the same time you're nerfing yourself, but not, because Greedon right now can only do 3 attacks, 2 Vanguard swings, 1 more rearguard, or 2 rearguard swings, 1 Vanguard swing. Regardless, you're only getting 3 attacks max. But to get the 3 attacks with 2 Vanguard swings, you're leaving a rearguard open, so Eugene can just go pop and go. So you're sacrificing that last or first rearguard swing, depending on your playstyle, in order to, you know, stop Eugene from being able to retire your stuff, getting their own things on the board. So it's that weird balance we already talked about, and it just becomes a game of attrition. Like, am I gonna get the necessary triggers? Do you have the necessary shield? Eventually, Greedon's gonna deck out, but hey, we're gonna get there when we get there.
And I mean, speaking of deck out, Eugene also decks out pretty fast, especially if you're using that Soul Blast 5.
Exactly. If you use it against Greedon, you're probably not if they stop you. So then Eugene's one of its, I won't say weakness, one of its downsides is deck out. Well, now you're playing against a deck that's not letting you play your mechanic. So, okay, now I don't have to at least worry about deck out.
That's true. That's true. And now that Eugene's got some new cards, like, for example, Ethan. Well, not Ethan, sorry. I'm thinking of Dustin. Ethan's the one that retires himself. Dustin, that triple rare, so good. I love it. I picked up the Eugene deck after set 3 came out because I'm like, I just really like this. Dustin, such a cool card. Best Harvest? That is so cool. And if you put the Dustin down, Best Harvest, you're filtering through your deck so fast.
See, that's another thing. Best Harvest, really good card when you can retire. And if we just take that Greedon example of getting back, it's not a good card. There's nothing to retire. But you know what then happens? You change your style. You change what you're doing. You look at I'm playing Greedon. Best Harvest, thank you being ditch fodder.
Yeah, it's like, I don't want to play with you anymore.
See, Jail is very similar to that. Like using Snow, using the Jail mechanic. I've built a Jail deck that basically looked like a weird Highlander, 2 to 3 copies of everything in the deck. And it just was versatile. Like, okay, I'm playing against this deck. I'm not gonna need this card. I can discard it. Or I'm playing against, let's put an example. I'm playing against Bastion. Oh, I have this nifty order that says for every card in my Jail, that little rearguard over there is going to lose 5 cancels in a turn. Guess who's not restanding with power now? But, exactly. But, and then the grade 2 inside of Jail, I believe her name was Violet or something. She stops, she's basically a PG for Jail, but only against grade 2 or less. So against Bastion, that's my ditch target. And then you flip the scales around, you go to Magnolia. Well, I'm not going to really need this. There's nothing that restanding and there's not much power. I'm going to ditch this and use Violet against Care Bear.
Yeah. It's definitely a really interesting thing too. Like the idea of the fact that you discard to ride really changes up the entire like idea of like how you use your hand compared to any other format in the game.
Well, enough about how the decks work with the discard. I want to see what cards are even available to discard. Let's take a look at the first player, their first deck, and see what we're working it at in round 2.
Let's roll it. And it looks like our first player is WCC.
I didn't mention it. Kel's right
feeling
here.
I'm feeling it right now. If it's a Bruce player as the other player, then this is literally exactly what I'm like. You know, could really see some Gravidia Orphist and some Bruce.
Man, I'm sorry. The second I look at this deck list, especially at the ride line, I'm thinking like, man, this man is just trying to confuse the opponent all the way until grade 3. It's like, flip up the starter. Oh, I'm playing against Jail. I'm gonna keep these cards, maybe discard this card. Get the grade 1. Oh no, it's Orphist. Never mind. I'm gonna keep these cards, discard these cards. Go to grade 3. Oh, it's Gravidia. Well, what are you doing?
Yeah, it's definitely interesting to like see using technically 3 different ride lines because of the starter, but I mean that doesn't really affect in an open decklist format like for example BRO being, you know, you could see your opponent's deck, so that doesn't really like that diversion doesn't really matter anymore. But I really like this.
Forget about it. Never mind.
Yeah, it's open deck list. When you enter the battle fight, you and your opponent both can see each other's deck. Like it's actually like open. Like you see the link to their deck log.
Fair. You learn something new every day. Anyway, back to the deck list. I do love the inclusion of some cards in here. You got, let's see here, 3 copies of Destigiate, if I pronounce that correctly. But that's a very good Bruce card. Orphist card. Man, I cannot speak right now. But overall, like, if you can get 3 Shadow Army tokens on the board, there's your restander, and especially the fact that if you can manage to do Nordlinger's effect and double triggers, if you get double triggers, put them on him. He's a restander now.
Yeah, it's really effective. I don't think you can get to the 3 though for his like restand, because if I remember correctly, it's 3 Shadow Army tokens he has to retire.
You're not wrong. So that's a very interesting then addition.
The reason why
deck.
though, the reason why is that he's early game. He's a beater that hits for 12 on his own. That plus, so the 12 plus the 15 or plus the 15 makes him 27. A very good number to have, especially early game. And if you get the second one out, then that makes him 30, which is also very strong. Or you can go alternatively, put a Bobo Mine behind him. He's 15 or he's 20. And that's also really strong, because then that means that turn 2, that's a card that even if they hit a defensive, they can't guarantee, or they still have to guard against it.
Exactly. Another thing I do want to mention with Nordlinger at all, like the fact that you had to run so many meteors, your deck options kind of dwindle down. You can't run as many grade 2s, as many grade 1 deck options as you want. So you got to be very selective. And what card I want to point out because of that is the grade 3 over there, Twisting Bulldoze. It's a very simple card, but for a deck like this, like whenever Nordlinger first came out, even me and my buddy that played the deck were thinking about putting this in. It's a very simple effect, you know, when it attacks, and if you have more riggers than your opponent, which you will because of the meteors, like being able to retire so many, Cannibus one, Soul Charge one, and it gets an extra 10k power. More power is never hurt, and Soul Charge is a very good mechanic for the deck.
Yeah, it's really good in general, and also like the fact that it becomes a beater that's actually like got a significant size to it really helps.
Anyway,
I know
enough
because
I
played against him last night. No, I was me. No, I played against him last night. That thing put in so much work.
See, let's see if you were correct on the nose. If this deck is going to be facing, you know who. I want to see what the opponent is, what the other deck list is. Come on, Peter. Let's see.
Let's see if the roll is correct. And it is! Woo!
Oh boy. Is it fair to say that this is a Bruce deck that's basically set 2 plus? Not really set 3 Bruce, but more set 2 plus?
Yeah, I guess. And this is actually pretty close to what my normal list is. I personally switched up my list a little bit for BRO. I put in some Reginas and I took out, I made it 4 crit, but normally I like to go for the 8 crit actually. So this is almost identical actually, except for they're running 1 more Hellblast Full Dive and 1 less Protobulb Dragon.
See, I'm glad that you and me are both decently versed in Bruce, because mine is very, very much centered around the set 3, because I'm running Derek, of course. I'm running Regina. As a spice, I'm also running Mabel.
Ooh, that is spicy.
I've sacrificed Mjolnir and Protobulb.
Huh.
And I've actually played 6 orders, and I believe the ratio was 3 Pandemonium and 3 of, Hellblast Full Dive.
Okay, interesting. So you'll have like even more Persona rides almost.
Exactly. Kind of almost guaranteed that 20k power to the front row and just push. And of course, Dober. Like, Dober is such a good boy.
Dober is the best boy out there. Like, he not only does he protect, he also attacks.
Yes, like this is a very, very straightforward Bruce deck, and I do like it. Like, don't get me wrong, I did mention my list, but at the same time, like I completely agree with this. Like, you got Protobulb, he's gonna do what he does. If everything lines that combined with Leonard, it's gonna be hard, but you have the potential of 7 attacks in this deck?
Yes. If you have, say, 2 Protobulbs, 2 Leonards, or say like 2 Protobulbs, a Marjorie, and a Leonard, then yes, you can get 7 attacks in a turn, and that is so scary.
Exactly. Overall, this is gonna be a very interesting match to see. So why not see it?
Let's get into it.
How is this going to turn out? That's going to be the question. So yeah, we're going to switch over to the players, let them begin, and enjoy the show.
And
It's also going to come
Kel-
down to. Sorry, so sorry.
Oh no. I was just talking about their mats.
Ah, yes, beautiful. But
Yeah.
you can agree with me. A big part of this game is going to be who goes first, because
Yes.
Bruce going first, you're going first. Bruce going second, as my friend likes to call it, you're going third.
Yeah, definitely. And now that Maka has managed to go first here, that means that it's going to be a lot easier for him against Kel, because Kel is definitely a very good player. Being a member of WCC, you can't get into WCC not being a good player. Like, that's like a bare minimum. You have to have like quite a few results under your belt. And I mean, we're going to see exactly how good he is as a player, and also probably see how good Maka is as a player. I've never heard of this player before, but I mean, Bruce is definitely very strong, and I mean, with a very good deck, very good players really start to shine.
See, like you said, Kel has experience behind him because of WCC and all that, so he probably already knows, all right, I'm playing against a Bruce. One of the good strategies is rush him. They can't do much until turn first, so put him to high damage as fast as possible. I don't have to worry about swinging at the rear guards because my whole mechanic is retiring, so if they put down a board, I'm going to eat that. So he's got a very good, straightforward game plan. Maka is going to be here, the very key player to look at of how are they going to play? Conservative, aggressive, this and that, because if you know your opponent is Nordingler, whatever, you got to understand, like, yes, you're going to get to grade 3 first. Yes, you're going to get to final rush faster than you would have going second, but at the same time, you can't really commit a board because those meteors are going to just say, resource, goodbye.
Yeah, it is like, it is so devastating. And also, interesting to put the Bubble Mine behind the Vanguard, probably because they want to then, maybe they have another Bubble Mine or something, but next turn, we'll oh no!
And this game just got turned around very, very fast.
So that's 2 damage, and for the rest of the game, Maka will be having a Vanguard with +10 and a crit. That is so dangerous. Okay. Heal.
That is optimal. Like, the Dark States Overtrigger, you always want to see it as soon as possible. And going first, the first time you're gonna dry check is on your grade 2 turn. This was optimal seeing your Overtrigger. So this whole game has turned a little bit against Kel. He's gonna have a much harder time than originally planned. So he's gonna have to adapt and overcome.
This is going to be very difficult for Kel, especially because, in this upcoming turn, they're going to go for the Orphis grade 2, and then right after that, probably play the World, to bring out a Shadow Army token. This will help, but you don't necessarily want to call out a column, so yes, you just go for the full front row, because for those who don't know, Leonard attacking a full column means that you can get a lot of value. Not only off of just clearing a column, but also just off of being able to potentially just get another attack.
Not to mention, this is helping the whole strategy of rush a Bruce. Get a Bruce player to high damage. They can't waste too many resources. So, is he opting to swing a Derek? That is a very... Oh, no, he's opting to see if he can want to intercept with a Derek, which I honestly find very, very smart, because putting down a Derek, you are putting some pressure with the early game rush, but at the same time, now you've put a very key piece on the board that can easily get retired by Meteor, so you're using the most of his benefit by also intercepting with it now. So, good play.
Also, speaking of this rush right now, no defensive versus Kel checking a heal means that Kel is going to be taking a 2 damage lead right now, which is very big, especially because that's pretty much completely undone the crit.
See, but it's now dangerous, because if I were in Maka's shoes, like, you go Bruce and you just swing Bruce, you wait until you can get to final rush because you don't want the rear guards to get retired. Your Bruce is already a double critical, which means if they take it, they're either going to 3 damage or they're going to more if you rip any crits. Like, this is very, very dangerous now for Kel. Like, he can say no guard to get more CB for his effects, but at the same time, like, rip 2 crits accidentally, hey, I just put you to 5 from 1.
Yeah, it's definitely a deck that can, like, just completely turn any, like, even a good-looking situation just into a huge deficit in a matter of seconds. And, like, you have to always be super careful against Bruce. And with this 23k, even a 15k shield right here, just a trigger, is going to be 1 to pass.
I think, like, I didn't want to mention this before the overtrigger got hit and then everything just go up. But the Boba Man in the back row was honestly, in my honest hunch opinion, but there because of the whole trigger to pass. Like, being able to swing with a 16k Vanguard at your opponent's 8k, that's not a 15k shield 1 to pass or overtrigger to pass. No pass or overtrigger to pass. That is, yeah, 15k shield 1 to pass. So it's that extra fear of, well, do I just take it? Do I waste shield and then they hit a trigger and now I'm at higher damage and
Yeah, and I mean, also, the fact that Maka runs 8 criticals means that the chances of just, if you no-guard the Vanguard, just taking way more than 2 damage is just really high. It's so scary.
This is going to be now the very interesting part. Like, you got 2 meteors that you just put into your order zone. You're probably going to draw 2 cards. I don't know if you're going to soul charge any. That comes down to playstyle. So if you have at least 1 more meteor in hand, that's already a 28k. Well, actually, Boba Main boosting 36k double critical Vanguard from Gravidia. So this is going to be a decent turn, but not the 5 that does the whole shenanigans.
Yeah, it's not going to be quite as threatening. So probably doesn't want to. Kel probably doesn't want to go for the retiring any order or any meteors at all right now because it's generally not the easiest to. Well, you're not getting any value off of just retiring 3 here.
Right.
So probably wants to save them up. Maybe not call any Destitutes if they have them, and then just wait a turn. And then, so that next turn, because Bruce will build up a board next turn. Because, you want the Leonards, the Protobulbs, the Marjories, all of that good stuff. It really is just going to be like, playing it a bit patiently.
Yes. We did see here a very interesting. We usually see Gravidia Barringer on the Vanguard doing the whole Soul Blast 3, draw a card, 5k, and all that. But we've seen it on the Rigger right now. And the 1 copy that's in his deck.
Mm-hmm. The one-ofs are always the ones you see. Like we saw, the one-of copy of Keenly Ludley last round is what we saw.
Yep. Now, this is going to be very interesting. Like we just talked about, there's no cards on the board on Bruce. There's no reason to get any meteors just because you're not going to get the full effect. 15k is the only thing you can get. That's just wasting CB, wasting the Boba Mains, not retiring anything. Like, a vanilla turn is all you need. You just drew 2 cards from your meteors. You just double credit your opponent with a dry check. You're going to get 2 more cards to your hand because of the dry check. So there's just we're going to just prep.
Wow, and another heal. So both of these players have healed twice this game.
2 apiece. Why not?
And that does help with defending against this board here because that means that this defensive power is going to be nice to have.
Very. That's a 23k Bruce. Granted, the swingers are also decent. You have a Shadow Army token as a 15k booster. You have that Barringer that we just talked about that gained 5k. On top of that, I think he also gained a trigger. So it's not a easy guard, but at the same time, 15k shields is enough.
Oh no, wait. Kel left a Bobo Mine behind the Vanguard. Going against Bruce, that's like leaving a booster behind your Vanguard is one of the last things you want to do because
it's really hard because you gotta understand. I can kind of see Kel's mindset. He could have just honestly forgotten as well, but at the same time, it's one of those things like, well, yes, you can get rid of a Boba Mine because of Leonard, but at the same time, you're really wasting a Boba Mine effect of counter charge.
I think that, sad. But then that means that your opponent has to do 6 Vanguard attacks and.
Well, that's also if your opponent even has a Leonard.
Which, I mean, it's very likely.
I don't see it just yet.
That's probably waiting for the Hellblast full dive to call it out. Oh!
I don't see it.
Never punished. Never punished.
Granted, 2 of those.
Wait, did they just retire their Dober?
No, the Dober was never on the board.
Oh, okay. Okay.
That was just a hell dive. But with 2 Marjorns, however you say her name.
Marjorie.
Exactly. Like, this is a very good opportunity to kind of filter your handout. And there's Protobulb, so this is going to be a very, very interesting turn.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and I actually like this play here. So they're putting pretty much only things that clear themselves.
Yep. You are going to be left with, if everything goes according to plan, one rear guard, because Portable can swing, do that and so that can swing, put that assault. This is going to be a very interesting turn. Possibly one rear guard is going to be left on board, I think, or maybe minimum 2.
Yeah, 1 to 2 rear guards. It's definitely going to be a pretty low amount, and so you're not going to. Oh, wow! These defensives.
See, that's clutch at the same time, but you gotta understand, there's a Persona Ride, a Hell Dive, and now the Grade 3 is his own ability. That's a 43k swinger. And now he's giving 10 more K power because of Dober somewhere else. He can make another 43k column or a 53 if he uses the effect. Like, oh, Vanguard. Oh, okay, I can see why. A 43k boost. You want that some of that pressure.
Yeah, it's definitely scary to have a Vanguard at 43 with a crit. Ooh, especially because these Marjories are each going to be 43 on their own as well. You're going to have to guard a lot per attack, and that means that Kel probably can't afford to block everything.
See, I love what he's doing right here, not using them here, only being a 33, because then he can use it later and suck up the other Marjorie in the other column, or Protobulb in the back row, or however he chooses to do it.
Yes. Okay, so we're seeing.
Oh, I just remembered something. Persona Ride, Hell Dive, Dober, and Overtrigger. This is a 53k double critical Bruce right now.
You're right, 53, not 43. So, Kelly, you better have a perfect card right now.
My God.
There it is.
Still, I'm seeing a lot of meteors be dropped, like for ride targets, for
Double Leonard.
Leonard. That is basically communicating like, hey, you know what's coming.
Yeah, it's like, okay, you better get rid of that Bobo Mine as soon as you can, because I am going to hit very hard.
I do want to ask you a question regarding Leonard. Have you ever been in that situation where you have a Leonard and they don't have anything behind the Vanguard, and you see a juicy 2-column card, 2 cards in a column, and
I love going for that column. Let me clear that board. I was playing as a Laronarol player yesterday, and I cleared the column, and they're like, oh, now I can't do anything.
Man, like, I hope we see Leonard at action, maybe. Like, both players are now at 3 damage, so the game's nowhere near done. Like, this is still going to be very, very, very interesting to watch, because Protobulb activating here, putting the Malyor, whatever.
Marjorie.
Thank you. Putting her to Soul, grabbing something out of Soul, and then immediately using the other Marjorie to put Protobulb into Soul and draw a card, Soul Charge a card, leaving only 1 card on board, really using as much of your resources as possible.
Yeah, it's definitely a very good play here. And Kel's taken 2 damage. So that means they blocked 2 attacks so far that are huge. So,
not to mention a Vanguard that was double critical.
Wow. Whoa. So Maka's done a very good job of burning through Kel's hand. That's been 4 cards burned out of Kel's hand.
I can completely understand why. I think I know why Kel did that, because you gotta understand, Bruce is one of those decks, like 5 attacks, big numbers. If you can stay at decent low damage and help it, being able to just take a hit that's 50k, that can easily save you. That's cards that you're not burning in your hand later down the road. So I love the calculation of, these are the attacks I gotta guard, because if I don't draw any good shield, I need that buffer damage to just be able to take.
Yeah, it's really good. Like, really good play here of just, going, okay, the more times that I have opportunities to take damage means the easier it'll be to guard each of these attacks in the future as well, because it's potential defensives, but Kel's also checked quite a few triggers, so in the future, those
right now, if he drive checked a grade 3 and a grade 2, that's only 5k shield in his hand.
So it might run dry here, and Boba Mine's still there.
Well, if he didn't use it now and he swings on another column, unfortunately, he has missed timing now. This is one of those things like rulings and players and all that, but if I forget a Boba main at that end of battle, like, I usually ask my player, is it all right? Like, usually players are going to be okay with it. It doesn't change the game state at all. It is one of those effects, like, you mix it up between end of battle and end of turn, so it usually is fine.
Yeah. And, okay, so that does mean that Maka will have a little bit harder of a turn, but I mean, like, you could just, with the Persona Ride, and I think they had a Hellblast full dive,
They
could
added it with Protobulb.
Yes, you're right. So they can just they can use Leonard here for a huge number. And then if they don't have a Marjorie out right now, they could just put the Marjorie out from the Soul.
I think a double Leonard play here is the go-to because your opponent is at 3 damage.
No, they're going for the
Derek works too. Derek works too very well.
Retire the rear guard that's not in a column, probably.
Can Derek put himself?
Yes, it's put anything into the Soul.
I have been playing that so wrong.
Yeah, no, that's like the play. Like, I've had it before where I put Derek into the Soul, get another Derek, put Derek into the Soul, spin it back out, and just...
My brain has been blown. My reality has been shattered. Today is a day where Philip got upgraded when playing Bruce. Oh my god, I never realized. Yeah, that actually does work. Oh, I love it. I am in love.
Ooh. And that's a decent board right there. And I mean, if they wanted, Maka could just go for another Derek here and just clear more board.
You're not wrong, but at the same time you're decking out, and then you're leaving Derek on board. He's going for Malleor.
Okay. Huh. Oh, and because Protobulb's in the Soul right now, if Leonard hits, Protobulb will be in the Soul.
Yep. See, the reason I was saying for a double Leonard play here is because your opponent is at 3 damage. You're going to have to take at least one of the hits, which means 4 of the hits, if you had 2 Leonards, would have been the whole, get stuff out. Now, 2 out of the 5 attacks are going to be Leonards, which is also not bad, but that makes it a little bit easier to guard.
Ooh, this is looking really difficult for Kel right now, for sure.
We know we got Dober in Soul, so Dober can come out. We know we got Protobulb in Soul, so Protobulb can come out if Leonard hits.
That's
overall, but exactly. Like Derek is such an amazing card because not only does he retire stuff, he's also a Soul Charge engine.
Mm-hmm. It just means that you will never be low on resources with Derek in existence.
I have gotten to 15 cards in Soul and Bruce, and I'm just sitting here going, Bear Magnus would have loved this. See, taking the Marjorie right here, probably guarding the Leonard if he can help it.
I think the right play here for Maka might just be to attack the column. I think that's exactly what. Yeah,
because I saw that. Whenever you just say column and you put your hand out in a straight line, it's like this.
Yes,
not
this
one,
whole
two,
column.
like this. This is going to be hard because you got to understand. We didn't see a Hell Dive be dropped, so this is only a 10k in the front row, but still, that's a 25k Leonard. It's only a 2 unit. One of them is only a 10k, the other one is a 15k, so that's a 15 shield and a 20 shield. And opting to just let both of them die.
Yep, and that means you get to Soul Charge too. And we did see that Maka has quite a lot of deck left, so this turn
one of those things.
Could potentially just end it.
You're not wrong, but at the same time, like letting Leonard his is the whole caveat of, well, now you have to Soul Charge too, which means your deck is getting smaller.
That's true.
The Dober! 33-41 double critical Bruce swing.
Oh no, the Dober is gonna make this so much scarier, because that means that then you could just make Leonard bigger.
Mm-hmm. Oh, did they opt to not guard a double critical?
Oh my! Wow. Okay, that's 2 damage. 1, they don't.
And we've
they
seen
have
2 kills already.
Ooh. And Maka wins over WCC Kel, and that puts Maka at 2-0. So that's definitely a very strong result right now for Maka, saying, "Oh yeah, I beat a WCC member."
Bragging rights.
Yeah, exactly.
My God, like that whole game was very, very intense. Like I was on the edge of my seat for most of it, just like trying to understand the players, where their mindsets were, like game plans. Like we talked about, like Kel did the right thing, or at least in my opinion, did the right thing of trying to stay at low damage, having that buffer. But a big part of that whole game was first dry check, Dark States over trigger. That set the pace. into Maka's favor for the entire game, because now every Vanguard swing is double critical. Now your Bruce swings that usually people take are his double critical. Now that Bruce turn where you do nothing when you ride the Bruce for the first time is actually dangerous. Like, he had to guard it to not to go from 1 to possibly, 5, minimum 3. Like, wow.
Yeah, it really just provides so much threat. Just, it's so strong. And I mean, like, the lyrical overtrigger as well. Like, Loraneral is a very similar deck to Bruce. The overtrigger in that deck is also very strong, and in a similar way.
I am running, because we did see Probable grab a Hell Demise in the hand. Maybe it was used as guard, maybe a PG, I might have missed it. I was honestly expecting it to see hit board and just give 10k more to the front row.
I guess that they just didn't want to potentially counterblast. Maybe.
We could be also
I don't
wrong.
know.
He's not at Hell Dive, but
Yeah, that's true.
Like, this was a very intense game, and being able to, I think one thing that could stood out a little bit, Kel never saw a Persona Ride. That's just an extra 2 meteors in Order Zone. That's an extra 2 cards in hand if you really wanted to. Like, it's an extra resource grab, and the board was really good on his end. Like, you have Shadow Army for 15. You have this thing that draw your card. You have a 10k Interceptor over here on the right side. The boards were really decent, but Corvidia wasn't doing her main mechanic. We only saw 1 meteor get retired that whole game.
Yeah, and I mean, like, to be fair, Kel only had 1 turn to Persona Ride. But, like, still, not Persona Riding, especially in that situation, was very painful.
But the strategy was there. Try to rush Bruce early. You saw that great 2 rush turn. If it wasn't for heal triggers later in the game, Bruce would have been sitting at 5. Granted, both players did heal 2 heal triggers. Gravidia could have been at 3. Bruce could have been at 5. But that's just the name of the game. Heal triggers are part of the game, and you just got to adapt around it.
Yeah, they've been part of the game for over 10 years now. So, I mean, if you're not used to them at this point, then, I mean, like, that's on you.
And then you're like an idiot like me who tried before the addition of 8 crits, 8 fronts, 8 draws max of going 12 crit, 3 front greed on. Who needs heals?
Who needs heals when I have crits?
Exactly. But with that being said, like, that was an intense game 2. People are still playing in round 2. Trying to get their results up. We might see some names start bumping up, some names dropping down. But until then, we're actually going to take a very short break to kind of get everything situated, let the people finish their games, and kind of get all the standings around. So we'll be back in a bit.
Yep, see ya.
So, hi, my name is Johan. I'm from France, and I participated in BSFO 2021, in which I got first place in V Premium in NA with Bermuda Triangle Prism, and then I also got the third place Europe with Gastil in Premium, and the second place of stand-up format for EU with Bastion. I took all 3 formats with. I was pretty happy about it. Yes, so it was quite difficult because there was a lockdown in my country. So I trained with my girlfriend. We played every day and each format. And yeah, we tried many decks. We had a good idea of what the format looked like. So yeah, we kept practicing every day. I wasn't really expecting to top. I mean, I really play tested a lot, and I also participated to the shop league, the remote shop league. It was just because I found the game funny, but I never expected to top or play to top. So I started Vanguard in 2019. And so my first event was the DSF France 2019, and well, that was a great experience. So wanted to do another event. So I went to Cardiff the same day, the same year, and then I participated in many BCS this season. It was the last BCS season. Really great experience. So I hope it will come back very soon. Initially, I started the game with my girlfriend. So we traveled together, mainly together. I mean, and, sometimes when there were some other French people who traveled with us, but well, in Paris we had a small group to travel a lot. Very interesting and very weird at the same time, because I like the fact that I can play with anyone in the world, like with Australian people, and it was a really good experience because I'm not used to play with these people. Like I think Singapore and even NA people. That was the first time I played with them. It was great in that regard. And at the same time, you don't see your opponent. You only see the hand, so well, you can't read on his face. Well, after a game is played, you can't go with your friends and talk about the game. Hopefully, I had a group of friends with whom I chatted during the event to recreate the atmosphere of a real event, but it's never the same. So I registered, I think, 5 tournaments. So I know some people registered for like the 9 tournaments. I don't know how they did. Yeah, I decided to only participate in 5 because I think I needed to sleep just to be able to play correctly. Maybe I played like 12 hours a day. I didn't sacrifice sleep time for the tournament. And so for people who want to participate, so maybe it's a bit late, but they should prepare before, like a month before, if they want to have a chance to talk. If they just want to have a fun moment, I think that's a great experience to chat with people as well, because after a game you can just chat with people and have a different view of the game. Thanks for listening, and good luck for the tournament. Ciao.
Doesn't look like this pandemic's clearing up. Guess we're not gonna have any tournaments anytime soon, huh?
Fight!
Contestant number 42, first warning. At no point during the game should your deck, the cards on your field, or the cards in your hand go out of the screen. To ensure fair gameplay, everybody's decks, cards on the field, as well as cards in the hands must remain on screen at all times during a game. First time, you get a warning. Second time, you get a game lost. Please continue the game.
Okay, so 1, 2, and 3.
As Warpgate technology is not available to the public yet, this is how deck cutting will be implemented during the tournament. First, split them into 3 piles. Label them 1, 2, and 3. Your opponent will instruct you on how to arrange the piles in.
On your side, let's do 2, 1, 3.
Okay, so 2, 1, 3. So 2, 1, 3. Okay.
"受け取るがいい。我が5万パワーを持つブラッドブラックでお前のヴァンガードをアタック!"
When your opponent disconnects during a game, ping a judge and let them know what happened. The player who disconnected in the middle of game will get 1 strike. The second time they disconnect during a game, they will get a game loss.
Sorry, my bad. Disconnected. Can we continue the game?
Oh, hey, welcome back, dude. Anyway, as I was saying, 我が5万パワーを持つブラッドブラックで、お前のヴァンガード
Cut the shenanigans, please. While shenanigans are technically not a rule violation, to ensure smooth gameplay, please declare all intentions and moves to your opponent clearly.
Okay, sorry, got it.
いいだろう。お前の攻撃を受けて立つ。
Attack your Vanguard, 23,000 power.
Okay, no god.
Then, attack your Vanguard. This is gonna be 33,000 power.
No god, no god.
Attack your Vanguard. This is gonna be 51,000 power. Huh?
Hey guys,
guys.
I'm Fiona.
I'm Matthew.
Alright, so an online tournament is actually our best option in providing a community a way to continue playing their favorite card games during this pandemic. First time, you can always check out the video here in the top right corner to learn more about the setup required, and the link out to the video is also available in the description box below.
Right, so it may not be the same as attending a physical tournament, but there'll still be rules and etiquette that you need to follow to ensure a smooth run of event. So for more information, do take a look at the stuff in the description box below.
Everyone is just here to have fun and maybe win some prizes. Rules are put in place to give the players some assurance, and we hope that no one in the community spoils the fun for anyone else. Good luck and have fun.
Comment down below what you think about this video or just to say hi. Don't forget to like and subscribe and ring the bell so you get a notification every single time we post a video. Till then, take care.
Alright, and welcome back everyone to Bushiroad Rumble Online.
I had to join in on that one.
There we go. I needed that.
That was wow. So I was watching from the from the sidelines, but that Bruce match was very intense. There was some good stuff there to see. Just wanted to throw my 2 cents. I was on the edge of my seat. That OT, the back and forth, the healing. Oh, what a pleasant thing to watch from the side. I was just like, go.
Yeah, it was whew, something. And I'm a huge Bruce fan, so I always love seeing a Bruce player win. But unfortunately, I think every WCC member might be 1-1 now. So not the greatest start for a very well-renowned team.
I mean, they could come back. It's okay. Like,
That's
they got
true.
this. They got this. Let's go WCC.
Yeah,
But
I believe.
I like the rock engines that they're doing in the Gravidia stuff. It definitely helps with having rear guards, because something that pure Gravidia struggles is you have like this constant gray 2, but then the minute you start seeing any form retire, either through Zorga or Leonard or Barasaga, you just start watching your attacks just deplete. But with the rocks involved, you could just be like, don't have to worry about that.
Yeah.
I got my tokens, I got this other stuff in here, it just kind of works.
Yeah, not only are you guaranteeing a rear guard, you're guaranteeing a good rear guard.
Yeah.
At that.
How do you feel about that grade 3, the one that says like on attack, you Carablast Soul Charge, get an additional 10k?
I really like that in this deck because this deck doesn't counterblast that much.
Mm-hmm.
So it does give you a beater that hits for 23 or 33 depending on that. Or if you have the Shadow Army token behind it, it hits even bigger. So it definitely is a very strong beater. Really makes it so that it's hard for your opponent to really overcome those numbers without like a perfect guard or an over trigger in your hand.
Yeah, that's where I've been kind of me building out my Gravidia Orphis. I've been like, do I want this in here? Do I not want this in here? But kind of deciding. So I've been wanting to hear like how other people feel about the card. I wonder what we're gonna see next.
I wonder too. I really want to see maybe some Lyrical Monasterio. I'm kind of.
I want to see Stoicheia, and I'm with you. I want to see Lyrical. Like we've seen the Dark States. We've seen some Dragon Empire here. I want to see some nature. I want to see some cat girls. I was Steel.
You could say that a school versus the forest is nature versus nurture.
Oh, the mindset. The brains. That would actually be really interesting. I do wonder how Catgirl, or I should say Laura in general, is doing now, because I do think decks like Gravidia really say, hey, do you really want to play the game? Let me just quickly on your whole board.
Let me just get rid of your Elmer real quick,
just that Retire just kind of, is not very good for most lyrical decks right now. Like it really suffer. Like Steel is a good example. I think the only deck outside of this is honestly Clarissa, because they could save their units at least like a little bit. But like other decks are like, oh no, this is another good one because they can just replenish their board off of the skills. But I feel like the main one, which is Lorone, is just gonna be like, I don't know what to do. I just got my whole board wiped. Or do you kind of play it like safe? Do you only call like 2 rear guards out? Like it's kind of like a scary situation.
Yeah, and I mean, like, it's like in those situations, I think with Laronarol specifically, because there are some times where you want to go for instead of the autumn winter or which or the restand and the crit. Sometimes you want to just go for the double autumn. Just go for like the 2 crit, so that you should because like say you don't have much of a board or you don't want to commit a board yet, you do that. So that then later, when you do the restand, you're actually bigger and you still have the crit because you can just flip one face up. And that really makes it so that your plays are a lot more threatening than they could have been.
Actually, a really good observation. I've always seen most of Lorone. Now, I've only mainly seen it in set 2, but the later part of set 2, I've always seen like the autumn into the winter, or the draw into like the winter. And so I think the main focus I've seen, I never really thought about going to like the double autumn, like kind of like power play.
Yeah, because it also helps, with the idea of, okay, my opponent might just clear my board, so I don't want to give them a board to clear.
Okay, I like that. I'm not a Lorone player, so I don't know too much. I'm a Kyrie player. Kyrie best deck. I wish. Speaking of Kyrie, that would be a deck I would love to see. I don't know exactly how many Kyrie players out there. I know Mel and Matt has been really excited, but I want to see a Kyrie deck so bad. That deck is so fun to play and pilot, and you can just like get rid of your board and then bring it all back and then bounce it all back, and the persona and the attacks and then the ghosty version. I want to see it.
I really like how like Lyrical Monasterio has like more of that mixing of the decks. I really like deck mixing. Hybrid builds. That's always been one of my favorite things about Vanguard, of like those hybrid builds.
I agree.
You can see some of it. We're like as the standard format has like developed, we've been seeing more and more hybrid builds. And I mean, with set 5 coming out in like half a year probably.
Yeah.
It's gonna have more hybrid builds because of those dual nation cards, which I'm excited for personally.
That's right. Oh, the dual nation cards. Oh, I just talked about this. Those cards, the lore, the arts, they look so cool. I have a feeling they're gonna be like a little bit more simple at first, but I can't wait for that entire section to just like build itself out like a Dragon Empire card with a Stoicheia card in one deck, and then you could do like Dark States with Keter Sanctuary, or like it'll be really cool if they add Lyrical to the mix in the future. I know right now that's not really a thing, but that would be cool too. Like see like a Lyrical Stoicheia unit or something. Yo, the future is here.
Yeah. I'm also I personally am a Mega Colony fan, so when I saw the Bug Girl, I'm like, okay, bugs. That's what I like to see.
She's okay. I like the Link Joker unit. There's like, I think her name is Eva, and she just looks amazing. She is just like a 10 out of 10. I cannot wait to see what in the world that card does. Like what it's full. I think it's Dark States with Brandgate, if I'm not mistaken. It's kind of hard to tell, but I just,
so.
Oh, that looks amazing. I cannot wait to see where that goes.
Yeah. I really just like, you know, how you can just have a deck with like a bunch of different aesthetics in it now. Like, that's personally one of my favorite things. You can, like, it feels more like a full world when there's a bunch of different aesthetics in one deck.
Yep, exactly. I just think combining, just being able to combine in general is just really cool. We saw a little bit of that early on, like you guys were talking about earlier, like the Magnolia and the Zorka combinations, and like just stuff like that, like the undead with the nature, just like a 2-in-1 combo, which is a really funny thing to look at. You have like these cute little furry creatures, and then you have like a little undead husk dragon.
Yeah, I love that stuff, and I mean, like, also the fact that means that now, like, there's like also cards that sort of have effects that normally are assigned to specific aesthetics, at least in the past were assigned to specific aesthetics. Now, you, like, for example, what not Hendrina, the Elenia is a card that looks almost exactly like a card that would come straight out of Neo Nectar, but has an effect that looks like it would be from Grand Blue.
Exactly, the revival that she brings, a nice little Carapace Soul Blast, revive something that's great 2 or less, give an additional 5k. I actually love that card, and I'm very sad that that card is showing like less and less play, because that art on that card is crisp, and being able to just, you know, revive whatever you want that isn't a grade 3 is just like really nice. Hopefully, and it's just a little Near Nectar card. It plays like a little ghoul card. What do you
it's really cool.
What do you think now that we're starting? So we're hitting into round 3. Like, what are your thoughts? Like, what do you expect to start seeing, like, kind of showing like success? Is it like a Bruce? We haven't seen Bastion yet, by the way. We haven't seen Bastion at all, even in AO and EU. Like, do you expect to see like a Bastion come through, or maybe we'll see some Bruce coming in? Like, what are your expectations?
I think that Bastion has definitely become. It's interesting because for set 1 and 2. Bastion was probably one of the most simple, like, beginner-friendly decks out there. And with Lagrelle, the new grade 3, it has completely turned over. And now Lagrelle has made this deck, like, actually difficult to use. And, you know, very tricky. You have to be very careful to make sure you don't accidentally do a wrong play. Because that can really just ruin your entire game there for you. But it really just is, like, interesting to see that. And I think that's why Bastion's not quite as popular anymore, because Bastion, like, this is my hot take, Bruce was a little bit, my hot take at least, is that Bruce was a little bit better than Bastion in set 1, but that Bastion was a lot easier to learn. So, and a lot less, like, mentally taxing. So, in a long tournament, it was more worth it to just play Bastion. But now that Bruce has, like, gotten such a huge boost over time, it's like that cost effectiveness in terms of like how much mental energy you're spending has really made it so that Bruce is now worth playing.
I agree. I think because, you know, Yanter, you can pick up Bastion like, you know, day 1, and you can just be like, all right, I put down grade 3s, I draw, I put down more grade 3s, I draw some more, I attack, I restand. And then Bruce is over here, I put down grade 3s, I put down grade 2s, I boost, I put some stuff into Soul, I take some stuff out, I swing, I restand, I put some more stuff into Soul. There's a lot more interaction going on. So being a, like, maximizing Bruce is like so much harder. It's gonna take more time to like pick up the deck and master it. And I agree with that. But on the I think what was called Regal, I believe, that the new grade 3. That card is, I've been testing against some people, like a lot of Bastion players, and I noticed that it has like an offensive approach, and it also has a highly defensive approach. So if you're like a really good Bastion player, you can think like, how do I want to tempo out my turn? And I think because of that, like there's actually a little bit of elevated kind of like, what do I do? Do I push back, you know, maybe get rid of 4 of my rear guards, rest them 4, get my drive checks, and then just pass turn? Or do I go as aggro as possible, get all the drive checks in the world, just beat your face down and hope I win? And I think that added just kind of like thought is actually cool. I like that Bastion's starting to get like more of these like thinking approaches instead of just putting out downgrade 3s and ending. Yeah,
and I really appreciate that. You know, like decks getting like normally simple decks, getting those complicated lines really makes it so that it gives those players who are more experienced something to really sink their teeth into, especially like when Bastion was also a deck a lot of people that like were competitive were playing in set 1 and set 2. So, you know, that like it gives also the new players who are going, okay, I've started to get my feet wet in this game. I've started to, you know, get a handle of it. I want more, and then they release a card that's like, okay, here's that more. Here's that stuff that makes it so you have more fun with this game.
Yep, exactly. But you know, with that, let's view our current standings before we start our round 3 here. Let's go see what we got going on. You want to start us off with the first 8?
Yeah, we've got a wafer maker, sorry, as our first place right now. Zistrel, or Ben, our commentator for EU, in second, both at 2-0. Actually, all the ones in the top 8 at least. There's definitely like a lot of 2-0s, at least like a quarter of the tournament right now of over 400 people. So at least 100 2-0s right now. Here we got I can't quite read that what the feed is a bit.
Doing?
Oh, okay. I can't quite read that from.
We'll say it's doing because that's what I'm seeing, but I'm not too sure. For third.
Yeah, Nuno Raimundo, a player who's very much well known. Nuno being someone who is a former world champion. Actually, the current world champion, if I remember correctly. Oh, yes. Oh, Celine, not...
There we go.
Okay. Living Proof, a very well-known Spike Brothers player and Bruce player. He's known for making decks that are not great look like they are the best deck ever. And when he's using Bruce, it is the most threatening thing in the world. It is terrifying. We've got Mino No at number 6. We got Karan Patel, the North American champion for BSFO standard. So he's still doing his thing. And Sujuma as number 8.
All right, so we got also 9 through 16 here. We got Cole. Oh wow, I'm pretty sure it's Cole from Drive Check. Yeah, 9th place. Pretty solid stuff. We got 10th with War Jiggle 713, and then we got 11 Kokora and TCG, another friendly face that I know. 12th place we got EMJ, and then 13th we got Parad. Got 14th, I Talk to Chi. That's interesting. And then 15th, we got Luke. And 16th, we got Majestic Shark. Not just a basic shark, a majestic shark. That's our standings. Our current standings for round 2 going into round 3.
Yeah, gotta make sure it's a majestic shark. You know, like no other shark will do.
It makes me think of the fleet swallower for Zorga.
Yes, no, that's exactly what I was thinking of too. Of like, I hope that they play Zorga. And does that card come in SP?
It comes in a hollow. It comes in like a regular rarity, like just base rarity common, completely SP'd, and then there's also a hollow SP as well. Okay. So it's very interesting to see. But outside of those standings, let's go back and talk some more before we start on round 3 here.
And it looks, well, we still haven't yet. Oh wait, no. Okay, so what decks do you want to see for this round right now, though? Like,
what do I want to see? Let's see. Let me use my Zorga. Dude, wait, did you hear that? Zorga. Wait, what's another one? Pure Orphist. Pure Orphist. I really just want to see like just a standard Orphist with like the new attacker that restands. I just want to see that. I personally am a big fan of the Orphist in this current set 3 we have. We got the new grade 2 that restands, and then we also got the new order, the grade 3 that gives additional 5k to tokens. And I would love to see that. Zorga's also like low-key just really fun to watch. There's just so much movement and so much stuff going on, and it'd be really cool. So that's like the main two I want to see. Wouldn't mind to see Kyrie either. What about you?
I want to see some Bastion. I mean, Lagrelle Bastion, always very cool. And I mean, there's like a few decks I want to see. I want to see some Laurent eventually. You know, like I feel like we'll see it at least once this tournament because, I mean, it's probably one of the most popular decks. I know in the Asia Oceania tournament, it was 50 Bruce and 40 Loranerol.
Oh,
so,
wow.
And in EU, it was 40 Loranerol, 46 Bruce. So, pretty consistent numbers. So, we'll probably see a lot of that as the rounds go on because it's a very strong deck.
Mhm.
But speaking of strong decks, one that's going to be very strong in about a month. Prison. I want to see some Prison.
Prison. That's right. Honestly, I've been personally kind of put like I played Prison for a little bit. I kind of pushed away from it. I'm waiting on that promo. You know, that wonderful, that beautiful promo that's coming. Once that comes out, I might become a Prison player again. Because until that comes out, I've been kind of like, oh, do I want to bring Prison? Like, it's good. It's good. The deck is good. It could board wipe you and all this stuff. But I feel like that promo with just that, and with the grade 4 is coming out, which I'm sure that's where you're going in with that. The grade 4 is gonna really start showing some representation.
Mm-hmm. And not only that, I'm a big fan of Control in general. I have a Control deck in other formats, so you know, I definitely enjoy like a Control deck like Prison. You know, being one of those ones that has some representation. And speaking of representation, let's get into our next round's decks.
Yay.
Let's see. Will I call it? Will I call it?
Oh, dang. Look at that. It's Prison. I actually wasn't expecting this at all. Dang, you go Prison. Let's go.
And it's TGL Dan playing this. And let's see, the Cuff Spring. Yep, that's a very common pick now because you can almost go for a deck out option here, or you could just go for that to just guarantee something in the Prison. Very strong card, and it gets even stronger when Seraph Pure Light comes out in a month. We've got a Violet. Violet's very strong. The Perfect Guard Interceptor, or just Perfect Guard in general. So that's always good. Perio Turquoise. That card is so good. Like, wow, I love it. And I love the art too. I love the sort of like snow look around it.
Mm-hmm. I think that extra 5k that it just negates you, it just makes it so hard to deal with because you take your cards from Prison and to Turquoise just says, okay, now lose 5k. And you're like, oh, yeah. And if you have 2 of those, you can even negate 10k, so you can actually even further it. And that's actually pretty good stuff. We're also seeing that little draw engine, the little touch of draw. If you can't remember the name, it's not tip by tongue. I think it's called Cheval Stud, I believe.
Yes, Cheval Stud.
And then we also got that grade 1 right next to it, the Bogomotor, a nice little way to just push the Prison to increase. And we got Bulbamine. Love seeing Bulbamine. Nice little countercharger, Soul Replenisher, just, you know, anything you want it to be. I'm with you on the Violet too. Violet's just a really nice way to tell Leonard, nah, you ain't touching me. Like, you just like guard with it, and you're like, okay, it's just a perfect guard. It's literally, you so blessed that it's a perfect guard. It's just, it's so good, so good.
Yeah, and I'm personally a huge fan of Bogomotor and Bulbamine. Just their artwork, I love it. I love it, and I love kaiju stuff like that. You know, those giant monsters. I love it so much.
That reminds me of Power Rangers. They're just big and strong. They actually, honestly, I get those arts confused sometimes because like sometimes I'm playing like Bulbamine. Oh no, I mean Bogu. Oh no, I mean Bulbamine. No, I mean
Wrong giant monster.
Giant monster gets giant monster.
Yeah, and I mean, you'd think that the giant monster would be like a bigger card, but no, they're the grade ones.
Yeah, exactly. But with that, we saw a Prison. What is our next deck? What is Dan gonna be facing today? Let's find out.
I'm the manifesting master right now.
Dang,
Look at that.
That is Bastion. That is Bastion right there.
Yep, and that's the Lagrel variant. So this is a much more complex deck than it used to be because of that card. You use Lagrel because, I mean, Lagrel is just incredible. You use the Aldens. You're running a lot of triple rares. You're running the triple rare grade 3 from each set, and then some. Because you use Refuerzos. Refuerzos is great, not for the reason you would think though. It's not because it's a booster, but because it restands. And because it restands, that means that if you have, say, like you can rest 2 Refuerzos with Lagrel's skill. And then when you restand Lagrel, you actually get to restand the Refuerzos as well as another rest fodder for Lagrel. So it's definitely an unintended use of the card, but it's definitely a cool way to use it.
And what's interesting, you could just Dark Strain too, get the ability to boost, and then, you just restand. And it's just very interesting. Like, a lot of people, I think, like when they saw the Persona ride, they're like, oh no, yeah, it's a Persona ride, all the stuff for his card. But that second skill on Refusers is just like, okay, I'm just going to restand again. And it creates some massive columns. This is going to be like a 15k booster, and then on a restanding, just going to get higher with whatever's in front of it, whether it's, Masato or Alden, whatever's coming your way, it's going to be a big number. And I think the restander is another big thing of why Bastion is just like still at the top. Like, those numbers get high. You're 40k, 50k, 60k. There's only so many times you can guard those numbers until you have to hit GG.
Yeah, and not only that, I'm interested by the fact that they're not running the grade 1 from set 1 that is used in a lot of Lagrel Bastion builds, because that grade 1 makes it so that whenever you check a trigger, you could Soul Blast 2 and countercharge 1, or no, it's Soul Blast 1, countercharge 1. You Soul Blast to countercharge 1, and that's big because then that means you can use Lagrel multiple times in a turn without burning too much resource, and that's important for this deck. So it's interesting to see that they're not running that. Maybe they're not planning on using Lagrel's skill too many times in a turn, but I mean, either way, it's a very powerful effect.
I agree. I think the point of it is to just hit those grade 3 drive checks as much as possible, but we can talk about hitting those grade 3 drive checks. Let's see those grade 3 drive checks. Let's go ahead and see our opponents, see what we're facing, how this is going to go. Pretty excited.
And I mean, these players are raring to go right now. And,
oh yeah.
Yep, getting the go ahead.
I'm so excited. I actually want to see how this plays out, because this is going to be a really interesting matchup with imprisoning, and then, like, Bash should be able to just get their units back through the prison and get their abilities to pop off. It's going to be fun to see.
For sure. And I mean, these players are both of their double mulligan right now, or full mulligan. And okay, Dan going first. That's definitely always good against Bastion, because Bastion going first has so much tempo. Because the 15 against a 10 is so strong.
I completely agree. Plus, you get to restand. Like, Bastion goes live. Like, your first Bastion ride, you go live like pretty much right then and there. So you have to take 4 attacks on the 10k base, and that's just really hard. Like, a lot of decks have trouble, and with Overdress, with how the shield values work, it's really hard to guard some of these attacks. Right now, we're looking for the prison order here through the skill.
An interesting thing to consider, though, Dan cannot afford to give 2 damage to Minono, because if Dan gives 2 damage here within next turn, then Minono will be able to imprison Alden from hand and guarantee that they can use Alden's skill.
This is true. Giving 2 damage to a Bastion player is, in general, kind of dangerous. You're giving them the pot of greed, essentially. There's the chip.
Yeah,
is that a crit?
Whoa!
Nice.
Yep, they just started one too. So
right on in.
2 crits out of the deck. That is
and a turquoise out.
Ooh, yeah. A little bit comforting for Dan, though. It's saying, okay, 2 crits are out of the deck, so that means when it'll matter more, I won't have to worry quite as much, but I mean, that's still 6 crits left in the deck at minimum.
Yeah, exactly. Going into the 2, so this is pink, and pink forces the opponent to prison 1 card from their hand. A very fun and unique little touch of control here. I like using this card. I don't like going against it, but I like using it.
Yeah, I think imprisoning from hand is a very cool mechanic in general.
There's that order. I'm actually, now that I think about it, Dan isn't running that order. There's an order that says, like, if you have 4 or less, you imprison something, your opponent forces in prison.
Yeah.
Oh, here's the motor.
A lot of people have just been choosing to do cuff spring instead. Sorry, I was.
You're good. That is a clean imprisonment right there, taking that crit right out. You're never gonna want to take that crit out, so this is perfect.
Yeah. Ooh. Okay. Yeah. So that was smart. Only dealing the 1 damage and calling the Bagumoto, not even for just the fact that it imprisoned something, but also so that if they checked a critical trigger, they could give the critical to Bagumoto, so that Minono did not have the 2 damage.
Well, that's a front come to the back row, and we did see Mino show the Alden in hand, so it is going to be coming at some point. And there is okay. So this does mean that they will have a decent offense here right now at 14 and then 15. So
Almost like a Gravidia Orphist.
Actually, yeah.
Very true. And ooh, there it is, the big player, Lagrel, on the board or in play at least right now. And
I think that was so smart the way Mino chose to imprison pretty much a grade 3 there, right? Because it's just to get that out. Or did he call that? Did he call that from his hand? No, it was from imprisonment.
Imprisoned from his hand.
That's
yes.
so smart because that way you can just utilize the prison to get your own units out to start pushing early. Like that's beautiful.
Yeah, it's very smart, and I really appreciate stuff like that. You know, it's really showing. Okay, I know what I'm doing in this matchup.
And you got to push prison too because that triple drive is just going to keep coming. You might as well start pushing as soon as possible because there comes a point where you have to make a decision. Do I care about how many imprisoned units are here? And if I don't, then what do I need to do to stop this? You have to start pushing.
Ooh, okay, and just going. Okay, I'm not going to call anything, and I think this is only 2 damage for Mino right now. So
yep.
And the fact that both of those were defensive triggers means that that's 2 wasted defensive triggers because it was only 1 attack.
But it means more grade 3s and drive checks.
That's true, and that's always good to see. But that also means less triggers for Lagrel. But I mean, we know that. Oh, okay. So going for the Alden play instead this turn because Lagrel is a bit trickier to use right now, and Alden is just generally always good to see. Like, it's never bad.
That draw is just too good because, like, as a Bastion player, you kind of need to see some kind of defense. And since we have been seeing a lot of triggers early on, like you want to get some kind of draw.
Mm-hmm.
You also see Refluke.
Oh, okay. So just calling the Lagrel down. Interesting.
I mean, his units are going to get imprisoned anyway, so you may just be calling out the stuff that isn't as important now to then later just reuse the skills.
That's true, because then you can just Soul Blast to get Lagrel back out.
Exactly. Here comes the first swing.
Dan probably wants to take this one, so that if Mino checks a trigger, or a heal trigger, it will whiff.
Oh, we see here no trigger, but another Boba Mine. Bastion swinging. That is a grade 3. That is the order grade 3.
Yep, form up, and that heal is very nice there. And
very good.
That means that Mino will only be able to hit with the Alden, but the Alden is going to be hitting for a very big number. It's going to be hitting for plus 20 right here.
Exactly.
Or no, plus 30. Plus 30 because of its own skill, activating twice, Refluke activating once, and Bastion. So that's going to be 45.
45 to the face.
Oof. And yeah, you just got to take that one. And Dan is looking like he's in a bit of a difficult situation, but definitely doable.
See, we got a triple drive coming. We're about to see the imprison happen here. Dan's gonna call some units out, kind of just set up a board, start pushing here, and kind of hope that the triple drive will kind of push through where it needs. Because this is actually the setup was just like the 2 rear guards setup, but the triple drive will still activate here. And here comes down that's the new grade 2 we were talking about earlier. This is Spring.
And this is an interesting card because on one hand, Cuff Spring does allow for you to guarantee cards in the prison, but against Bastion, you could just imprison a grade 3 from your hand and you don't lose any shield. In fact, you might gain shield.
Yeah, exactly. That's a crit to a PG, not bad. So now holding the Violet, the PG, and a crit, nice and safe there. Oh, that is a defense.
Oh, and that's the over trigger.
Oh, OT, just like that. Like that. Shutting down the turn.
Yep, watch that turn disappear. It's like a magician.
We'll see here. We have a Persona Ride coming, potentially. Yes, that is a Persona Ride, making an insta 10k buff to everything attacking here. But it's a pretty nifty solar.
Yeah, it's what, like 2, 3 cards? No, 3 cards, because there was 2 previous turn after, because the Alden making it go down to 1, and then the Refluke making it go back up to 2. So 3 soul to work with here. Definitely a good spot. Can't really unimprison the, they can unimprison, actually, they could just go for unimprisoning, say, Refluke and Alden.
Mm-hmm.
Because then that means they get soul back.
Yeah, I think the goal here is to just whip out some more grade 3s and just swing. With only one counterblast, there really isn't much to do here except just, replenish a board and just push. Dan is at 4 damage, so like potential chance here of hitting crits could end the game. There's only and being on Persona makes everything a lot harder to guard. And that Violet, while it's very useful, these are grade 3s that we're seeing on the board, not grade 2 or less. So sadly, the PG here will not come in handy through that skill.
Interesting here. I would think that Minono would want to, call down on all of them from the prison, not even for the ability of drawing cards, but also for the just way to get more power. Yeah, because that power is threatening.
It is. The extra buffs it gets every time. Oh, what's that? Is that an OT? That's an OT shutting down. And with OT already being present from Minamo's side, we are not going to see another OT come. That ends the turn. Aside from drive checks, but
and attacking Cuff Spring, which I guess you do.
Look at that little Tamari, just a Tamari guarding the Vanguard like that. Like
yeah,
I
have the Danji one. I have 3 of that Danji one actually. Chat won't be able to see it, but I've got a bunch of these. I want all of them.
Wow! What a way to shut down Bastion. That's one way to shut Bastion down. Oh, I'm gonna swing. No, you're not. Calling down. Oh, that is. I can't remember her name off the top of my head. Ruby Red, I think.
Agra Rouge.
Agra Rouge, yeah, that's right. Coming out, giving a nice little imprisonment there. And it actually becomes really good shield value as long as the prison stays at a certain number.
Mm-hmm.
There are 4 imprisonments coming in.
Yeah, it doesn't require too many cards in the prison. And,
yep.
I mean, like, you naturally produce that many cards in the prison anyways.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Oh, there's the turquoise. Oh, beautiful. Yep. Beautiful to see. Nice way to set up. Oh, another Bagamotor coming in. I really like the setup. Sometimes it's really hard to get rear guards on the board with prison, but we're seeing here that is not the case. We got 3 attacks, a triple drive. Nice little beef, a couple little numbers going on here. This is good. This is good stuff here.
And I know that it's sort of been a joke among people about the next Bruce Grade 2 will always just be like, do something crazy, and then also, if you're in Final Rush, get +5. Prison has the same thing. Have a strong effect, and if you have 2 or more cards in your opponent's or in your prison, get +5.
Yep.
Yeah.
That is very true. Okay, we see a perfect guard coming through here. Really good shot here to that's probably the best solution. Triple drive. Coming out to Bulb Mine. That is a heal trigger going back down to 3 damage. What is this? Final check. Another heal trigger going down to 2 damage. Oh my gosh. Dan's not dying. Dan's like, I am not dying today.
Yeah, lethal, never heard of her.
Wow, and the numbers just got a lot bigger on the columns too.
Honestly, Minono might just take this.
Yeah, just for the CB. At this point, the CB is needed. Minono needs a pressure turn to just get that lethality back. Ooh, okay. Nice little block there. Nice, creative front. Okay. And that ends the turn there. Let's see, is there another potential chance for a Persona ride here? Can we see it? That is another Persona, another front row buff. The OT stopped Minamo last time, but can it stop him this time? We're about to see the action of the grade 3s come on out one more time. But the question is, how is Minamo going to use his cat bots? Are they going to go for the Alden?
Yep, just call the Alden out and then use that to then Soul Blast 1, Counter Blast 2, and draw 2 more cards. So building up that resource without using any hand.
Yep. And then the turquoise skill is active here. So even though it's on Persona, if Minamo calls from the prison, they do lose a -5k here.
So, but Alden immediately gets that 5k back. So not too much.
This is true. And the Persona right on top of that is just it's still something, but it makes it a little bit more guardable. So busting here, probably to call from prison. Yep, here we go.
Maybe a Refluke. Yes.
Ah, nice little beefy boy. Buff up that Alden. Mino said, okay, well, you know, turquoise is nice and all, but I'm gonna still have high numbers.
Yeah,
another dark strain.
Oh,
and the restander. Oh, now that's
This is a
power.
good
That's
board.
power columns. That's a good Bastion board. But Dan is at 2 damage, and being at 2 damage, there really isn't that much to worry about. Honestly, you have a lot of breathing room here. You can take some damage. You can guard some damage. Like, we saw 2 heals come through. That's a trigger.
Wow.
That's a trigger right there.
This is a very fortunate past few turns for Dan.
I wholeheartedly agree. This is kind of what you want to see when you face Bastion. This is how you want to deal with Bastion. You're healing through, landing your defenses, OTing.
Yeah. And the opponent's defensive OT only blocking one attack that wasn't even that big.
Oh, there comes the Roge there for the extra shield as well. It does get 10k shield here, so it's a 15k added buff.
Yeah, so that's 2 to pass. Which means that
to pass.
If you pass, then I mean, not the greatest.
Oh, and
then that means you're short in another attack if that happens.
This is true. Let's see here. The thought process. Thinking back on that Violet. How much do you want to block? I mean, it's only a twin drive here. The order was not used, so. Oh, okay. Think that's 25k block right there on top of the 23, making it 48 against a 23.
Ooh, crit.
Puts it right in the rear.
Give it to Dark Strain and then grade 3.
Another Bastion. The visual's a Bastion. Another Persona ride.
This is looking pretty good for Mino though right now because discard, restand Alden, get huge.
Yeah, that column's huge. That's almost a PG column, and the crit on the other side. Very, very pressuring. Attack with the Alden, push it to 4 potentially, and then you have to guard the crit column. I haven't seen any perfect guards yet, aside from Mino.
Yeah. What? I think Dan perfect guard once.
Maybe. I might have missed it. But the thought here is kind of like, do you just take this attack and then guard the other one, or guard this one and take the 2 crit? So that way you can avoid healing or having Mino healed here. Okay, takes it, puts another defensive, a front now.
Dan is living the life right now.
Living the life, 33k base. Got 2 crit coming here. Probably gonna be able to guard it.
It is 50, so still need a 20k guard, but need 5 more.
Yep. We're up to 48 right now. Nice little 5k somewhere, or maybe potentially another trigger. Oh, or intercept. That works too.
And that means that hopefully they have another turquoise in hand, but we know at least one other turquoise is gone. So
we
they've only got
Persona.
2 left.
Maybe there's a Persona coming.
You're right.
Or not. Oh, that is actually a little unfortunate there. Considering we know Mino's kind of gonna have another Persona turn. Okay, we see. Okay, so we're using the skills here.
And we know that Mino will have 2 soul next turn, so easy to unimprison a back row.
This is very true. Well, that's pretty big prison in there. Prison's getting big. Now
if only there was a card that gave you power for each card in your prison.
If only. Okay, looks like we got Roche back. Love to see it. Nice little shield there. Another one. Let's go. What I love to see. This is the kind of combo I like to see. The extra power, the triple drive, the extra buff. Let's go. Now this is where 4 to 4. What's up?
I think at this point, if Mino survives this turn, you take 1 damage, and then counterblast to revive the Alden.
Yeah.
And something else.
Yeah. Well, there's gonna be another Persona ride coming as well, as we did see the Persona drive check. Another PG coming through with a trigger. That's a motor.
Ooh.
A Bobo. Oh. Oh, okay. That's interesting. It's gonna be hard to block this next upcoming turn. Is
Yeah.
what I'm starting to see here.
Mm-hmm. This will definitely be very threatening for Dan next turn because this won't be that hard to block. It's just 23.
Yeah, exactly. Luckily, Dan does have the double 15k shields right now, unless the prison that just lowers, to 2 or less. But which I don't see that happening. But there is that final persona I think we've seen all the Bastions this game, every single one. This is another call aboard and swing.
Yeah, I think at this point you just you counterblast 1, call out 2, then you just soul blast to call out Refluke. Because I think there's one more Refluke in there. Give that
big prison.
Give that Alden more power.
Yeah. I think getting the Alden out, getting any additional power potential on another persona ride. Look at that. Coming on in with the restanders.
Mm-hmm.
And Turquoise isn't out this time, so that extra negation is not active for this turn.
Yeah, these are just 15k boosters.
Then there's not enough soul to call out potentially 2 more cards.
Mm-hmm.
So we got a shot here. Just a big question of what to call, and what order to potentially get the Dark Strain to activate again, or maybe Refluke again.
I don't even think you need Dark Strain because you wouldn't be able to use the skill.
True, because you're gonna be out of soul. That is right. I always forget that's a 2 soul cost. Me, the non-Bastion player.
Does Mino now have another Alden in prison? Okay, no. The ground. This is the Triple Rare compilation. Wait, they had 3
really is.
Oh no! This is gonna be so strong here. You just put Refluke into soul.
Make Alden even higher.
Mm-hmm.
Another aggressive turn coming in here. Another one. Oh
wow.
No! Woo! That's a big boy over there. That's a big boy. On Persona 2. What is that? That's like 15, 25, 35, 45. Just the Alden.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's a 45 Alden without any boost or anything else.
Oh, even the trigger's coming out.
That's how you know. That's how you know. This is a push for game.
This is definitely a push for game.
Let's see. 65,000 power.
Oh.
Dan, do you have a perfect guard? No, and that was a perfect guard they damage checked.
Oh, the damage like that. Okay, here comes the Vanguard swing. This has to be guarded in some way, shape, or form. This is gonna be a double drive at 5 damage. And it's on Persona 2.
Mm-hmm. This is what, a 30,000 power? Whew.
Yeah. There's the PG. We still got 2 more attacks to worry about here. Discarding the motor. It is a 5k. Another Alden into a front. Into a front. The columns just got even beefier. At 5 damage, this is exactly what you want to see. Here comes Bastion Skill, restanding the Alden, coming right back with even more, with an even higher now, on top of the front. Oh boy. Can a heal make it through? 2 perfect guards, potentially?
Alden's now 70 on his own before the boost, so 70 or 85, 90,000 power because of the additional +5.
Oh my. I don't think I've ever seen a 90k Alden yet.
Yeah, this is my first time seeing a 90k Alden. That's huge. Wow. And Dan, you need a perfect guard here because you're out of over trigger. You have used a lot of your triggers already.
The heals are out too. At least a good majority of them are out at this point. Oh,
yeah.
Wow. Oh, that is a perfect guard coming through. What is the other side? Because it's not as big. It's still pretty large, but I think it's like half of it.
It's like 50 or 60.
So that's 30 plus 2. That's 50. It's 50 right now. Can they guard a 50? They do have the shields. They do have the shield. They have the 15Ks on the sides. That's already a lot. I actually think Dan is going to make it through.
Very possible here.
Wow. Wow. Oh, there it is. There's the guard. Wow, just enough. Just enough. That's a 45k block, making it 58 total.
Yep. And wow, surviving a turn like that, that's so impressive from Dan there.
That is amazing. And then, you know, like that was 3 persona turns. 3 persona turns. That is, and it's, you know, Mino's out of personas at this point. Wow, do you just imprison and swing here? Like, oh, they're actually Dan's getting close to deck out too.
Oh, okay. No, they don't have to worry about deck out this turn.
Yeah, it's soon, but we won't see it here.
Mino knows big like finishing push actually might come back to bite him now.
Yeah, they both have 5.
And calling down that trigger.
True. They were going for the W there. We see that with the triggers for sure. Now with the board wipe coming here. Actually, it's not gonna be a full board wipe because they don't have any way to fully utilize it. But still, here comes the triple drive one more time. Oh no, they get through a little bit more. Also, you know, the Sarah Snow is gonna have additional 10k too. Okay, there we go. Nice little extra beef there. It's 23-31 to the Vanguard. And every attack is lethal here. With only 3 cards in hand.
I think Mino might have a heal or 2 left, at least.
That's fair. So
this
okay,
could be
the rear guards are 26 right now?
23.
23, yes, 23.
So I think you might just take this one.
Pretty risky. I assume the drive check is gonna be some Seraph Snows. It's the one thing we have not seen or seen very little of. So I don't think this drive check will be insane, but it should. But the thing here is just, is there enough block?
We do know that Mino checked the grade 3, but that might have been one.
And
that was what they discarded. So okay, so the front.
There's the front.
Yes. Okay, so very low chance that Dan sees a trigger here because they've seen a lot of triggers and there are a lot of non. Oh,
the crit, just like that, all on Vanguard. Check 2. Another crit. Why end it with 1 when you can end it with 3 and a turquoise?
Wow, and that's
is game. Wow, what a sight to see. What a sight to see. Wow. Oh, I would have been sweating. If I was Dan, I would have been sweating. Actually, both players. I would have been sweating as Mino as well. Wow. Wow, I don't know what I'm more impressed about. The fact that like the healing, or watching Dan survive not 1, not 2, but 3 persona turns. 3 very brutal persona turns. Oh my gosh. Well, how do you feel, Peter? How do you feel?
Whew. If I were Mino right there, I would have felt that final double critical right here. Like I think I would have a heart attack.
Wow, I was expecting some Seraph Snow checks. I wasn't expecting that. Like, we barely saw a Seraph Snow at all. Just that one Seraph Snow. I was expecting to be like Seraph Snow, you know, maybe some more normal units, but a crit just like that for a 1 to pass. Ooh, what a game.
That must have been their last 2 crits too. So
yeah, there was we saw a lot of triggers going back and forth between both players. So the deck was getting smaller and smaller, and I think Dan was actually thinking about using that skill to potentially draw an extra card, but they're just like, nah, going in. Here I come. Yeah. Oh, that was actually a really fun game to watch. I was not expecting that. I wasn't expecting that at all, actually.
That was definitely like a very intense game too. Like this was very swingy, like with that double heal, the over triggers,
both sides.
Yeah.
And then oh my gosh, a 90k Alden, just me. It's just 90k. It's fine.
Yeah,
it's nothing.
Don't worry.
Wow. I wonder if in that scenario, if it would have made more sense, because that Alden was already huge. It was already pretty much a PG or nothing. Would it have made sense, instead of making the Alden big, make the other column just a little bit bigger? just to kind of have like the ease push of like, here's a 70k, but here's also like a 60k here, because I think anything after 38 is pretty much like a PG or a 3-card guard. It's pretty much impossible to guard at that point unless you're holding like a bunch of triggers. So I'm wondering if putting all that pressure on Alden might not have been like the go-to. But it's a hard call.
It might have been the play to just put the power, like put at least one Refluke on the other rear guard.
Yeah. Because that way it would have been a 60k at that point. And I think in that case, Dan would have had to start using the rear guards. In which case, I don't know if they would have had another rear guard to put down for another attack. Because that we did see a Persona. So, wow, what a game!
It was quite a game.
Okay, but with that, that was an intense match, sweaty match. We can go ahead, take a little break, a little breather from the intensity of that, and we'll see you guys.
I feel mentally exhausted too.
Yep.
So
get that sweat off your forehead. It's okay. We'll see you guys.
and welcome again to Bushiroad Rumble Online.
I'll catch up with you. I'll do it on the first try. I need to practice in between.
Just during the breaks, just all right. So Bushiroad Rumble Online.
Okay. Good stuff. Wow. That was a nice little break, and now we're back. And round 3 is doing its thing. And how do you feel? How you feeling, Peter? How you
I'm feeling strong right now. Feeling pretty strong, almost as strong as Bruce.
Wow, almost as strong as Bruce. Wow.
Yeah, almost.
Almost as strong. I'm feeling pretty good too. I'm feeling pretty good. I still haven't seen, Stoicheia, and so I'm still waiting. I'm waiting and hoping and dreaming that I'll see a Zorga.
Manifest some Stoicheia.
I'm trying, man.
I'll try to help. With, because so far it seems I've manifested the past 2 rounds.
Yeah. Yeah, you have. You've been really pushing this Bastion and Bruce power. Where is the Stoicheia love? I need my Stoicheia love.
Let's give Stoicheia some love. Let's get a Zorga in.
Go Zorga. Come on, Zorga Colts. You got this. Come through.
Come on,
I'm pretty
Zorga
excited.
players.
Here, wait.
Do it.
I got a DSR. Come on, just listen to the DSR. Just listen to the DSR.
Let's see. I've got. Where is it? I'm trying to see if I can find my over trigger.
I have my Magnolia, Megami somewhere, but I think it's in one of my decks upstairs, so I don't have it on me. But this is me manifesting Stoicheia power. Let's go.
All right, this is my manifesting Stoicheia power.
Oh, the OT! Just the way to do it. One OT. You know what? Now that I bought, you made me think about it. You know what we haven't talked about yet? Well, we haven't truly spent time on Over Trigger.
What's
we
your
haven't
favorite
talked
one?
about. Oh, I mean, honestly, as a Stoicheia player, I'm not gonna lie, the Stoicheia Over Trigger is pretty nuts. You get a little bit of everything.
Yes.
You get a crit, a heal, a draw.
Exactly, and my favorite thing about it, there's never a bad time to check it. It's always good. It's literally always good.
Exactly. That is, oh god, so true.
There are bad times to check, say, the Keter Sanctuary one. There's sometimes a bad time to check the Brandgate one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, say you only have 1 board. That's just essentially a critical trigger. With the Stoicheia one, it's always good because it's at the worst a critical and a draw.
Yup, exactly.
It's always good.
It does. And my favorite part about it was something I discovered, I think the second or third time I checked it. I was just like, opponent goes, I think they were like 1 pass, right?
Mm-hmm.
I checked the over trigger. My thoughts like, the Stoicheia one, my thoughts are like, oh, I could, put the million on the Vanguard, right? And then I thought about it. And I was like, wait a second. I get a front row. Yeah. It already goes through. I'm like, oh yeah, let's get this million on something else. Let's get the trigger. Let's get the crit on the Vanguard. Let's get this draw. Let's get this heal. Like my mind was just like all these things. Like I just instantly I was like, wow, this is the best time to check this. Another one that's actually kind of pretty strong is the lyrical one. That one's
that one, because it's similar to Bruce in that it's good to check early, but with the lyrical one, it's also good to check late.
Yeah, I think the earlier the better, but late game, early game, mid game, doesn't matter. Your rear guards get power. They just exist.
I mean,
but with that,
I managed to win against a Laranarall player while going second, and they checked over trigger turn 3, and I'm like, I'm built different.
Me too. I did that with Orphist actually during Florida. They checked OT, and I still somehow won. I don't know how, but it happened. But with that, we're talking about, all these OTs, all this wonderful stuff. Let's check out the current standings. Let's see how we're doing. Going from round 3. Ooh, we did have this is quite a change. We got a couple names that stayed, but there's quite. You can start us off, Peter.
Yeah, we got a Sujuma, someone that was already in that sort of top cut with the 3-0 remaining there. Reverse Ace, someone new to the list at 3-0 as well. Cedric. We're only going to be seeing 3-0s for these top 16 players right now. Cedric, Rex G, 2 players that are moving up there. Nuno Raimundo and Living Proof. Nuno Raimundo, world champion. Living Proof, needs no introduction. Tyler Yu, a pretty well-known player if I remember correctly. Aldaimon, I actually don't remember ever seeing this person before, so I'm excited to see if we can see them play. Let's get into those next 8.
Yeah, let's see that 9 to 16. We got Crawlite. 9th place, we got EEMJ in 10th. Zistrel in 11th. Tempest Falcon. Wow. They're not a Tempest Sphere, they're Tempest Falcon. In 12th place. Sorry, I had to throw that in there. 13th place, Fraud. And then we got 14th place, Q Ball Gamer. And then 15th place, we got Kokorin still holding in there, TCG. And then we got 16th place with Daikutai.
Daikote.
Daikote.
Because Kenji's nickname in the original anime was Kote.
That makes sense. I'm not the most best at pronunciating. I have failed numerous times, so I'm so sorry to you players out there. I'm doing my best here. I'm trying. It's the second language curse, I swear. I'm innocent. But that is our current standings. What 16 lovely people in the top. Going all 3-0. Making it through all these different battles, all these different fights, still kicking, not a single loss yet. What a beautiful sight.
And I think for these after round 5 will be the final round where everyone in the top 16 is undefeated.
Interesting. I'm not the best at all this like numerical math when it comes to knowing like if there's 1 undefeated versus like 5 undefeateds, how it like shifts the rounds and stuff like that. I just kind of like, yeah, they're winning. They're doing their thing. They're in top 8s. Good job.
I mean, this is going to be a long haul as a tournament, so,
It's true.
It's going to be at least, 10 rounds today? Well, no, it's going to be at least 9 rounds. It might go 10.
Yeah,
So,
this one is huge. I mean, like, I think this is the biggest one out of all 3 regions, right? So that's
the biggest,
crazy. That's
the biggest online Bushiroad tournament, period.
You're probably, I don't know, I don't remember Springfest numbers, but I think you're right.
The cap was at 256 for standard.
That's right, because the cap doubled, or pretty much 2.5. It went up like 2.5 times since they increased it by quite a bit. But yeah, wow, that's crazy to think about. We have come so far. I'm so proud.
And I mean, I'm excited to see who these next round players are. I mean, like, what could it be? I'm hoping for you, a Stoicheia player.
You.
Maybe some Zorga, maybe some Magnolia, maybe some Flagberg. I know that Flagberg is a pretty cool deck. I'm a big fan of the aesthetics of it. I like Ascendance Assault and Inroad Shooter quite a bit. And Flagberg himself. They all look very cool.
I just bought the deck. Like, I finally got in the mail like yesterday. I actually I showed a little pictures to some people over the social medias, and I just have like just the stuff. I just kind of like wanted it because of Stoicheia, and maybe I could throw something from there into like other formats. But I was just like, oh, maybe one day this will become useful. Try it out. It's very interesting. You kind of do like all this like multi-attacking, and then your Vanguard does stuff, and then you multi-attack some more, and deciding where and what attack pattern you want to do is a very typical to like like kind of like clans when we had like the Aquaforce stuff. So it's very interesting to see. I'm personally not someone who's ever played anything outside of like Rare Blue type stuff, so it's really cool to see that like multi-attacking like restanding type of approach in like Stoicheia. So I think it's kind of cool. I would be interested to see. I hear it's a little hard to pilot right now, but hopefully this still be cool to see. I'm sure there might be some Flagberg people out there, but the Aquaforce enthusiasts coming on through.
Yeah.
So it's very possible. But yeah,
I know,
Zorga would be nice.
I know a friend of mine, he was like, he's like, because he's like, okay, I'll play premium for the most part, or V premium, until an Aquaforce deck comes to standard. And well,
here it is.
There we go.
Here it is. I don't know too much about the new stuff that's coming for Flagberg, because I really have not been keeping up with. That's like one of the few ride lines that I've just been kind of like pushing to the side for a little bit, because my focus has just been Zorga. But I hope hopefully with Set 4 coming around, it'll have some even more cool, fun, unique mechanics added to it. So pretty excited to see where that goes.
They got a really cool grade 3 in Set 4.
Really?
It's essentially a combination of not Ascendance Assault, the other restanding rearguard, and also Coral Assault. It's a combination of those two. So it does send itself to the soul to draw a card at the end of the turn, and it also restands itself. So very good card. Has a lot of implications for pretty much everything. Like, if you're running a Flagberg deck, you definitely want to run that.
Okay, this seems like a good approach. Hopefully it being a grade 3 doesn't like ruin like the game plan too much, with like being able to guard and stuff like that, because right now all the grade 2s pretty much restand, or a grade 1 gives grade 2s and stuff like that restands and capabilities. So at least you have like kind of like a way to intercept if you need to. So, but a grade 3, that sounds really good. That sounds like what you described sounds like exactly what Flagberg needs. So hopefully it'll just make it through.
And I mean, being more soul and the fact that it replaces itself is really strong.
This is okay. Sounds fun. I'm pretty excited. I do want to upgrade my Flagberg deck. I don't know if I'm gonna like do anything with it, but I am pretty excited to maybe casually. Maybe I'll just take it more like a casual deck, because I'm not like super big into like the multi-attacking. I kind of like the Alchemagic and the little furry creatures just a little bit more. And then for some reason my Orphist heart has just been like 5 notches, like Gravidius coming soon with like even more cool meteor stuff, and I'm just sitting here like, yes, come on. This is fun. I want to play more of this. So it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool.
I mean, I love just the artwork of Zorga so much. Like the card itself, I really like it just so much. And one of my favorite artworks is actually Nectar of Sensationalism.
Yes! Peter's based. That artwork is rock star metal boy material. Oh, it's so clean. Oh, you guys should go look it up on like TCG or something. If you're watching at home, go look at this card. It's beautiful. Oh, it's beautiful.
Yeah. I want to see like potentially more builds running it. I know that I saw one person that I played against, he was using Flagberg with Nectar of Sensationalism.
Yes.
You put that on a restanding rearguard, terrifying.
I'm waiting for that to be a thing in Zorga. I want to see my whatever it is. I want to restand with that 2 crit. I don't think it's ever gonna happen, because I'm sure it's gonna be like a drop zone call if there's ever gonna be a 4th attack. But it would just be nice.
I think that they're holding off on giving too many like generic restanding rearguards in Stoicheia because of a specific premium card, Zoa.
True. Yeah, Zoa.
They don't wanna. For those who don't know, because this is a standard stream, Zoa has an ability of it gives a card, if it hits, you win the game. So
literally, if anything hits, you win. You literally just straight up win the game. It doesn't matter if you're at 1, 0, whatever damage, you just win.
Yeah, so it's definitely very scary to put that on a restanding rearguard. It is possible right now, but you have to run a Flagberg deck for that, which is kind of difficult. But I mean, enough about other formats. This is a standard stream. I do think that it's exciting though to see like maybe in the future a way to like mix some Flagberg stuff into Zorga.
Oh, that'd be so cool. Or like Magnolia or something. Magnolia already does like some really cool multi-attacking, like even more multi-attacking on top of that. Yeah. That would just be really cool. Like I want to see that maneuver. Like right now we're seeing some Flagberg ride lines being thrown into like Zorga stuff. It was just because you get free calls off of it. So it'd be interesting to see like kind of like that engine go even further if possible. So I'm personally really excited. I'm one of those people, I don't play my Zorga deck traditionally. I'm one of those people where I constantly do something different because I'm trying to see how far I can push the deck. Like some people, there's Tearful Malice. It's the one that goes into Soul, you retire 2 rear guards, counter charge, and draw a card. And it's an order. A lot of people don't like that order. I actually love trying to find a way to make that order work. It's like my favorite thing to do. Like I play like a deck where I just constantly call a board. Like I call a board for turn 1 to 3, I call triggers, I call whatever, and then I use Tear from Malice to just like retire the rear guards and then just do whatever with like my other Alchemagic card. It's just something I've been like playing around with. It is so fun. So just any additional card pools to make Zorga even more interesting, I'm all about it.
Yeah, I really like how many orders are in Stoicheia that are like normal orders that you could just do a lot of cool stuff with it. From what I remember, there's one that gives 1 unit on your board when anything else attacks get +5. If then there was a way for multi-attack to enter Zorga, that would be really cool. Because then you could like alchemy magic it.
Yeah, because there's so many options. We're getting there. We're getting there. This is kind of like we're still in like the beginnings of Overdress. We're starting to sink into. It started to truly sink our teeth into Overdress. So we're getting there. We're getting there. We're starting to see some amazing stuff coming in. And honestly, all the sets have been coming out with some amazing stuff. But we're really starting to see the synergy really come through with a lot of these decks. And honestly, there's already so much that Overdress does. Like there's so much thought that's already put into like the decks that you're building. It's not just like I throw down some cards and I swing. Like there's so much interaction that it's very awesome to see, like building your trial deck into like a normal, like like a more like enhanced deck. Like there's a lot of thought that you have to go through and like playing it out. And that's one thing I appreciate about Overdress. It's not just you really got to think through like how your deck works and knowing how to face other matchups.
Yeah, it's definitely like always cool to see how like, because also matchup knowledge is a thing that I think is underappreciated in Vanguard, because there's a lot of times where a deck will seem terrifying and then you learn the matchup and then it's like, oh, this is nothing. I can take this no problem. There's a lot of those knowledge checks and I really like that.
I agree with you 100%. I think knowing, so personally as a Great Blue player, I think knowledge is power in that sense. I think the more you know about your matchups, actually Zorga has a similar thing. If you play Zorga, and I'm sure Zorga players out there know, you really need to know what you're facing, because what you alchemy magic will make a difference. Like, are you going for GDR, which is, grief, despair, and rejection? Are you going to retire with regurgitation? Is that what you need to do? Do you need to retire? Do you want to get your units out to the board? Should you get your units out if you're facing something like Leonard? You have to think about these things every single turn. Do you want to add extra crit pressure? What did your opponent drive check? Did you drive check a PG? Is now the time to Fleet Swallower? You got to think about these things every single turn. You're thinking 2-3 turns ahead, because you need to know, what is my opponent doing? What am I going to do to deal with that? Because in some ways, Zorga is a control deck. So
yeah. For sure. And also, like, it's a deck with a lot of options. I like when you have a lot of options, because, you get to really just give yourself, like, it gives you more. I like when a deck has more options, because not only does it mean there's more opportunities to mess up, but it also means that it, like, shows a player's skill. When a deck has more ways to mess up in, that means that, like, when you don't mess up, it's more impressive.
It's rewarding.
Yes, exactly.
Well, with those rewards, talking about Zorga, we do have another round to go to. We have another deck to look at, so let's go ahead and see what round 4 is going to show us, what we're going to see today.
Did we manifest it? We did! We manifested!
Oh, it's Flagberg! It's a Flagberg Stoicheia! Oh, we did it! I'm happy. Woo! I'm happy now. And they're running the Nectar. They're running the crits. They're running the Soul. Wow. Oh, they're running. I don't know the name of it. It's the grade 2 that you retire and get 5k to 2 units.
Yes, that one's so good in this deck too, because you give the restanding rear guards the +5.
Oh my gosh, I actually really like this. They have the counter charger in here. They have the counter charger in here. They have that grade 1 I was talking about, the one that you counterblast Soul Blast, give something else the ability to restand, I believe. Oh, and they're running the restanding grade 2. I don't know the names of any of these. I just know what they do. But oh my gosh, that is so exciting to look at.
This is just, I love this list so much, and that's 8 crit. So they're going, okay, yeah, I want to just end this game as soon as possible. No other grade 3s than Flagberg. You don't need any other grade 3s.
Yeah, I mean, what are you gonna run? Like, this is perfect. You just your grade 2s, like, just push your game. Like, this is what you want to see. This is what you want to do. And oh gosh, they're running 4 counter chargers. I just realized that's 4. That's insane. Yeah. A lot of decks I've seen, they run like 2 or 3, but they're going for the full. I'm gonna counter charge so I can re-counter blast. Honestly, the counter charger is very needed. Your Vanguard attack counter blast pretty much every single turn. So you really need. It's kind of like Bear Magnus. You want a counter charger of some kind because you're at least using 1 CB.
Not only that, though, it fills up your soul, too. So when you're spending that soul on, I forget the dragon's name, the grade 2.
Grade 2 dragon? Oh, it's literally a Aggress Blue Dragon. It's actually a dragon.
Yes, Aggress Blue Dragon. I love the artwork on that one, too. It looks like a cyborg or something.
It does. It's a battleship. It looks like a battleship. Like, no joke. It's got like a building on it and everything. And oh gosh, have you seen the SP of this card? I
have not. I need to take a look at the SP of that. I would bet it's And if there's like a on the like light piping on it, if there's like the foiling, that would look so cool.
Oh, it's beautiful. It's beautiful, Peter. But with that being said, this is Flagberg. But what is Flagberg gonna be facing today? What are we gonna see? What is the approach?
The most popular deck out. Wait, what? Wait. Do you notice what's missing?
A lot of things, Leonard.
Yeah, the name of the deck is literally Leonard who?
Wow, they're running. Oh my gosh, they're running the grade 3. They're running the grade 3. Flagberg is like, I only run grade 2s. This deck's like, here's Brian.
Yeah,
what is this?
Brian. No
I like
Marjorie.
it.
No Marjorie. No Leonard. No Protobulb. No Hellblast Full Dive. They are just
This is the Queen Lou
no
deck.
crits. No crits either.
This is the Queen Lou deck. I've heard a little bit about this type of approach where you run the grade 1 Queen Lou. I am not a Bruce enthusiast, so this is all you, but I've seen a little bit of like kind of like an approach about something about this just being like another version of Bruce you can play.
Yes. So the Quen Lu build is one where, because Quen Lu gives a guard restrict ability to something, and that's pretty good. And like if you put that on Eden, that's terrifying. And then you use Brian, but not Brian for his own power. You use Brian for that crit. Yep.
Oh, wow. My mind is on fire right now. I love this. You know, I was telling the boys this earlier. I legit like 30 minutes ago just bought all the Bruce stuff because I want to build it. And now this makes me want to build it even more.
Yeah, and I mean, the +5 is not final rest restricted. It's only the crit that's final rest restricted. So, I mean, you could definitely like potentially just go for the 5, just to almost like a super version of the Festival Collection Grade 2. I've already forgotten the name.
Jared?
Jared. Yes, Jared. Like a super Jared in that you're giving +5 to your whole front row early game. Or early game for Bruce is turn 3.
How do you feel about that Blitz order right there? That little special violence yell. How do you feel about that?
So special violence yell is run in normally like its own variant of Bruce. People call it like a defensive Bruce.
Mm-hmm.
And it seems like they're combining the defensive Bruce with the Quen Lu build, and also running Regina to be able to potentially, if they want, call out Eden, give it +10, then use Quen Lu, give Eden another buff of +2, which normally is not that much, but when you combine it with, when you combine it with just the guard restrict, it just becomes really good.
That's beautiful to see. It's beautiful to see. But now that we've seen these two decks, let's go ahead and see the action. See what these two decks are capable of. This is going to be a really interesting matchup. With Leonard not being present, I think this actually helps Flagberg in a sense. I don't have to worry about their rear guards getting popped off. But the pressure. Ooh, Drew. You're right.
And they have the Leonard Matt, even though they're not... Wait, no,
that's so funny.
That's a Flagberg.
And they got the starter. And they got the starter too.
Ah!
That is so funny. The swap. How did this happen?
It's just like, hey, I think I'm using your mat.
I think we need to swap here. You know, I see Megiddo on the other side, the ultimate stride. It should be on the other end.
Ooh, and discarding a Bruce, so they definitely have one in hand here, because, I mean, otherwise... Ooh, and there's...
Yep.
You can Regina to get Quen Lu back, so that is always a thing.
Interesting. That is actually really cool. Seeing Regina in a deck like this, that's so nice. I like that.
I feel like this list wants to just end it on turn 4, though, because you're soul charging a lot, you're getting through your deck a lot through all these draw triggers. They're running 7 draws, so, wait.
Oh, wow.
Okay, yeah. They're running 7 draw, 4 front, 4 heal, and then the Dark States over trigger. And then they're running the Derek, they're running the Pandemonium Tactics. They're running through their deck like it's nothing.
We're seeing the Flagberg, the ride line coming through here with that extra being able to just call units straight up. We're going for a hard push here right off the bat, coming in. That's a guard. No, 5k block. We got another attack coming in.
I feel like, there's no trigger. Defensive, no. There's 2 Bryans left.
Okay. One more attack coming through.
Ooh.
All right. Okay, that's a Derek. That is a Derek.
Yep. That was definitely good for TMF Cadem.
Yeah, that push is nice. Sometimes, having that early push, especially against a Bruce deck, Bruce and Bastion really suffer to early pushes like this. But this is sometimes what you got to do. You got to kill before the restands happen. Start showing what you got. Oh, that is Derek using the skill. No, not using the skill. Sorry, my bad.
You can use that early game though. For example, if you're in the Bruce mirror, you can use Derek. For those upcoming Bruce players, you can use Derek early game if you're going first in the mirror to kill their Eden, or not their Eden, to kill their Matt, and then they can't use Richard's skill.
True, they lose. I've always thought about ways to do that, and that is definitely one of the ways to do it. That's nice. Here we have the Ascendus Assault coming through. The skill, and then going into Flagberg.
Yep, and okay, the Aggress Blue. So they will be able to get the 5 attacks this turn alone.
Wow, already. This is the true Aquaforce spirit coming through here. The restand with the restand.
Uh-huh.
Oh, that's a draw. Nice little defense there. And getting a draw. I wonder how nice, draws are so nice.
Okay, I see why they're doing this. They don't have any soul to do the extra attack, so.
Oh, I see. Because don't you have to because the way the grade 2 works, you have to reveal a Flagberg or a grade 2 right from hand, and if you don't, then you have to soul blast another unit. In order
they didn't have to soul blast another unit. It's that they only had 1 soul.
Mm-hmm.
And because they only had 1 soul, they were unable to They were unable to use both soul blast effects because both of them are soul blast 1.
That makes sense. I understand. We saw a double Igloo check there, so we'll be seeing a lot of beef added next turn. But with the defense here, it's actually very interesting. Flagberg actually has a really annoying first grade 3 rise, especially if you're going first. Now that I think about it, that was quite a lot. It was like attack, like ooh.
Yeah, that was a lot of attacks, and I mean, one thing that CP104 does need to consider is, even though that hand looks big, a lot of it is not much shield at all.
Yeah, that is very true. And we're gonna see here kind of like a potential chill turn. We don't have any final rush yet, so just a potential. Yep, just straight in, swinging in.
And it'll be a decision. Probably want to just take this damage because like you want to be at 2.
Yeah.
Or you want to take a damage so you can use any.
Over trigger. Oh, another Dark States player hitting the OT offensively, getting the 10k, getting the crit just like that. What 2 stream games? How did we get here?
Wow, that is 3 damage to 2 now, and I mean not only that, but that is their only that's their only critical in the deck, and that was a perfect time to check it because they also run Pandemonium Tactics and they run Brian, that means that they can have 4 crit Vanguard with a lot of power.
They could even have a pressure turn. They can have everything oh my gosh, that is insane. But it was also Flagberg. They had the Persona ride there, so that'll make everything a little bit more annoying to deal with.
Mm-hmm. And one thing that TMF Cadem has to worry about here is that if they don't have a perfect guard, they might just lose next turn because plus 10 from Persona Ride, plus 10 from Pandemonium, and plus 5 from Brian, and plus 10 from the Overtrigger. That makes it a 48 unboosted Vanguard.
Gosh, that sounds frightening. This sounds pretty frightening too. Restand, attack. You could just keep going. Is there a possible chance to get a guard restrict here? Is it possible? Oh, yes! We're gonna see the guard restrict. Oh wait, no, we're not.
No,
not enough counterblast.
Yep, not enough counterblast.
Wait, is that not the CC unit in the back?
Oh, it is.
It is. So we actually might be able to see that full Flagberg. All the skills will activate. Oh, that's nice.
This is good to see here. And
This is
because it
peak.
sends it up to the soul too, that means that Flagberg's going to be very big.
Yeah, this is very true. Okay, we see a check, no defense, another swing. This is the fourth attack now. I think it's the fourth attack. That's a PG guard right there. I think I think CP just knows like I'm gonna have to take Vanguard. I can't guard that with 3 cards. So here it is with the skill to countercharge, but then automatically instantly counterblast, draw a card, retire rear guards, but we're not retiring much here, and then you get an extra 10k and the guard restrict. That's a draw. Nice. And okay, a draw for a draw. I see.
So CP104 is just in a pretty good spot here. You know, like has the overtrigger permanent, and yep, Persona Ride. So right now Vanguard's at 33 with a crit.
Final rush. Wow, 33, and all that open counterblast, because that's something those things that this deck counterblast, the Bruce deck is got counterblast a little bit more because of all the different skills coming through. So, but with 4 open counterblast, that's a lot of stuff you could do.
And I mean, this is going to be exciting to see how this turn plays out because this is a very unique Bruce deck.
This is what I like to see. I love to see spice. This is I'm all about this. I'm all about this. This is my level of entertainment.
Let's see here. CP104 has 5 soul, so they need to manage to get 3 more soul in to get the crit on Pandemonium. Okay, they're just going for Pandemonium here. It's going to give the plus 10. And, oh, that's 3 triggers gone there.
Wow.
Oh.
Wow, interesting. That's right, because you get to draw a card off of it too, right? Potentially, he has a lot of skills. I'm reading the Pendulum. That's a very nice card for Bruce.
It definitely helps a lot, but also they've been drawing a lot too, so they are running through their deck.
There's the Quinn Lu.
If only they had put the Quinn Lu in a little bit beforehand, they might have been able to just hit the crit to Vanguard. But I mean, it's still a 43? Yes, it's a 43,000 power Vanguard, and once Brian comes out, it is going to be plus another 5. So
he needed 7 soul too for that, so I think that's why he was kind of holding off on it there for the official guard restrict.
That's true.
And interesting, very interesting card. I never knew that this card could be utilized like this. The Quinn Lu, another Quinn Lu. So he's giving it to both. So CP104 is going to give it to both rear guards here. So both rear guards have the restriction now, an additional little 2k power, and you cannot call grade 1 or greater cards from your hand for that attack.
And with how big these rear guards are, you will need probably a perfect guard.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Oh my gosh, it shuts down perfect guards. I didn't even think about that.
Yep, we're not in V anymore. Draw PGs are not a thing.
Oh my gosh. Shutting down perfect guard attacks like that with crit and power pressure on an OT turn with Persona Ride. What is this?
Eden is 42 because of that also. So this is 42, and you can't use a perfect guard. Okay, that helps. That helps,
yes. Oh my gosh.
This is really dangerous here. And yep, you just use Eden's skill here, just pop something. Anything, actually.
Yeah, if it hits, that's true. You can just... Oh, wow, that is so nice. This is also a pretty big column. I mean, a pretty big number.
Yeah, this one's 40.
Another, and you have to take it. Oh, wow. And they're going to restand, and they're still going to have the restriction on them.
Yep.
Oh, and the crit's gonna be sorry. I'm watching this match come to life. You know, one thing is seeing the decks like card to card, but another thing is actually seeing this play out. Here's the restand. Bruce is attacking. Wow.
Yep, eat this 58 with a crit.
How do you guard the rear guards? How do you guard them?
That's a good question.
Do you just have to like farm triggers? Like what do you do?
And we haven't seen many fronts either, so we might just see a front get checked.
This is true. We still don't know the draw that the Viper got. This is the only attack where you can perfect guard. Oh, more power. Another draw coming through.
Just give it to Eden. Just give it to that crit.
I mean, honestly, right now it's all about the numbers because it's all about those trigger numbers. Because right now the only guard is through zeros.
Okay.
Okay, check 2 is in order.
Still nice.
Oh, that's
to
a blitz
have,
order.
Yes, because that is very helpful against Flagberg.
It is. It is. You're right. Can negate that power. 2
Mm-hmm.
damage. High. Don't know the number exactly, but it's past 50 at this point.
Yeah, it's I think 52 now, and you can't perfect guard it. So
Is it possible they're holding OT? Now that I think about it, OT would be the one thing to be able to guard. No, that is GG. Wow, what a match! Wow.
We called it right at the start. This deck wanted to win on turn 4, and that is exactly what it did.
Right. You are so right. Props to you, Peter. You called that.
I mean, like, this person is also very ready for when Unrivaled Bruce comes out. I mean, in a month, that card is going to come out, and this is going to be the game plan. Give your Vanguard a crit, buff it all up huge. Like, it will only be 10 below in terms of stages, but still, it's going to be very big, and your Vanguard is going to have a crit. Definitely a threat.
Wow, that was lethal. That was so lethal. Like, gosh, I can't even imagine how our Flagberg player was feeling. That was insane. We've been seeing some insane matches today. And that OT. Oh, that OT.
That OT was like on turn 3, the OT coming out, making it go to 3 damage, and then dealing the rest of the 3 damage, technically 4 because Eden hit with a crit. So yeah, that helped even more.
Yeah, that reminded me of like Steel, but even more. Like just constant crit pressure, constant numbers. Holy bananas. Holy bananas.
Yeah, that was wild.
You call that on the dot too. Like I didn't know what was going on there. Not a Bruce player, but you knew exactly what was happening there. You're like, oh, this it's gonna be these crits, it's gonna be these commons, it's gonna be this. The end game is on the final rush turn. I'm just like, okay, I'm ready to see it, and then that's exactly what happened. Oh wow, man, Stoicheia.
Stoicheia was manifested, but unfortunately, Stoicheia lost.
It's okay, Flagberg. You did your best. You went through. You're on stream. It's okay. We did see a lot of multi-attacking, and we did see the Flagberg do their Flagberg thing. Like they did everything that they normally do. So we really did see the deck do its thing. It's just Bruce did even more.
Yep, and I mean, like, it just shows Bruce is good, and not just in the traditional way either. You can build Bruce in so many ways, and it'll still be dangerous.
It's just those 5 attacks. Those 5 attacks are rough. Those 5 attacks really know how to push. They really do. But with that being said, after another very insane match, time to take a little break.
Yeah.
And calm down from yet another OT turn. So with that being said, we'll see you guys in a little bit for the next round. Stay tuned.
See you.
So hi, my name is Johan. I'm from France, and I participated in BSFO 2021, in which I got first place in V Premium in NA with Bermuda Triangle Prism, and then I also got the third place Europe with Gastil in Premium, and the second place of stand-up format for EU with Bastion. I took all 3 formats with. I was pretty happy about it. Yeah, so it was quite difficult because there was a lockdown in my country, at least. So I trained with my girlfriend. We played every day and each format. And yeah, we tried many decks. We had a good idea of what the format looked like. So we kept practicing every day. I wasn't really expecting to top. I mean, I really play tested a lot. And I also participated to the shop league, the remote shop league. But it was just because I found the game funny, but I never expected to top or play to top. So I started Vanguard in 2019. And so my first event was the DSF France 2019. And well, that was a great experience. So wanted to do another event. So I went to Cardiff the same day, the same year. And then I participated in many BCS this season. And it was the last BCS season. Really great experience. So I hope it will come back very soon. Initially, I started the game with my girlfriend. So we traveled together, mainly together. I mean, and, sometimes when there were some other French people who traveled with us, but well, in Paris we had a small group who travel a lot. Very interesting and very weird at the same time, because I like the fact that I can play with anyone in the world, like with Australian people, and it was a really good experience because I'm not used to play with these people. Like I think Singapore people and even NA people. That was the first time I played with them. It was great in that regard. And at the same time, you don't see your opponent. You only see the hand, so well, you can't read on his face. Well, after a game is played, you can't go with your friends and talk about the game. Hopefully, I had a group of friends with whom I chatted during the event to recreate the atmosphere of a real event, but it's never the same. So I registered, I think, 5 tournaments. So I know some people registered for like the 9 tournaments. I don't know how they did. Yeah, I decided to only participate in 5 because I think I needed to sleep just to be able to play correctly. Maybe I played like 12 hours a day. I didn't sacrifice sleep time for the tournament. And so for people who want to participate, so maybe it's a bit late, but they should prepare before, like a month before, if they want to have a chance to talk. If they just want to have a fun moment, I think that's a great experience to chat with people as well, because after a game you can just chat with people and have a different view of the game. Thanks for listening, and good luck for the tournament. Ciao.
Doesn't look like this pandemic's clearing up. Guess we're not gonna have any tournaments anytime soon, huh?
Fight!
Contestant number 42, first warning. At no point during the game should your deck, the cards on your field, or the cards in your hand go out of the screen. To ensure fair gameplay, everybody's decks, cards on the field, as well as cards in the hands must remain on screen at all times during a game. First time, you get a warning. Second time, you get a game lost. Please continue the game.
Okay, so 1, 2, and 3.
As Warpgate technology is not available to the public yet, this is how deck cutting will be implemented during the tournament. First, split them into 3 piles. Label them 1, 2, and 3. Your opponent will instruct you on how to arrange the piles in.
On your side, let's do 2, 1, 3.
Okay, so 2, 1, 3. So 2, 1, 3. Okay.
受け取るがいい。我が5万パワーを持つブラッドブラックでお前のヴァンガードをアタック。
When your opponent disconnects during a game, ping a judge and let them know what happened. The player who disconnected in the middle of game will get 1 strike. The second time they disconnect during a game, they will get a game loss.
Sorry, my bad. Disconnected. Can we continue the game?
Oh hey, welcome back, dude. Anyway, as I was saying, 我が5万パワーを持つブラッドブラックでお前のヴァンガード。
Cut the shenanigans, please. While shenanigans are technically not a rule violation, to ensure smooth gameplay, please declare all intentions and moves to your opponent clearly.
Okay, sorry, got it.
いいだろう。お前の攻撃を受けて立つ。
Attack your Vanguard, 23,000 power.
Okay, no god.
Then attack your Vanguard. This is gonna be 33,000 power.
No god, no god.
Attack your Vanguard. This is gonna be 51,000 power. Huh?
Hey
Hey
guys,
guys.
I'm Fiona.
I'm Matthew.
Alright, so an online tournament is actually our best option in providing a community a way to continue playing their favorite card games during this pandemic. First time, you can always check out the video here in the top right corner to learn more about the setup required, and the link up to the video is also available in the description box below.
Right, so it may not be the same as attending a physical tournament, but there'll still be rules and etiquette that you need to follow to ensure a smooth run of the event. So for more information, do take a look at the stuff in the description box below.
Everyone is just here to have fun and maybe win some prizes. Rules are put in place to give the players some assurance, and we hope that no one in the community spoils the fun for anyone else. Good luck and have fun.
Comment down below what you think about this video or just to say hi. Don't forget to like and subscribe and ring the bell so you get a notification every single time we post a video. Till then, take care, stay safe, see ya!
Hello! Welcome! Welcome, Philip. Peter's taking a little break. Welcome in.
Gonna do the thing.
Am I gonna do what's the thing? Oh, welcome to Bushiroad Rumble Online. Something like that. Something like that. I'm not as good as Peter, but here we are.
The thing.
Yeah, I did the
Anyway, yes, welcome back to Bushiroad Rumble Online 2021, technically in 2022. Regardless, there were 4 rounds we saw. All crazy games, but you guys we keep saying they're all crazy games, but I'm starting to really think about it. Like, Overdress, ever since I started playing it, even recently, every game I played has been crazy in its own aspect. So is crazy just the new normal?
It is the new normal. This is the new normal. These have been wild games. These have been so wild. It's been a second since I've seen Overdress feel like on this level of hype. My eyes are like, what am I watching?
It's fun. My God, like I watched the game you guys did in round 4, the Bruce versus Flagberg, and I was sitting here first thinking like, why couldn't I commentate this? It's Bruce. It's a very good version of Bruce. It's very
Sorry.
but at the same time, like, my God, that game, and I love the addition in the Bruce versions of Quinn Liu. The card is amazing, and it just brings out another form of Bruce that nobody really thought of. And Eden and no grade 1s, doing 2 Quinn Lius, 4 attacks, can't be guarded with most of your hand. I am in love.
That was insane. No Marjorie, no Leonard, and like literally, you know, our player was just like, I don't need that stuff. I don't this strong stuff right here that everyone, you know, just loves or hates. Psh.
I mean, that just
Just like
proves
that.
you don't have to play everything that everybody else plays. You can build your own deck, your own version, your own play style. And there's so many different versions you can build. Like, we just seen this tournament through the feature matches, 2 different versions of Bruce. Easily. With the introduction of Boost F4, we're going to see more versions of Bruce, because there's going to be decks like that run the grade 4 Bruce. And there's going to be decks that don't want to run the grade 4 Bruce because they still want to use Leonard. They still want to use those other cards.
True.
Persona
That's
Ride.
True. That's very true. Sometimes I think the fact that you can make a choice, you can be like, am I going to play grade 3 Bruce or am I going to play grade 4 Bruce? Like, the fact that you can make that decision now is just so cool. I can't wait for like everyone to get grade 4s so I could just sit here and make these choices too. But that is so cool. That is so cool. That was honestly, like I said, Bruce has been one of those decks where I just kind of never really cared. I just like, oh, it exists, and I was just like, you know, whatever, you know, it's a deck. But after today, I have ascended to a new orange. I'm no longer just outer orange. I'm outer Bruce orange. And today I'm a new person.
Orange. You're Violence Orange.
I am violent. I am Diablos Violence outer orange with the commas and everything. I'm coming in with the quotations, the whole 9 yards. I want that text written out. I want my name to be with my orange and everything. I am a Diablos Bruce player.
Well, whoever made Salami, you know what to do now.
Make another thing. I believe in hashtag BRO 2021. I've still been keeping up. I will eventually read some of these tweets once I see more of those. You know, throw them out there so we can have some fun stuff to talk about on here.
Anyway, like we mentioned, that was round 4. So this is now where it's starting to come really. You will out the people that have been winning, and you will out the people that haven't been as fortunate at winning. And we actually get to see who's staying on top and who's actually on top of their game. So let's look at the standings and see if we see any familiar faces.
Oh, let's do it. Let's do
technically names, but still.
Sorry, I'm just so excited. That's Kokorin in first place right there.
Someone you know?
It is. Actually, someone I met very early on in the community, so that is amazing to see. Hey, was that okay? Can I do the top 8?
Go for it. I was about to say,
I'm already
go for
reading
it.
them. We got first place Kokorin, TCG. Nice stuff. I have no idea what they're playing. Like it could be anything. I don't have no clue. But then next we have second place. We have Nuno. Very very awesome stuff to see. Third place is Maxi Solom. That's right. The boy is up there. No idea what he's playing, but I hope he's having. He looks like he's having success with it. So keep at it. And then we got Rycoke in 4th. We got 5th Prod. Been keeping it up. I'm pretty sure they were like lowers. Now they've been going up. Awesome to see. We got 6th place Cedric Q. I think I got that right. I hope. I'm sorry if I didn't. 7th place Rex G and 8th place Flygun. Oh, what an interesting top. So interesting top so far.
Someone could be playing the WCC standard of bricks. He could be just taking that again.
Do you think so? You think? I have a feeling he might be bringing something else. Maybe like Bastion or Bruce.
He could do the whole thing of, I know what WCC players are playing. I'm gonna play the counter that.
yeah. I'm gonna play something else.
That was 1 through 8. I want to see 9 through 16. Because that's also where, because as you see the scores, all of them are 4-0. And to give you some extra information, there's 19 players currently 4-0, which means after this round, we're going to see some, 4-1s and so forth. But in the 9 to 16 place, we got a couple of names here. We got Cue Ball Gamer, sitting over there at 9th place, followed immediately by the guy we just watched, CP104, followed by SB, TCG. That is the that sign can be multiple things. In my language, it's actually an F, but I don't know what the G stands for, so I have no clue what this is.
I think that's the Shirayusha. I think it's part of that like I don't remember the name, but I think it's part of like their group, the Shirayusha group. I could be wrong.
Anyway, just like in 12th place, I am clueless, as is Clueless Wolf in 12th place. Bad puns all around. Then we got Tempest Falcon sitting over there at 14th place, followed by followed by the Derek Dow.
Yep.
Ander Lee at 15 and Adrian Barber at 16.
Wow. What an amazing top 16. We got some amazing names on here. Wonderful, lovely people. This has been beautiful. Beautiful. That really changed from the last one. Wow. Like a lot of adjustments.
Like you gotta understand, and like you did mention, you're not that much into numbers. Don't worry, I am here. I am a math major. I got
Thank
you covered.
Senpai. Thank you.
But jokes aside, like we have 19 players that are 4-0. That means in the previous round, if everything ran accordingly, if people didn't drop, if people didn't have connection problems, there was about 38 players that were in the ranges of, minimum 38 players in the ranges of 3-0. That's a lot of 3-0s, and you really can't decide who's first, who's second. It all comes down to opponent averages, how your other people have played, and those little statistics. But as we get closer to round 6, 7, 8, possibly 10, we're gonna start seeing people slowly go away. Like 19 people are 4-0, which means after this round, and all those 4 people are facing 4 people, we're gonna come down to about 10, if not I want to say 10 to 9 people that are now 5-0.
Now, what it cut in half?
If the pairings do the way they do, like if this is pairing style where top people play top people, 4-0 plays 4-0, then we're gonna see it in half because not everybody can win. But if it's not like that, then we might still see some more people.
Oh, okay.
4-1 is probably gonna be on the bracket next round. But until we get to next round, we got to really get into round 5 here. The players are still getting situated. We still don't know who we're going to be seeing. And you and Peter have been playing this game, so I want part of it now. Who do you predict?
Who do I predict? We've seen about everything now at this point. We haven't seen. That's right. Lyrical Monasterio. Where is it? Where is Lyrical Monasterio?
I'm expecting either Ernst Correct or even Catgirl's Laura Nero. If I can help it, I'm gonna go Catgirls because I don't want my tongue to twist.
Catgirl, if you want to say Catgirl, you can say Catgirl. I'll give you the little ears. There you go. I'm not gonna lie. I'm one of the few people that I stand by this. I'm not a big fan of Clarissa. I'll say it. I'm not. So many people love Clarissa. I don't like playing it. I like playing against it. It's actually not one of my. And I know it's the whole brawler mechanic.
Yeah,
I just can't. I don't know why, but but keep in mind, I will say one thing: the Dragon Girls are amazing. The ride line looks amazing. The scales are cool. Like, trust me, I'm all for it. But for some reason, every time I face someone with Clarissa, I'm just like, that looks fun, I guess. Meanwhile, I'm over here, Orifice.
You hit the nail right on the mark. Because a lot of my good friends that do enjoy Ernskern, do enjoy Clarissa, the only reason they enjoy it is because it reminds them of brawlers. Yep. And it's just Voltron brawlers with an order.
That order is fun.
The deck is honestly good because you got to understand, like being able to attack 3 rearguards, or 3 units, because you're going to attack the Vanguard, is a retire in its own self, but at the same time every single hit bumps up your board in power, in draw. You're getting a good hand size as well as putting pressure and removing pieces on the board. It's just a very efficient deck. The only problem comes down to you get that free order once through the ride line, then you got to draw into it.
I think it's like now that I think about it, it's a pretty well-rounded deck. You have restanding, draw, retire, a board, power,
resist in a form.
Resist in a form because you can technically, bring your units back with the some costs. Now that I think about it, that's a pretty well-rounded deck. It's all around, and we're getting lyrical reveals pretty soon, so I can't wait to see like what more they can add to that engine. Maybe another Ernst Current unit.
We actually saw a grade 3 for them revealed where whole ability is you retire itself to look at top 7 and add an Earns Correct to the open rearguard circle so it can go in itself. So it's a fixer.
It is a fixer. So even if you lose some rear guards, you can just bring it back essentially. That's actually pretty nice. That's pretty nice. That's a nice little addition. A nice little drop to the fun of the deck. So that's pretty cool to see.
Earns Correct as well as Laurel Narrow are, of course, the favorite lyrical decks that we might see here in the tournament. But that's not to say the other lyrical decks are nothing to sneeze at. Like, they could be put... Like, there's a lyrical deck I want to see if it's going to show up, and that is a hybrid... Akari... What's the
Kairi Ghosty?
Oh, yeah. Kairi Ghosty. Gem Kairi Ghosty.
Yup. Gosh, that deck is...
You have the Ruby Sapphire Ride line with the Ghosty engine to make open rear guards and Kairi to give that multi-attack.
That deck
I actually...
Go for it. Okay, I'll go. Sorry, I just... Oh, that deck is so big brain. That deck is so big brain. You really need to think of your actions. You can't just put a board down, and you got to put a board down a certain way. And there's just, I'm sorry. I just, it's so cool. I literally, I don't know. If you guys follow me, if you guys know me, I have 3 different Kairi decks. 3 different Kairi decks that I've been pushing. 3 different decks. I'm talking 3 completely different styles. There's the Ghosty Kairi, there's Pure Kairi, and then there's Blackwing Kairi. So I ain't messing around when it comes to Kairi. There's even a Whitewing Kairi variant they can do. I ain't playing here. I ain't playing. Don't give me that face. Don't give me that face. It works.
I never heard of Blackwing or Whitewing Kairi, and you got me interested because I main Blackwings and Whitewings, so I'm like, wait a minute.
It is literally, you literally bind, you run the Alice Steel engine, so you bind the cards, you get Blackwing, and then you go into Kairi instead and use all the Blackwing engine on Kairi. So all the Blackwing stuff activates. You could do the same thing with the White Wings as well. So you can bounce, Soul Charge, give guard restricts, or not guard restrict, it's like resist. Oh, you can make something not stand. You could just do all these things with it. It's such a cool deck, and surprisingly enough, it actually is super fun. You can bring stuff from your soul back to hand with a grade 2. There's just all these little interactions you can do with it. It's actually really cool. I don't think it's like tournament viable, but it's super fun. Sorry, I'm going completely left wing here.
You're good.
Huh?
Anyway, puns aside, another lyrical deck I do want to highlight. Let's see here.
Alice Steel.
Of course, you got the normal Ghosty engine, which is not bad. Like, it's decently strong, but a deck that I'm honestly we might not see. I do like it. Is a pure Ruby deck. It is a very fun version, and the mechanic I actually do like it, being able to play Sapphire and Ruby and all that. But it's missing that oomph. It's really missing that oomph. Anyway.
I think it's coming. We got the little reveal for the Restander, and honestly, there is like one player out there who just loves pushing this deck. Like they're really trying to be like, Ballista, this is my baby girl. I'm gonna play this all the time. Like there's like this rush build that you go where you pretty much just put down everything in your hand and you just go. It's insane. It's actually really fun. I actually didn't catch it until I asked the player, and they're like, yeah, you just throw up your board, it just go. And I'm like, oh, okay, that's what you do. That's what you do. I'm all for it.
I can definitely see it. Like, it's not far-fetched. See, another deck. Now that was lyrical. Another deck from another nation that I do hopefully want to see, because it is a bit slept on, but can be very, very, very dangerous if done right. And that's Hexorb.
Yes. Oh, how have we not talked about this deck yet? It's in my top 8. I posted a little comment in someone's thing talking about what their potential stuff is gonna hit. Like, what are the top 8 gonna be for this weekend? And I put Hexorb in there, specifically Hexorb, because that deck just can steamroll out of nowhere. I've seen it happen. It's just you ride up with the blaster engine, get a crit, ride up again, look at top 3, get your whatever, hit OT, and you just end it right then and there. You just finish it off. Like, it's just, there's some crazy things you could do.
I do gotta say, for all the times I played Hexorb, now I've never seen the overtrigger by looking at the top cards of the deck.
Wow, really? I've seen against it. Never played it, but I've actually played it once, and I was kind of like.
I contribute that to my bad luck. I play the Vanguard game with the amount of bad luck that you would be shocked at, so I just got to use all my skill to contradict the bad luck and hopefully get somewhere.
That's pretty funny. That's pretty funny. I think there's a player I know that goes, you know what? I can never see my triggers, so I'm just gonna play decks that force me to see my triggers. That's right, OTT, Genesis, let's go. Show me those triggers. If I can't see them, I'll make them seen.
Exactly.
That's how you gotta play it.
Bless me, I'll bless myself.
I don't need any of this luck thing you're talking about. I'm just gonna know what my top card is anyway. That's a good point. That's a good point you brought up. Hexa Orb is definitely a spooky, can be very spooky deck.
I'm honestly trying to just go through all of the, in my brain, like, what all can we see? There's, of course, the obvious ones that we've already seen and the obvious ones that are meta. We've seen Bastion, we've seen Bruce. We haven't seen Lyrical yet, but, we talked about that already. We've seen Jail, we've seen the Orphist, we've technically seen Nordlinger. We want to see Pure Orphist. But do you think we're gonna see any encounters?
Encounters?
Overlord and PBD.
They got a little bit of support, right? They got like a little luff tap of some fun little additions. There's a chance. There's a chance. The thing about at least PBD is just that to like phrase that out. That deck actually has a really interesting way to just win. One of the decks is actually Prison. It deals with Prison really well because those on-place abilities just keep activating, and they self-retire to get stuff off of it, so they just keep going. As Overlord, I think, is also a deck that people just don't want to talk about. That deck actually, attacks rear guard, restand, attack Vanguard, and you're constantly plussing. Like it's just a straight plus after once you're on Overlord, and you'd be surprised. The deck will deck you out before it could deck you out. It could kill you. It could do a lot of things. It could hit two crits. It's very the definition of Overlord. It's just so cool to see. I'm with you.
Not to mention, those two are going to actually see a lot of love with set 5. We talked about set 4, but I want to bring just a tiny bit up set 5. You guys talked about Dual Nations, but did you really talk about the encounter cards? The End, Majesty, the other Overlord?
True. We got Blaster Blade. Blaster Blade's coming in there, and I'm not going to lie, I'm one of those like little kids. When I first got into like V Premium, I saw Blaster Blade, and I was like, that's a cool little unit. Look at him. He's got some sword. He's a knight. And then, so I've always had respect for Blaster Blade. And now we got the encounter cards coming. And I'm like, there's the little Therius. He's back.
And
like my little.
Actually really good ability. Like he's probably going to be part of that ride line for Majesty. And just reading it is like, +1, retire something. You didn't? Draw.
Yeah, it's good. Like I'm gonna briefly bring it up, but some people have been running like the older Blaster Blades in their decks, but this one's actually even like it's actually solid. You can actually like replace and run this guy instead. It actually works. Like I was so surprised. I saw the skill and I was like, it's better than the V one.
If Majesty goes first, guess who's retiring Matt? Bruce needs to be careful now against another deck to not leave your rear guards out.
That's so funny. What a name. Just get Matt out of here. That's some good stuff. There's also, we haven't talked about this deck yet either, but here's Eugene. Eugene is a deck.
Eugene best deck.
Eugene best deck.
Eugene is a very, very, very slept on deck because it has one of the probably strongest mechanics in the game, but a lot of people don't realize it because retire, it just hurts. Most decks, if they could, they would just leave their board and you just go. You have your units to do your things and you go. But retiring those units, you gotta go. Okay, now I gotta replace them, or I gotta play more cards, and I'm willing down my hand, board, and all that.
Yep.
And Eugene just says, and your board goes bye.
Just
And
press a button.
my board comes up.
I completely agree.
Granted, doesn't have multi-attack, but that's why you play Tribash. Make it critical.
Tribash.
So you got multiple power. It is a very strong deck. It has some bad matchups, but at the same time, like, you don't want to leave any semblance of board because Eugene's gonna abuse it.
Yeah. It's honestly, that's the kind of an upside and the downside to Eugene, because when you can't retire, what do? You really can't. I actually had that. I faced I can't remember who I faced or what they were playing, but I played Eugene and they didn't have a board, and I'm just sitting here like,
Was
okay.
it Greedon?
It was not actually. I think it was just straight Bastion, but it was just kind of like a thought in the motion. Like they purposely didn't put. It was either Bastion or Steel, but they just didn't put any rear guards out on purpose, and then they passed turn, and then I'm like, oh right, I can't actually do anything. Darn it. But Greedon is actually a really good example. Greedon's one of those decks where you just kind of sit there and go, wow, I can't do anything. My Eugene skill never activates, because you have to retire in order to activate Eugene's skill. It is, or at least the, yeah, I'm pretty sure, yeah. I remember it's a pretty long text, but you need to retire. And if you don't have that, you never get the board. So.
You never got the board, so you got to use your hand. You don't get your other abilities. Like, it just becomes a weird game of attrition at that point.
Yeah, it's a very, like it's a good thing because you retire, but then if you can't retire, then you're just a sitting duck, and then you're just like, oh, I'll try my best.
I just realized something.
What?
We haven't seen an overdress yet.
We haven't. We
I
haven't
was expecting it more.
True, we have not seen that. Wow, you would think with an overdress format, we would see overdress cards.
It's, like, it did get some good upgrades. Expecta is honestly a very decent card. It can, I've been on the receiving end where someone great tier rushes me with Sinvarina and all that shindig, and then I'm sitting here going, yeah, I got like 6-7 cards in hand. That's nice. No PGs. I'll be fine. What are you swinging me with? 60 something double critical Expecta? Oh shit.
I actually
anyway.
That happened to me yesterday. I was playing an AO.
Did it really?
Yes, I entered AO and I was playing Gravidia, and I faced a Bar's Saga, so like the new trial deck, with the Varina Arcs, with the Expectra, and they had the crit and everything, and they had the Trick Stars, they had the whole shebang, and that stuff destroyed me. There's only so many times I could deal with that. Yeah, I board wiped them, but they just kept bringing it back.
I never thought to play buff Sagara with Expecta.
It worked.
Something new.
It's a high number, think about it. You were just talking about those numbers, right? So like they had like, these little baby attacks, and then it's like, it's Spectra, crit, overdress.
Baby attack, but then there's a buff Sagara sitting there with double critical.
Okay, but Sagara is, but think about the rear guards. The rear guards are usually, 15k attackers at most, unless you have like, booster. They're usually pretty small, but this thing's like 48k, 2 crit, have fun. I'm like, nah.
Fair. Anyway, with that being said, I do want to see what if our predictions were correct. If we're gonna see what we're gonna see here in round 5.
Let's go. I'm excited.
First deck up. Let's review this and let's see what we're working with.
That Bastion. It's a Hexorb. What?
There we go. We got a Hexorb.
We were just talking about this.
So this is a very, very, granted, my mind is a little bit too much in set 3, set 4 Hexorb. So this is a nice refresher of, oh yeah, this was Hexorb before set 3, and it was really, really good. Because I'm seeing a couple of staples that I've always seen. Like, you got, of course, your, oh my god, I'm blanking on the card. Counter charge 1, soul charge 1, nice on hit, cannot be touched rear guard. Facade.
It's like, wait, we're getting there. Facade.
Yeah, I love how it comes to the end. Like, at the end, you're going to remember exactly what the card's name is. Other than that, no. Good luck, buddy.
Yep. Also, we got that Lapisto. Got that restanding Lapisto.
CB heavy, but hey, it still restands. It still does its job. Like, it's nothing to sneeze at. A card I do want to highlight that I honestly love for Hexorb is the Nanaful, the Grade 2. It is such an amazing resource engine. Like, being able to just go, oh, I hit a trigger. Here's whatever I don't need in my hand at this moment. Put it to soul, draw a new card. Because there's been games where I'm like, ride Hexorb, use Pentagleam Sorceress's ability. Look at top 3. I see 1 trigger and 2 normal units. I'm like, can't really do much with this. Let me just put this way. I want to draw that, and then whatever is the drive check is the drive check. But
yep.
Now now my opponent doesn't know what's on the top of my deck, nor do I, so I can hit more triggers. Like, it's such an amazing card and gives you that resource management, because there's a lot of Soul Blast in this deck in the form of Olwen. Look at top 2, put something on bottom and top, or 2 on top or 2 on bottom. And then, of course, It's been so long since I've seen the Painkiller Angel, but she's still an amazing card. Soul Blast heavy, but still an amazing card.
Yeah, yeah. We also got the Searcher too. So now the nice thing about set 3 is now we have this beautiful card, but I can't remember the name exactly, but I think it's called Tatoris or Tatris. Pretty much a skill is literally, if your Vanguard's grade 3, counterblast, search for Hexawarp, add it to hand, and as you guys all know what Hexawarp does, you need a Persona Ride to truly have like a true Unka Bunka turn. So that card just alone, and using that card you were talking about earlier, the one that lets you draw, you can potentially draw into the Taurus, set up for next turn, do whatever, and just kind of just go ballistic on your opponent.
Exactly. Like, I do really like this deck. It has potential to be aggro. Like another card, I think you didn't mention it, but my brain is just trying to Dieglass Sorceress. She's honestly, in my opinion, really, really good.
Oh, what does she do?
So her whole shtick is the fact that if you have a Pentagleam or Hexorb Sorceress, you cannot +1 discard a card. So you technically lose 2 cards in hand because you play her. She's a non-place. But you look at 2 cards from the top of your deck, and then you choose unit cards in wrong day and call them the rear guard. And then, or you can leave them on top of your deck.
Okay. I see what you're getting at. I see. Wow. Okay. That's
There have
actually
been so many games where I use Pentagleam and I see nothing but normal units. So this comes in handy because it's like, okay, let me just make a board. Because it's a ditch 1 from hand to put 2 units on the board.
That's honestly, and being a Hexor player, like you need rear guards, like you need them. So that addition added on, I see what you mean. That actually makes everything better. But that's Hexor. But what are they facing? What are we gonna see here?
My tingle. I have a tingle sense.
Oh, it's Cat Girl. It's Cat Girl with Lyrical Monasterio. We are finally seeing Lyrical Batch here. We got the Lurlin engine, the orders.
Sorry. Is this? Am I looking right? Is this just Bruce but female?
You're not wrong. That's pretty much what it does. It's this very similar engine. You restand, you attack 5 times. The only thing is, it has a guard restrict and a crit. And some really high numbers sometimes. And we got that little grade 2 over there that lets you get like crazy amounts of shield. But yeah, they are very similar. They do the same thing. It takes them a while. It takes them like a ramp up, a quote unquote final rush to kind of get to their point, and then they just start going ballistic on you.
See, you mentioned the Lornero's whole guard restrict, and it is amazing ability, and the combination of the orders that you do, the songs, that guard restrict becomes more dangerous because you can give the Vanguard a critical. So now it's a double critical guard restrict. But what really makes it dangerous is the fact that the 6 flowers grade 3 order, the song, the fact that it gives 10k for every unit you stand, and you stand the amount of units with the amount of cards you have face down in your order zone. So that pumping your Vanguard by that much power, like a minimum of 20 if not 30k, double critical, and a guard restrict, that's one of the things that Bruce was missing. We talk about how Bruce was always like, I can take the Vanguard. It's the most not dangerous thing on the board. Lornero is basically kind of the opposite. It's like, well, I can't take the Vanguard. It's the most dangerous thing on the board.
Yeah, exactly. It's you can't. This deck just can steamroll. And honestly, both these decks have no real way to mess with each other's engine. So we're gonna see kind of like an onslaught into an onslaught, if that makes sense. Like Cat Girl's gonna do her thing, Hexor's gonna do her thing. And we're just gonna see like a back and forth of like crits and all their stuff just back and forth, like just momentum going between both decks because neither of them are stopping.
I want to correct you on one thing there. We're not going to see in the future. We're about to see present day. We're gonna go straight to the match and actually experience it ourselves. Huh?
Let's go. Smart.
Oh boy. I think that, like with Bruce, this a big part of this game is going to be determined of who goes first, and Hexorb is the one, which means Lornero is going third.
Yep, Lauren. Well, I mean, honestly, but the thing about the Cat Girl deck is that you can still do stuff on your. You're not restricted that hard. You're honestly just setting up your order zone, right. And Cat Girl going second means you get an extra draw off of her skill. It's like a grade 3 or greater type of skill, so you do get the extra draw. So it's not terrible.
Like I am missing. The Mad Red Runway, the grade 2 order song. Like this, it's gonna come really in handy right now because you are going second. Once it's put into your order zone, the opponent's Vanguard will be grade 3, which means you will be drawing that extra card just from that song
Yes.
as well. That is something that I did find about Hexorb always interesting. The fact that your ride line is a CB1 draw card. And what is not bad, and it does kind of balance Hexorb because a lot of the deck needs CB, and otherwise it'd be very, very, very even more lethal. I find it weird because every other ride line can get the same kind of +1 card from their ride deck, the ride line, but not as much of a cost. Like, granted, then I look at PBD and Blaster Dark and all that, but you know,
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with you.
I do love one more thing on the board. I'm seeing those blackout sleeves. I am sorry that like whoever
Oh
was
no,
the
they're
graphic
nice.
designer behind that blackout logo and the blackout sleeve design, you have 100% props from me, good sir. You have done an amazing job.
I with you. I'm with you. I actually use the blackout sleeves myself, both the white and the black edition. So I do agree. They're actually really nice. I like them a lot. I think it's just neat. The only thing I get confused about is which side's up and which side's down. I'm not gonna lie. I'm one of those people where I'm constantly swapping. I'm like, oh, is this right up? Nope, nope. Because I use these my Zorga sleeves, and the amount of times that I've had to flip my cards. Here's we have the order skill. Well, the ride line cat girl skill
Yep.
coming through here.
That is a beautiful thing about the ride line for cat girls that every single Brentgate deck wishes it had. Is like, go grab an order, set order from your deck and play it. Or you can play one from hand. Hey, if you want, go ahead and draw one.
Oh my gosh, don't do this to me. Don't bring my boy Orphis into this. He tries his best. He tries his best to get those orders. We get one order secured. Just not the second one, but it's okay. It's okay. One day.
See,
It
but
is
but
very
the
true
thing
though.
is, I believe you do have to pick an order that is corresponding to the previous Vanguard grade. Like you can't, right? Something like that.
It's a grade one.
Ah,
So the
yes.
grade one skill, you grab a grade one order song, and I believe the grade two, you grab a grade two order song, and
Which
you could do it.
which is kind of unfortunate for Andrew Lee here because he only runs one great order song, and that
And
one
it's
great
in
order
the
song, I
damage.
see it in damage.
Oh no, the plussing. When you get plus, but you can't plus.
This could actually put him a little bit in a behind because Lorno's whole ability is that whenever you can play, uh, whenever you
Ooh,
have a
a
face
heal.
line or a song already, you can I can just read a card. But basically, it's a turn for a deck for a reason because you need to have 2 or more face down cards when she swings, and the only way
Yes.
to play songs is through her own ability. So you
And
have
yep.
to have songs in your order zone, and now he's missed out on one more song there that's just basically a free, hey, it's already here.
Yes, yes. That is very true, and that's something to be cautious of. However, we did see it go into one to drop. I went to drop a turn too late because you can, I think, grab from drop as well if you want. If I'm not mistaken, I could be wrong. I haven't seen Larone in so long. Yeah, it is search your deck or hand. It's hand, so it's not drop at all actually.
See, I love this turn right here. We
Oh
have a
wow,
Facade on board, we have a Lepisto, we have a Hexorb that we stacked our deck now
that's a
with 3
lot of
cards.
threes. That's a lot of
And
threes.
there's the grade 2 in the back row. Like it depending on how the deck looks, like if you rip a trigger on the first one or you stack the trigger on the first one, you're drawing the second card.
What if it's OT? What I knew
Oh
it. That's what I
my
said. That's why the
god!
grade threes. That's why he put the grade threes. I was like, what if it's OT? I was like waiting to say it. This is exactly what I was expecting.
And a heal trigger.
Oh
Oh,
my gosh! And they're about to have four drive checks. Four drive checks.
not to mention
Wow.
if he wants, he can technically still put a card from hand into soul and draw a card. Opted not to do
True.
it, but he
True.
could.
That is. Oh gosh! Imagine stacking OT. Imagine being that guy. We're seeing it here.
Never. I played Hexorb so many times. Never.
This is my second time seeing this on a stream. Not even joking. On the
Jeebus.
first grade 3 ride, they calls out the grade 3s just to hit the OT.
Like the OT is gonna do so much damage
Another
here. Oh, that
heal.
heal trigger is clutch.
Another heal. Oh wow.
Like it's not much the over trigger is gonna put the opponent at higher damage or make it hard to, eat a lot of resources. No. What the over trigger really is doing here is giving 6 cards to it's 6 cards extra to hand for Hexorb. Like
It is the
that's
best
blessing.
time. It's the best time to rip it. That's one thing that Hexorb has with this overtrigger is that you can set up for it. You can't set up for it in Bastion, even though you have grade 3s, but or like any other deck, you can't set up for it technically. Bastion's an
There are
exception.
some cards. There are some cards that can help. You can technically run. No. He's a blaster only. Well, I'm thinking about set 4. Set
Is
4
that a
does have
crit into
some.
a crit? Sorry. Pretty sure it's a
You're
crit into
good.
a crit. Oh gosh.
This not to mention, I think we saw a Hexor being drive checker somewhere, so we know we
Yup.
have a Persona, right? And we have
And
triple
they're putting
drive and
that
more
crit on.
stacking coming along.
Oh wow! That was an aggressive Hexorb turn. That's the kind of turn you want to see as a Hexorb player. But now we're gonna see the other end.
See, what am I telling you? It's not that we're seeing crazy games. Crazy games is the norm now.
Yeah, it really is. You're not wrong. Like these OT checks, they're spot on. They're checked at the perfect times. They're not even whiffs. They are just straight up on the best way to check an OT. We've been seeing it.
My God. I will say Angeli does have a good advantage here. That would definitely hurt seeing your opponent rip an overtrigger, but at the same time, like you're going into your grade 2 song, you're gonna draw an extra card. You're not out of the game yet. Honestly, like the overtrigger gave you the advantage, but see exactly that. Another draw.
Yeah, exactly. Well, they also
And-
went second, so you get the extra draw on top of that. Like it's just free merchandise. It's free 99. Get yourself some draws.
Exactly. And singing that song now, Vanguard is 2 crit. I'm pretty sure Kedra Q has no problem about guarding it with the amount of hand size he's just gotten. But still, a double critical Vanguard swing is still a double critical Vanguard swing.
Oh, here comes that wonderful another draw engine, the Eknoa, I think her name is.
Noah. Yep.
Yes, another very annoying unit top of the board. A unit you want to just get rid of as much as possible because that's the unit. The thing about the cat girl, the thing about it is you need to see that winter order as soon as possible. The sooner the better. If you don't, you kind of have like a tough time. But if you but that card literally allows you to just get through your deck even faster.
See, I want to highlight Konono one more time because I really love the card because she is a very similar concept to when I run my Bruce with Mabel. So Mabel gives Bruce triple drive, and she basically replaces stuff. You know, you get an extra drive check by putting a card on the board. Equona is basically the same. You put a card on the board, you discard a card for her effect to draw 2, so you replace yourself. But what Equona and Mabel have both in common is the fact that if they stay on board, they are now a constant plus for a CB.
Yes, this is true. This is very true. And that's what you want to do sometimes. Sometimes you need to see your cards as soon as possible. You need that plus engine. And there it is. There's the discard, double draw. And I think she gains power too on top of that. And she gets a little additional 5k if a song was sung.
See, it's already 3-2. Like Overtrigger was ripped 3 damage against 2 damage. Granted, the argument can be made. Hexorb definitely wanted to get at least a 3 damage because CB is a very important resource and you can do so much with it. With a Persona right now, you have a guaranteed triple drive and a stack on top of it. And now we're going to see...
search it again.
Exactly. Getting that extra Persona right for next turn. Like, all right, I got 10k in the front row now. I'm definitely going to either stack my deck or get triple drive. But here, I'm going to drop down Torturous and just... I'm going to guarantee myself another turn.
Another turn, another triple drive, another stacked crit.
Yep. Not to mention, we have 2 open CB, so Lepisto that's not on board anymore is active.
Restand. But yeah, that is, wow, we're about to see a pretty brutal turn. Is that another Lepisto?
And a Lepisto, it's 4.
It's back.
I see the future. Where are you, Eric?
They're using Carablast here, so Lepisto won't be restanding, right? She has 2 CB.
Yes, she is 2 CB, and the deck list does not run any counterchargers, so
not
a Lepisto turn for right now. Oh, yeah, there is Fasado.
Yeah, he's right there on the board. Chilling and ready for that countercharge. If it hits.
If it hits. But that's a good catch-22. Like, are you going to let my Fasado hit and give me a restander? Or are you going to have to guard it and eat more cards out of your hand? Granted, that would also make it to where you would have to attack with Fasado first and then Lepisto.
Yeah.
But that would mean you don't hit a Vanguard or something. Like,
it's a little awkward.
I think we're just saving Lepisto for later.
Yes. It's just that there as an attacker at this point. And what's really nice about Hexorb is when you hit your triggers, you can double the power to all to your units. So when a person says 1 to pass or 2 to pass, they're really saying if you hit a trigger, it just goes through.
Yep.
Like, it's so scary.
This is a 4 to pass kind of deck.
Yes, it is. It is very like, oh, you want a 3 to pass this? Sure, let me just. And he put the booster down. So the set put a booster down on purpose. So in case opponent says 2 to pass, you can just put on the booster and it still hits. It still goes
I will
through.
say, I didn't quite see honestly if did we stack a trigger on top or did we just go for the triple trigger?
I actually am not sure because we know for a fact that they were holding 2 crits. So one came to the board. I don't know if they stacked the other one. I guess we'll see here once we see the triple drive come through. It'll be on top.
Oh,
Yep,
okay.
there it
There
is.
is
So they did
definitely
stack
crit,
it.
which I can see why it made the decision to guard or not guard it really hard. Because there was no other card effect that could stack the deck. So there was a guaranteed crit on top. And now 2
Mhm.
random cards, which are the sorcerers we talked about.
Yep. And then that's a winter
Ooh.
order going. That is not where you want to see that order. That is the last place you want to see it.
Out of the 4 copies he plays, there's 3 still chances. And I see a decent hand size that could be in hand.
They could be. They could be. That's what you're hoping for. Every single time you use Eknoa's skill, you're hoping to see that winter order. Discard for that winter.
See, this is a 43, I believe, for Sado.
Ooh,
Ugh.
go for Sato. Get that
And no
get that
defense
counter
triggers on top
charge.
of it. So this is a front trigger plus any other trigger, but Lornell is not running any front, so this is a minimum 3 cards out of hand if we don't PG it.
That's very true. That's very true. Those fronts come so in handy. It's the one little bit of a crippling thing for lyrical monasterio players is not be having access to those new fronts, not having that 20k shield accessible. Can hurt.
Not yet. That's why we got the second lyrical set coming out in February, I believe.
Yup. Stay
Well,
tuned.
February for Japan. English is sometime in April, I believe. But still, it is coming out. We are going to get it. And they're
Yup.
going to be nice additions, not to mention the crit effect as well as a draw.
And they're gonna be in pretty form too. You get the little winter edition for winter. I love it. Sorry.
Hey!
That's an
Overtrigger.
OT. That's an
Oh.
OT.
The tech did still hit, so we are getting a counter charge and a soul charge.
Yup. That is true, which is exactly what Sed wants to see here.
And of course, guess who is? I think the obvious choice of who's getting hit at is
Oh yeah. Get that out of there. You never want to let that card stay. Like that is one card. Unless you've seen it in their drive checks or something, you don't want that card stay on the board. That is the play. That's a persona ride right there. Another
this is going to
draw.
be a very dangerous turn because we did talk about how the overtrigger for Kidrick did help him build a hand and do threat pressure, but that doesn't
There it
mean he's
is.
outright won the game because there's the full combo. You just need one more rear guard in the front row. You're gonna have 5 attacks guarantee, a persona ride, double critical Vanguard. Let's see here if my math is correct. Laurel Neal on her own gains no power, but with the winner order, she is going to be a minimum 43 double critical, no sentinels.
Yup. And those rear guards they're putting down does increase a little bit on power because orders were played. So that just makes it the numbers more harder to
Doesn't even need
guard.
to have an order played, just order in order zone.
Oh, true. It's right. It just exists and it just gets numbers.
Yep.
And you
13k grade 2 easily.
Yup. And now we have a persona ride on top of that. That's a 23k attacking rear guard right here.
Actually, I don't know if this is intentional or maybe it is, maybe it isn't, but I love the fact that these are 23k attackers because of one extreme fact. They're a trigger to guard. You know what that means? That's less triggers to use for Laura Nail because you can't use PG. So this is a very, very good play on math.
Yeah, you always usually so in this situations, at least as the opponent, you always want to guard the rears, take the van, guard the rears because Vanguard will be the hardest to guard. Or what is that? Well, I guess we'll hold on.
I think I see yellow.
I thought I saw yellow too.
ether.
That's
Yep, it's the
actually a
front
pink,
trigger.
but close enough.
So that front trigger does help a little bit. You can guard now this next set swinger that's only a 23 with a 5k shield, so you're saving your bigger shields for the Vanguard swing.
Yes,
Because
exactly.
Lornail, like you said, is going to be a minimum 43 double critical no sentinels, which means you need 30 shield to just match it.
It's
and
large.
then 40 shield for one to pass, 50 shield for, or 5k more for one to pass.
This is a tough situation to be in because no interceptors. You're at 4 damage. You can't perfect guard. This is gonna be a really hard to block. You can't say no guard to this either, because chances are you're gonna die.
Safe. Yeah. And one critical trigger ripped out of the 8 crits that are ran in the deck
Yep.
is then again a lethal. So yeah, that is a 1 to pass. That front trigger gives it just enough power for 1 to pass.
Wow.
Actually, no, a front trigger got ripped, so this is 2 to pass already.
Wow, that's honestly that front trigger is really, really helping. This is what you want. This is what you want.
So yeah, he's
it's
banking
hard.
on 2 to pass.
Ooh, let's see. Oh,
And
that's
it's a
a
crit.
crit. That's a crit. Is Andre gonna commit? Is Andre gonna commit? The game could be taken here.
There's
The
2
game could
options.
be
You can
taken
either put the
here.
power in Vanguard and just YOLO it and put the crit on the rear guard.
They
That way,
could.
even a
They
rear guard
could.
swing is lethal. Or you can just go crazy. I think he's
Oh, they put.
opting to just go put all of it on rear guards so they can at least be a little bit more harder to guard. Because that front trigger did make a defensive trigger 5k guards on the rear guards. I don't know.
It did. It did. Honestly, like the all-in strat wouldn't be too bad here. Oh, putting it on the rear. Let's see what the next check is. Oh,
If it's another crit.
oh,
Yeah,
that
it's the front.
was another.
No, that's a draw. That's a draw.
That was it was still a trigger. It's still a trigger.
And
Oh, wow.
I love what he did. He put both powers on that one unit. That's a 43 now. That's more than a front trigger to guard. So that's
Yes,
a minimum
yes.
2 cards out of hand.
Wow, the PG coming through there. Wow, that was close. That was close. Oh,
I think he's still swinging Vanguard with this because one 5k shield minus in hand is still 5k shield minus in hand.
that is true. That is true. It's still, and sometimes you're not holding that guard, and you need to guard the trigger anyway. So, or they could take it because it's only 1 damage, right?
Yeah, but at the same time, like it's always weird in these situations because yes, you can take it. It was only a 5k guard. I guess they didn't really want to waste their hand too much. But at the same time, you just put yourself in 5. If you can finish it in this turn, next turn that 5 attacking swing, if of course there is an order in drop in their hand, is now every single swing is lethal.
But now they're shutting down the any potential healing here. So
Exactly.
So that's another thing to keep in mind, and that's another reason probably why they took the damage potentially is just to be like, okay, well, I'm at 5, but you can't heal. Good luck.
Yep. We see that grade 1 sources I was mentioning before, putting a discarding card from hand and looking at top 2, and we opted to call only 1 card and leave 1 card on top. We can kind of safely assume that card on top is a crit trigger, or a trigger period,
exactly.
not just a crit. My
Also-
timely powers that I borrowed from Eric are really hitting me hard, and I'm seeing the future.
It's okay. Let me talk you about some other power here. I'm seeing some little a little flashback of something called Prism Vert over on Andre's side with those 12 cards in hand.
Now, we know there's a front trigger on top. We just put it. So that's already an extra 10k to front row on top of a Persona ride and extra 10k power to anything on the board through Hex Orb.
Mm-hmm.
We can safely kind of assume there's another trigger on top through
yeah.
the looking at top card. So that's already 2 triggers on a triple drive.
There's the perfect card with the book hand. Just a little book. It's as some mentioned, a magazine of some kind over there.
Look, Andrew Lee is sitting in a really good spot right now. He's got a good amount of hand size, and he's at 4 damage. Even if there is a critical on triple drive, there needs to be 2 crits for make it even more dangerous. Because otherwise, you can just take whatever swing is not double critical.
Oh, okay, is that a draw? I'm trying so hard to see.
Front. That's
it's
the
a
front,
front.
we put
Okay.
on top with Hex Orb's ability.
Oh, so it's double front, essentially.
I say front and 3/4.
Okay,
1/3, sorry.
fair.
Front and 1/3.
Front and an extra 10k.
Oh, look, a crit trigger. I predicted it. Thank you,
Wow,
Eric.
it's like you knew. Thank you, Eric.
Hold up. I'm seeing the future. Heal. Oh. No.
Oh, it's actually the grade 2. We haven't seen that grade 2 yet. That one gets beefy because you can add the skills even further. You can Hexa Orb on top of Hexa Orb with that card.
Yep. It costs a CB, but hey, power is power. See, now you
so
got a
high.
double critical Fasado, and you got a 1 critical grade 1 over there. Yep. So Fasado's probably going to be guarded, and then that one is probably going to be taken. I say probably. You could also have no shield in hand for some reason, and you have to eat a Fasado now.
I mean, that's 2 crit. That Fasado is 2 crit. You got to guard the Fasado.
Let's see here. I think I see a dice on it, so that's a 53, maybe a 59 Fasado.
Did they put the PG down? I just realized that.
No, that's a.
It's just hard to tell, but yeah.
Yes, the PG was
Regardless.
on the top of the deck, and the grade 1 called it from the top of the.
Oh, okay. That makes a lot more sense.
Hold up. Okay, so Persona Ride puts Fosato at 23. Front Trigger puts Fosato at 33. I'm pretty sure they put the front trigger power on the grade 1 over there. So 33, 53.
60.
Yeah, it's a 59 double critical right now.
59 double card. Oh wow. I mean that's a big hand over there. It's starting to go from a book to a a magazine, but still that's still a very large hand.
You see, but still, you need to guard this, and you need 63 to get the 63. You need a 50k shield to get 50k shield. That's minimum
triggers.
because you don't. Yeah, no, four cards because you don't have those fronts. You can
Wow.
only get to 45 with 3 triggers, which means you need one more 5k somewhere.
Have we seen any heals yet? No, we have seen 2 heals proc off of Andre. Wow. This is oh, okay. Okay. That's one way to solve
you can
that.
just perfect
You can
guard.
just PG. We're over here doing math. Being analytical is like, perfect guard.
It was kind of understandable because we didn't see that perfect guard drop immediately. Like he was contemplating using it, which means
Yeah.
he might have been contemplating about guarding it physically as well, or maybe something else was happening in the background that we don't know about.
Yeah, we don't know about.
But it's just the way it is. Did the grade 1 not swing? Did the grade 1?
I should have been hitting. I think he's
it
attacking.
should-
Okay, they're attacking rear.
Yeah.
Oh no, they're
no,
attacking face.
Vanguard. Oh, sad.
Okay, and it's the really annoying unit.
Ignore, yes.
It's fun.
so-
It's fun.
Now is the moment of truth, and yes, we do have it.
Oh, the Winter Order is back, which means we're about to see another Bruce final rush turn here.
Double critical even. Or
Double
maybe not. Like
critical.
you're okay, yeah, going for the double crit.
Yep. And the restand and the Sentinel restrict and the power. No Persona Ride this time, but that honestly you don't need it. We're at 5 damage here.
Not
like
to mention, we're gonna restand 3 rear guards. That's extra 30 to effect.
oh, they put the trigger down.
If you can restand anything just for power, you just restand something for power. Granted, I'm very surprised why not put the trigger behind one of the other rear guards, make it at least a booster, but that's not me for to ask. 5k more to Vanguard, I guess.
Yeah, that is a good question. I think
5k more to Vanguard.
it is still, yeah, I think it's magic numbers at this point. It's understandable. That's actually what I like about the regular crits. To this day, something I still appreciate is just the little 5k that they are. The new triggers are 4ks, and it sounds like it's just a 1k difference, but a 5k adds in overdress. An 18k attacker is an 18k attacker.
Exactly. That 1k. Oh, I think.
Is that game?
Did we just finish?
Did they? Oh yeah, they did. They took a damage. They just the swing. They just took it. That is 6 damage.
It's one of those scenarios where you just calculate everything outright, and unless you hit magic heals, like if there's heal triggers are out, we know the over trigger
I
is
think
out.
they knew.
Yeah, it's like
Wow.
you can't really guard it. Like you have a 13k swinger, sure. You got another 13k swinger, sure, but they both can kill you. And while they're all only 1 card on hand, if you got a hand size like maybe 6 or 7, that's still eating your hand. And then you got a double critical swinger, you can't pay G, and then you got 2 more swings following her. It's like this was just mathed out, and we just skipped to the end.
See. Yeah, honestly, it makes sense. It makes sense. That was wow. Honestly, we went from an OT pressure turn, absolutely insane first grade 3, into Lorone taking it. That's the kind of power.
See,
That's the kind of power.
Yes. See, this was a good example of I will completely be the first one to say yes, over triggers completely change the game in the sense of they give you an advantage winning. That's not disputable. It just is as it is. If it's ripped at the right time, we saw that Bruce deck ripping an over trigger on the first drive check. That changed the whole game from the beginning. But ripping the over trigger at the right time doesn't mean you're outright gonna win. And this was a good example of the game as that. That, in my opinion, that was the ripped over trigger at the right time. You have grade 3s in the front row.
I think
that's 6 drive checks.
so. Think of it this way: So pretty much the Keter Sanctuary OT works a little bit differently than the other ones. A lot of people are like, oh, it's such a strong OT. But if you really think about it, all you're really getting out of it, if it's ripped at the right time, is a lot of draw. But the pressure it brings isn't as like crazy as some other over triggers can bring. Like you're not really like attacking with 2 crits and all that stuff. You potentially could drive check some stuff, but you know, if your opponent's holding like a PG or something like that, it's not like that bad. And in this situation, we actually did kind of see that where they got a lot of hand, and that's pretty much it. Like if we think about the scenario, let's say they didn't hit OT at all, they would have probably, and it sucks to think of it this way, but because they would have had 6 cards less, they probably would have died the turn before, and that all it would have been. Like and this also proves just how strong the lower own deck is. Like the fact that it can just come back like that, even through an OT, through everything, because of just having the attacks, having the draw, having the pressure. We saw that hand. That hand was huge. That hand was saying, you're not getting through to me. Like, I'm gonna choose when I take my damage, and good luck. And I mean, at this point, and with Hexor being a 3 attacking deck, it is a lot harder to add the pressure back. Like, you have these high numbers, but you just have the 3 attacks. And like, if you can just guard them, you're fine. And that's pretty much what we saw there. I will agree with you on the OT thing, though. It was definitely a good way to show that OT doesn't always sway the game to the W.
No, like it does give you a very, very good chance, but there's games where you can kind of combat it and, you know, fight back and still come on top. But like the balance back on the Keter one, you said it beautifully. Yes, it is a little bit different than the other ones because it is still the look of the drive check. Like,
yep.
If you rip the Keter one, and then the next drive check after the Keter one is a crit trigger, and then you have 2 grade 3s and they're ripping triggers themselves, that is a very, very, very dangerous turn. But on the upside, you can rip the over trigger, and then your 5 next drive checks are nothing but normal units.
Yep, exactly. We did see 2 triggers come out, but the lone run player did. I think they PG'd it. It was like crit, but that was the one that was perfect guarded. So it was a very lucky PG. I think they took 1 and then they guarded the other one. So it was just like,
they took
okay.
the Rosado.
Yep. But strangely enough, it's funny about on-hit abilities. Like, you would think on-hit abilities are like the things you want to guard, but sometimes you're just like, yeah, let it. I don't care.
Overall, like that showed both decks like it's their full potential. Like, I did really love the Hexorb deck, being able to just get your persona right, do the things. Those numbers are nothing to sneeze at. We just talked about, we just mathed the whole turn and then they get PG'd, but still saying, hey, this is a, what was it, 59, something like that?
59,
swinging,
yep.
Double crit?
59.
Sure.
2 crit. You know,
yeah,
baby
sure,
numbers.
A PG stops it, but you gotta have a PG in your hand to stop it. Otherwise, your hand goes poop.
And plus, you only have like 4 PGs. How many times can you perfect guard Hexor before you're like, I'm out?
I've had, it was yesterday at locals. I was playing Bruce. I was playing against Bruce, who agreed on it. And Bruce starts his big turn. Oh, there's 40s and 50s, and I don't know what else. Cool. I can take 1 buffer damage. Okay. 4 more attacks. Cool. Guard. Perfect guard. I only have 2 cards in hand. Perfect guard. Perfect guard. I stopped the turn, but
you win.
Hey, I stopped the turn, but hey, guess what? I'm out of perfect guards now.
This is true, and if you're out, then anything else coming your way, you're like, well, no guard.
Man, it's been.
This has been speaking of, this has been like some insane games. I'm just saying, like, wow.
It's the norm. There's not insane games. This is normal.
Okay,
this
sorry.
Is
this is the norm. The norm, just, OT all the time. These triggers, this onslaught of heals back and forth. Like, bruh, y'all have been doing great out there. I'm loving to see it.
Whenever we see a normal game, that's when we're gonna say, yeah, that was boring.
Well, hopefully we'll see another game soon after we take a little break. So we'll be seeing you guys in a little bit.
So, hi, my name is Johan. I'm from France, and I participated in BSFO 2021, in which I got first place in V Premium in NA with Bermuda Triangle Prism, and then I also got the third place Europe with Gastil Premium, and the second place of stand-up format for EU with Bastion. I taught all three formats with. I was pretty happy about it. Yeah, so it was quite difficult because there was a lockdown in my country, actually. So I trained with my girlfriend. We played every day and each format. And yeah, we tried many days. We had a good idea of what the format looked like. So yeah, we kept practicing every day. I wasn't really expecting to top. I mean, I really play tested a lot, and I also participated to the shop league, the remote shop league. But it was just because I found the game funny, but I never expected to top or play to top. So I started Vanguard in 2019. And so my first event was BSF France 2019. And well, that was a great experience. So wanted to do another event. So I went to Cardiff the same day, the same year. And then I participated in many BCS this season. It was the last BCS season. Really great experience. So I hope it will come back very soon. Initially, I started the game with my girlfriend. So we traveled together, mainly together. I mean, and, sometimes when there were some other French people who traveled with us, but well, in Paris we had a small group who travel a lot. Very interesting and very weird at the same time, because I like the fact that I can play with anyone in the world, like with Australian people, and it was a really good experience because I'm not used to play with these people. Like I think Singapore people and even NA people. That was the first time I played with them. It was great in that regard, and at the same time, you don't see your opponent. You only see the hand, so well, you can't read on his face. Well, after a game is played, you can't go with your friends and talk about the game. Hopefully, I had a group of friends with whom I chatted during the event to recreate the atmosphere of a real event, but it's never the same. So I registered, I think, 5 tournaments. So I know some people registered for like the 9 tournaments. I don't know how they did. Yeah, I decided to only participate in 5 because I think I needed to sleep just to be able to play correctly. Maybe I played like 12 hours a day. I didn't sacrifice sleep time for the tournament. And so for people who want to participate, so maybe it's a bit late, but they should prepare before, like a month before, if they want to have a chance to talk. If they just want to have a fun moment, I think that's a great experience to chat with people as well, because after a game you can just chat with people and have a different view of the game. Thanks for listening, and good luck for the tournament. Ciao.
Doesn't look like this pandemic's clearing up. Guess we're not gonna have any tournaments anytime soon, huh?
Fight!
contestant number 42. First warning. At no point during the game should your deck, the cards on your field, or the cards in your hand go out of the screen. To ensure fair gameplay, everybody's decks, cards on the field, as well as cards in their hands must remain on screen at all times during a game. First time, you get a warning. Second time, you get a game lost. Please continue the game.
Okay, so 1, 2, and 3.
As Warpgate technology is not available to the public yet, this is how deck cutting will be implemented during the tournament. First, split them into 3 piles. Label them 1, 2, and 3. Your opponent will instruct you on how to arrange the piles in.
On your side, let's do 2, 1, 3.
Okay, so 2, 1, 3. So 2, 1, 3. Okay.
Use 受け取るがいい。我が5万パワーを持つブラッドブラックでお前のヴァンガードをアタック。
When your opponent disconnects during a game, ping a judge and let them know what happened. The player who disconnected in the middle of the game will get 1 strike. The second time they disconnect during a game, they will get a game loss.
Sorry, my bad. Disconnected. Can we continue the game?
Oh, hey, welcome back, dude. Anyway, as I was saying, 我が5万パワーを持つブラッドブラックでお前のヴァンガード。
Cut the shenanigans, please. While shenanigans are technically not a rule violation, to ensure smooth gameplay, please declare all intentions and moves to your opponent clearly.
Okay, sorry, got it.
いいだろう。お前の攻撃を受けて立つ。
Attack your Vanguard, 23,000 power.
Okay, no god.
Then attack your Vanguard. This is gonna be 33,000 power.
No god, no god.
Attack your Vanguard. This is gonna be 51,000 power.
Hey guys! I'm Fiona.
I'm Matthew.
Alright, so an online tournament is actually our best option in providing a community a way to continue playing their favorite card games during this pandemic. First time, you can always check out the video here in the top right corner to learn more about the setup required, and the link up to the video is also available in the description box below.
Right, so it may not be the same as attending a physical tournament, but there'll still be rules and etiquette that you need to follow to ensure a smooth run of the event. So for more information, do take a look at the stuff in the description box below.
Everyone is just here to have fun and maybe win some prizes. Rules are put in place to give the players some assurance, and we hope that no one in the community spoils the fun for anyone else. Good luck and have fun.
Comment down below what you think about this video or just to say hi. Don't forget to like and subscribe and ring the bell so you get a notification every single time we post a video. So then, take care, stay safe, see ya!
That's you. That's your cue.
What am I supposed to say? Hello? Welcome back
Look at the thing!
BR!
And there we go!
Bushiroad Rumble Online! Welcome back, guys! Before this ends, I vow that I will get this right. I vow that this will be successful. But welcome back, guys. We are back. And wow, what a great time it's been so far. I hope you guys have been having fun.
My adrenaline, my dopamine levels have slowly gone down again after watching that match.
Really?
My God. It was pressure on both ends. Like Hexorb doing what Hexorb wants to do, stacking, putting triggers, persona riding, Kevin Facade. Never got to see Lepisto work, but still she was there. Then Laura Nero just hanging in there, being over triggered, but still hanging in there, doing what she does best, double critical, no sentinels, here's a big swinger, here's my rigger. Like, you gotta think, we only saw 2 riggers always swing without being boosted on that side of the table.
Yep.
And it still managed to do what it did today.
Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy to think about? The no boosters. Hell, we even saw like a trigger being put down. No grade 1s are needed. Grade 2s just go, okay, GG. Oh.
And the one thing that did honestly hurt Loronero for the most part in that game was what we've been talking about, how they don't got access to those effect fronts. They don't have access to those crit triggers to go to soul. Like, they just got to work with those normal 15Ks now. Good 15Ks, they're still triggers, they're 5K boosts like we talked about, and that 5K matters.
Yep.
But it is still a shield value loss, and we're going to get that thankfully with the second set of Lyrical Mosteria coming out in February and then in English in April.
Yeah, exactly. I think that'll really help. Honestly, those 20K fronts do come like very in handy. There's so many times where I'm like, oh, 28 you say? All right, front trigger block, let's go. Because normally, that's a 15K block doesn't go through.
Exactly. Like you have told us so many times now how much you love Orfist, right?
I do love Orfist.
But 15K shadow tokens, 30K columns. What does one card stop?
The fronts.
There we go.
Oh no, I've seen it happen so many times, and I'm just like, but you could just, use 2 cards. And then like, no, fronts. And I'm like, dang it.
I mean, you could always just play the new grade 3 order that came out, the Wildlands, I believe it is, hey, my shadow tokens are 20Ks now instead of 15.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it is on place, but yeah, like for that turn, so you would get it. But yeah, that extra 5K does go a long way because it suddenly makes a shadow token attack 35. And that front trigger block is no longer enough. And I've definitely seen games where I've played where I just, I personally go on an onslaught. I'm one of the Orpheus players that I just never stop. Like, the opponent's like, are you good there? And I'm like, no, I'm not good. I'm going to keep going. I'm going to keep swinging. And I'm going to keep slamming you down as far as I can. And like, but pretty much I always go into like a rush play where I go into the one that, pops out the army token. And then I go straight into the Soul Blast one if I can. And then I go for the restander. If I have the restander in my hand, I put the restander down, I kill those tokens, I bring it back next turn, and guess what? I'm doing it again. I'm doing it every single time. You ain't stopping this. 35K, 33, Persona Ride. You see it here. I'm going as far as I can because that's just how you have to do. You can't stop with Orpheus. You have to keep pushing and just hope your opponent doesn't heal.
Hope doesn't heal.
I mean, that's what you gotta do.
My God. Like Orpheus is a great example of 3 attacks. Well, now access to 4, sure, but still, like hitting those numbers that force your opponent to use those crit triggers, those heal triggers, 15K guards, 20K guards, and the whole thing about it is, yes, they guard it, but eventually they're gonna run out of those 15K shields, those 20K shields. And that's just the name of the game sometimes. Like, we talked about it in this previous match, PGs. Yes, you have access to 4 PGs. Yes, they stop 60K columns, an Alden that's 90-something. But eventually you're going to run out of them.
Exactly, and most decks don't run like 8 fronts. They run like 3, 4 max, and that's it. The rest are crits, so.
The Bruise deck we saw, that was a good example. You got more than enough crit giving in the Order, in the Overtrigger, in the Brian. So draws and fronts.
Yep. Very, very interesting mix.
Not to mention, if that deck list gets improved with grade 4 Bruce, and they decide to keep the draws and fronts, the draws are just going to get better because now they're 10K shield draws.
That's true. We're getting those trigger effects on the draws. I'm really excited to see those. As a person that likes playing more defensive, I know I just talked about Orphis, but I am more of a defensive player. So I like the draws.
Ooh, did I talk to did I talk this with Peter or you? The version of Orphis I want to build that's called Bunker Orphis.
Definitely not with me. I haven't heard a single thing about this.
So there's a couple of different Orphis, and then I'm including also Set 4 into this shindig just because of some of the. Set 4 is introducing a triple rare for Orphis that retires a Shadow Army token, gives him 10k. Do that skill 3 times since it's not a 1 per turn. He gains a critical as well, which is an amazing card.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Being able to do 43 double critical rear guard on an Orphis turn is really good, but you gotta sacrifice your Shadow Army. And we've seen the Grade 2 that restines that also sacrifices their Shadow Army, so it kind of makes sense. But the Bunker Orphis deck I'm talking about, it takes all of that and goes, I'm just going to have Shadow Armor tokens on board. Everything else in my hand is shield. The new 15k shield grade 2 in set 4, the 10k base shield grade 1 that needs orders, Abyssal Dark Knight. Just anything and everything shield in hand, and just swing with the Shadow Armor and just guard with your hand. Bunker it.
That sounds peak. But you know, I actually am very interested in that. But with that being said, we have another deck to look at.
I swear to God, if it's Bunker Orphis, I'm gonna lose my shit. If it's
that would be
Orphis,
so funny. That would be so funny. But
it's half Orphis.
It's half Orphis. We got half as Derek Dow. Bring it in with the WCC rocks.
Yep. The rocks deck, we've seen it before. This one a bit. No, it's the same. It's just running some foils of the meteor. So 9 meteors. One of the world card order. We saw the previous deck list had 2 of them, so this one's only running 1. Where did that other ratio go then?
I think there's an extra meteor. No, there isn't. I think it's still 9. They might just have extra rear guards. I think the point.
Be the 10k shield Gravidia card.
It could be. I think they just have another rear guard, which I can understand that. You get your first token and you just kind of call it a day.
No. Oh no, I think I know where it is. It's the grade 1 ride line. That's not in the ride line.
Yeah, it's the Wells cards. I see what you're talking about now. It's the Wells.
Because honestly, that card is a bit slept upon. Like, it's an amazing card on rear guard as well, being able to put multiple meteors in your order zone almost immediately.
That card's great. You literally Soul Blast, take 2 cards that are meteors from your hand, put them onto your order zone, and that's it. So you pretty much are playing 3 orders a turn if you can get that, because it's once per turn, so you can keep doing it. Like every turn.
And if you can't Persona Ride, that's your fixer. That's the fixer, how to get those meteors in your order.
It's great stuff. This I don't think we've seen this on stream yet. So this is this engine is half Orphis, half Gravidia. So the way you kind of do this is you get your order, you get your tokens. The biggest weakness to Gravidia is the fact that you can't gain really good rear guards. So that's why we run that one little world token to kind of get yourself a extra shadow token, and that way you can have a board, you do whatever, then you ride up to Gravidia, because Gravidia's late game is honestly like more pressure than Orphis, because Orphis costs tokens, but Gravidia has crits, numbers, double triggers, all this extra stuff that you can do. So that's kind of like where this half engine is coming through. And maybe we also have the for Jade, I believe it's called, or the Desta Jade, which I don't think it's here for the restand. Because you don't get the tokens for it, but it's here for as a 15k body. Yeah.
Only 12, unfortunately.
It's 12.
Not 15, but still,
That's
12
true.
is 12.
Yeah, and it's on both turns, so it makes it a little bit harder to hit, a little bit more annoying on the board, and that's pretty much it.
And a card we did highlight last time when we looked at this deck in, I think it was round 1, I believe. Maybe it was round 6. Twisting Bulldoze, the grade 3 next to Gravidia. Like, it's just a simple card. 1 CB, 1 Soul Charge, and 10k to power. That's where, you just mentioned how Gravidia is kind of suffering on boosters and power. Well, there's another way to fix it.
And it does the soul, which you may or may not need, and you get the extra 10k. It's just a solid card. But that's this deck. What else are we seeing? What are we facing? What's coming our way? There's a cat girl. Okay. The cat girls are back.
But running a different over trigger.
A different. Oh gosh, honestly, one of my favorite overtriggers to see. Won't even lie. That's a beautiful overtrigger. Very similar engine, if I'm not mistaken. We're kind of like.
It looks almost identical. I'm not seeing any cards that really are standing out that I haven't seen in the previous deck. Running 4 of the main grade 3 song, 3 of the critical song, 1 copy of the grade 1 song. Everything looks pretty similar.
Was the other person also running 3 autumns of the order? Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, because normally it's like an 8 or 9 ratio.
Sure to say confidently. Actually, I can just hit back in my browser and check. No, they were running 4. They were running 4
Okay,
autumns.
I could have sworn I remember seeing a 4th copy because some run 9 orders in Literal deck, some run 8. I think it's just up to player preference at that point. I'm really more of like a 9 order type of person, but I also support 8. I support 8 as well. So yeah,
they took that 1 autumn away and put in 1 Audrey, the 13k grade 2. Well, she's technically 8k base, but gains 5k if you have anything in your order zone, which most of the times you will.
Oh yeah,
so
100%.
Bumping up those rear guards that can be dangerous. Otherwise, it's pretty much the same deck.
Yep. It's just yeah, exactly. And I think honestly having extra rear guards sometimes is super important. So you want to see those rear guards, especially against opponents that can board wipe you, which we did just see. So this matchup is gonna be pretty tough for Lauren. That those units aren't gonna stay on the board for long. So we're gonna be able to see kind of what this goes. But with that being said, we can actually go and see what this matchup is gonna be like. It's gonna be a pretty tough matchup. I'm pretty excited.
Yep. To the game.
Woo! Game time.
Again, going first is gonna dictate this game a little bit.
Look at these waifu mats. Sorry.
You're good. Like this is gonna dictate if Lauren is going third. I'm gonna keep making that joke. You can't stop me.
But they are going first, aren't they? So this time they won't have to worry about that.
Now you are like before we saw the draw potential going second, and we had Autumn give us more draw because our opponent was a grade 3. Now we don't have that. However, that being said, more than likely what's going to happen is on our first grade 3 ride with Lauren Errol, we're singing the song of the grade 1 and draw us a card away.
Yeah, exactly. We might actually see that play out this time.
I will say those sleeves have confused me a little bit because I thought the overtrigger was just being shuffled and stayed on.
I thought it was just me. I was like, "What? Are they just showing off their overtrigger in hand?" I was like, "Oh wait, it's the sleeves. They're just OT sleeves." Okay. Oh, it gave me like a heart attack too. I was like, "What is happening?"
But this game is very similar to the last one we looked at with Hexor versus Lauren Errol. It's basically very similar in the sense of Gravidia is only a 3 attacking deck. But there's a couple things that immediately change. One is the early game pressure that we're seeing already, and we're going to see on the grade 2 turn with Shadow Army tokens and everything else. But it's also the fact that if we do manage to get to 5 meteors, we're doing the whole double trigger thing. On top of that, any meteor retired or put from orders on the drop is going to hit the pieces on Lauren Errol. Hexor couldn't hit pieces. This could show that advantage. Is that thing that we talked about, how Eugene is actually really strong?
Yeah, it's crazy. That's what I was saying. Like, last game, they both could do whatever they want to do and just kind of like, you're kind of a sitting duck. But in this situation, we are not going to be seeing that same thing. You also notice something I wanted to talk about here real quick. So Cute Ball Gamer started rushing, or mini rushing, I should say, on turn 1. Because as most people know, like the Bruce type of engine, you want to rush Larone. Like, I mean, yeah, like you give them CB and they can use that to draw cards, but you want to kill them as soon as possible because if you don't, you're facing a guard restrict with high numbers and crits pretty much like every turn on. So you have to kill them before that starts happening.
It's like just like Bruce. I love how you did that analogy. It is a turn 4 deck, meaning that it is really just gonna go off, do its shindig on turn 4. So you have 3 turns to put them in a bad position where you can have the advantage.
Yep. It's a clock. It is a clock.
And not to mention the Rocks deck is basically that. Like it can rush. You can throw any grade 1 down and do the thing. You're gonna get a Shadow Army token on grade 2 and do the thing. And then by the time you get to grade 3, Gravidia is gonna do the thing.
And my favorite part about Shadow Army tokens is the fact that they're 15k attackers. I just love that. I love that. It always hits. It doesn't matter what your base is, it just hits.
Yep.
And that I actually was gonna say, so one downside to rushing like that is giving the vulnerability of putting that rear guard out like that because you're gonna lose it. And Gravidia does struggle with rear guards, so
See,
you might lose it here, and that's exactly what we saw here.
and also not opting to give any CB for that order to be activated. I completely get that. But at the same time, I was always in the camp of when people did this to me, or when playing Orphis even, where they wouldn't give me CB because they wouldn't want a Shadow Army token and then a booster that gives 10k more power, and then all of a sudden you have a 38 or column on grade 2 turn. I was like, oh cool, you didn't give me CB, but now I'm just gonna last longer. I get what you're doing, but to me, it's always been like, it's not worth it. Like, it's a
Oh,
double. Oh
is
my
that
god.
is that
No, that's not the sleeve. That's not a sleeve.
that is that OT? Is that
I
OT?
believe that
I'm
is
not
not a
matching it.
sleeve. That is
That is
not a
not the
sleeve.
sleeve.
That
That
is
is
the
not the
actual
sleeve. That
thing.
is the OT. Double power, double crit.
We just mentioned how we've seen now 2 games where Lauren Arrow has just been overhit.
And now another one. Wow, we've been seeing OT offensively a lot today.
Granted, granted,
Oh
granted.
my
This was
gosh.
not the most optimal time to rip the over trigger, but I'm not
But
gonna
it's
say nothing
worse.
because that put the opponent at 5 damage.
They're at 5 damage. They're at 5 damage.
It's like,
Wow, the Brandgate
man.
OT coming through.
See, if you were at least in 1 damage on your opponent's side, you wouldn't be so far.
Wow, this is the difference in OTs though. This if this was the Keter OT, you'd be like whatever. But
Yeah,
Brandgate
one
OT,
extra drive
it's
check.
not a whatever. You don't have a PG
Can
in hand. You have to
I will,
take
like,
it.
I did joke about not giving the opponent CB, putting him in 1 higher damage, but can you imagine if there was a Shadow Army token on board? That would have been a 30k double critical as well.
Oh my gosh, you are so right. That would have been tough. That would have been tough.
Double over trigger because double effects.
double the effects.
Oh, the over
Wow.
triggers
All the
everywhere.
OT. Get it out there. Get it known. Oh, that's so funny. Wow. This is gonna be
Man,
tough to come out from. That not gonna lie. This is gonna be tough.
well,
The
we
Cue
saw
Ball gamer's in
Lauren
a
Arrow
pickle.
do it once. It can do it again.
Yeah, we've seen Gloron come back. So the Derek Dow has been amazing this stuff from Derek here. But let's see what Ball Gamer has for us.
We have Icona on the board, so this is going to be a good way to just fix our hand, get what pieces we need, discard what pieces we don't need. If there's a draw trigger on our hand, perfect ditch target.
Yes,
But
exactly. I have noticed that's a lot of normal units that they damage checked, isn't it?
mm-hmm.
Ooh, that's bad. That's gonna be tough.
There's also one more thing to note. There's not 1 meteor in order zone.
You're not wrong, but even without a meteor, you can kind of, on place, Derek's can get 2 meteors anyway, so it's still
Mhm.
gonna be something. And now at 5 damage, the crit isn't even necessary if you think about it.
You're not wrong. My God, this is gonna be one intense game.
Oh, it is. It is. I'm shaking and I'm not even playing.
So this is exactly like we saw a draw trigger be checked on drive check, and that same draw trigger was now discarded for 2 more draws from Icona. That's just filtering. Like, get better cards in your hand, get better pieces.
And that's what you want. You want PGs, anything, because we're about to see the Gravidia come to play here on place, getting those meteors, setting up. That's gonna be a 28k attacking Vanguard against a 5 damage cue ball gamer. Like every attack matters.
Not to mention, don't forget, by getting 2 meters in order zone, you also plussing 2 more cards to hand. Like, that's one of the
Yeah.
things about Gravidia. Not only being able to put on pressure with double triggers, retires, and all that, it actually retains a really good hand size, and it's scary.
Yeah, your hand gets beefy. Like it is magazine book levels of beefy. You can have like a 12 card hand and be like, okay, yep, I'm sitting here. We're about to see that interaction happen right here.
The biggest thing about Gravidia players is that it's always, do I soul charge?
Yeah, I think honestly, if you have no reason to soul blast, just don't soul charge. That's why I've learned really fast. Just don't do it.
Well, looking at the deck list, there's 3 cards in soul. We run 1 copy of Berenger, which is a Soul Blast 3, give 5k, draw a card.
Mhm.
And that's it. I don't see any other Soul Blast in the deck.
So there's no reason to soul charge.
Exactly. You got your condition where you needed. Boba Main is in there for more likely counter charge, not soul. Actually, I lied. There's one more Soul Blast, and that's in Wells, the grade 1.
Yes.
But still, like you have
There's just one.
the grade 3 Cannon Blast 1 Soul Charge 110k to give you that soul. You have the critical trigger if you want to boost and put it to soul. You have Bulbamain, that's an amazing resource engine from set 1.
Exactly. One of the best cards that Brandgate has gotten because it's still being used in majority of the decks that every deck utilizes in some way. So Brandgate loves Bulbamine. It's a good card to have.
I want to give 100 props to the Derek Dow because you rip the overtrigger, you put yourself in a better position above your opponent, of course, but you're not just oh, I just throw cards down and I go and I'm gonna win. No, you still have to think your turn. You still have to be careful, play the right cards down, have enough power on the board, do
One
the
thing
right
I
effects.
One thing I like, pretty much what you're saying here, is they waited a turn to use that Shadow Army token. They were like, I'm going to wait a turn. So that way on my Gravidia turn, it matters more.
Eat as many resources possible. It's not 3. We're not getting a critical on Gravidia, but hey, still,
Well,
28k
something.
swinger. Like, Lauren Arrow is 5 damage. Every swing counts. Every swing is lethal, which means every single swing is just going to make that hand size small.
I think the approach here is to try to finish, honestly. Like, it either finish or just use the entire hand. There might be a perfect guard coming in here. But honestly, this is every you're right. The hand is going to deplete here, and that's exactly what Lauren doesn't want to see. Because you need that hand.
I think one thing that's really coming in handy here for
Two.
just Gravidia's overall strength and why I think a lot of WCC is taking it, it's not the whole double trigger thing. It's not the, yes, the Brentgate, the Orphist additions are very nice. But I think one of the reasons like Gravidia was mainly the target for building a deck like this is because the rush is there, you can put it in, but Gravidia herself draws you then more enough cards to have a good hand size on top of deck thinning, on top of retire. We talked about how Eugene's whole shtick, and it's a powerful shtick, is retire. Well,
Yep.
Gravidia can do almost the same amount of retire, and it just hurts resources. A lot of decks need those rear guards.
Yep.
Lauren Arrow needs their rear guards. Bruce needs their rear guards. I'm not even gonna touch Overdress, how much they need their rear guards.
Oh yeah, 100%. And like having the choice, I think, is what really differentiates it because you can tempo out when you want to retire. You can be like, okay, maybe I could hold off a turn, kind of make a choice. That's actually one of my favorite parts about playing Gravidia is you could just be like, I'm just gonna use one this turn. Maybe I'll use 3 more next turn. You just have these options and thinking it through, knowing your matchup. This is a very matchup dependent deck. Knowing when to do what is what will change you from like a starting Gravidia player and like an experienced Gravidia player.
Yep. A card I do want to highlight for Lauren Arrow that we saw there a little while ago, Elmar, the grade 2. She's a Soul Blast when on Guardian Circle that gains 5k for until the end of battle for each card in your order zone. So the longer the game goes for Lauren Arrow, the bigger the shield she is.
Oh yeah, she gets huge, like 20k easily. There it is. Such a nice
Like
card.
right now, she's a 15k shield Aurelia, and we saw how she came in play in the guard step. And
Yep, exactly.
if we play an order here in the next turn, that's 3 orders in order zone, which means she becomes a 20k shield. And like I said, the longer the game goes, she gets.
Exactly. She just gets beefier and beefier. Something we actually I don't think we had a chance to see last game. We didn't see this card being played as much as normal.
I don't think she came into play as much because, there was like 60 swings and you couldn't just easily perfect guard instead of wasting soul and cards. So she
True.
was probably being safe for later turns if there were later turns against Hexor. But right now, she was the right number. Like, it's all about optimizing your numbers. Like, if you can waste as minimal cards in hand and be able to guard, sometimes you want to pass a Vanguard because it's just a 5k shield.
Yeah, this is very true. This is true. This is a good turn. I'm surprised, even with all the retire and everything, and the hand being shredded. A Cue Ball Gamer isn't giving up. Cue Ball Gamer's like, I'm going. Here's my 13k attacker. I think they
Pretty
persona
sure I
red
didn't
actually.
see a persona right, which means yes, this is only a 13k
13.
attacker. So what do you do in this moment? Do you just use your hand to guard the pokes and just take the double critical Vanguard and see where it
I
goes?
think so. I don't even know if it's worth attacking the Vanguard here. It's kind of a tough call.
You can't
'Cause,
sing of the Shadow Army. It's a 15.
Yeah, exactly. True. That's what I'm saying. That 15k, man. What a good grade 1. A good little Shadow Army token.
I got like
Oh,
like I
true.
said,
And then the
they're
other one's 15 too. Now that I think about it, so they're both
Mhm.
15Ks.
No,
Oh,
there's orders. A song was
oh,
sung, so she's a 20K. Actually,
oh.
she
Okay,
could be
okay.
more. Sorry. It's a 6K booster, possibly gain 5K because of counter charging. Oh, that's the second boost. So this is first a 15K swing, and then followed by a 21, possibly 26K swing on the restand.
Yep.
Wait, am I missing something? Dang it,
Um,
swinging. Did we not have the
we
restanding
don't.
order?
I don't think so. I don't. I saw a card being played, but I don't think it was the order.
Well then. So there's still double critical Sentinel restrict, but it's not a big number, so it's there we go, 43.
That's cardable.
I believe this is either a no pass or 2 to pass.
It's 43 total against a 13,
Well,
18.
that
I
was an
think
autumn and a
max.
PG, so not
Yeah.
bad.
What you want to see? Dang,
I
Kibble
believe this is
Gamer
only
is holding on.
I believe this is only 21, and on top of that, you're probably just swinging a rear guard, because why would you give your opponent CB in this one moment?
I mean, what
Try and
is
get out of Oberman, though.
what's Gravita gonna do with one counterblast? Like, think about it. Like, they're the only thing they can do is if they have the meteor, they can use the meteor. That's it. There really isn't much else that Gravita uses counterblast for.
You're not wrong. We haven't seen the grade 3, the soul charges for counterblast against 10K, so
Yeah,
if
but
there's
that's
a
what
persona
saying.
right
Well, that's
here,
one
there's a
way to change
persona
it
right
up.
here.
You could just persona ride, and then you could just do your stuff, and then retire it all, and then just do it all over again.
Yep. Let me just make 2 cards less in deck, so my deck triggers are in there. Let me just draw so I can get my hand size up. Let me just do
Do what I like to do. Exist. And get all my orders, get my draw.
I will say, at some point, when you play Meteors through Nordlinger's effect, at some point you're like, yeah, I don't want to draw.
Yes, that is so true. Like, because every draw gets you closer to deck out. At some point, you're like, oh, maybe I'll just draw one
I think
card.
we've just seen that. I don't think we've drawn. Or soul charged
It's
by playing
scary
Meteors.
sometimes. Like,
Or we're
decking
still
out is so
contemplating.
easy.
Yes.
Oh,
There's
they're
one
drawing.
draw, there's 2 draw. Yep. It's always a safe bet, but at some point we're going to have to stop. And
Sometimes
that,
you
yeah,
need it though, just for rear guards, like just there.
exactly. I
Oh, that
believe
is the
there's the
meteors.
tech options of the Vestige, the Orpheus Grade 2, but because we have Meteors,
Bye bye
it's
board.
not Abyssal Dark Knight. But hey, Meteors go away. We are Dark Knight.
Yep.
It's like,
This is
oh, I
still
don't gain any
lethal, by
power.
the way.
No, I do.
This is still going lethal. There's still, so the cue ball gamer is still at 5 damage. Like, this has been
They've
been
at
on
5
the
since Grade
edge.
2.
Yes, is that insane? And they've been surviving this whole time, just barely.
There's
That's
the
an
overture,
OT.
dude.
So pretty.
That's a no pass. That's a 38. As much you can only get to 58. So, but that crit's gonna go somewhere to the rear guards.
38. Wait. So that's 38 swinging. OT
Yes.
puts it at 63. Okay. Yeah. That's a no
Yep.
pass.
Now if we had 5 meteors.
Oh, what was that about 2 to passing? Not here.
I love how Exor puts a booster behind herself for 2 to pass shenanigans.
Yep.
And then Gravidia just says, "Yeah, I'm just gonna do 5 meteors."
Yep. For the same conditions, but I just get to do it.
5 cards in hand in Cue Ball Gamer's hand, and this is, I believe, a 28, 36 double critical swinger, right?
Owie. That's an owie. That's a 2-card guard right there. Potentially, there might be a perfect guard in hand or something like that, but yeah, it is a hard guard.
The other one's a 37. You got a 15K token boosting a 12K grade 2 Orpheus card, putting a 27 in a persona right to 37. So 36 and 37, just 2 and 1K shy from that magic number of 38, where it is like more shield. Like, it's exactly the thing you talked about in the previous game of 5K triggers, maybe 5K triggers, but at least they're one more shield value above than 4K triggers boosting a Vanguard.
Exactly. You'd be surprised. Like, sometimes I don't run the soul crits for that very reason. I'd rather have the 5K. sometimes I don't want to put down my shield value, if you know what I mean. Like it's risky.
There's that 20k shield from the grade 2 now that we have 3
Yep.
orders in Order Zone.
Yup.
And as well as a 15k guard to guard. And now a 37.
Wow. Just barely surviving here, but surviving.
Why is not this Bobaman used again?
I don't know. I guess because you need the rear guard on board. And honestly, Kakarot can't kill it.
You're completely correct. Like, it's a booster. It's adding that extra power to really matter. And if you really need the CB, you can always swing with the column first, put Bobaman, and then counter charge. So it's not hurting being on rear guard. I know you don't really need that open CB anytime soon. It's like pick and choose when you want to do it.
Yeah. I think because of how much Gravidia needs rear guards, you just kind of keep it out unless you absolutely, without a doubt, have to use it or it's gonna get sniped. If it's not gonna get sniped, you just leave it there. I mean, that's what I usually do. Sometimes I'm like, do I really want to put you in? I'll leave you out for another turn.
Man, as Orphis players, we know sometimes you gotta put it in. We need that 2CB.
Oh yeah. Sometimes you could leave it out. Like it's situational. But in your video, like you have no issues just leaving it out. You only use your camera so much. This is a 2-card hand.
I saw a nice hit the table moment.
Oh yeah,
Riley. I've been there, done that.
Oh, that could have been Winter Order.
I don't like to speculate, but anytime I see a reaction like that, sometimes it's like, did you just draw a heel?
Probably. Yeah, I see what you mean. They could at least restand here a little bit.
There was another card drawn because you could have gone for the double critical order, you made some pressure with your Vanguard, but you really need multiple swingers. And going for the grade 1 order to draw one more extra card.
I think you're right.
Card was not a swinger. Ooh.
I think you're right. I think whatever was in the hand was a trigger, but we'll leave that for speculation. But wow, the reset's still gonna happen here though, and there's been so restrict.
What would you do in this situation? You have 3 damage. There's only a 13k poker swinging, but you know there's gonna be a 23k attacker Vanguard because that order is gonna only give 10k to the unit. No Sentinels, 23k attacker. That's honestly can be guarded easily with triggers. But
I would call a trigger down. I would call it trigger down.
What if you take this 13k poke for 1 damage and you rip a defensive?
I mean, it's better because think of it this way: so you're gonna get 2 more cards. Opponent's gonna, Derek's gonna restand, his board, and he goes, and what do you do?
Defensive.
Yep. I mean, yeah, but what else are you gonna do? Like, you have nothing else at this point. You might as well go as far as you can. Like take whatever you can, because it would make Lorone a 10k higher too.
Yeah.
So better at this point. I would just go all in.
Exactly. So this is a 23 versus a 23. Only 2 drive checks on Lorone's side, so putting 2 crit triggers down is honestly a no pass.
That's a perfect guard.
1 PG.
That's a draw.
1 draw trigger.
That's good. Barely surviving.
So you can just intercept now with that grade 2, and that guards it.
I would smack with that grade 2. I would smack the grade 2 here. There's no point like doing it. That's another front. That's another front. Oh boy. Honestly, Gravidia needs rear guards. Oh, that's a persona. That is 2 more meteors at a deck. Keep all gamer having a perfect guard in hand.
You can use Gravidia's ability, but why do 2 meteors unless you get another meteor and do 3 and get critical? You can literally just do 1 meteor, get 15k, and retire that only rear guard on the other side.
Oh yeah. That way you have another one for next turn too. Like it's sometimes that's what you want to do, unless there's a third one in Derek's hand. But yeah, 100% agree.
Or you can Soul Blast 1, play 2 more, and then play 1 from hand, and then you're at 5 and do all 5 and rip some crits and double them.
if that's that's the case, but with 9 meteors, I really don't think we're gonna see that. As fun as it would be. Wait! Is it just for the 2k or is it for the meteor? It's for the 2k. Okay.
It's for the 2k.
Dang, I got excited. I'm not gonna lie. I was about to eat my words.
Extra power is always good.
Oh yeah, I do the same. At first I was like, can I do this? Oh, I can. I could just Soul Blast, not do the skill, but still get 2k. Why not?
So 38 at a 13. We know there's a perfect guard in hand, and there is a draw trigger to ditch for that perfect guard.
But this is a persona turn. So it's gonna be really hard to guard here. This is kind of one of those situations where you might have to say no guard to Vanguard, hope you hit a heal so you could cover the rears.
I'm just amazed at this board presence on the other side. Like everything is face down except the Vanguard and the drop zone. Like it is something different to see.
That is true. They got nothing.
Man,
No counterblast, no orders. Oh,
we just need some locked rear guards and we're set.
we need some Chaos Breaker in here.
Can you imagine if they reintroduced lock and overdress? How much, I want to say, fun the community
I
would
think
have?
they said no guard. I think that was a no guard.
And that's a crit on the drive check.
And that's a crit, yeah. Oh wait, no, maybe no, they had to have said no guard. Yeah, crit
Yeah,
power.
I see 4 cards still in hand.
They needed a
And no-
heal. They
That's a
do
heal.
heal. That is a heal. They need
One
another
more.
heal.
One more! One more!
Oh, wow, what a game. What a game. They needed that heal. That heal would have actually shut down those attacks. Wow, what a
That
game.
was a Persona right turn.
It would have helped because they were holding the
Yeah.
PG and they were holding like another trigger in hand. So we knew that for a fact. The healing and potentially not hitting the crit would have given them enough to survive. I don't know if it would have survive enough to
I think there's,
kill.
like, hold up. I think I saw that for a second. I think there was like maybe 9-10 cards in deck left for
Wow.
Gravidia.
Wow. I mean, I don't think they were decked out, honestly. We're close. We're close. Wow.
Like I said, the previous match in round is 5, over trigger doesn't mean you win the game, but this one was kind of this one gave Gravidia
different
that
OT.
extra oomph. Like
It's a
being
different
able to
OT.
put your opponent being able to put your opponent to 5 damage before they even hit grade 3. Like you can achieve the same outcome with some extra some crits being drawn on the drive checks in the grade 1 and grade 2 turn, but at the same time it's just the look of the draw, and you gotta play against it. Unfortunately, you gotta do your best and just.
That OT is one of my least favorite OTs in the game in terms of getting checked on. Like if I'm the opponent and they hit Brandgate. Actually, that's funnily enough, that's one of the reasons why I got into Brandgate. I was like, you know what? You're gonna use this OT on me. I'm gonna start playing so I could do it too.
See, I have a very fun story with that OT in particular. It was actually set 1. We just started getting set 1. We just started playing, and I'm over here having fun with Jail. It's not quite as strong as other decks, but it's fun being able to just imprison your opponent's units and all. And I'm playing against my good friend, and everything's going fine, and he's really kicking my ass. And I put down a nice little robot from the start deck that's 10k, on rear guard because I have jail cards, and I have my nice snow, which is triple drive, and it's all fine and dandy. But he's at 2 damage. I can barely do anything, so let's just swing triple drive. Oh, look, a crit. Well, you perfect out of the Vanguard. Let's put it to this robot. Oh, look, another crit. Let's put it to this robot. Oh, look, the over trigger. Oh, so this robot's now sitting at like 6 damage. A GG. A GG.
Wow. The whole time I heard that that music, the da 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 da, like everything is fine and dandy, then it's like da 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 6 damage. Wow. That actually happened to me. An opponent was I was going against Brandgate playing Zorga, and again, it was just normal day in the life of Overdress. Swing, nice little 10k Ash or whatever. Swing, nice little 10k sure whatever. Next turn, they ride up to their Sarah Snow. Nice little baby board, nothing too crazy, nothing really is hitting. And Sarah Snow, crit OT, and I'm like, and I said no guard. I was at like 1 damage. And I was like,
you were not at 1 damage anymore. Sorry.
what are you gonna do to me with I'm at 1? And then it's like, oh, right. That OT exists. And you're
it's
in triple
a 1
drive.
in a million chance to hit something
That's
like that.
1,
You can hit the over
2,
trigger on the first damage, but
that's 6 damage to the face.
fun.
Oh yeah.
Moments
Fun.
like that you just remember. No, it's legitimately moments like that you just remember. Like it's like when it happens, I can't help but smile, even if it happens to me. Like I recently, I think I did tell this story real quick. I swung at someone with greed on, and they said no guard, and they were at 5 damage. Like yes, critical trigger, yes, and they hit an over trigger and a heal trigger, and I'm like sitting there. Well, that's cool. That's cool though.
Sometimes you just gotta be like, oh, though. I don't know. Maybe it's just me, my mentality. I'm like, oh, but I was about to win, and now I'm not winning.
But it's like even when that happened, like yes, it's like of course competitive and you don't want to lose. That's all part of normal feelings. But I'm still having fun. Like yes, that happened, but this is a genuine smile of happiness, not one of those sad smiles. Like I'm genuinely happy.
You are one of a kind. Yes, I'm losing. Beautiful.
Look,
It
all
brings a
right,
tear to my eye.
Look, I'm just built different, all right?
Hey, it's good. It's good. This kind of optimism is good to see. You want to see this kind of optimism because, like, you want to be happy. Like, even it's your friend you're facing. It's not like it's like your sworn enemy that you just have to beat with your crits. Like, you want your friend to win. So it's kind of like, you know what, I lost, but that double heal was great to see. So it's very understandable. It's very understandable.
With that being said, we're gonna take a little break. Get ready for the next matchups. Get the players ready for the next match. This was round 7, so we're more than halfway through the six. You right? We're gonna go to round 7.
Yes.
But still, more than halfway through the tournament. We're gonna after the break. We're gonna see some standings where people are standing at, and it's just gonna be a grand old time. So,
yay!
Let's take a break.
Break time.
Peter, do the thing.
Yes. Welcome everyone to Bushiroad Rumble Online.
He did the thing. Anyway, it's been hectic. We've talked about this on the stream. This is not amazing games. This is the new norm. If it's anything else, it's boring. But oh my, that last match was crazy. And I can't wait to see what other matches we're going to be coming. Like, you got to understand, this is round 7 we're going into. There's probably all the way to round 9, possibly 10. We're near done. And the craziness is just going to keep going and going. And I am all here for it.
Yeah. I'm very excited, especially because in between the rounds, I heard from a group chat that someone from my locals, Jonathan Parks, is currently undefeated with Laronaral. So happy for him.
There we go.
Personally, I always love to see people from the area get some results.
It's going to be very interesting. Like, we're not going to get a real quick chance to look at the standings just yet. And we're going to almost be going into round 7 immediately. The decks are getting prepared. The players are getting ready. Before it gets there, I do want to get your kind of opinion of everything we've already seen. I know you usually say this for the end, but things have been normal. And it's been some sort of, I don't know what else games.
Yeah, it's definitely been like something for sure. I mean, like, we've seen the Overtrigger every single stream match, and that's something because the Overtrigger is 1 card per deck. For those of you maybe who are like just getting back into the game and interested because you saw a stream, the Overtrigger is a relatively new mechanic that was introduced in April, or April and May, sort of around there. And
it's not even a year old.
Yeah, it's not even a year-old mechanic. So relatively, it's a pretty new mechanic, and it's legal in premium and standard format. And what it is a trigger that you're only allowed to use 1 copy of per deck maximum. So you can choose not to use it. There are some reasons in premium format to not use an Overtrigger, but for the most part, it has a very powerful effect of giving something plus 100 million power, and then removing itself from the game and you draw a card, and then if it's drive checked, another super strong ability.
Yep.
I mean, I've got my personal favorites. I love the artworks on all of them. They give that same vibe as like a Zeroth dragon or a progenitor dragon, you know, where they're like these huge like dragons that are like almost like a deity of some kind.
They're almost like the end game. Like, you want to get to that card and finish it. But unlike the progenitors, unlike the Zeroths, the Overtrigger, you don't know when it's going to drop. Hexorb is probably the only one that can probably know, with some exceptions here and there, but you don't know exactly when it's going to drop. So you got to drive check it. Maybe you don't even drive check it. Maybe you soul charge it, draw it, and so forth and so forth. But before we go ranting, like I said, round 7 is getting ready. It's almost here. I want to see the first deck, see what Overtrigger we're going to be running, because we have a couple of them that are staple, but some decks have multiples that are different in the sense of just art.
Yep.
And here's one of them.
Tyler Yu, a familiar name, especially if you've been watching streams. Tyler Yu has been a relatively successul player, and he's got so this is one of the things that a lot of Laronaral players have chosen to sort of like, this has sort of been a point of debate for a lot of them. 2 points of debate usually: one, if they want to run the grade 2 that is 13, or if they want to run the grade 1 that gets power, and then the other one is how many orders they want to run. Some will run 3 autumn and 4 winter. Some will run 4 and 4. Some might run 3 and 4 instead of the other way. Usually that's a thing of how much space do you want to allocate towards your other slots, because orders can't be called and you can only play them once per turn. So because of that, that does mean that, like, if you have multiple orders in hand, they are kind of a brick otherwise. And if you have too many orders,
Well, if you have too many orders in your hand, you can. It's a brick for the turn if you don't have enough things to call.
You're not wrong, but at the same time, you have decks like the Lorno deck, like other decks that can just say, well, yes, you can only play 1 order a turn, unless an effect says otherwise.
That's true. That's true. Like, for example, Zorga, very popular. Well, not quite as popular now, but I personally, it's a favorite for mine. I love the idea of combining orders together, stuff like that. And I mean, this deck sort of combines orders too, because you're playing 2 different order effects in one turn.
Now, the biggest thing is going to be now the question of what is Tyler you facing? What is the other deck that we're going to be seeing that is going to be fighting this very familiar Lorna?
Yeah, let's see right here. And it's Mellow Automat playing against.
Hold up. Is this it? It is! It's the...
Woo!
I was so excited to see this thing in play. For many of you that don't know, Akiri? Help me out. It's her name is it's Kyrie. Thank you. Kyrie was the start deck introduced for Lyrical Mysteria, and her whole shindig was bouncing, multi-attack, all that. And then some crazy MATLAB saw this combo and said, you know what? Let's put the gem engine in there. Let's get us some draw potential in here with the Sapphire. Let's put the ghost engine in here so my old rear guards are nice and open so I can really call and multi-attack like crazy. And this deck is beautiful. I am in love. It functions actually. This Frankenstein deck actually functions, which is the other crazy part. And it just goes and it runs and it's beautiful and I love it. And Peter, say something before I lose my shit.
Ooh, I love the Kyrie deck in general. It's just so cool that like also you just get to mix so much stuff together. I mean, like you get some of those like opportunities, for example, like a little bit of multi-attack, and I mean like you just get to use like, see, this has sort of been a theme of stuff we've been talking about for this entire stream, especially early on. The idea of mixing decks is really cool. Like, you know, because it also lets you flex your creativity, and making it work also means that like you're rewarded for being creative. Like, because sometimes there's like the idea of like someone will be like, oh, how do I make my deck unique? Well, it's like,
yes,
you shouldn't be making your deck unique for the sake of being unique. You should make your deck unique because you see something valuable that is unique. So say, for example, okay, if I run this in my deck that people don't normally run, I do actually get a little bit of a benefit. Like it's like I trade off, maybe like I'm not quite as high of a ceiling, but I have more options to get out of more bad situations.
Exactly. And a couple key cards immediately to mention, like we talked about the gem engine being able to draw, the ghost engine may open the rear guards, but the reason you want to open draws is because you have honestly, in my opinion, the 2 main cards in this deck are the Grade 2 Aerith, the 1/4 Kairi that lets you just multi-attack for a CB, call units from your hand. But especially a card that showed itself so much merit is the Corgi, the Munching Girl Seiya. Just being able to call a top card, and that's why you want those ghosts, because if you manage to call a ghost out of the top deck, it's like beautiful combos start happening.
It's really cool to see like combos and stuff like this actually like work in general.
Well,
like
enough of sorry for cutting you off, but enough of talking about combos that might happen. I want to see these combos in play. Ain't that right?
That's true. Yes, because there's no better explanation than seeing it yourself. And let's get into that.
Oh, do you even consider this a mirror match?
No, this is not a mirror match. These are 2 drastically different decks. One of these is a much more slow-paced deck, Loraneral, and then against the triple hybrid, which, I mean, if you thought nation hybrid cards were cool, just wait until you see the triple ride line hybrid.
We talked with Orange a little while ago how before in the earlier rounds we didn't see much lyrical. We would love to see lyrical and all that, and now we're just getting bombarded by all the lyrical decks. And I know that this hybrid deck is her personal favorite, so I'm gonna do my best job commentating in her name right.
And neither of the for a second I thought it was going to be that it was like if both of these, unfortunately neither of these players are undefeated, because what that would have meant that I guaranteed at least 3 of the undefeated are Lyrical Monasterio. But no, I know that I think it's just 1 undefeated or 2 maybe that are using
Both
Lyrical
of them
Monasterio
are going right now for 5-1. They've both lost 1 game in this tournament. And from the data that I'm looking at, we only have 6 people that are undefeated.
Yes, and several of these are very familiar names that are in the undefeated, like Zistrel, the Derek Dow, Manlong, Nuno Raimundo, and then Sujuma we've just seen at the top. Oh, but enough of that. Tyler Yu's already dealt a damage, and so has Melo Adamat. Both of these players are just at each other's throats at the moment.
See, a big thing is going to come here. Like we've seen, this is the third time we've seen Laurinaill and actually the same Laurinaill from 2 rounds ago. And a thing that we've noticed already is the fact that being able to retire the rear guards for Laurinaill, it will hurt them really decently. This is also a good opportunity to talk about the Ruby engine, like we said, like just being able to get that order and then counterblast 1 and draw 2 cards, and it's such a good order. And it goes to Soul, and it feels Soul. It's just such a good order.
Yeah, and I think it's really cool that like, also that artwork is like a little too photorealistic. It feels like someone took a picture.
I know, right?
It does. It looks like
Props
someone
to
just
the
took a
artist.
photo.
They did an amazing job on it.
Yeah, that artist, like they must have taken like they must have not gotten a person that normally draws like characters or something. They must have gotten someone that draws like still life or something, because that's very impressive artwork.
See, this is a great thing about the Ruby Ride line, or I call it the Ruby Ride line. It's actually still is the fact that when you do use the
oh no,
hello,
that was the overtrigger.
That is sad, but if there's okay, never mind. That is very sad. Unfortunately, from what I can see in the deck list, there isn't one specific card that would be really good with the overtrigger on the board. The grade 2 floor was used, the overtrigger was ribbed. That's just a good plus engine to get the board, but oh yeah, that is the grade 2 ride line. Oh, the overtrigger, 50k shield in hand. That is amazing.
Okay, so just because they lost the overtrigger is not the worst, because that does mean they have that huge defense now that Tyler Yu knows, okay, I can't afford to go for too big of an attack, and the first few Laronarol attacks will not be as scary. Not nearly as scary as they could have been.
See, I was about to talk so much out of my behind because I didn't double check. I thought the ride line grade 2 was the one, because if you played the actual Sapphire and then you have that ride line, you're going to draw an extra card. But it was the bouncer, which I honestly do still approve. Like they both work. It's just the concept of what you want to play, and we just seen why it's also a good card. Like if you rip a crit off the top, or if you have a unit you don't want to be on board, or if you just want to rush and then bounce your unit back to your hand, you can. And it's just such an amazing grade 2 for the.
Yeah, it's just really good. And okay, so choosing to play a little bit conservatively here. Just going for. Oh, wow. That's fantastic, because that... It
is one of those things, like... Also, quick note. While during the deck list, I realized something as you were talking that for some reason just now hit me, and Lyrical's been out, I don't know how long. The orders for Laurinaill are the seasons.
Yep. That's why I've been calling them autumn and summer.
My thick head just now realized that.
Yeah, each one... There's one for each season. The summer one, unfortunately, is probably the least popular, because out of all the effects, it's probably the least impactful. Because it's
Autumn's a crit, spring just does this thing, and then you want winter. You want
winter
all the winter.
Yeah. And then the summer one is just give 5k to your front row, which...
Well, it could be useful.
It has its uses, but the other ones are so much more versatile.
Now, a big thing about the Kyrie deck is going to be, like with some other decks, being able to Persona Ride. And that's where it really shines. When you Persona Ride, you get that multi-attack, you get those shenanigans. I don't see the grade 2 Arif on the board, but at least we do have the grade 3 Ghost Ingrid. She's just a nice unit to have. An 18k attacker. We'll go to the bottom of that. Overall, just a good card.
Yes. And another thing to consider here, because we saw Tyler Yu discard an Autumn, that means that there are 2 left, because that like they can afford to discard one of them, because they're running more than quite a few players run, because most players will run 3. So that means you can actually afford to do that instead. And I really like this play, going for the low damage right now, saying, okay, I don't need to use my rear guard's effect. I just need to get the I just need to get my offense started and keep this damage lead up because I know, well, if I were Tyler, I would be saying, I know that I'll be taking a lot of damage later on. This will allow me to take a defensive trigger, possibly harm their offensive turns, which definitely helps a lot.
Speaking of, offensive turn, this is an amazing offensive turn from Laurinaill. This is basically going optimal. You have your sports setup, you have your draw engine,
Mhm.
you have your counter charge engine. You're gonna be able to restand 2 rear guards, giving the Vanguard 20k on a persona ride, so that's overall 30. We had a booster that's got an 11k booster. Like overall, everything is going right on the for Laurinaill, for
Yes,
Tyler Yu, and this is just gonna be an amazingly strong turn.
this is so devastating here, so powerful, and oh my, this is. Oh yeah, and because you get the counter charge, you could just get the draw anyways.
Yep.
Whew. That's strong.
If
Very
my
strong.
math is correct, this is a 43 Vanguard boosted by an 11, so this is a 54 double critical, no grade, no sentinels.
Sentinels,
And this is where
yes.
that overtrigger is really coming in clutch.
Yes, but no sentinels, but guarding with one overtrigger would have. Okay, yes, going for overtrigger and something else to make it so
Yes.
that it's a no
Because it
pass.
hit that, we hit
Un-
that weird number of 54.
Unless Tyler hits the overtrigger.
Or
Oh,
2
wow.
heals. 2 heals is nice too.
Yeah, 'cause, I mean, 2 heals is like you're at already such low damage that you're probably not going to be using those heals in terms of like actual heals. So you may as well just do this. And yeah, this is looking pretty good for Tyler Yu right now, especially because yep, you just get to go +1 there. And and for those who don't know, +1, -1, stuff like that, that's all a concept of like card economy of if you and your opponent were to go 1-for-1 trade every single time, whoever is more plus will end up with cards left in the end.
See, the Ruby ride line, what Kairi wants to run is technically a +1 engine because you ride, you
Mhm.
get the Ruby, so you're basically +1 in the hand. And then Ruby really isn't a plus. She is a filter. You play a
Yes.
Ruby that's -1 in hand, you draw 2 cards, so you replace the Ruby, but then you have to discard a card from hand. So you haven't done nothing but filter, but at the same time, that filter is what's necessary. I
Yes,
don't
and
think I've seen a. Was this a Persona right? Yes, it is a Persona right turn. Because I see a different kind of Vanguard instead of the SP. I could be also
Mhm.
wrong.
yes, you're right. This is a Persona ride because that's the one from the trial deck.
I do want to highlight the grade 3 we saw that swung first. It was Legia. It's a grade 3 for Earns correct. But
Mhm.
it honestly has a really good effect. It's at the Annabelle that attacked, you counter +1 and put it at the bottom of the deck. Open up that rear guard, and she on top of that draws a card.
Ooh, that was a really that was well good defensively there because now they have some good shield options
Mhm.
and yep, you just get to call 2 things out and get that multi-attack in, provide a little bit extra pressure.
0-1.
Oh, wow. And just call the top card and that's a good attacker right there too cuz that means that this is a 15k shield that is required and this one also. Whew.
Like I hear you just provides that multi. But this is a bit of unfortunate side. We haven't seen an Aerith yet. Aerith is a really crucial card to that 6-7 multi-attacking turn that Kairi can do in this hybrid version. And she's just not been showing up that much.
Unfortunately so, but I mean, this is still a pretty good like that was a pretty good turn for Matt right there and I mean, it's definitely appreciated. Oh, wow, and getting the winter
So
out.
much winter. I can
I
feel the
mean,
cold, man.
it's already a snowstorm it's been a snowstorm this past week in DC, so I've definitely been experiencing that winter myself.
Oh, I'm just getting Bruce deja vus. Like Laurinaill and Bruce, once they get going, there's not much you can do. You're just expecting the same amount of attacks, if not bigger. Like Laurinaill with the winter card is definitely that offender because the longer the game goes, just hit that order zone. The more cards are phased down, the bigger it gets. Now there's 3 units that are going to restand and giving 30k to Vanguard under her swing on top of a Persona ride.
Absolutely. And Oh wait, that hand from Matt is looking kind of small.
He's guarding
And
the rear guards. He's
this
he's guarding that early attack and hoping that
That's really big. That's really big. That's plus 30 already in addition to the plus 10. So that's plus 40.
53, 64.
Oh,
With a crit.
ooh. Is that another crit too? So that's 3 damage.
A heal trigger. One more
Okay.
heal and he's alive. Heal trigger!
And that heal going, you should heal yourself
And
now.
that's a crit. Oh my God, you were gonna do. That's also you gotta understand. I think that was the first damage was a crit. So that's 30 to Vanguard. Those riggers can't hit.
No. They can hit for.
No,
they
that's
can hit.
43
You're right.
Vanguard right now.
You're right.
Crit and 2
Wow.
heals.
Wow.
My God, the insanity.
And I
No
think
persona ride, sadly.
I think that's all of Matt's heals now, though.
While we didn't persona ride, we did finally get an air to the board. So this could be a very strong turn.
That's true, but I don't know. Tyler Yu's hand is looking incredible here.
There's more enough CB. Like, I can already start predicting stuff. So that goes to the top. Aerith is going to swing, put something into that column. You're going to swing with Vanguard, bounce the Aerith. I don't know exactly what's in the hand. Oh, perfect. Another card to get that grade 2. Put it at the bottom. Like, oh, I love these plays. This is the combo plays. This is the meticulous. This is why we build a deck this way.
Oh, and the trigger. That helps so much with dealing with the rest of this turn because that makes these columns so much easier to deal with. And yeah, that pretty much just makes this turn very much manageable here. And yeah, just ending the turn there because this is the play. Tyler Yu has been staying at low damage intentionally this entire game for this reason.
Over triggers out. 2 heal triggers just got hit.
Tyler Yu doesn't have the... Oh. Tyler Yu doesn't have the way to actually get for the crit.
No, but it's still a big Vanguard, no Sentinels.
That's true. And yeah, this is just restanding it all, getting a lot of power. And
it's only getting 30k because he could have stood 4 rear guards, but he didn't have 4 rear guards on the board, so it is only getting 30k.
Wow.
2 more heals.
Yeah, there's no more heals left. And Tyler Yu winning that game, but playing it so well, playing so smart, staying at that low damage, managing it super smartly or intelligently, I guess.
A big part of that game, in my real honest opinion, is Mellow Matt not seeing an Aerith sooner. Aerith could have honestly changed the tide of that game even more. Like, if this was already close, like Tyler Yu, yes, had a good amount of advantage, but at the same time, we needed to be careful. Like you said, staying at low damage was one of the reasons he could last this long. But that Aerith could have put Mellow Matt a little bit more higher, give him chances, more multi-attack, better shots, better swings, and just made Tyler Yu sweat a little.
That was... Whew. And I think that was
was a normal match.
Yeah. I think... Because we didn't see the overtrigger checked at all this game. That's the first time this entire stream that the overtrigger was not checked. But still, no overtrigger checked. No overtrigger checked. That's something because, like, it's statistically very unlikely for 6 rounds in a row an overtrigger to be checked because it's 1 card.
You're not wrong. Like, we've also only seen decks that don't do that many drives. Like Hexorb has triple drive. For her to rip an overtrigger, it kind of makes sense, but at the same time, she can stack the deck. Like, that's what happened. We use Pentagleam, and it's like, oh, look, an overtrigger. Cool. Then we also had Snow, which had triple drive the entire game, but did not rip the overtrigger, if I remember correctly. Otherwise, we would have seen some real shenanigans there.
Yeah.
And every other deck we've seen, they've only stayed at twin drive, so that was just statistical luck.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, this was... In addition to, like, no overtrigger being checked, this was just, like, both of these players playing very well. Like, really well here. And that's the kind of stuff I like to see. You know, both of these players playing it out very well, but one person just doing it just a little bit better. Like Tyler Yu was playing it so well, just going, okay, I'm not going to let you deal me too much damage at a time. I'm going to sort of, because Laurent Oral has incredible defense in the form of like Elmer, in the form of all that card draw. You know, it's just very consistent and very good at defending, and that's what helps so much here. Whew. It's
it's one of those things, like you come from a game like that and it's like, I need a breather. I need to collect my thoughts. What just happened? Because I'm pretty sure, like I'm pretty sure, I don't want to say it that way, but I'm pretty sure Mellow Matt at that point was like, well, this is where I lose. And then he was like, never mind.
Yeah,
you don't know these things are gonna happen. You don't know that there's 2 heals on the top of your deck, but when those moments happen, it's just crazy.
Yeah.
I do need a breather, man. I need such a breather right now.
I
screamed a little bit too hard. We're gonna take a short break, recharge our batteries, get it ready for round 8, get the players ready for round 8, and just see what other normal games we're gonna see.
Yes, and you should rest yourself now.
So hi, my name is Johan. I'm from France, and I participated in BSFO 2021, in which I got first place in V Premium in NA with Bermuda Triangle Prism, and then I also got third place Europe with Gastil in Premium, and second place of stand-up format for EU with Bastion. I took all 3 formats with. I was pretty happy about it. Yeah, so it was quite difficult because there was a lockdown in my country. Okay? So I trained with my girlfriend. We played every day and each format. And yeah, we tried many decks. We had a good idea of what the format looked like. So yeah, we kept practicing every day. I wasn't really expecting to top. I mean, I really play tested a lot, and I also participated to the shop league, the remote shop league. But it was just because I found the game funny, but I never expected to top or play to top. So I started Vanguard in 2019. And so my first event was DSF France 2019. And well, that was a great experience. So wanted to do another event. So I went to Cardiff the same day, the same year. And then I participated in many BCS this season. It was the last BCS season. Really great experience. So I hope it will come back very soon. Initially, I started the game with my girlfriend. So we traveled together, mainly together. I mean, and sometimes when there were some other French people who traveled with us, but yeah, well, in Paris we had a small group who travel a lot. Very interesting and very weird at the same time, because I like the fact that I can play with anyone in the world, like with Australian people, and it was a really good experience because I'm not used to play with these people. Like I think Singapore people and even NA people. That was the first time I played with them. It was great in that regard, and at the same time, you don't see your opponent, you only see the hand, so well, you can't read on his face. Well, after a game is played, you can't go with your friends and talk about the game. Hopefully, I had a group of friends with whom I chatted during the event to recreate the atmosphere of a real event, but it's never the same. So I registered, I think, 5 tournaments. So I know some people registered for like the 9 tournaments. I don't know how they did. Yeah, I decided to only participate in 5 because I think I needed to sleep just to be able to play correctly. Maybe I played like 12 hours a day. I didn't sacrifice sleep time for the tournament. And so for people who want to participate, so maybe it's a bit late, but they should prepare before, like a month before, if they want to have a chance to talk. If they just want to have a fun moment, I think that's a great experience to chat with people as well, because after a game you can just chat with people and have a different view of the game. Thanks for listening, and good luck for the tournament. Ciao.
Doesn't look like this pandemic's clearing up. Guess we're not gonna have any tournaments anytime soon, huh?
Fight!
Contestant number 42, first warning. At no point during the game should your deck, the cards on your field, or the cards in your hand go out of the screen. To ensure fair gameplay, everybody's decks, cards on the field, as well as cards in the hands must remain on screen at all times during a game. First time, you get a warning. Second time, you get a game lost. Please continue the game.
Okay, so 1, 2, and 3.
As Warpgate technology is not available to the public yet, this is how deck cutting will be implemented during the tournament. First, split them into 3 piles. Label them 1, 2, and 3. Your opponent will instruct you on how to arrange the piles in.
On your side, let's do 2, 1, 3.
Okay, so 2, 1, 3. So 2, 1, 3. Okay.
Take 受け取るがいい。我が5万パワーを持つブラッドブラックでお前のヴァンガードをアタック。
When your opponent disconnects during a game, ping a judge and let them know what happened. The player who disconnected in the middle of the game will get 1 strike. The second time they disconnect during a game, they will get a game loss.
Sorry, my bad. Disconnected. Can we continue the game?
Oh, hey, welcome back, dude. Anyway, as I was saying, 我が5万パワーを持つブラッドブラックでお前のヴァンガード。
Cut the shenanigans, please. While shenanigans are technically not a rule violation, to ensure smooth gameplay, please declare all intentions and moves to your opponent clearly.
Okay, sorry, got it.
いいだろう。お前の攻撃を受けて立つ。
Attack your Vanguard, 23,000 power.
Okay, no god.
Then, attack your Vanguard. This is gonna be 33,000 power.
No god, no god.
Attack your Vanguard. This is gonna be 51,000 power.
Hey
Hey
guys!
guys.
I'm Fiona.
I'm Matthew.
Alright, so an online tournament is actually our best option in providing a community a way to continue playing their favorite card games during this pandemic. First time, you can always check out the video here in the top right corner to learn more about the setup required, and the link up to the video is also available in the description box below.
Right, so it may not be the same as attending a physical tournament, but there'll still be rules and etiquette that you need to follow to ensure a smooth run of the event. So for more information, do take a look at the stuff in the description box below.
Everyone is just here to have fun and maybe win some prizes. Rules are put in place to give the players some assurance, and we hope that no one in the community spoils the fun for anyone else. Good luck and have fun.
Comment down below what you think about this video or just to say hi. Don't forget to like and subscribe and ring the bell so you get a notification every single time we post a video. Till then, take care, stay safe, see ya! No worries, I memorized it.
Okay, rolling. 3, 2, 1, go.
An online tournament is our best option in providing a way for our community to continue playing their card games. Ah!
No worries, I memorized it.
Weiss Schwarz! Time to make your move, little sister.
All right, and welcome back, everyone, to Bushiroad Rumble Online.
There's no escaping it.
There's no escaping it.
Yeah, escape. Have you ever heard of the rule of lasagna?
No, what is that?
I could be also wrong, but from what I understand, it's the rule of threes, where a joke is good only 3 times.
This one just gets better.
Layer.
This one just gets better.
Some crazy things have been happening. Peter, you mentioned last round we didn't see an overtrigger, but I feel like that overtrigger craziness was substituted with 2 heal triggers at 6 damage.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. It was a very wild round there, but like in a completely different way.
Like, has anything crazy like that happened ever to you? Because for me, I'm not even joking. There was this one instance fighting against a friend. Actually, it was against one of my good friends, and I'm just watching this meme, and one of my friends rips the Dragon Empire overtrigger. Restands his Vanguard and all that. And there's this whole full turn after the resetting Vanguard. And yet, the opponent never went up in damage, nor down in hands, because apparently he just decided to rip all 4 heal triggers in that one turn.
Okay, I've never done anything that crazy, but I do know that a friend of mine has in the past. He was on Dragonic Overlord, checked the overtrigger, so he restood when he attacked the Vanguard. Then he hit, so he restood again. And I'm like, oh no, this is 100 million attacking me 3 times in one turn. I surprisingly won that game.
See? Overtrigger doesn't mean you're gonna, immediately win, but it gives you good chances. Actually, speaking of overtriggers, like, not all of them are really, I won't say like they're all good. Like,
yeah,
some effects at the right moments can change the outcome of a game instantly, but at the same time, some effects, drove checks at the wrong moments, do absolutely nothing.
Yes. And I mean, a perfect example of that is the Keter Sanctuary one. It has the greatest difference between a good time to check it and a terrible time to check it. If you're at grade 1 and you have no rear guards, checking it is pointless. It is a blank card. And it would have been better in your own hand instead of checking it at that point. But on the other hand, if you've got a field of grade 3s and you're on Bastion, that is a lot. You could
be like on Hexorb like we saw in the previous rounds, ripping the gray overtrigger, using your Facade and Lepisto and nicely just getting 6 cards extra in hand.
Yep. You just get a lot of cards. You can really just wall up, make it so it's hard for your opponent to really make a comeback, but not impossible.
But there are other ones, like we just said, the Keter one. Drive checking a grade 1, nothing really happens, but the other ones, thankfully, it's not really the same. Like Stoicheia, you drive traffic on grade 1, that's at least a critical and a draw. Maybe even a heal, depending on how the game went, but still.
Yeah.
Oh, granted, grade 1. Regardless.
Yeah.
And then you look at Brain Gates, you're doubling the power and the crit. You know, the power is
Mhm.
not much on grade 1, but at least it's a crit.
Yeah.
And then you look at Dragon Empire and Dark States and Lyrical, where it's like you ripped it on your grade 1. Well, Dragon Empire is still basically a critical, extra Vanguard swing, maybe another critical trigger after the overtrigger. But Dark States and Lyrical, rip it on the first drive check of the turn and you're set for the whole game.
Yep. It's like those. It's really interesting to see how each overtrigger has like a different reason to use it. Like, for example, the generic one is similar to the Keter Sanctuary one, where on a good board, it's the scariest thing out there. But if it's just your Vanguard and your opponent no guarded, you may as well have just drawn it at that point.
Actually, I love that you brought that up, because that Cray Elemental overtrigger, like, it is just, 100 million to 2 units, but even that is really some decks. We saw our Bear Magnus in round 1, I believe, running that one, and we talked about why, like, being able to just put it on the 2 rear guards, you either put out a soul or even during the normal, it's just very, very threatening. And not to dwell too much on the past, in Premium, we've seen so much of that overtrigger being ran because of certain decks that just keep restanding their units, so forth and so forth. If you look in Standard, Flagberg is a good example of, you're probably not going to swing with your Vanguard first because of all the 5 attacks and all that, but if for some reason you decide to swing with your Vanguard third or even first and you rip that, now you have a 200 million rear guard that will be doing that little dance of restanding.
Yep. It's terrifying to see it happen. And I mean, like, they're definitely, like, also, like, the Stoichea one also is probably, because, what is it? The other 2 ride lines definitely heavily promote their nation's overtrigger. It's interesting. Flagberg doesn't quite promote that overtrigger quite as much, because it's sort of an overtrigger that you can't really promote that much, because it's just do everything that a trigger normally does.
Well,
like, do all the triggers.
Stand, but you know.
Yeah, but do all the triggers that are available in Standard.
Exactly. Like, you bring up a good point. Like, if we look at all the 3 new rivals we did boost at 3, Flagberg's the only one that really doesn't, like you said, promote the overtrigger. But then you look at Greedon. He's a restanding Vanguard, which means that Dark States 1, if you do rip it early enough, that is a extra 10 to him and an extra critical. That's a Vanguard that's swinging twice with double criticals. And then I don't even want to mention Gravidia. If you manage to do 5 meteors with Gravidia and she has a crit, that means Gravidia on her own, because you ripped the overtrigger and the additional effect does activate twice. She goes to 4 crit and then to 8 crit, and then you put the 100 million somewhere and another 100 million. That, like, the board then looks like 400 million on one thing, 200 million on another, rear guards that are 4 criticals, and a Vanguard that's 8 critical.
It's
like, when was the last time you actually said 8 critical Vanguard?
I think I said that one time when playing Nova Grappler.
Okay,
because
Buster, I get
yes, a funny little stride.
But speaking of that, if you really want to go crazy, imagine first a critical on Gravidia and then the overtrigger. So you go from 3 to 6 and from 6 to 12.
Well, not even. Oh yes, you're right. 3 to 6, 6 to 12. Yeah.
You love to see it.
Yeah, that, like, if that hits you, no matter what, you lose, because there's no way for you to make it out of that. The most you can make it out of is a 10 damage attack from 0, because you could hit all 4 heals and your overtrigger.
Yeah, even though, you're completely right. I was gonna make the argument that Greedon's probably him. Like, he can go to 7, and you have 4 heals, and you have an overtrigger, so you could technically, but that's exactly 12, and you lose at 7. So he's 1 damage extra shy, 1 extra heal trigger shy from even surviving a 12 critical attack.
Yeah. So it's really one of those things where it's like, this is practically its own Zoa.
Granted, we're also doing very, like, all the stars need to align for this to happen. You need to hit a critical first, you need 5 meteors, then you trigger, like, everything needs to align for this to happen.
Yes.
But with the games we've been seeing, I'm not going to be surprised if we do see it. But with that being said, I'm actually very curious after that round 7 to see where people are in the standings, because now we're actually going to see some diversity. People who have lost games, people who have gone undefeated, who's been managing to stay on top, what's their strategy, what their decks are playing, like, overall. So let's check out the standings.
let's check those out. And I mean, first up, we've got Sujuma and Zistral, both undefeated. Zistral, the commentator for EU. So, I mean, just showing, just because he's a commentator, that means he's holding himself back for everyone else.
Hey, don't count Derek Dow. He's also up there on.
That's true. That's true. And we've then got quite a few 6-1s. We've got like Nuno Raimundo, the world champion. We've got Cue Ball Gamer, who we saw play against Derek Dow, so his tiebreaker is fantastic right now. We've got Tyler Yu, who we just saw lose. Or no, not lose. We just saw him win. And
Yes,
then
he was already 5-1, but he's just solidifies his position even more because of that win.
Yep, we've got JP1155. That is my friend Jonathan. He's from my area. That's the person that I've been helping test. I helped him test out against some matchups. I gave him a little bit of a smacking with Eugene last week. Exactly a week ago, actually, around this time. And then Maxime Solemn.
Who's that guy? I've never heard of him before.
Maxime Solemn needs no introduction. He's probably one of the most successful in terms of like tournament success. He's probably the most successful content creator out there in terms of tournament success. So definitely has like a lot of publicity in the Vanguard community. Let's get into those next 8 though.
Yes, 9-16. We're gonna see some familiar faces here. Starting off with Aldemon. He's sitting nicely at number 9, followed immediately by Jonathan Eller, Luke, and then Andrew Lee that we just saw. Oh, not just saw, but recently saw in some previous matches playing. Then right at 13 we got Flygon, if I'm Flygon, yeah. And Adrian Barber, Greg, and then Manlong Rug at Rug. Manlong at Rug. How would you read that name? Manlong.
I think Rug is like a
like RUG.
RUG. Because I know that he's playing like what in because what it's like it's him and I think some teammates that are all in him and some teammates that are all in like the same room. I remember I played against him in the AO tournament. I just hearing other people's games going on in the background.
Man, Team GC GearCon. I'm gonna assume that's GearCon. I know they're.
For those who don't see any names, or there are a few other names that are 6-1 right now that are currently not on it. There are currently 4 other 6-1s. There's CP104, 7 Eraser 7, VB Friends, another friend of mine, and Tresif. So, I'm rooting for some people here, but
I mean, I'm glad you bring that up because I was also gonna bring it up because the 6-1s, even them, like they were slowly gonna start dwindling down. I'm pretty sure. Inside of AO, we saw some 5-2s make it all the way to the top 8 cut because of the way the rounds are gonna go. Yeah, one. Still, that's you're out of all the 5-2s, your opponent average and the way you played and the opponents you faced has guaranteed you that spot into the top 8. Like, it's nothing to sneeze about. Like, it's still an achievement.
And
the same thing can be said here.
This is gonna be 2 to 3 more rounds. So this one and at least one more, possibly a third. And if that happens, then that means that we will have potentially, because the amount of 6-1s will probably cut to almost half. Just probably like 1 or 2 over in terms of half. And currently that means it'll go from 17.
If we have 2 more rounds, there's a very small chance, but a chance nonetheless, that we're going to have no players.
That's true. That's true. And okay, so with the current 6-1s guaranteed after this round, it will mean that you do not have to be 6-1 to make it to top 16 because it is a top 16 cut no matter what. So as long as if you're 6-1 and you win this round, you are almost guaranteed to make it to the next, or you're almost guaranteed to make it to top 16. And if you're 7-0 right now, you are pretty much guaranteed to make it to top cut.
If we get, depends on how many more rounds we get. I'm not gonna go all the way to 10. I think we will be capping at 9. That might change as we go along. So unlike, at a top 8 cut where your 5-2s are gonna maybe squeak by, I don't think we're gonna see in a top 16 cut where maybe, just maybe, a 4-3 squeaks by. 4-3?
I don't know about a
I'm
4-3
going with
because
X3.
there's a lot. I mean, I don't think any X3s are going to make it in. Well, maybe one, but there's a lot of 5-2s right now. Like, there's a ton. So it's, let me count, from number 21 to
all the way to number 63.
64. So
64.
So it's very unlikely that you can make it to top 16 or with an X3 record unless it goes the full 10 rounds, in which case
But that just
maybe
means that
one.
anybody with an X2 record has very good chances. It's not over yet. Like, sometimes people, like, this is, I completely understand it's a competitive mindset. Some people have this competitive mindset where you go into the tournament and by chance do X2, you're already on that teeter-totter of, okay, I'm not going to place, I'm not going to get top 8, so I should just end it here. It's not the case anymore for this one, and it wasn't the case for AO. We saw that 1-5-2 squeak back, so you can kind of wait there and feel it out. And especially now with top 16, there's definitely going to be a good amount of X2s. So it's not like I lost you and I'm done here. No, you still have a chance.
And I mean, in that range of 5-2s right now, there's some very familiar names like Living Proof. There's Nut, who is also, I'm pretty sure his name's Chad. I'm pretty sure that's the guy who won Premium in North America for Springfest Online. There's Karan.
Karan Patel is up there still.
Karan Patel. He's very good. I'm pretty sure he's like topped every single format so far.
Like,
Let's see.
Recognizable names, and it's not over. Like, it's not,
Yeah.
like I love this saying, it's not over till it's over. Like, you gotta play. That last game we just saw, it is a perfect example. It's not over till it's over.
Yeah. There's also Kisa. I'm pretty sure that's Kisa Matt, the one who's the admin for the remote fight server, and also one of the admins on Different Fights Discord server. So
very nice.
Let's see if there's any other ones I recognize. I've seen Gurgitson before.
The biggest thing, honestly, that I'm very curious, and we're not going to get a chance to look at it because of, information and all that, is like all the people in the top cut, like what they actually are playing. We've seen a lot of Lord Narrow now down, getting into the top cut just because it is a strong deck. But I'm also very curious to see what other decks have been managing to get all the way up here. Like, what have people been playing? What has been working for them? I am very curious because this, like, our first place or one of our undefeated, the Su Yuma. Like, I'm very curious to see what he is playing because I've been seeing his name over there in the top cuts, in the top standings for a couple of rounds now. So I'm like, something must be working for him really, really well. What deck is it? I'm very, very curious.
It's definitely going to be interesting to see.
Not to mention, I am very... this is also one thing I do want to bring out, and that I'm loving about BRO, that the physical tournaments, as much as I do want to back or be able to, and that is the fact that we're not only getting, like, this is technically, we are currently broadcasting Bushiroad Rumble Online from America, Latin America, all, but that doesn't mean that only people from there are going to play. We got people from almost all around the world. If we just look at our top 3 undefeated players, we got one guy from Portugal, one guy from Great Britain, and one guy from Australia.
Yeah. And another thing to consider about these tournaments, so I know that some people will go, oh, it's a webcam tournament, so it's not quite as good. I think it's the opposite. Because it's a webcam tournament, you are playing, just like you brought up, you could play from anyone around the world, and that means that you're playing against the world's best. It's practically a world championships.
Exactly.
3 times in one weekend.
With physical tournaments, and this was always my opinion regarding regions, like each region has their own place. That was very noticeable physical tournaments and seeing the results. Like, Europe would be very diverse and everything would be played because people brought decks that they liked as well as some good meta decks. So you get the very good diversity top cut. Then you had North America that really played a lot of meta, really was competitive. So you could really see aggressive styles and decks that really did well. And then you went over to AO, and the play style over there, in my opinion, has always been a little bit more conservative, not the aggressive style that we get here in North America, but more conservative. The hands. Every time I see an AO match, I'm looking at their hand size and I'm like, how the hell did both of you get 13 cards in hand? And I'm
Yeah.
because I play against my friend and he's a grade 1 putting down grade 1s. I'm like, how am I already at 3 damage? I didn't even go to grade 2 yet. And it's that different kinds of play styles we've seen in regions, and now it's all mixing because of BRO. You get to play against these people, and now it's really showing what's really working. You got to understand also, like if someone's playing conservative, you might be able to rush them. If someone's rushing you, you might be able to, and it's that mixing and matching of play styles and experience. It's really coming out and showing itself.
Yeah, it's really cool to see stuff like that. And I mean, like, that's an experience that, I mean, when we were talking about like a mini world championships, it's that kind of thing where like a world championships is normally where you see those different play styles go against each other. And now you just get to see those different play styles go against each other 3 times in one weekend.
Yep. It's just amazing. Like I'm loving every single part of it. But one of the things I did kind of wanted to hint at is that anybody from different countries that aren't North America, I'm giving them because they're having to work with time zones. Like right now where we're currently at and this tournament technically taking place, it is for us coming closer to 8 o'clock. The tournament is technically around 5 o'clock right now because of its region. But then you got, like I said, Suyuma or Zistro, who is Great Britain and Portugal, which is, 5 hours. For them, it's slowly starting to hit midnight if it's not hit or past midnight.
Yeah.
And they're still trucking along, energy drinks in hand.
Yep. I know I drank an energy drink and took a small run before or during my break period. And also managed to switch the microphone because of some technical issues, making it go to my webcam microphone earlier.
Yeah, I noticed that you sound a lot better now than before.
Yeah. It's very crispy sound,
My God. Overall, this has just been an amazing experience, and I can't wait for us to soon, here in a bit, start around 8 and just keep going. Like, we are not done yet. We're going to keep going and just keep going and all these normal games. What is your prediction? You've been really spot on what we're going to see. What do you think what decks we're going to see this time around?
I'm hoping. I mean, we've seen some Bruce already, but I think it's been a while since we saw more Bruce. I think we could go for some more Bruce.
I could see a Barrow Magnus, honestly. Like, with the introduction of Greedon's Ride Line and Gomon, Barrow Magnus is not a deck to sneeze at anymore. Like, it can really deliver.
That's true. And, that's a good point. Yeah.
I love how I just, like, I feel like you had something and you're ready to say, and then I completely just turned your head around.
Yeah, no, I mean, like, the idea of, like, Barrow Magnus, like, because Barrow Magnus is not a deck most people think of making it to the top cut, but set 3 really helped the deck out. Like, it made it go for, because with set 1, the deck was kind of, like, decent. Set 2, the deck got, like, not very much new stuff, so it went down quite a bit. And then set 3, it went back up to, like, some people are saying, like, maybe number 4 as, like, stuff like that.
I mentioned Gomon. Gomon is hands down one of the cards that's helping, just because you're getting that 3 attacks that have to be guarded, and it eats hand. But another card that we did mention in round 1, Pandemonium Tactics. Not meant for Barrow Magnus, but oh boy, is he gonna abuse it.
Yes, and I love stuff like that, And I mean, in set 4, we're gonna see some more mixing of like Barrow Magnus and Bruce stuff, but in a very different way. We're gonna be seeing Barrow Magnus stuff in Bruce in the form of a Swirler.
Yes, Brainwash Swirler. I fucking. Sorry for my language. I really love the card. Amazing card. It soul charges, gains power for every soul charge, and of course, it's meant for Barrow Magnus because of the amount of soul charging you do. But exactly, Bruce. You throw that in Bruce. You play Pandemonium. That is sitting at 33 on its own already, and Pandemonium. That's a 43 rear guard. We're gonna get in set 4. That is amazing. But enough of what we're gonna get in the future. I want to see what we're working with now. Let's see if our prediction was spot on. Let's take a look at the first deck, or not.
I think we're getting it in a second.
I think there was couple of technical difficulties, so we're just gonna stay here just a second. What other decks? Like, Do you think we're ever gonna see a Greedon? Do you think the Greedon has potential to make it like a top cut, to make it really be a threatening deck? Or do you think it's set 4 is gonna make it better?
I think Greedon might get some potential stuff. I think that, like, for example, the rabbit, I don't remember the name because it hasn't been fully translated yet. And Greedon names have, in my opinion, been ones that are a bit harder to translate because, you know, they're a bit odder sounding, or they're odder sounding to an English speaker, like Boshoku, Golman, stuff like that, where it's like it's very clearly much more like a distinctly Japanese name.
But that rabbit is so amazing. It unlocked
Yes.
a triple Greedon swing, and I love it.
Yeah. And I mean, that stuff is really cool. Just being able to double restand. I love double restanding decks because they're so cool. I remember when Homura Raider back in G, you could do the double, sometimes triple restand because you would use.
No, that was just a good. Ignore me.
Homura Raider to just like you do something to then get Lake Diver down, and then you copy the Lake Diver again, and then you call 3 more, and then you just keep doing that, and then you could make a.
If you look at standard, like we have. Oh, never mind. We're gonna look at a deck. I'll go look at standard. Like
Bruce, or no, sorry, not Bruce. I was looking at the triggers. That's Barrel Magnus.
The different B.
Bears beats Barrel Magnus.
Exactly. And a very interesting build at that. Like, we talked about how Pandemonium Tactics have been introduced, and it kind of, pushed away the supernatural extraction, but we see 2 copies of it in here still.
Yeah, I just took a screenshot right there to save it for later, so I can copy him.
I mean, this deck wants to do one thing and wants to do one thing well. Like a lot of the Bear Magnus decks have turned really into turbo. Pandemonium Tactics for 4 soul charge. Still running that staple Curtis to extra soul charge. You got your counter charges, you got your power buffs in here and there. I am noticing one very, very key feature that is, in my opinion, I won't say missing, but not in this deck.
Oh?
Uman.
Oh yeah, there is no Goman. Interesting. And I mean, this is the list that's made it the furthest in terms of results right now. It is the undefeated list right now. So
yeah,
that's saying something.
It's working.
Yeah.
My God.
And I mean, like, there's still though the 4 of in the form of Selfish Engraver, as expected. I mean, like that card.
Electro Spartan.
Yeah, 4 Electro Spartan, which is interesting because I've seen a lot of people cut Electro Spartan down, but I understand the reasoning why they would run more Electro Spartan than most people, because it is still Soul Charge 2, which is very nice in Barrel Magnus, because that means that you already start with your default 3 soul, and then you get 3 more soul just from the ride line doing its thing, so that's already 6 soul. And then the Pandemonium Tactics, that makes it 10, and then Electro Spartan makes it 12. So all you need is a little bit more soul, like say
Curtis, Selfish Engraver,
Curtis.
anything just to get you a little bit extra.
So like if you have the Curtis and the Selfish Engraver, then yeah, you're just guaranteed the soul, the 15 by turn 3.
Yeah, not to mention, like, this is another card that we haven't seen much in newer Bear Magnuses because of space, but Crimson Expeller, like just being able to throw this down in the early game, rush your opponent, and still get your soul charges in.
Yeah, I love this card because, yeah, for the exact reasons you mentioned, like, you get to rush a little bit and you get to use it as an opportunity to build up your soul to reach that threshold just a little bit quicker. And also, once it's in the soul, you can use it to make your Vanguard even bigger. Say you get an overtrigger early game, then you can use Crimson Expeller. Yep.
43 triple critical.
Yep. Very dangerous.
Regardless, this deck is dangerous. I wonder how dangerous the opponent is going to be. So I want to check out the. Let's see.
I wonder how violent the opponent is right here.
My God, you led into that way too often. Yes, we got violence, Bruce. And this deck is very, very, very staple of a normal Bruce deck. We see 4 Leonards. I do like the inclusion of 2 Edens. If you can get it on board, it's always going to be a double critical swing. Only 2 Dober, interestingly.
I mean, Dober's the less important one of those in terms of like you need Proto Bulb. Dober's just there to extend it and it'd be a nice way to get more soul. I like the Edens. I like the Edens a lot. You know, 2 Edens. Staying with the 4 Leonard, 4 Derek, 4 Leonard, 4 Derek, because, you know, you need Leonard because it's like probably the strongest card in Standard right now. And you need Derek because Derek is just so good. It like having 4 Derek can win you the mirror match if you go first.
Yep.
And I mean, like, it also is just so good in general for increasing the consistency of your deck. But the Edens are
full dive instead of Pandemonium.
Yeah, I personally run Hellblast full dive as well over Pandemonium because with Derek, in addition, I get pretty close to deck out most of the time. And with this, deck out is a lot harder to happen. It takes like 3 to 4 final rush turns for deck out to be realistic. And that's definitely saying something.
Regardless, I think we're very familiar with this deck by now throughout this tournament. We've seen the Baron Magnus. We talked about both. I want to see both of these in action. Let's see who can come out as the supreme Dark States deck.
Yeah, for sure. And we'll get into that pretty soon because these 2 players are raring to go right now as they are sitting across from each other from across the world.
Now, I gotta say, again, I've been like a broken record with Laurinaill and with Bruce. Who goes first is going to dictate the game, and Bruce is getting that advantage. Being able to get to your final rush turn sooner is just going to prove so much, advantageous for Bruce.
Yeah, for sure. And with Bruce going first, like, just like you mentioned, like, it helps with that advantage, but also that means that Manlung can afford to call something early and get a decent rush in that works pretty well. Like, you could call an Eden or you could call a Derek.
Oh my, hello! Oh god! Goodbye!
Oh my! Is this how?
Well, we've seen a Bruce deck
win?
twice do it. So no, we didn't see a Bruce. Yeah, I think we did see a Bruce deck twice do it, right?
Yeah.
It's only fair that a Bruce deck gets over triggered.
Yeah. So Sujuma's gonna be dealing 2 damage here, and yep, there's a heal. So luckily for Manlung, they don't have to worry too much about that part. But oh my, this is gonna be a scary sequence of events here, because that's a turn 1 over trigger. So that means turn 2, turn 3, and turn 4. It's all gonna be with a crit, with 10k and a crit minimum.
That is
And
not
yeah,
a
you
Vanguard.
can't even afford to rush.
That Vanguard is putting so much pressure now from the rest of the game. Not to mention, once you get to that 10 cards in Soul, that's a 3 critical. Like, sometimes I will take the Barrow Magnus because it's only 2 crit, and I can hit some defenses to stop some attacks later down the road. But at the same time, it's like, now it's 3 crit. You don't want to be on the receiving end of that.
Mm-hmm.
And Richard, sorry, continue.
And I mean, this is going to be so scary. If Sujima has another card to put down right now, say an Electro Spartan or Selfish Engraver or anything, okay, just going for the Vanguard swing. Yeah, this is a 1 to pass.
Yes.
Okay. If that was a crit, that would have been devastating. That would have been 4 damage total by turn 2.
I want to mention, like, we talked about so many different art lines doing so many things, especially with the hybrid deck we saw in Lyrical. But we've been kind of desensitized to Bruce's own ride line because we didn't really much talk about, like, getting that mat out of Soul on their first turn and putting it back into Soul with Richard and drawing a card. You're getting that Soul con in a sense of in a similar way as Barrow Magnus. Like, by the time Bruce gets to his grade 3, you have 4 cards in Soul, if not 5, if I'm not mistaken. No, 4 cards. No, 5. 5 cards in Soul because you Soul Charge 1, you put Matt back. No, Matt goes. I don't know what I'm talking about anymore.
It's 4 cards in Soul right now.
Yes. My point stands is the fact that you get to a point where you're doing really well and you're getting all your stuff needed. And it's just a simple ride line of plussing. It doesn't need to be nothing fancy. It doesn't need to bounce cards. It doesn't need to have twin drive. It doesn't need to all from the top of the deck. And then you can look at Barrow Magnus is like, oh, ride, Soul Charge. Ride grade 2, nothing happens. Ride grade 3, something happens.
Okay, discarding the Crimson Expeller here so that they can go for Barrow Magnus, probably putting something in, from hand to soul. Draw a card and then Soul Charge 1. Ooh, that's a perfect card, but I mean, This is going to be
Perfect
a
guard.
33 with a crit.
Perfect guards and Bruce have always been weird because of the multi-attack. You don't want to keep too many perfect guards in hand, but at the same time, Bruce gets such big numbers, you almost need perfect guards. So it's one of those
Yeah.
weird things that the original thought of, well, if they have multi-attack, I don't need perfect guards. And if they don't have multi-attack and big numbers, I need perfect guards. Kind of goes out the window when Bruce goes, I have big numbers and pick and choose.
Ooh, and that's the Pandemonium tactics bringing Sujuma to exactly 10 soul right now. So just needs any way to soul charge 5 total this turn, and they're guaranteed the
You
15,
can go
which would
Self
just be
Engraver, get
devastating.
that counter charge off, get one card. But I like what Sujuma is doing here. They might honestly just stick with Vanguard, keep that hand size big, save it for when Bruce goes burr. Because the
That's
Vanguard is
true.
still double critical. Like, that over trigger is active on it.
Oh, that would also be really smart too, because making it so it's like, okay, you're either taking 3 or you're not taking any damage. And that's really scary for Manlong, because if Sujuma is hitting for that big as well, okay, no, just going, okay, yeah, I just want to have something. But
Usually
this
when
is
you see your Vanguard on the rear guard, that means either you have another on the right target in hand, or your hand is really just not that good, so you got to sacrifice some units here and there.
and this is 33 with a crit. Manlong, do you have something to perfect guard with, or just oh wow, just
You say
taking
with a
it.
crit. That is triple critical right there.
taking it
That is
right
not
now?
with a crit, all right?
Yeah, Manlong, you are. Oh wait, no, they were asking for.
Numbers? It's
No,
33
they
if
were
they're
asking
asking for
for
numbers.
the amount of critical, the amount of damage. Yep,
Yeah.
perfect guard it.
Sure. Jesus, don't take, like, sacrifice 2 cards in hand not to go to 4 damage in one.
Oh, and the heal. Oh wow, that's so nice right now, because that heal means that Sujuma can just sort of coast for the rest of this game.
That is a very, 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 I won't say bad mindset I have, because I've played Bruce and I've taken people from 1 to 5 very
That's
easy.
true. That's true. But it's going to be a lot easier to deal with the rest of this game, because, I mean, that's so much pressure right now that is not nearly as dangerous. Oh, okay. So here's a play where Manlong playing Eden is going to be very big. So gets to look at the top 5. And because Leonard doesn't really do anything this time, or this turn, Manlong can just afford to, call out a good board here. Okay.
Leonard and another Derek.
Ooh.
With a crit trigger, so he'll go to Soul.
Yep, and then the Hellblast full dive in there too, so that's...
I think that's a heal trigger behind the Vanguard, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, it is.
A nice Proto Bowl. Proto Bowl is going to be a very key card. You can put that heal trigger in the Soul and just bounce it back immediately to your hand.
Or just get the Persona ride back as well.
It really depends on the situation, because you're sitting at 2 damage. You know they're going to probably get to 15 cards in Soul, depending on their hand size. So it's like, all right, cool. Can I live their 5 attack swing, triple critical Vanguard? If yes, then I can get myself a Persona ride and then guarantee my next turn being really strong. But if I really need shield, I'm going to bounce my heal, or if there's a PG for some reason that's been soul charged, let me grab that PG out of my soul. Like, it really comes down to situations where your opponent's at, where you're at. It isn't just a turn my brain off, I know what I'm going to grab. You really look at the entire game board state and make that decision.
Absolutely. And another thing to note, this is the down pair game right now. Sujuma is the player that has the undefeated record, and Manlong is the one with a X1 record at the moment. So if Sujuma loses this, then that means we'll only have 1 undefeated left in the tournament.
Yep. We're more than likely betting the Zistral and the Derek Dow are facing each other as we speak.
Yeah, because I mean, like, who else would they play?
Like, if all undefeated players got down paired, then you just keep having players that are undefeated. That, of course, if they're winning, keep going in the rounds. So it doesn't work that way. You get paired with your next closest equal.
Yeah.
In this case, like you said, Sujuma just got paired down.
Yep. And
Like that defensive overture, that defensive not overture, sorry, but defensive crit trigger is gonna help a decent amount right here because the we've only seen Persona Red. We didn't see Hell Dive being played, so there's not much power on the board. But that is also understandable. You don't want that much power. You don't want to use all your power cards in a turn where they're at 1. I did say you can take a person from 1 to 6, but that's also getting all the necessary pieces and all the good cards. So this is being basically a very conservative Bruce turn, and I approve.
Mm-hmm. And also because the wait, okay, so this is also a good hand for next turn, but who knows if there will be a next turn considering this is a pretty good defensive hand, or this is a pretty good offensive turn that Tsujuma will be able to have access to next time.
Exactly. Now 3 damage now, 3 damage away, but there's 2 more swings. I believe that Derek is swinging for 25 out of 23. It is only a 5k guard, but the one
Yes.
thing of Bear Magnus is that sometimes it does suffer in is hand size. Like the
That's
Turbo
true.
Bear Magnus uses so much soul charge potential in the early game, your hand size is dwindled. So
And not only
even
that,
one
there's no Assure does in this build. So, oh wow, that actually helped a little bit making that.
Ooh, okay, so Leonard, it is exactly a 33 with
Yeah,
Portable Boost. So again, this is another, again, eating a card out of hand, if anything else. And we're grabbing a heal. Nope.
Nope,
We're
no, it was
definitely
just
putting
choosing
the
what to
heal in,
grab.
so
Okay, yeah, putting the crit because the crit plays more, because the crit is more versatile. It can be used for the exact same amount of shield, but also can be used as a rear guard to increase soul later on.
yes. So 5k guard, but that's still a card out of hand. And it's we sacrifice a 15k shield. Like that's the beauty of it. Like sometimes even a poke is gonna be good enough because you just have to force your opponent to overguard.
Ooh, and that's a Persona ride.
Ugh, so this is gonna be a very dangerous turn, depending on what units come out with Bear.
Okay.
If we can get to 15 first.
Manlong's
units
just
come out.
insisting. Manlong's just insisting that the Persona ride has to be the card placed on top, even though I think Tsujuma just likes the SP art.
I completely get that. I completely get that. Like in technical tournament stands, each card is its individual card. Like
Yeah.
yes, there are multiple copies of them. Yes, they're basically identical, but at the same time, they are their individual cards.
Yeah.
Technically, yes. In competitive play, technically that's what you're supposed to do. If both parties involved are okay with it, then there shouldn't be a problem. And in definitely casual play, there definitely isn't a problem. So this is just something like it's nothing to be it's not bad thing. Like it's just what it is. Like
Okay, so 12 soul right now. So that means that I did see Tsujuma drive check the supernatural extraction last turn. So they could just go for that or just do this here. Call the Curtis.
16.
Ooh, another.
This one I wanted to bring up. Like this is a very optimal tone. You got Curtis's, you got 16 cards in soul, you have a Persona ride. The numbers that we're going to be seeing if there's not any boosters that are going to hit, and especially now that we see that Curtis's ability is going to be active, we're going to be getting a 28 swing, a 28 swing from 2 Curtises, which is that's not a trigger to guard. That's a front trigger to guard. And if we have front triggers, cool. But if we don't, that's 2 cards out of hand.
And not only that, but there's also the fact that Tsujuma has access to now a 38k with 2 extra crits.
38k triple critical, and not to mention whatever comes out of Soul. Usually it's Sonicer. He gains 10k if you have 10 or more cards in Soul. And if he Sonicer does come out, he's coming out with 10k on his own ability, 10k for Barrow, and 10k for Persona. That's a 38 coming out. Not to mention anything from drive checks. These are some really extreme numbers, and that front trigger is gonna help everything.
Yeah, Intercept with those. Perfect play right there.
You're gonna lose them anyway because they're gonna go to Soul. Granted, it doesn't get hurt, Bruce, because you're gonna get Soul. You want 5 cards, but at least you're utilizing your own cards to the maximum.
And this means that 2 cards are going to be called out here. You might just you can't go for the Selfish Engraver play quite as easily anymore, unless you just want to get the counter charge so that you can just go for a Keenly Ludley. But I mean, you don't necessarily need to.
See, it's gonna be a big part here if Manlong has a perfect guard, because that's gonna cover Barrow Magnus for now. 38 triple critical. You don't want to risk that with shield. Like just getting to 43 is already two. It's already two triggers. Getting to 48, which is a one to pass, still is a front trigger. Dropping down two front triggers is a two to pass. Like you don't want to risk that. So,
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. PG it.
and there we see the Sonicers. Those are 38s on rear guards.
Oh, okay. Manlong is just choosing what to discard here.
That front trigger is playing such a very good role. Like those Sonicers are now 38s, but now you have a 23 Vanguard. If we have front triggers in our hand, that's one card to guard both of them. Maybe even take one of them just because we are at 3 damage.
Mm-hmm. And okay. Yep. Discarding the Marjorie. Yeah, because that's probably the right play there. And here's the first. A heal. That's big because that means that
And
now
we do
it's
heal.
easier to deal with this next turn. And the second, a Sonicer. So that means that Sujuma can afford to just call the Sonicer during the main phase and just have a huge booster.
This is the moment where if you can at least guard one of them, it is going to be beneficial because the numbers are not going to get any more. Maybe we don't have a Persona right anymore, but at the same time, those numbers are really good and decent. So staying at low damage, having that buffer damage is going to help a lot for Bruce.
Speaking of not having that, it is possible that if Sujuma has another Persona Ride in hand, then they could actually just go for the, what's it called? Go for the Supernatural Extraction next turn and just guarantee a Persona Ride.
You're not wrong. I love that idea, but at the same time, we got the 16 cards in Soul. We've gotten to our second Vanguard turn, done some drive checks. We even dripped the Overtrigger that drew us an extra card. Our deck, I don't think, is in a good spot right.
That's true. Probably next turn needs the Keenly Ludley.
So taking the smaller one,
And this
I'm
is
really hoping we have another. No, going to 5.
Yep, and this is looking pretty good for Sujuma right now. We actually haven't seen the Overtrigger, though, from Manlong, so it's very possible that...
You got to also understand, like, the drive checks have shown a heal trigger, which is a 15k shield, and a Sonicer, which is a 5k shield. So we know there's at least 20k shield in hand on that side of the table. If we can, like, a Persona Ride happen or will happen here in a second, right? Hopefully, maybe, we'll see. But at least a Hell Dive, maybe some power on the board. There's a Eden. That's going to be a double critical swinger. That's going to help a lot. There's the full dive. Final rush, final turn.
Is this a Derek play or no? Just go for the... No, that was the Hellblast full... No,
Yeah,
wait,
that
no,
was
it wasn't.
Hellblast.
Oh, it was, yes.
Derek, you got to suck up something else because Derek now is a 25 on its own. You really don't want to waste that power that you just got from Hell Dive.
Yeah. And the Eden there is going to be swinging for a crit next time. Well, next time it attacks, not the first time. So it'll be scary. Okay, just going for the Protobolt there. And, yep, just 35. No crit, but, I mean, still scary. Probably just take that one? No. No, you might want to just take the...
It's a very weird question right now because I know why they didn't opt to sacrifice the card in hand to do Derek, because you're already running low on deck. You don't want to. You got more than enough soul. You might not get really good cards out of the top of your deck that will be useful right now in this situation. But at the same time, I'm sitting here and looking at those Sonicers and and thinking like, well, if you can't end it in this turn, that's gonna be an 18, and who knows what else coming after you later.
Yep, it's definitely going to be very strong here. And especially because Eden has the crit, that does mean that it's sort of a tricky situation here for Sujuma.
I think Bruce is exactly a 5 cards in the soul, which means that Protoball, what exactly are you going to get back with it if you're going to even use the Protoball effect? Man, this whole game is very intense. Like, one wrong move for either player can spell defeat. And Manlong is doing an amazing job of just hanging in there, keep making sure he's got more enough resources to do everything, making sure he can guard it. Like, he's put himself in a weird situation with 5 damage, because if it does come back to Barrow's turn, that is definitely 5 attacks. You're already at that soul count.
Yep.
Can you guard all 5 attacks? Being a Bruce player, you exactly know what 5 attacks can do.
Yeah, those 5 attacks are always like, no matter what deck you're playing, 5 attacks is huge in standard.
Also, I can't read Japanese, but is that the Persona Ride marker, or is that
I think
something else
so.
that read that? So
I
we
think that's
did
the
Persona
Ride
Ride.
marker. Yes. So Persona Ride and Hellblast Full Dive.
Probably one of the best combos you got in Bruce right now.
But pretty much a double Persona Ride, especially because neither of these cards are going to be moving from the board until...
This is a 35k swinger. That is already a 2 cards out of hand to guard. We see that front trigger, 33, and then an extra Electro Spartan to put at 48. Sorry, 43.
Yeah, that was
Or
front
opting
end.
not.
I don't... I'm confused because that was a front trigger. Oh,
yeah.
They're just gonna take it. Yeah, that seems like that's what the play was, and hopefully for Sujuma they have at least one perfect card in hand, because that next attack is going to be at minimum 43 from Eden, which is the one that will threaten lethal.
Not to mention, we haven't seen, or at least I haven't seen, the overtrigger on Manlong's side yet.
Yeah, and if Manlong checks the overtrigger, then that means that Sujuma pretty much has to have 2 PGs in hand, because 1 for the Vanguard and 1 for an Eden.
This is another 35k swinger right here from there, gaining that 5k because you are in foul, gaining that 20k from Persona Red and Held.
Honestly,
like I can see the logic behind Sujuma. Like, if you hit a defensive trigger on the first swing, that Derek over there is so much easier to guard.
Oh,
opting at the I see what's going on.
Yeah, that was smart.
Crit City, check it and see.
That was really smart as well, because that means that if Manlong checks a critical trigger here, then he can pass the crit on to Derek and make it so that both attacks threaten for game.
Not to mention, it's really hard to see from this angle, but I believe that's only one open CB on Sujuma's side. You can do Barrow Magnus, but you can't do much else.
Right, unless they have the Selfish Engraver. Yeah.
Man, that's just a beautiful card, not only in effect, but also art. Like, it's an amazing card, and it's only a common. My God.
Mm-hmm. And we've seen quite a few crits out from Manlong, but still have not seen the overtrigger, so it's definitely scary for
7 crits. So if we're not running a max of 8 critical, because we are running 4 front triggers inside of Bruce.
Mm-hmm.
So there's going to be, okay, so 1, 2, 3 triggers over there. I believe we're getting a trigger card, not a critical trigger, a full-on trigger count. So that's 3 in drop? Really?
I don't believe that it's only 3.
Maybe it was a critical trigger count. Maybe it was just critical trigger. So there's only 3 criticals in drop zone.
And there's at least 1 in damage.
Mm-hmm. This is one of those gambling moments. Like, you really can't. Oh, there we go. There's a perfect.
PG it.
PG it, GG it, front row.
Heal.
That will help a lot. And that power is definitely very, very nice to addition.
Sujuma can just afford to... Okay, so I'm guessing the heal probably gives the power to Eden? Yep.
Yeah, make Eden as big as possible. Make them use a PG if they have it in hand. And then Eden swings for double critical. It's either game or they survive. And I'm willing to bet if Sujuma does survive this turn, that Derek is swinging at Sonicer.
Yeah, that Derek is definitely swinging at Sonicer, so that the only CB available is for lethal. Like there's only 1 CB, or they're just done.
Mm-hmm. I've been doing a bad job at tracking how many PGs are on Sujuma's side, but I believe I've seen minimum 2. I want to say.
Yes, minimum of 2.
And the overtrigger's out. That's at 50k. Oh, hello.
Oh?
Interesting.
I would take this one and just try and block the other one, because the other one's 63.
If it's swinging at Vanguard, what if it is swinging at that Sonicer?
I think it is swinging at Sonicer, but we do.
Oh,
Oh,
Vanguard.
no, it is swinging at Vanguard. Oh, and the heal! So that means that Sujuma not only takes takes the extra counterblast. I think that might have been a suboptimal play for Manlong then.
Oh, I see what happened. He wanted to use the Pearl Bell to his full extent.
Ah, okay.
But at the same time, like imagine if he did swing with Eden, and then a heel trigger would have still gone off, and the game would not have been done.
No, I still think though the idea of using attacking the rear guard and then attacking with Eden would have been well, in hindsight, no, it wouldn't have been a better play because oh wow, that's another PG. So yeah. But I mean, if Manlong had attacked rear guard and then attacked Vanguard with Eden, that would have meant that Sujuma would have been forced to. Oh wow! What a turn!
I'm looking at that deck. Like, there's not much deck left. I think this is almost like a final turn.
Yeah.
You got a 28 column, followed by a 28 column, followed by a 33 Vanguard triple critical, and probably followed by 28s with Sonicers coming out again.
Mm-hmm. Or just, I think there's a Keenly Ludley in the soul. So one of those is getting huge.
You have enough CB to use it. Like, Manlong really needs defensive triggers and not getting one.
And that was smart.
That
was smart to attack with the Electro Spartan first. Wait. Oh, if Sujuma has 2 Keenly Ludleys in soul, then those are 2 huge attackers.
Oh, they're as huge because you got to understand, like, if there were 16 cards in soul when we started a turn, we sucked in, if I remember correctly, I think like 2 Curtises. So we stayed at 16. We lost a unit. We call 4 more. I'm gonna assume somewhere in the range of 18 cards in soul. If my math checks out.
I think 20.
16
plus 4 because it's 4 more.
Yeah, but 16 from the previous turn. Okay, we're gonna get an actual count. I think that's 5 for the first one.
Yep, 5.
Come on. I might be able to do the math before that. Okay, so 16, 2 in, 2 out, stays at 16. 1 unit gets retired. 4 on the board. 20, 2 out, 18. The number should be somewhere around the 18 mark.
15. 16.
I think it's either 19 or 18. I'm not 100% sure.
I know there's the
I see
17, 18, 19. Yeah, it's 19. It's 19.
19. I'm missing 1 card that got soul charged somewhere. So I'm not gonna fret about it. So yeah, there's 19 cards in soul. So while you're correct, if we do have 2 of them that can come out, there still needs to be. Granted, at the same time, if this is final turn, you just put all the normal units back into your deck and you go.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I would have thought that the Keenly Ludley would have been the play there because Keenly Ludley, gets to refresh the deck a bit. Oh, yeah. Maybe Sujuma has like a good amount of triggers right now.
Perfect guard. We saw crit trigger be guarded with one of the earlier attacks, and we know there's a oh my god. Maybe that's another reason why we didn't want to use Keenly to saturate the deck with many normal units.
Mm-hmm. I think that's the exact play, and now this is 38.
You need 4 triggers. You need 4 triggers to guard this.
Yeah. And I don't think they have enough.
We know there's a heal in the front, so that's one of them being able to guard it, but there's enough for Oof. And I haven't seen the over trigger yet. Like, that would be 1 card to guard, which means it's not in hand. I didn't see it soul charged. It could be somewhere in the deck still.
Yep, and that's game. Sujuma takes the game over Manlong and stays undefeated. So that means that we are guaranteed 2 undefeated players coming into the next round.
And that was intense. That was like back and forth clutch. One wrong move from either player and it would have been over. Like, imagine if Sujuma didn't put that much rear guards on the board, 28s, flush those early cards out. Again, big factor in that entire game was the first drive check over trigger, just putting so much pressure in the early game.
so scary. And I mean, wow, like.
Yeah, I know, right? When something like that happens, she's like still processing everything that actually happened, and it's just crazy. Like I'm looking through the entire game again. It's like, I'm huge props to Manlong. I think he did everything he was needing to do. Heals, this and that. Soul was where it needs to. Maybe do use that there. Maybe he could have used that Derek, killed that Sonicer, and then next turn there wouldn't have been that 28k column attacker. Maybe he could have gotten better cards. He wouldn't have hit a front and a heel then on the dry check, but who knows what he got in close to that. There's so many maybes that you don't know. So you got to just do what your gut tells you, play the most optimal plane that you can see, and go from there. It's still a luck-based game, so just grab that luck by the... I don't know what I'm going to say there, so I'm just going to stop there.
Yeah, but that was an incredibly played game, and that's the power of the Dark States Overtrigger as well. Checking that turn 1, it provided such a strong momentum for Sujuma every single turn.
You can't let a 3 critical barrel hit. You had to use a PG in the early game. You had to use a PG in that last game. You just gotta do what you gotta do, and it sometimes isn't enough. Oh, that was just an intense game, and I love it.
Yeah, that was so intense.
It's also showing for Barrow, especially. You don't need Goman. You would have been honestly a really good addition, but you don't need him. You can do a lot of good stuff without Goman as well.
Absolutely, and we saw the power of Deep Sonicer.
Very much so. Like just being able to gain that 10k. Barrow giving you another 10k. Like it's not even that fact that it's gaining power. It's the fact that it's hitting magic numbers with the power it's gaining. Without a Persona Ride, it's a 28. If you really think about what that number means, if it's not a front trigger, that's more than 2 cards out of hand, regardless of what you're doing. If you have a front trigger, it's 1 card, cool. But if you don't, you're taking 2 cards out of their hand with that.
Yeah.
It's all about numbers, man. It's all about numbers. Just let the math start flashing everywhere. With that being said, like, we're going to take a very short break, get everybody nicely situated for round, what is it now?
9. Yes. 9. And that will be the final round. We've gotten clarification saying that it will go to 9 rounds and end after that, so...
It's going to be still intense. Like, I'm going to leave it to you and Orange to conclude this with round 9.
Yes.
I got to take a short break myself because those games have drained me so much. Double heals, over triggers, this and that.
Still only 1 round where an overtrigger was not checked. Every other round on stream, we've seen the overtrigger checked.
My God, it gets you excited. But yeah, with that being said, we're going to take a short break. And we're going to come back with, they're going to come back with standings in round 9 and have some fun to conclude this stuff. Ain't that right, Peter?
Yes. We'll be seeing you soon.
So, hi, my name is Johan. I'm from France, and I participated in BSFO 2021, in which I got first place in V Premium in NA with Bermuda Triangle Prism, and then I also got the third place Europe with Gastil Premium, and the second place of stand-up format for EU with Bastion. I took all 3 formats with I was pretty happy about it. Yeah, so it was quite difficult because there was a lockdown in my country, actually. So I trained with my girlfriend. We played every day and each format, and yeah, we tried many days. We had a good idea of what the format looked like. So yeah, we kept practicing every day. I wasn't really expecting to top. I mean, I really play tested a lot, and I also participated to the shop league, the remote shop league. But it was just because I found the game funny, but I never expected to top or play to top. So I started Vanguard in 2019, and so my first event was the DSF Trend 2019, and well, that was a great experience. So wanted to do another event, so I went to Cardiff the same day, the same year, and then I participated in many BCS this season. It was the last BCS season. Really great experience. So I hope it will come back very soon. Initially, I started the game with my girlfriend. So we traveled together, mainly together. I mean, and, sometimes when there were some other French people who traveled with us, but well, in Paris we had a small group who travel a lot. Very interesting and very weird at the same time, because I like the fact that I can play with anyone in the world, like with Australian people, and it was a really good experience because I'm not used to play with these people. Like I think Singapore people and even NA people. That was the first time I played with them. It was great in that regard, and at the same time, you don't see your opponent. You only see the hand, so well, you can't read on his face. Well, after a game is played, you can't go with your friends and talk about the game. Hopefully, I had a group of friends with whom I chatted during the event to recreate the atmosphere of a real event, but it's never the same. So I registered, I think, 5 tournaments. So I know some people registered for like the 9 tournaments. I don't know how they did. Yeah, I decided to only participate in 5 because I think I needed to sleep just to be able to play correctly. Maybe I played like 12 hours a day. I didn't sacrifice sleep time for the tournament. And so for people who want to participate, so maybe it's a bit late, but they should prepare before, like a month before, if they want to have a chance to talk. If they just want to have a fun moment, I think that's a great experience to chat with people as well, because after a game you can just chat with people and have a different view of the game. Thanks for listening, and good luck for the tournament. Sure.
Doesn't look like this pandemic's clearing up. Guess we're not gonna have any tournaments anytime soon, huh?
Fight!
Contestant number 42, first warning. At no point during the game should your deck, the cards on your field, or the cards in your hand go out of the screen. To ensure fair gameplay, everybody's decks, cards on the field, as well as cards in the hands must remain on screen at all times during a game. First time, you get a warning. Second time, you get a game lost. Please continue the game.
Okay, so 1, 2, and 3.
As Warp Gate technology is not available to the public yet, this is how deck cutting will be implemented during the tournament. First, split them into 3 piles. Label them 1, 2, and 3. Your opponent will instruct you on how to arrange the piles in.
On your side, let's do 2, 1, 3.
Okay, so 2, 1, 3. So 2, 1, 3. Okay.
受け取るがいい。我が5万パワーを持つブラッドブラックでお前のヴァンガードをアタック。
When your opponent disconnects during a game, ping a judge and let them know what happened. The player who disconnected in the middle of game will get 1 strike. The second time they disconnect during a game, they will get a game loss.
Sorry, my bad. Disconnected. Can we continue the game?
Oh, hey, welcome back, dude. Anyway, as I was saying, 我が5万パワーを持つブラッドブラックでお前のヴァンガード。
Cut the shenanigans, please. While shenanigans are technically not a rule violation, to ensure smooth gameplay, please declare all intentions and moves to your opponent clearly.
Okay, sorry, got it.
いいだろう。お前の攻撃を受けて立つ。
Attack your Vanguard, 23,000 power.
Okay, no god.
Then attack your Vanguard. This is gonna be 33,000 power.
No god, no god.
Attack your Vanguard. This is gonna be 51,000 power. Huh?
Hey guys! I'm Fiona.
I'm Matthew.
Alright, so an online tournament is actually our best option in providing a community a way to continue playing their favorite card games during this pandemic. First time, you can always check out the video here in the top right corner to learn more about the setup required, and the link out to the video is also available in the description box below.
Right, so it may not be the same as attending a physical tournament, but there'll still be rules and etiquette that you need to follow to ensure a smooth run of the event. So for more information, do take a look at the stuff in the description box below.
Everyone is just here to have fun and maybe win some prizes. Rules are put in place to give the players some assurance, and we hope that no one in the community spoils the fun for anyone else. Good luck and have fun.
Comment down below what you think about this video or just to say hi. Don't forget to like and subscribe and ring the bell so you get a notification every single time we post a video. Till then, take care, stay safe, see ya! No worries, I memorized it.
Okay, rolling. 3, 2, 1, go.
An online tournament is our best option in providing a way for our community to continue playing their card games.
No worries, I memorized it.
Weiss Schwarz! Time to make your move, little sister.
All right. Welcome back. Welcome back, everyone. It's Bushiroad Rumble Online.
Yeah!
There we go. Hey!
Lasagna.
I was waiting. You know, Philip may have his lasagna, but it's okay. Because we appreciate it past lasagna. It's more than just about lasagna. It's about the little extra spices on top. So that's what we're here for.
Yeah, that's definitely true. And sometimes it's like a good bag of chips. Sometimes the deeper into the bag you get, the better it tastes because it's got more of the flavor seasoning on
Exactly,
it. You know?
exactly. You need that spice on your fingers after you're done eating. You know, like
yeah. Exactly. Now you're talking my language here.
Wow. First of all, before anything else, I missed out on one of the greatest fights ever, which was the Kyrie battle. It's okay. I was just slightly screaming in the background, but it's fine. But that was really amazing to watch. But also, I'm actually very glad you guys got to commentate the Bruce matchup against the Bear Magnus matchup, because if there's anything you guys know well, it's Dark States. So watching y'all just show off like your knowledge on that was just beautiful to watch from a distance. But we are now getting close to the end.
Yeah, it's almost the end of this tournament. This is the final round, and then it will be in top 16, which is very exciting because this might be, if I remember correctly, this is the first time in Vanguard history where a major tournament has had a top 16 cut for a single block. Because I know that there's been in the past multiple blocks in one tournament where they all do top 8, but I think this is the first time where it's like one block, so no A block, B block, just one tournament that has a top 16. So that's pretty significant in this game's history.
I personally, as I joined in 2018 into V Premium about halfway through, I've never seen a top 16 before. So this is going to be very different and exciting. You know, we got 8 more people that'll be going on in and fighting against the big, strong, like, you know, championship people, WCC people. And, you know, it's just going to be very interesting to see how that all plays out. I'm really excited.
Yeah. And Bushiroad, please do this again. I love top 16 as a concept. I love it. Please do it more. That's to you directly, Bushiroad. You, the editor who's editing this after the stream is over. Please do this more.
Peter's like, please, just please make this happen. That's pretty funny. I personally, I kind of like it different toward top 16 or top 8. I think it just gives another shot for the people that didn't make it to top 8 to have another shot at top 8. And I think that's kind of where pretty much the difference is. And I also do like it for the fact that you don't have to sit here being like an X1 and going, I guess I'm not going to make it in. Like you have a chance of like kind of struggling more, but now, you know, with top 16 being open, it doesn't punish you as well if you like lost a game or something like that. You still have a chance of just staying at the top, which is good. I personally, for me, I could see myself being like, oh yeah, I lost the game, but I still have a chance. Let's go.
And not only that though, but also there are a few people who like have a history of getting 9th place in a tournament and not making it because they were the one person that did not make it with that record. And that, let's be sure to keep that information in mind. I'll be using that later. I'll be using that information later on in this round. So
I'm gonna keep that. I'm gonna keep that to myself for now. I do know kind of where you're getting at, but I'm just gonna. You guys gotta keep watching to see all that. You just gotta stay tuned.
Yeah, exactly.
Speaking of, it looks like we are ready for the standings.
Yeah, let's get those standings right now. And right now we've got 2 undefeateds. We've got Derek Dow and Sujuma. We just saw Sujuma win. And Derek Dow, I mean, we've also seen Derek Dow win. I mean, Derek Dow is just like, probably, like, I don't think it's a controversial opinion to say that Derek Dow is probably one of the best players in the world, considering that he's topped so many times consistently. Like, it's very difficult, especially, like, we've seen Derek Dow top after playing over 24 hours of Vanguard at once. Like, that requires so much mental stamina.
This is very true. Did you want to keep going? You already started with the first 2.
Yes. We've also got Zistrel, the commentator for EU, at 7-1, so almost guaranteed to make it into top 16. Tyler Yu, we also saw Tyler Yu win. We've got Andre Lee, we've got Nuno Raimundo, we've got Jonathan Eller, and we've got Adrian Barber. Nuno Raimundo, world champion, staying in there. And I mean, these are quite a few names that we've just seen like consistently stay at the top of this tournament, so it's always good to see. But what about those other 8 in the top 16 currently?
Okay, we got CP 104, I believe that is, and then we have 7 Eraser 7. Doing that correctly, and we got that's in 10th and 11th place. We got It's a little fuzzy on my side, but I think I'm seeing Treseth or Tresoth.
Treseth.
Treseth. And then 12th we got Parad. And then 13th we got Aldraemon. 14th, a cute ball gamer. And then 15th we got JP1155. And in 16th place, Maxime Som holding strong. Holding strong at 16th place. Wow. Still, we've seen a lot of these names pop up on stream, actually, now that I think about it. Now that they're still the top 16 holding on.
Yeah, it's definitely showing holding on right now. But, I mean, speaking of these players, we do have our players for this stream, their decks ready. So, let's get into that. And here we go. This was what we were holding out for. The point of people who are known for getting 9th place. Franz. Franz is a friend of mine who we like to joke about how if it's top 8, he will get 9th. If there's top 16, he will get 17th. And so he's probably the person that benefits the most from increasing the amount of people that can reach top cut, because he doesn't have the greatest luck in terms of tiebreakers. So maybe this will be his opportunity to finally make top cut.
This will be interesting. It is a Larone deck. We talk about the player, but we also got to show off the deck a little bit here with a little SP ride line going on. Look at that. And then we do see kind of like the standard. They are running, I don't remember if the other decks I saw this, but they are running Harriet, which is the 5k if you have an order zone with 2 or more cards in it. So this game additional 5k, so it's 30k booster, which is actually really good to see. Now that I think about it, I don't know if we've seen that in the past to Catgirl deck so far, but still just really nice to see. And then we have the usual ratio of 4, 3, and 1 for the orders, and just kind of everything else is pretty standard. We got our Shield Girl, got our PGs, got our Counter Charger. I am noticing that grade 2, the one that gets an extra 5k as an attacker, is not in this deck. I wonder if the difference between the grade 2 and the grade 1 is what will make why we're seeing Franz here now succeeding with his Larone deck.
Yes, because that grade 1 is slightly more versatile than the grade 2 version, because the grade 1 can also be used as a booster to make your field even bigger. And in this matchup, we have a little bit of a sneak peek of what the matchup will be, but this is actually important to be able to have that booster, because you could sort of just end it much quicker because of that, because you could just have those big numbers, because usually in this matchup, a lot of people will discard their perfect cards for the ride deck because they're like, oh, okay, they're going to be dead cards anyways, so I may as well. And because of that, the huge columns from having a 13,000 power booster on top of a 15,000 power attacker really stacks up very quickly.
Right. Well, with that in mind, we have our Larone deck, but what is Franz gonna be facing? Oh, Maxime Som coming in. I actually thought he was playing something else, but he is playing the World deck. This is the Gravidia comboing with the Orphis Ride Line deck. We've seen this deck a little bit, though. I think this one's a little bit different. This one does run he runs the 2 worlds in his version, and of course it's almost SP'd out. He's almost there. He's missing a front. Yeah. But other than that, still what is that? What is that grade 2? What is that? What is that card?
Oh, that's the promo. That's the promo. I think I have a copy somewhere.
When this unit attacks, if you have a set order in your order zone, Soul Blasting gets 5k till the battle. Wow, that's really interesting, because you don't have to worry about soul in this deck, to be honest. But I'm very, very interested to see that. That's actually not something I've seen in any of the Gravidia World decks, actually. As far as I'm aware, I haven't seen this card, so it's very cool to see. And it's a grade 2. Okay, sorry.
I'm surprised, actually, that Maxime has a slightly different Gravidia World deck, because I thought that all the Gravidia World decks would have been the same for WCC, because I think they're all taking pretty much the same list.
Well, one of the world decks we saw, I don't remember who exactly it was. I can't remember the name, but they actually had a little bit of a different ratio between the world order and all that stuff. But yeah, they have been changing it up a little bit. They're like, okay, everyone's playing the same deck. Let's maybe for this BRO, we're not gonna do that.
Yeah.
But wow, it's gonna be an interesting match.
For sure, it is gonna be very interesting to see how this plays out, because both of these players are pretty good, just in general. I mean, I know of both of them already, and I've seen them play several times. I've even played against one of them quite a bit. So this should be interesting, and we
least it's
should
not
be...
team kill.
Yeah, that's true. No team
We've seen
kill.
that a lot.
That's true, and we should be getting into the round pretty soon. I mean, both players are ready, if I remember correctly. So
Yeah,
I
let's
mean,
see this match. Let's see
Yeah.
where this will take us. The Cat Girl versus the Gravidia World. Maxime versus Franz. How is this going to play out?
and it looks like Franz is going first. Oh no, it looks like
Huh?
Maxime is going first. Okay, so
That's
Maxime's
good,
going
that's good.
first, which is very helpful against Laurent in general. So very nice situation here. Yep, just get to search for.
Get that world.
Yep.
The
And that's-
Eclipsed Moonlight, I think it's called.
Yes, that one is so good. I love that one. Like the artwork,
Clean.
so nice. It's also just insanely good.
I love the moon work on all of them. They're just so
Mhm.
pretty, especially in the hollow form. Like, gosh, if they ever get SPs, I'm going to be a happy girl.
Yeah, I mean they're just so good. They all have good artwork, which is just so nice. And one thing to consider here, because Franz is going second, even though this means he'll have a bit of a harder time in terms of Laurent's playstyle, this does give a few more opportunities to check that overtrigger early. And if he checks the overtrigger early, that's a huge momentum shift in his favor.
That was a Laurent discard, a Persona discard. Franz is like, yeah, it's okay. I got another one in hand.
Yeah, and he's probably thinking, okay, I just need shield. I need to defend here.
Dude, there's that shield you were just talking about. There it was.
Mhm. And I think that was a trigger that was just checked here. So that is one less that Franz has to worry about.
This is true. This is true. I wonder if they're going to see that grade 2 game, kind of like we saw with Derek, or if Maxime's going to go more for like waiting a turn and kind of start setting up on turn 3. Because like
Mhm.
that's kind of a decision you have to make as a Gravidia player. Do I push now or do I push later?
For sure. And this
Oh,
will be Yep.
it is a push now.
Mm-hmm.
We're pushing now. Counterblast 1. Get yourself a shield token. Not shield token. A shadow token. Call it to the board. Give 5k to something. My favorite part about this grade 2 is the fact that when you play an order, you can give 5k to something, enabling that grade 2 rush even further. It's like it's one of those things that I just adore about the beginning, like this turn 2 push that you can pretty much enable.
Yeah, it's really strong.
I think he's thinking about calling another rear guard.
That might be the play here, because they don't quite have to worry about Abyssal Dark Knight right now as well. So if they have a Meteor in hand, they could probably just play it.
Yeah. The thing is I assume that there's no grade 2s because that's why the shadow token was up. So it's like it's risky. Oh, that's a front. Oh, that's a front.
No.
Oh, wait, no defense.
Yeah,
That's a
so that means-
25k token right there. Just 25.
Oh, no.
Wow. Losing the Eknoas that fast. That's the draw engine you want to see against a deck like this.
Yeah, that's definitely rough to see, but hopefully for Franz, I mean, it's not the worst damage check. The worst damage check would have been losing the
winter.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Or I think that's spring.
Yeah, well, losing the winter order in your damage would be pretty bad.
Yeah,
Luckily
that's true.
enough, Franz is going second, so they will be able to draw at least a little bit off of the engine, like once they
Mhm.
ride up.
Yeah, that's true. So that means that it'll be a lot easier for Franz to be able to, build up that advantage and potentially just get something going. Maybe even just go for a possible crit order instead of the draw, just so they can, he can have a little bit of pressure. But this, it's always interesting to see how Laurent players will try and adapt to situations, because this is a very versatile deck.
It is. And honestly, the quicker they get their stuff, the better the deck's gonna pretty much do its thing. So that's kind of what we're kind of hoping to see here. Question is where to hit, the token or the Vanguard? That is a winter. That is a damage.
Yep. Oh, and I think that's
Is that OT?
Yes, it is.
Oh, it is OT. Oh, wow.
Oh, wait. This means that because Maxime now has lost OT, that he can't use. He can't use Gravidia's skill.
Honestly, there's no board.
Yeah.
No, you only can get the 2 meteors. You might want to hold off on the meteors anyway. As not just as nice as that 28k is, they're running only like 9 meteors means you have less of a chance of using them anyway. So you might as well just hold off a turn, just kind of poke a little bit and just wait. It sucks because you are facing Lauren and you want to kind of rush them down. But I mean, in this situation, at least you don't have to worry about that. You just put your stuff down, draw, set up a board, and just swing.
Yeah, and honestly, Maxime might want to just go for the draw right now off of the order or off of the meteors here.
Oh yeah, 100%. That is the go-to. Like, there's no reason not to draw. You need, especially against like a deck like Lauren, you need those draws. There's 5 attacks coming at some point in the game. There's the draw.
Yep, and that was smart there, and might just play a bit conservatively here. Yep, just call one thing down, and that's the Gravidia.
That's the one that gets the shield, if I'm not mistaken. The shield and 5k. Like,
yes, you're
both.
right. Yes, Gravidia Stanner.
And then also calling out the Soul Charger and Bulbul Mine. Okay. Nice little, pretty annoying column to deal with. It's going to be 21.
Yes.
And still with the defense, it'll hit through.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, all of these attacks will hit regardless of a defense being checked. So that's actually really nice. Oh, there's a meteor?
Because it's a 15 with the 15 booster and also the 21. So that means that it'll be a 30 and a 21 column here. Yep. Very solid.
Starting off with the 21 here. Very interesting attack approach.
Huh. Okay.
I think he's trying to push him to 3 to make Gravidia feel like more painful, if that makes sense. Oh, there's the counter charge. We didn't even think about that.
Oh, yeah.
now he can use the skill. Yep. Yeah, there it is. So now they're just going to Cow Blast again. Drop the order. Get the 28k. That makes a lot more sense. There we go. That makes and now we got the 28k pressure going on here.
Yep.
And being at 2 damage isn't too scary. So check 1. That is a crit. Crit to the van.
And give the power. Yep. And the
Check
second
2.
check.
Can't tell what it is. I think that's a front.
Yes, that's a front.
Wow, that's gonna be a big little boy.
Ooh. And that means that this might just be pushed to 5 already.
Yeah, it might be, but he did land a defense there, so that does have a little bit of guard, and that is a perfect guard being dropped for it. Very big number there.
Yeah, definitely worth using that perfect guard right there because otherwise the momentum would just be huge right now.
Big think moment here. Dropping the counter charger. You don't really need it. We got a bunch of counter blasts to use here. The Lure does go through counter blast pretty fast if you're not keeping track. Getting the autumn as you mentioned.
Yep, and can probably just place another autumn from hand here as well just to get another draw because you do get the draw if your opponent's on grade 3 when you place the autumn. So generally, probably a good play because it turns a card with no shield into a draw. Oh, okay. So I guess that's just the cut.
Yeah, they're doing a thing where they take the whatever number that they tell each other and they put it to the bottom. Something I actually do too when I face. So he told him to take the top 3, put him to the bottom there.
Okay. Ooh, I really like this play. Yes. So
the autumn play, just like you said.
Draw 3, and this is solid here because Franz is getting a lot of card advantage right now. Probably wants to put up something at least to get a bit of a counteroffensive.
Yeah, maybe like 2 rear guards and then just start swinging. But yeah, this is the little Cacro book being built, turn for turn. There is a kind of decision here. So the one personal the downside to running the grade 1s, in my opinion, is not having as many interceptors. So you get to call like he's calling right here, but you do not have an interceptor now, which can be painful. Oh, that's a no guard. That's a crit.
That's crit, and an Elmer.
Yup, more defensive.
And that's a meteor gone, and
that's power.
Yep, but that's 23 to 23 right now, so still able to hit. And this was very smart here because that grade 1, it's probably going to get retired next turn anyways. So this is a situation where not having the grade 2 actually came in handy.
That is true. Because they're you're losing them anyway. So this is facts.
And Francis managed to sort of turn this around into his favor a little bit, making it so that he's got a good hand.
Persona.
He put up a good amount of offensive there, even with and also managed to draw a lot of cards. So his defense is looking solid as well.
I agree. I agree.
We know he has 2 Elmers in his hand, and those Elmers are 20k shields at the moment because of the ability to get 5 for every card of the order zone.
Now with this, my favorite part about Gravidia, that on place ability. It's so clean. You get 2 cards out of deck. You draw, you can potentially soul charge if you need it, and you just get a persona on top of that. Like that is such a beautiful. It's one of my favorite things about like Gravidia. I'm holding because you draw a ton, so you're gonna see a persona at least eventually, right? And then you get this power play, and now with 3 meteors, and Franz being at 4 damage here, this is gonna make that crit really matter.
Another thing to consider, though, 7 of Maxim's meteors have been seen. 1 was discarded very early on. 1 was sent to drop zone, and 1 is in damage zone. So the other 4 are in order zone right now. So not able to get that full effect.
I see what you mean. Yes. You know, and honestly, you don't really feel you need the crit anyway because you already got to guard it. Like, what if Maxime rips a crit here? What do you do? You know, so like you still want to guard it.
Yeah, you just probably. Yeah, there's the one. Okay, and also another thing to note: quite a few critical triggers have been seen this game, so it's worth talking about that. Like the chances of hitting another crit aren't too high. Like definitely not as high as they were earlier.
Yeah, I agree. There's definitely we have seen a good bit of triggers here, so it might be blanks, but we'll see. We still got to put a bit of deck in there, and you know, Maxine's been drawing a lot.
Yeah,
this is very interesting.
And I like that Maxime has chosen to only get rid of 1 meteor at a time because that means that he's preparing for eventually just going for the full board wipe next turn. He has enough to go for a full board wipe next turn in case Franz goes for an offensive turn here with like a real commitment.
My assumption is Maxime is waiting for the push turn from Larone, so that way he's survive the push turn, you know, then go into your turn and go like full lethal mode. Another thing I noticed that Maxime has been playing the wells, so he's just all in on trying to get, you know, just really manage your resources. This is one thing. There's another thing I love about bigger videos: managing your resources. Your meteors are resources, and knowing how to manage them is just so important. Is that a no guard? Is that a
Yep?
Okay,
that was a no guard, and
that is a defensive. Yes,
perfect.
Still, I think everything still hits. We are on persona on top of like extra numbers.
But it's still helpful because that makes it so that it's only a 15k block and a 20k block each. So 1 Elmer and 1 trigger are needed here.
Not gonna lie, that was scary. Taking a no guard like that, still risky. You never know.
But that does hint that Maxime may have drawn quite a few critical triggers here this game.
This is true. I'll have to see. Yeah.
Because I think we've seen like 3 checked. So.
Trying to see here. So the left rear guard is 23, and unless he uses a skill, and then the right rear guard is 15, 30, 40. So yeah, they are opting to use the 40. Skill here
because of the persona ride and its own.
Yep.
Oh wait, no, it is 30. Yeah, it is 30.
Yeah. Well, it's 30 plus
33.
persona.
Yeah. 33. So yeah.
And now this side's 33, yeah.
And then this one's 40. So just an Elmer. Yep.
There we go. They did drive check. Drive check that early. Franz did, so coming in handy now.
And we know there's another Elmer in hand.
Yep. Ooh, that's the persona. Here comes the big beefy turn. Do they have enough to push here? Do you push here? I mean, you kind of have to at some point. You have to start pushing, but it is something to think about. If you can't kill and you push, you're gonna get punished for it. That's the word I was looking for. You're gonna get punished if you push too far because he knows the meteors are out. He knows that Franz is aware they're there. It's like, how far do you push?
Yes, and Franz is putting these face down as just a way to think it out without actually playing the cards yet, because technically you're not supposed to be allowed to take back your plays.
Mm-hmm. Oh, playing the autumn here.
Mm-hmm. Getting that crit and
the winter.
Playing that to just have the ability to restand things. Always helpful.
So that was the question: to push or not to push. Put 2 rear guards down. Put 3 rear guards down. Honestly, I think you got to push at some point. I think this is the time. It's either now or never. You gotta go in. Hope to shred that Gravidia hand, because that's a big hand. That's a big.
Yeah.
Maxime's hand is currently bigger than Laron's. That's saying a lot, because Laron gets a big hand as well.
That's very true. Laronral just builds up so much advantage. And calling the Elmer and okay, so that's all of the Laronarals gone now, because there was the 1 discarded, 1 Persona ride, and now 1 called.
Wow.
So
I mean, you got to utilize this Persona turn too. So at this point, you got to go in. And plus, it's not any. There's no shield. I'm assuming the rest is triggers in hand. So you got to go in.
yes,
Going
and another thing Maxime needs to consider though is, well, another thing Franz can consider is that Maxime having a that was smart, actually, attacking the grade 3 there, saying, okay, no more soul charging for you. But another thing Franz can consider about Maxime is that there are a few opportunities of, like, completely, like, dead cards in hand in terms of shield, because there's 1 more world and 2 more meteors. So that hand might not be as defensive as it may have looked.
This was actually, this was a really good play by Franz here. So 3 face down damage. This is a 2 crit guard here, and you either have to super guard it or you take it, you really don't have any other approach. But that is 3 triggers: a heal, a crit, and a crit coming down just like that.
So that's what,
I think that's a straight no pass.
No, that's a 2
no,
to
it's
pass.
a 2. It's a 2 to pass. That's right, I forgot about the 10k.
No trigger will break it too. Okay.
Grade 1 and a crit.
Ooh.
My favorite crit.
That's a tough choice. Okay,
giving it put it on. Yeah,
you just attack with Elmer probably, and then just attack with Laronaral to make it so that it's a pressure.
Exactly.
Because it forces out a guard for the bigger attack here.
Yeah, pretty much. And plus, that's a 33k attacking Laron. And, as we talked about the magic numbers of Overdress, 33k is not an easy block, being a 13k base. And we did just see 3 triggers come out of Maxime's hand, so.
And Franz might just pass turn here just to not give any damage, because I don't think there are any Bobble Mines left. Okay, no, just... Oh! Interesting, okay. I think I see the reasoning here. Just going for that, just to maybe pressure, because then after that, Franz can afford to just go, okay. Yeah, just...
Yep.
Yeah, because also this makes it so that if Franz lives this turn, then he can just attack.
Yep, it's 2 damage or nothing.
And a meteor. Oh, so that means there's only... Maxime can't hit the... Because Maxime's not running wells, it is now impossible for Maxime to hit the double triggers.
I don't think that was the game plan to begin with, to be honest with you, because I think with the little meteors, I don't think there's ever really a reason to go into the 5 meteors. I think it's always about the crit pressure or just 28k at this point. Just pretty much retire. I think that's more of like the engine, because otherwise you'd run more meteors and just be like, okay, here I come.
That's true. But I mean, it does sort of take a very scary thing off the board now, and because Franz took a very threatening, took off quite a few threatening rear guards there, that means that Maxime's offensive game plan here is a lot less scary.
Oh yeah. A lot of people forget that Gravidia is still Gravidia. Rear guards matter. It's almost as much as Alone's rear guards matter. Losing your rear guards can really cripple you, because you're getting all this draw, but half the time it's triggers. Or you could be at meteors or worlds, as you were explaining. Your hand could be very fake, and you could be just holding trigger. Hell, I've been in that situation. I'm holding all these triggers. I have nothing to put down the board. What do you do?
Yeah, and I think both Bobble Mines are gone. At least, so the Twisting Bulldoze is gone. The Behringer is gone, I'm pretty sure. So, and then
that's a shadow token.
That's the last one too. So that means that Maxime is almost out of ways to generate attackers.
I was about to say he did drive check that grade 2 that we haven't seen yet. So we are seeing that now, and it's going to be a 15k attacker with the Soul Blast. And that's the shield one, I believe, on the other side as well. So they're both still 15k attackers here, and Franz is at 5. Wow.
Yes, that is Stanner. Yes, that's how it's spelled. And then Scissors Bar on the other side. So that soul being built up is going to be able to be spent on Scissors Bar attacking for another 15. So these are both 30 columns.
Yes, they are beefy. And then we got Garidia 2 coming in potentially here for the full 3. I'm not sure yet. Might see the full 3, might not. If there's another meteor in hand, might hold off. But I think you gotta, let's see, 6-7 cards in hand from Laron. Going all in, getting all 3 outs, killing everything, and now we have the 28k with the crits. Pressure here. Have to guard this, or else you're gonna take 2 damage.
And Franz probably has a perfect guard here.
Yeah. This is where you kind of need to gauge when to use these meteors, because if you know your opponent's holding a perfect guard, it's kind of like, okay, it's not as scary as you thought it would be.
And
looks like figuring out the guard value here. This is a very tight game. Oh my gosh, 5-5.
But also, these attackers are both not it's a 30k column, both of them. But also, Maxim's gone through quite a lot of his triggers, so it's very possible that Franz can just go, okay, I'm just blocking these each. Yeah.
Still risky. I don't know how many triggers have been out at this point, but we did see a three trigger guard. OT is out. We've seen other triggers just come to play, and blocking with OT here that puts a 63. That's a no pass.
Yes, that is a no pass here.
A meteor.
The other meteor. And okay, so
that's a scary check. That is no shield at all.
Yeah, that's really good for Franz, because if Franz survives this turn, he could really just rip through it right now, because Maxim's hand is not looking that big.
No, it's not at all. This is that was not the check that you want to see.
Yep,
to be honest.
There we go. And Franz has, it seems, 1 card in hand. And
just barely surviving.
All he needs to do is draw something.
Oh yeah, just as long as it's something that can get up. Right now, all Franz needs is create a board, swing with that board, get that guard restrict or crit, whatever both of them, whatever's left. The Autumn's still out, still face up. Just try to push here. But 2 cards in hand is rough. And no Persona Ride, because as you mentioned, we've already seen all the cat girls out. So we're just down to, okay, how do I finish Maxime here? What do I need to do? I think in this situation, again, I just say this all the time. Call out your 2 cards, go in, hope for the best.
Yeah, especially because Franz, I think, has a few triggers left in that deck. So definitely realistic to think, okay, I can just go for a swing here with a crit and just hope that he doesn't have enough to block me.
Exactly. Because we did see 2 blanks, like 2 shield value blanks. It's not even so much triggers, but there's no shield whatsoever. So at least with those 2 checks, we don't know the other cards in hand, but that's still that's 2 cards in hand that we know that they're not going to be guarded with, unless it's a PG. Unless they have a PG in it as well.
He's just checking triggers right now, and honestly, smart play here. He's just deciding on if he wants to call things out, which is understandable here. It seems that he doesn't have the winter, which would have been so scary if he had the winter.
Oh yeah, 100%. We also, now that I think about it, we haven't seen that many heals come from Franz, right?
That's true. You're right.
There's a chance to heal.
And
both those heals are out.
That'll help. Yeah, and if he has the heal, that'll be so helpful here.
Oh,
that's smart. That's smart, because that'll mean it's a 13k booster. Yep, go for that. And
the pressure.
Yep, this is 26 with a crit. And
that's right. I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure Maxime has a PG.
No,
you can't PG. Though. That's right, you can't PG it. Oh, I forgot about that. Because it's as long as you have 2 face down. Oh, because you have to sing. Wait a second. I actually don't think that activates. I'm not.
It does activate. He's now just calling the front. So this is, let's see, 1 to pass. That puts him at let's see,
If you say
48.
face up song from your order and sing it, okay, you have to sing a song, and if you do, then you get the ability. But that's the thing. Did Franz sing a song on attack?
Uh,
It says when this unit attacks, if you have 2 face down, choose a face up song, sing it, and then you get the guard restrict. That's what I'm saying. I actually don't think the guard restrict's active.
No, it's no, the condition. No, the condition for it is just when it attacks. If you have 2 or more face down cards in the order zone, you choose a face up song, sing it, and then your opponent can't call sentinels.
Exactly. So you have to sing something.
Yeah, he just did sing something. He sang that autumn.
Oh.
And that is another order. That is another order in his hand.
Okay.
So he has his heals in deck, I'm pretty sure. So
Yeah, I agree.
it's very much possible that he could just block this.
Yes. Oh, what was that drive check?
That was an order, and the Eknoa.
Okay.
What? How did Maxime get? Oh wait, no, that's the
Drive
one
check.
he drive checked. Yes,
Yeah.
yes. And that's the last one in his hand. Or
It's still
that's
going to be
almost one in
really
his
high
deck.
pressure. I think
Mhm.
this is just going to come down to a heal at this point because that's 28k. Rear guards are still high, swing between 30
Mhm.
and 30
Yeah.
pretty much. So this is going to be a heal moment here.
Yeah, definitely.
28k is not a number to joke around. That's still high. I think that's a no guard.
And no trigger.
And that's a
is-
crit, and that's
Yep.
that's the end of the game.
Yep,
Wow.
that's game. And that means Maxime Solemn is going to be remaining at 6-2, or no, 7-2.
Yes, 7
because
and
it's
2.
9 rounds.
It'll
And
be top
Franz,
16.
yep, Franz goes down to 6-3, and means that it's pretty much impossible for him to make it to top 16.
Okay, it's
So,
okay.
didn't
Franz
bubble.
did his best.
He didn't bubble, at least, so it won't be quite. Personally,
Won't be
I think
the
it's more
joke.
frustrating. It's more frustrating to bubble than it is to lose at X3.
I agree. I think the worst feeling is like, oh, I did so well. Oh,
Mhm.
I'm 17th.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like, wow, I really fought through really hard, and then, oh, okay.
Just right there, just like one off.
Mhm.
So yeah, so it's okay. It's okay. Both players did amazing. That was really, really analytically well thought out. I think both players truly fought to their best. Like they truly like showed like I'm gonna do the best I can and hope for the best. That really showed there. So very, very, very clean match.
Yes. Very solid gameplay there.
It's also
And I mean, it showed really just both of those players played it very well. But I think it was just that early game coming out very well for Maxime just really helped out so much. And also going first against Laurent Aral is really your best bet.
Yeah, going first just like it pretty much saves you a turn on the time clock machine. Like you have one more chance of just trying to push as far as you can. And luckily enough that this kind of what we saw there, but it's still gosh, that was really well played. You know, some people like find Laurent to be a pretty boring deck in some cases because you're kind of doing the same thing. But you really need to think through your strategy. You can't always just kind of just call whatever you want and hope for the best. You still have to think through like how am I going to call my rear guards, where I'm going to call, what I'm going to call out, because your rear guards are extremely important. And another thing to note is Franz didn't see the Enkoas, the ones that counterblast draw a ton, and I think that was actually crippling him a little bit there. But still, like, well, even without them, that push was just there's still so much aggression coming from the Kakarot deck. It was really cool to see.
Yeah, and also from what I remember, Noman has said that list, the Gravidia Orphis list, does sort of eats Laurent Aral for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. So it was sort of designed that way of being able to win against that deck, especially going first. So it sort of makes sense. But I mean, like being able to win in a weird matchup like that, or even a bad matchup, one could say, definitely is impressive, especially being able to play it out for that long, because it was getting to the grind phase of that match.
Oh yeah, they were both at 5. It was pretty much just like like the littlest guard. And I'm not gonna lie, when I saw Maxime's checks, I was like, oh, Meteor into Gravidia. Oh, how are you gonna guard a Larone turn like that? Like, what if that's a Winter Order that the next draw is? Like, oh gosh, like that was so scary. I think if Frost drew into anything that could attack, just anything, I think that would have been a lot harder to guard.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, that was an intense last round. I'm not gonna lie.
Definitely.
That also showed the peak of Overdress. Like, we didn't really see anything too crazy in there. Like, they hit their OTs defensively or whatever, but or guarded with some of them. But what we did see was we saw a well thought out match. Like a truly well thought out match. And that's just attacking the rear guards, planning it all out, planning out personas. It was just planning out meteors. So well done.
Mm-hmm. And it was definitely a way to close off this long day of intense matches.
What was your favorite? What was your favorite match so far of everything?
My favorite was the very unique Bruce list that feels like it was made for set 4 of using the Bryans and no Leonards.
And the was it the Quinlu?
Yes, Quinlu.
Ah, okay. I thought that match was sick, so I'm with you on that one. I'm trying to think of what my favorite match was. Trying to think what really made me scream outside of the Kyrie match, but that's because I was like the double heal.
Oh yes,
I was just going crazy ballistic over the double heal. I think the flag break match was just really sick too. It was just like, well, actually no, that's still in the same match. That's still the Quinlu match. I forgot that was the flag break. Yeah, maybe I think I'm with you. I think the flag break versus the Bruce Quinlu was by far the most craziest match. That or just the amount of OTs we've seen ripped in these perfect scenarios. The Hexawarp match was also really sick. That first turn. That first grade 3 turn of hitting that OT, having those grade 3s ready for that that amazing drive check was just insane. And Larone coming out of it, still winning, by the way, was just like,
yeah. And I mean, like, it continues now. Only one match this entire tournament had no overtrigger.
This is true. We didn't see an offensive overtrigger check this last match though, because the last couple ones we've seen it offensively checked.
Yes.
Like, I mean, defense is one thing, but I think offensively checking it is like a whole other story. And we saw it offensively checked like almost every game. Like, this is the first. That's the first that game, and I think the Kyrie game was like one of the few that we didn't see it offensively checked. That's insane. That's insane to think about. But Dark State's coming through. Usually Dark States is that one overtrigger you don't see that often because, like, the deck's just soul charged so much. Normally, OT falls into soul, right? But we see three Dark States overtriggers checked today. That's actually something I don't see very often. I'm very surprised. I play against a Bear Magus player, and the amount of times I've seen the person check their OT has been, like, literally maybe max 2 times. And we played a lot of games.
Yeah. I think the only time you really see that Dark States overtrigger a lot is with Greedon, because, I mean, you're drive checking a lot, so.
Yeah, 4 drive checks a turn. You have a pretty good shot. A pretty good shot there to be like, oh, let's see, here it is. Greedon's actually a deck we haven't really talked about now, have we? Like, we've got a briefly, I think, brought it up here and there. We haven't seen a match with it here yet. So what do you think on Greedon? Like, how do you do play Dark States quite a bit here from what I've been hearing from today. So what's your take on Greedon?
I really like Greedon. I don't know if it's a deck I would take to a competitive event, though. I would probably just take Bruce. I mean, I took Bruce. So, yeah, like, Greedon's fun, though, and I think it will get better. I think it's inherently, like, its gimmick is really cool, and I think can be good in the right circumstances.
Okay. I recently faced it a couple days back because I wanted to give a little testing out of understanding Greedon. I got decked out. I was playing Gravidia because they just kept swinging, and I had no rears to attack. I kept like Meteor, okay, and nothing happened. And then before I know it, I'm like, all right, I guess I just deck out. GG. But it seemed fun. Sacking 4 rears for a constant restand every turn. It sounds bad, but your hand weirdly grows. Like, you have a pretty beefy hand, and then you get the power buffs, and then you can have the battle door skill, I think, on top of that with that grade 1. It gets annoying after a while.
It does. It definitely does get annoying.
But yeah, that was wow. Today's been Today's been a day. I honestly, going into today, I was like, okay, probably gonna see some cool matchups here and there. Gonna see some stuff here, but I really was not expecting what we saw today. I can't exactly explain it or like put it into words, but it's been a really exciting day. Like all days have just been like on this like this whole other like I'm on a different universe. I'm not on Earth. I have been like on cloud overdress. Just a whole other thing. Like it's just been so excited to watch these matchups. They've just been so sick.
Yeah, they've been really exciting to watch and very exciting to commentate. Like the fact that like so many of these were very volatile matches, and also a lot of them were just very well played.
Yes. We've seen so much diversity and so much analytical thought put into this. Like we've been over here commentating, kind of giving the thoughts of what the players might be doing, but watching it also is just like, wow, like people truly are starting to understand like how Overdress plays, thinking about those magic numbers, thinking about how to guard, knowing what to guard with what, like, just making these little decisions that can literally take you from an L to a W, taking out OTs. Like, it's just like, you still got to think about these things. You still got to think about what you need to do to successfully win.
For sure. But I mean, all that thinking does make you kind of exhausted. Kind of sometimes makes you need a break almost.
My gosh, a break? What? Whoa. We do a break. We could probably think about taking a break while we wait for all the matches to update, see the standings, see our final top cut for the official first day of Swiss for Overdress, for Bureau.
We'll get to announce the top 16 as well. That should be exciting. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Bushiroad Rumble Online.
I
think I heard something rip.
Hey, Philip.
Yeah?
There's, you were talking about lasagna, right? There's 3 of us here, 3 pieces of a massively amazing lasagna. I think it works.
Yeah.
I think it works, Philip.
This
I think
is
I
the
heard
rule
something
of
you ripped.
Sorry, I'm gonna keep bringing that back. I'm not letting that go. It's been fun doing it, and you're not taking my fun away. You're not taking Peter's fun away.
Thank you for backing me up on this one.
I got you, homie. I got you.
Daddy, Bushy, they're mean to me. Oh,
Big boy on stream.
But it's been a crazy ride. Can you really we started this about 10 to 11 hours ago. And that is one thing that I do want to immediately bring up is this is Vanguard. This is a card game. But this is also a sport. You need endurance. You need so much mental stamina. Not physical, mental stamina. Going 9 rounds back to back. Playing against different decks, playing your own deck, being hydrated, eating some food, keeping your A game from start to finish. That's not an easy deal. That's not like I'm gonna pull over and just play in an 11-hour tournament. No, that is mental stamina.
Yeah, that's hard.
It sounds like you look at it from a side, you're like, oh, you're just flipping cards. But there's so much thought. Every movement matters, no matter what the format is. And you need to think.
There was days when I played back in V and original, even here in standard sometimes, especially playing Hexorb, where my friends could literally just put a can of popcorn on top of my head and it'll just start popping from all the heat that's coming out of my head trying to think.
Exactly.
Also, another thing to consider, Derek Dow has been playing for over 24 hours now.
That's actually insanity.
Yeah,
that's what coffee
he's played in
for.
all 3 events.
I have seen his name because I entered AO, so I did see his pop up.
3?
Yeah, all three.
He played in all 3. And so did Manlong.
It's called clinically insane.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. This is insanity. One of my friends actually, who topped in Springfest, Cameron, he's been entering all of them too, and I'm like, wow, how are you doing this?
I do say this is clinically insane, but don't get me wrong. I have utmost respect for that. One of my mottos is sleep is for the weak. So I respect them doing that.
Weakness is a sin.
Weakness is a sin.
You can't sleep. The less you sleep, the less chance you have a topic. So the less sleep equals it's a mathematical equation. Less sleep equals less chance of topping. More sleep equals less chance of topping. So if you sleep less, you have a higher chance of topping, even though I don't know where the mental capacity comes in at that point.
It's not mental capacity. At some point, your mental capacity just goes, and it's all instinct. It's all reflex.
Yes.
Oh,
and
I get
it's
it.
all that grind, because that grind puts those things into your muscle memory of, okay, this situation is coming up. I practiced for this. I'm ready. I don't even have to think when doing that.
Exactly.
Just good practice.
Remove the human error completely. No mistakes of overthinking. Just play the game.
Yeah. Yep. That's how you do it sometimes. All that practice. I mean, we know the WCC members, and everyone else probably up there too, but we know the amount of hours they put into their practices. Like they ain't playing around. Like they practice.
No.
They try every matchup. They see if they at all. Like they go all out to get any practice into against each other, against other people, against good players, whatever they got to do just to be able to muscle memory it at this point.
Yeah, but like we were joking a little bit with all that, but that is a very fair and actual serious point. Like the amount of practice you put into these this is not any competitive scene, tournament for card games, sports, anything. You can't just turn up and expect to be, get a good result. It's that grind. It's that practice, getting the experience, getting the necessary deck teching, figuring out the combos, trying to figure out, like WCC is of Solomon, all of them took that Orpheus Gravidia hybrid because they knew they were going to face Laurel Nail, because they and stuff like Bruce, and it's a really good counter. So they prepped themselves and all that. But at the same time, that like I made the joke of, you know, you can turn this thing off to not overthink. It's a little bit is that a lot of times players will start overthinking their combos, overthinking their plays, being either scared of triggers and this and that, and just make the wrong plays because of that. And sometimes you just need that practice. You just need that repetitiveness and going, I've done this multiple times. I know what my deck is capable of. I don't need to overthink. I trust myself.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Sometimes you just know like how the game's gonna roll out, what you need to do every turn, where you need to do to pass, where you need to PG. You just instinctively just do it and you just go with your gut feeling. Like, this is what I'm gonna do. Just gonna go in. Instead of overthinking, like, oh, should I 2 to pass here or should I PG? Do I
Good example was that
intercept?
last game.
Oh,
Watching
yeah.
Solemn, like I watched his whole game. Like, okay, I only need to retire 1 meteor because he doesn't have any. I don't need it. And then that last turn, like he used 3 meteors because like, yeah, let's just put an extra crit on it because if he can't guard, this is just that
Extra slaughter.
Yeah, because 6 damage heals are a thing. We saw a game where 2 heal triggers got ripped. Heal triggers are a thing. Getting that extra insurance of, well, if it hits, here's 2 damage.
Yup, exactly. That match was insanely close, and I mean insane. It was so back and forth, and both decks that grind a lot with their hand too. Like seeing them both like deplete like that, it was just, oh, that match was something else.
For sure. It was really just showing like when the going gets tough, it really just shows like who comes out on top is like someone that's the most prepared.
And another amazing play, like we mentioned, we saw that video before play, and we were talking about in the previous night, not Maxine's, but previous games, how, oh, they don't have any face-up CB. Well, they can just swing with the Bobaman column, get that CB open, and then the Gravidia can do it. And we actually seen Solemn do exactly that.
Yep. I low-key was like, oh, okay, nothing's gonna happen here. Boba mine. I was like, that's right. Boba mine. You could just, because I was thinking about the attack patterns. I was like, why this way? And then like, why swing with the rear like this first? You know? Like, and then I was like, oh yeah, because you could counter charge and then re-counter blast because it's on attack anyway, and just do what you gotta do. It's just perfect.
Like,
it was nice to
props
see.
to both players. Like it's literally just trusting your skill. Always gonna be a little bit of luck just because that is the name of the game, and just going forward. And all of these players have really gone forward. Like, we've been part of so many great, crazy matches. We've been making the joke throughout this broadcast of this is all normal now. Like, all of these games have been crazy, or something happened one way or another to, like, at some point, it's not crazy anymore. It's just the name of the game. It's normal. Like, this is gonna happen. The amount of dry checks we're gonna see over triggers. The amount of dry checks we're gonna see double crits to someone, double heals, this and that. Drawing, yada yada yada, just getting those massive numbers.
I think that's the fun part about Overdress. One, you know, OT is OT, but it adds so much more fun to like that scene. Like when you're watching two people play each other, you see that OT get ripped. You can't help but just be like, oh, you just can't help just get excited. Like that's what makes the game so exciting. Like it's like, oh, it could have been a normal match, could have been a double crit, but double crit doesn't feel as nice as an OT getting ripped like that. Like it's such a different feeling. And seeing that, we saw that a lot today. We saw that way more than I expected. I was expecting to see like maybe 2 OTs all day, and we saw like a good solid 7.
We saw at least 10 because there were several games where both were checked.
True.
Yes,
I mean, like offensively mainly.
Still, a defensive over triggers, like
it shuts down.
Peter, come on, you can probably relate to me. This has have to happen to you. You start Stir, you got Hell Dive, you got Persona. Right?
Yes, no,
maybe
that's literally happened to me.
You run Regina, and you did Regina, and now there's power, and maybe there's a Doger in the back. Like you have everything set up. First swing, they take it over trigger, and you're sitting there.
I'm like,
well, that just happened. Still gonna Soul Blast 5 because I need that resource.
Yup, exactly. You ever like you check out defensive over trigger and you just like take all your blocks, just all of them, just all of them, and you just put them on the Vanguard like this. You just go.
Yeah, just grab
I
all
don't
the
have
dice
those,
and put them.
but I have the Dragoborn dice, and I've had to use all of them before for some plays, because of so many different power adds.
You just reminded me of something that defensive OT is always kind of good, but there's situations where it isn't. And I know.
Oh yeah.
Like this is something that we did. We were playtesting PBD, getting it ready for what we do.
Yeah.
And I'm like shadow playing, trying to figure out the ratios, trying to see how I want this deck to play before we showcase it. And all of a sudden, like I'm shadow playing, and I'm like, okay, cool. I need this damage because Blaster Dark needs a CB.
Yep.
So I'm gonna take the first swing, over trigger. I guess I'm not doing the mechanic of the deck. All right.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Then there's so many scenarios like that. We saw that even on stream. Like we saw the Bastion player check OT. Or yeah, it's actually messed him up. Like he was like, I'm sure that he was ready to use that 2 CB, do all this and that. And it's like, just kidding. And now you have 1 CB to work with.
And not only that, I think the most iconic way to check the overtrigger and it's bad is defensively checking it turn 1 as Nirvana, so you can't arcs.
True.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Hexa.
Arcs, Hexorb, PBD, all of them need C. Even Orphist. It's like, okay, I have this grade 3 order in my hand. Let me use my ride line, get this Cannon Blast order into my hand, and then I can make a Shadow Army token. Defensive overtrigger. Well, now I can't play any order, and I'm gonna be. Time I get grade 3.
You're just stuck. We are 1 CB short, and you're like, whoa. Okay, I guess I'm having a super vanilla turn now. That's just normal, I guess. Zorka has this issue too. You could be down a CB and now you can't, outcome magic properly if you don't have the right orders in your drop. Say you have like a counterblast order in your drop, you have a counterblast order in hand, you check the defense over trigger and you're like, okay, well, I guess I'm just sitting here doing nothing.
That's just the risk. Like the over trigger, like people sometimes forget, like the over trigger is, if you rip at the right time, defensively, offensively, really change the game into your favor. But at the same time, you can draw it, you can soul charge it, you can hit it defensively in the wrong time, offensively in the wrong times. Like there have been games because I play Bear Magnus, because I play Bruce, because I even sometimes play Nordlinger and stuff like that, where I'm like, oh, I ripped the over trigger. How many cards in deck do I have? It's a mandatory draw.
It is. That as a Strikea blue player, I definitely know that pain.
I've decked out because of that before. With Grand Blue, I'm like, oh.
I've decked out on my own stream. And it's on my channel too. Just the deck out happening.
It's one of those moments where if you have say like 5 cards in your deck and you're like, okay, I still have the overtrigger left. Honestly, just call Columbard down, search for the overtrigger, put it in the drop, just so you don't deck out.
Yeah, exactly. If you know you have exactly like 4 to 5 cards left, and you depending on what your Vanguard is, sometimes that's what you have to do. You have to selectively mill it out.
Oh, do I have a story for you?
Oh,
people that
Phil.
know me, they're gonna know this. It's story time. I don't know if I told this on stream yet, or maybe just mentioned it real quick, but I played against. I think I did mention it real quick, where I'm playing Greedon. I hit a double crit. I don't know if we talked about this off stream or on stream, but it was the moment where I'm like, all right, I'm playing against Bruce. I'm at 6 damage. They're at 5. I look at my deck. I have 7 cards in deck. I haven't seen the overtrigger yet. I have a full board. Bowman is active. Counterblast 2 gain an extra drive for Greedon is active because I have enough CB. I can get 5 drive checks. There's no draw triggers in my deck. I'll get the 2 cards in deck. Maybe hit the overtrigger. I can probably win. Let's try this. Swing with Greedon. Restand them, gain the extra drive, do all the shenanigans, 2 more cards from hand, swing or Greedon. They say no guard. I got him. First check, second check, third check, critical trigger. Mind you, no over trigger. 7 cards in deck, no over trigger on 5 drive. I'm like, okay, whatever. I hit a crit and they say no guard. We got this. I got also a rigger just in case, who knows. And they go over trigger. Remove from game 100 million, draw, heal trigger. And I'm sitting there going, well, there's 2 cards left on my deck. One of them is the overtrigger. I don't have enough cards to hand in the guard. They just got 2 open CB. They were bruised. Yeah, I'm sitting here.
Yep, it's a big L. That's okay. That's a very aggressive turn just to lose like that. That's so unfortunate. I mean, you had
7
fun.
cards. That's the thing about the overtrigger. Sometimes it just says, hey, I'm the last card. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. Good feeling. I mean, not a really good feeling. It's kind of a bad feeling. I've been in that situation way too many times. Like, you know, you ever finish a game and you haven't seen OT at all, and you just kind of start looking through your deck, and you're like, oh, it's the last card. How did I get down there? How? You have 49 chances, and you chose the bottom one.
Is it sad that that's actually happened to me? I'm not even joking about this statistic. I've actually tried to calculate it because it's so 75% of the time, the overtrigger for me is the second to last or the last bottom, or at least in the bottom 7 cards in my deck for some reason.
Yep. I've checked so many times that I see it there, and I'm like, okay, I see you. But then I can't complain. I'm also that same Zorga player that has checked OT so many times offensively. I can't even be mad. I can't
really
even
do
be
think
mad.
that's the way I'm shuffling. Because how do you guys shuffle your deck? Because that is also a very key part in the game. Being able to actually randomize your deck and increase your chances. Cards sometimes clump together. Anybody who's sorted their deck out to see ratios, and then the first time they shuffle, they know everything is gonna go wrong in that first game.
That's why you gotta shuffle thoroughly. The number is 7. You do half and half.
Half and half.
And then just let it fall in.
This is Peter's shuffle time.
Oh, whoops! I dropped one.
Actually, I can't show that. Here. A deck I can't show.
My God, I've tried so many different shuffle techniques because I'm like, what is going on? Something's wrong here. I can't be this unlucky. Something must be
with the
wrong
Bushi sleeves and everything.
I've got the Bushiroad sleeves and the Bushiroad over sleeves too.
Same here. Same here.
I've got the super hards. These things, a deck box full of super hards is practically a weapon.
It's a weapon.
Yes.
I think I have that by ballista right now. I don't know what these are, but I know they're Bushi, like they're the clear Bushi sleeves, and they have like a pretty thick layer. But I have a ballista deck, and that one has like an extra layer on top of a layer. It is thick. It is a thick deck.
This entire deck
collects
is just super hards.
My God.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm the player that collects the Vanguard logos. I really like all of the Vanguard logo sleeves. The character sleeves are nice. The unit sleeves are nice. The Vanguard logo, that's where it's at. And I'm so sad they haven't made one yet in the last year or so.
I mean, if you want to talk about Vanguard logo sleeves, there's all the ones that are the ones that came with the one pack of 4 per box that then they released a full set of.
Yeah, but it's
just
really
get a
hard.
bunch of those. Make your own deck out of them.
You're not wrong. The ones that I really want to track down is the Link Joker ones with the circles. Because that will really then complete my collection. Because I even have the Depend ones.
You have the Depend ones?
I have the Depend ones.
I like the Daybreak ones that just came out. Like those look really nice to me.
I already mentioned on stream how the graphic designer, whoever made those, you did an amazing job.
Yeah, the Blackout and the Daybreak ones. They look really cool because they match the anime so well too.
Yeah.
Enough of sleeves. We're talking about the card game in BRO.
Hey, you gotta put the sleeves on the cards that you play.
That's true.
You gotta go with style.
That is not wrong. Protect your cards, people.
It's a form of expression.
Can't have a bad sleeve deck. You gotta go with style. I don't know. I can't be a single colored person. It has to have something on it. I gotta represent my personality in some way, shape, or form. If it's waifu, whatever it is, there's gotta be something. Bushiroad logo, because I love the art on them and everything. It's good, but it's gotta look nice.
Yes, 100% agree. The Daybreak one, honestly, is also amazing. Blackout is good, but the Daybreak logo, I am very much a fan.
I agree. Agree wholeheartedly.
Oh boy, but looking back at the entire day, like, you gotta understand, like, we talked about the endurance, we talked about people playing, we've seen some crazy matches and all that, but it's not over yet. This is basically the 2/3, maybe even some can say the halfway point.
Yep.
You came into BRO today. Yeah, exactly. You came into BRO today to get a chance to be in either top 8 or top 16.
Yep.
And then actually fight it out. Like, props to everybody who got top 16, top 8. Props to the Derek Dow for going undefeated. But as harsh as it's going to sound, undefeated means absolutely nothing for tomorrow. Tomorrow is really where it's do or die. Like, one game, that undefeated score is not going to matter. You didn't go to top 8.
Yeah. It's kind of like, that's a little sad to think about, though. It's like, oh, I went undefeated next day. Oh.
That is just the way it is. Like, this round, this Swiss is just to get a chance at that grand prize.
It's true. That's true. That's true. I, I'm not gonna lie. I thought about it. So last time I participated was for the V Premium. I went into AO and then I went to NA. Oh no, it wasn't V Premium. It was Premium. And I noticed that when I went into AO, I did pretty badly. And then I went to NA and I was super successful. So I kind of wonder if like just the more you enter these things, even though it's a lot of like mental straight out, I wonder if it's still just like it kind of helps you like just get better as you go through like region to region. Because this is like one of the few times where you can enter the same event multiple times. Like you normally can't do something like this. There's usually only one worlds, a couple of regionals here and there. But when you enter something like this, like it's really just like one shot usually. But here you have like 3 solid chances to just go in and enter.
To use game terminology, you gained a lot of XP.
Exactly. It's just like a little like building bar. Like, oh, I'm getting better. I'm getting.
I think I mentioned this a little bit in the previous BROs for Premium V Premium, but whenever personally I started the game, like you start the game, you try to figure out as much as you can. It's a whole new system. Like you don't get it. But the first tournament I went, playing against different people, seeing how they play, I came back 100% a different player and a better player at that, knowing when to guard, knowing how much damage to take in certain scenarios. And the more you go to these events, the more experience you're going to get and the better player you're going to be. That's not even something, a myth. That is a proper fact.
Yeah. As they say, like, the best way to get better is to face good players. Like, it's, if you're just facing the same players over and over again, you're only seeing like one mentality the whole time. And, you got to see more than just one mentality. And entering events like this is one of the best ways. Like, I remember when I entered Springfest, there's so much I learned just off of like all 3 formats, because enter all 3, there's so many things that I just learned. I faced Derek Dow in one of, I think we had a mirror match review premium game, and I faced him, and I was like, I just learned a whole new way to do something. I entered premium. I learned so much. I faced one of the top players, like one of the top, I don't remember his name at the top of my head, but it was one of the best players, and I faced him, and just off of his deck, I was just like, whoa, there's that, you could do that with Nightmare Dolls, like just all this stuff that you just learned that you never even think about doing. Like goodness, even today we saw the Derek, right? We saw the Derek skill, counterblast, put a rear guard to soul. And today Philip learned that you can put the same Derek that you use for skill into soul. Like you would have known about that otherwise. Like, and you've been practicing. It's not like this is like day 1, day 2 for you. You've been practicing with this deck, and just watching someone else do it, you're like, that makes sense.
Yep.
You could do that.
Exactly that. I was like, granted, I will say that Derek play, I'm glad I realized it, but at the same time, if a certain someone was better at, I could have probably noticed sooner or later that says, hey, any rear guard. Oh yeah, Derek is his own rear guard, isn't he?
Yeah. But
it's like
sometimes it just doesn't click.
Just like how Commander
Hold
Laurel
up, is Regina the same way?
Nope. No, you never think about it. Because you're like, it's probably just other rear guards. Nope. Yep. Exactly that face. Exactly that. That's how I feel. That's how I feel this a lot. That's what's nice about seeing other people play. You see those little things, because there's only, you read a card's text and you're reading it and you're like, okay, it says this, but sometimes someone else reads it and they're like, oh, but it also says this. It's kind of like reading between the lines of a contract. You're starting to see like the little intricacies of it. I'm bad at English. It's fine, but you know what I mean.
Don't worry, it's not my first language.
Me neither.
You gotta pick up
first language.
It is your first language?
Yes.
Okay, well you sound pretty crisp with it, so I'm glad it's your first language and you're going strong.
Ironic to think that I'm commentating same time as I do live in Europe. I could come from there. Probably could have been put in Europe. Okay.
Yeah, we're both Europe people. Both from the Europe side. So yeah, finally here we are commentating for NA like the champions we are, commentators.
My God, like I'm very interested to see, because we know some of the names already. Top 16 bracket. We've seen Solemn play and get his win. More than likely, he is one of the people that X2 has managed to get into the top 16. So it's gonna be just interesting to see who they pair him up with. Can he continue that streak? Can he use that Orpheus Gravidia hybrid deck to take him at least to semifinals, maybe even finals, maybe even all the way?
Yeah, who knows? We have a lot of really good players. Like that's the thing about these. Since anyone can enter from anywhere, you're that knowledge gap like increases. Like you're not just facing like your regional stuff. You're facing the literal world. Anyone from around the world can enter these, and it's remote. You know, you don't have to go anywhere. So a lot of people that are restricted, like like airplane, other things going around in the world as we currently know. Just stuff like that. Like you sometimes you can't enter, but from your home, you could just be like, yeah, here I go, and I'm gonna enter, and all you're restricted from is having a camera and cards. Now that could be it'd be hard for some people, but it's still like a lot more than cards, a car, an airplane, driving somewhere, flying somewhere. Like that's a lot more effort you gotta put into. This is just like you go on, you play, and you're good to go. So you just keep going. And it's just easy. So I think that be going back into the top 16. I think because of that gap of like the amount of good players is just insane. So it's gonna be a pretty hard top 16. This isn't gonna be easy. This is gonna be like analytical thought against analytical thought. These are people that not only have been grinding this, but they're ready. They're ready. They know these matchups. And we're gonna see that knowledge just like go right out like that cranium brain coming through.
Big brain plays. Oh, I missed saying big brain plays.
I'm excited. I can't wait for tomorrow. Like tomorrow, I'm like, because this is where the true competitive side starts really coming through.
For sure.
My God, like I can't wait. Anyway,
and speaking of waiting,
exactly.
The waiting's over.
If people didn't realize, yes, we were stalling. The brackets have been being put in. People have been finishing.
Don't tell them. It's a secret.
The waiting is over. We have our bracket for top 16. Here we go. Bring it up.
Who is facing who?
So we have as our top 16. We've got our first part of it is. I'm just getting the. I'm trying to get it again. Yes. So.
Derek Dow.
I got you, bro.
Yep.
I got you, bro.
Yep.
Don't worry. I got you.
Go for it.
You got the Derek Dow fighting Ed the Crimson. Hey.
We've got a Cue Ball Gamer versus Andre Lee.
Then we got Tyler Wu versus Luke.
And then a familiar name with Maxine Solon fighting an, honestly, to me at least, unfamiliar name of Seven Eraser 7.
I agree with you, actually.
Them.
We've seen them in the rankings like today, but I think overall, I don't think I've seen this name yet.
And we've got Sujuma, someone who we just saw playing, who was second in our total Swiss rankings here, versus Jonathan Eller. So that's always exciting.
No, that's right, it's your friend. And then we got Adrian.
No, that's no. My friend's
not.
a bit down. A bit down.
Oh, my bad.
But Jonathan Eller can be Jonathan Eller can be my friend as well if he wants.
Okay, there we go. Double buddies. Then we got Adrian Barber against Farad.
And then we got the familiar name of Zisser versus JP1155.
This one's my friend. Actually, two people that I interact with quite regularly. So, yeah, two people of two different friend groups that I'm a part of, facing each other. I don't know who I should root for.
Oh no.
Hey, and leave out the last two. CP104 and
Nuno Raimundo, the world champion. So, this is gonna be an interesting top 16.
It's gonna be intense. This is like, a lot of really good names.
Exactly. We know some of the decks. We know that some of them are already playing Laurel. We know Stalin's playing that or hybrid deck. We know
Derek is playing hybrid as well.
Yes, we know Sujuma is playing the Bear Magnus. So this is going to be overall a very interesting 16 to see how it all pans out. And so I believe we're going to get a chance to also see tomorrow each and every deck. I don't want to say because I'm not sure.
I'm not sure, but the last couple times we have been seeing we've been running through the decks, but we'll see. We'll find out tomorrow probably exactly how that's going to roll out.
Exactly. 1, 2, 3, 4 rounds tomorrow to decide your champion out of these top 16. Definitely want to, before anything happens, say a big ass congratulations to all 16 players for making it to top 16. It's like we've been talking about the whole endurance, the mental strain, and all that, and being on top of your game. And these 16 have proven themselves exactly in that aspect, managing to get all the way to the top. And it's not an easy field, so they definitely need a big congratulations.
Oh yes, oh yes. They fought hard to get here, to be at this spot.
They definitely have worked hard, and
I know.
I think just one last thing, just to end it off, just the way we started it. Thank you all for watching Bushiroad Rumble.
I mean,
oh wait.
You want to do
we'll
it again now that they can see us? Come on.
Yeah. Wait,
now that we can do it.
Wait. We still got to say our goodbyes. Like,
Oh,
you know,
true,
I gotta go through. I'll start us off. So before anything else, amazing stuff, guys. Amazing stuff. These matches have been just absolutely thriller. Yes. Been fun to watch. I'm Outer Orange, as you guys can see. I'm right here. This is my Twitter right there, and you can also find me on my YouTube channel. We got Philip on the other side.
I'm aiming. One sec. Hadouken. Oh, wrong one. Hadouken. But yeah, Philip from TDH. Come check us out.
Yep.
And
I'm Peter. I don't have any content creation of any form. Maybe I will eventually, but who knows?
Yeah, it was really fun to see you guys. Hope you guys had a fun time at home. Hope you guys enjoyed watching the games. It's been amazing. And now Peter, now is the time.
Now we can do it. Thank you all for watching Bushiroad Rumble Online.
I heard something pop again.